Chapter 1. I have transcended. In this vast expanse of the universe, countless galaxies and stars coexist. Every moment witnesses the birth and destruction of various celestial bodies. Amidst this perpetual cycle of annihilation and rebirth, life emerges and gradually evolves into resplendent civilizations. Yet, at times, such brilliance can prove detrimental to the cosmos. Within the cosmic coordinates of the Laniakea supercluster, the Virgo cluster, the local group, the Panlong galaxy, and the Titan star system lies a planet known as Taro. This vibrant world is predominantly blue, teeming with life. In low Earth orbit, one can observe immense spaceports bustling with ships coming and going. On the surface of Taro, towering skyscrapers and various modes of transportation, including aerial vehicles, the landscape. A myriad of sentient beings traverse the streets. As one's gaze shifts, a monumental structure stands out, a paragon of grandeur. This edifice covers an astonishing area of 30 square kilometers, with spires piercing the sky in a magnificent display. The tallest of these towers reaches an astounding height of over 3,500 meters. This architectural marvel is known as the Temple, a sacred site for the Taro people, serving as the exclusive palace of Thanos. Within the temple lies a chamber called the Gravity Room. 8T this moment. The instruments within indicate that the room has reached a gravity level of 1,000 times that of Earth. Yet a tall, purple figure appears unaffected by this immense weight, diligently exercising 1,000 and 3,1004 Thanos counts as he performs push-ups, meticulously attuning himself to the strength coursing through his body. This training regimen was inspired by an anime he had once watched in his previous life, and its efficacy is indeed remarkable. Indeed, he is a traveler from another realm. One fateful day, while enjoying a viewing of Avengers, in-game at home, sipping beer and munching on peanuts, he felt a pang of regret upon witnessing Thanos' decapitation by Thor. Yet, unexpectedly, after expressing his lament, he opened his eyes to find himself transformed into Thanos, precisely at the moment of Titan's destruction. Embracing Thanos' ideology, he embarked on a path of dictatorial rather, a journey to save the universe. After all, the resources of the cosmos are finite, while life can reproduce indefinitely. If this continues, the universe is bound to face ruin. Thus, equilibrium must be maintained. He is the one destined to take action. Now, having spent over 5 centuries in the Marvel Universe, his achievements are commendable. He reigns over 237 habitable planets and a total of 43 stars, establishing a significant power within the Panlong galaxy. At this moment, the door to the Gravity Room swings open, revealing a woman of alluring form clad in a black and white bodysuit. Her exposed skin reveals a striking blue hue, marking her as distinctly non-human. She is none other than one of Thanos' Black Order, the enigmatic Proxima Midnight. As the Dark Knight Proxima stepped into the gravity chamber, she was immediately engulfed by a tremendous pressure that compelled her to kneel. This left her utterly astonished. It is worth noting that, as one of the Black Obsidian 5, her strength had been forged through relentless trials, a testament to her formidable prowess. She could effortlessly obliterate a spaceship with a single hand. Yet now, she found herself unable to even stand upright. What kind of gravity was this? Contemplating this, she gazed at the figure not far away, her eyes brimming with profound admiration. Just as she prepared to harness the dark energy within her, Thanos noticed her arrival and promptly ceased his training, addressing the void with a commanding voice, Deep Blue. Deactivate the gravity system. In the next moment, a synthesized mechanical voice resonated through the air. Yes, Master. Deep Blue was the artificial intelligence he had created, a name chosen to commemorate his days on the Blue Planet. As the gravity system powered down, Dark Knight Proxima gradually rose to her feet. After a brief moment, she approached Thanos, halting 2 meters away, and knelt respectfully, proclaiming, "Dark Knight Proxima has come to pay her respects, my lord." Thanos regarded the woman before him and inquired coolly, "Why have you returned so soon? Has the ice crystal star been conquered?" As the sovereign of the universe, it was his duty to engage in the conquest of worlds. Naturally, the Black Obsidian 5, his most capable subordinates, had been dispatched to assault other planets. Recently, he had sent Dark Knight Proxima to invade the ice crystal star, located 174 light-years away. It was unusual for such a task to be completed so swiftly. Upon hearing his words, Dark Knight Proxima immediately bowed her head in shame and murmured, "I sincerely apologize, my lord. I encountered an extraordinarily powerful adversary, and I was no match for them, resulting in the loss of 17 warships." Before she could finish, Thanos interrupted impatiently. "A failed mission is a failure, with no room for excuses. Dark Knight Proxima, upon hearing this, fell silent, fully aware that there was no justification for her defeat. Losing was losing. After a moment, Thanos spoke calmly. However, this is not the time for reprimand. Arrange for the warships. I wish to see who dares to oppose me. With his reputation echoing throughout the cosmos, it had been quite some time since he had taken action, and it seemed some had forgotten his name. Dark Knight Proxima nodded promptly, responding with utmost respect, "Yes, my lord." With that, she slowly exited the gravity chamber. Observing her departure, Thanos activated his system panel. Thanos. Physique, 31243.9. Strength, 24,714.3. Agility, 18,203.5. Mental power, 15,241.2. Active skill, Power of Destruction increases strength when activated. Passive skills, Titan Bloodline significantly enhances potential. Super Recovery greatly enhances recovery ability. Super Physique greatly enhance physique. Super Strength greatly enhances strength. Super Agility greatly enhances agility. Potent Mental Fortitude enhancing mental strength. Resilient Skin increasing resistance to cold, heat, electricity, radiation, poison, aging, and disease. Unique Skill, Sovereign greatly enhances strength and potential with each star system conquered. Equipment, Tyrant's Cleaver Tyrants. Battle Armor. From his attributes, it is evident that he is decidedly a mere punching bag. His physique is paramount, followed closely by strength, with agility and mental fortitude trailing far behind. This, however, is also attributable to his lineage. He has endeavored to cultivate agility and mental strength, but the results have paled in comparison to his physique and strength, which is why he has devoted himself to physical training. Deep Blue, continue to activate 1,000 times the gravity. Yes, Master. In the ensuing 3 days, the entire Tyro star became a hive of activity. After all, this time Thanos would personally lead the charge, necessitating the activation of his flagship, the Titan-class starship, the Sanctum II. The Sanctum II measures an impressive 1,352 kilometers in length, 534 kilometers in width, and 298 kilometers in height. This behemoth rivals the moon in scale, its overall structure akin to that of an eye. The dual wings serve as the boundaries of the eye, while the central red energy resembles a pupil. At this moment, the colossal vessel is stationed several 100,000 kilometers away from Tyro star. Even from the surface of Tyro star, one can behold this magnificent warship. Moreover, in addition to the Sanctum II, there are various other escort ships, attack vessels, supply ships, and more, totaling over 100 ships. From this vantage point, it is clear that Thanos' power is significantly amplified compared to that depicted in the films. Chapter 2. Encountering the enemy. Time swiftly passed to the 4th day. On the eve of war, all preparations were in place. Dark Knight, the celestial star, once again entered the sanctuary to seek an audience with Thanos. The gravity chamber remained the same, yet the gravitational force had escalated to an astonishing 1,200 times. Thanos was currently engaged in weightlifting, hoisting a barbell marked at 200 tons. Under the immense pressure of 1,200 times gravity, it had effectively transformed into a colossal weight of 240,000 tons. Nevertheless, in his grasp, it appeared as light as a feather, effortlessly lifted. 432. 433. At this moment, the door swung open again. This time, Dark Knight had learned from experience. He did not rush in but instead knelt outside, respectfully proclaiming, "My lord." Upon hearing this, Thanos set down the barbell and, in a deep tone, commanded, "Deep Blue, deactivate the gravity system." "Yes, Master," replied Dark Knight. He rose and entered the chamber, subsequently kneeling once more before Thanos, bowing his proud head. Thanos wiped the sweat from his brow and inquired, "Are Sanctuary 2 and the Dark Cult prepared?" Dark Knight raised his gaze to behold his lord's formidable physique and powerful muscles, his eyes reflecting admiration as he responded, "All is ready, awaiting your command." Thanos nodded coldly and stated, "Since all is prepared, let us depart." Ice Crystal Star is a realm enveloped in white. Due to its distance from the sun, the temperature remains perpetually below zero, blanketing the ground in frost and snow. The inhabitants here, known as the Ice Tribe, are a race characterized by their entirely white forms, with limbs and legs resembling those of humans. Despite their robust physiques and remarkable combat skills, they regrettably dwell in a primitive cultural society. At this moment, the chieftain of the Ice Tribe was organizing his people to prepare a lavish luncheon in honor of the hero who had saved them. This hero was a stunning blonde woman, a native of the Blue Planet, named Carol Danvers. While the name may not be widely recognized, her moniker certainly is Captain Marvel. Since her triumph over the Kree fleet on the Blue Planet, she had roamed the cosmos, championing justice. Initially, she traversed the Milky Way. But upon hearing of Thanos' nefarious reputation, she ventured into the Dragon Spiral system. Little did she know that shortly after her arrival, she would encounter Thanos' minions attacking another planet. Believing herself to be on the side of righteousness, she felt compelled to intervene and repel Thanos' forces. "We are profoundly grateful for your rescue." The chieftain, towering at nearly 2 meters, raised 2 goblets with all 4 hands towards the captain, who stood only to his chest. This gesture, with 4 hands lifting the goblets, represented the highest honor of the Ice Tribe. Captain Marvel merely smiled gently, accepted the goblet, and drank heartily. "Do not mention it, it was my duty." Upon witnessing the scene, the chieftain of the Ice Clan promptly raised his goblet once more, downing its contents in one swift motion, and then proclaimed loudly, "A toast to our hero." The surrounding members of the Ice Clan eagerly followed suit, lifting their cups and echoing, "A toast to our hero." Soon, the festivities commenced in earnest, with the Ice Clan revelers engaging in songs and dances. Many self-proclaimed dashing individuals among them approached Captain Marvel for a dance, but were gracefully declined. Though she felt herself to embody justice, she held a deep-seated disdain for these beings who had yet to reach even the rudimentary stages of medieval civilization. Naturally, she could not bring herself to dance with them. Thus, the day passed amidst merriment and celebration. The following day, while Captain Marvel was still enveloped in a haze of slumber, a panicked member of the Ice Clan burst into her quarters. To call it a room would be generous. It was merely an ice structure devoid of a door. Hero, something terrible has happened. The villains have returned." With a start, Captain Marvel opened her eyes and sat up. Without hesitation, she radiated a kaleidoscope of colors and soared into the air. Yet, in the next instant, her eyes widened in disbelief. Oh, my heavens! Before her, in the vast expanse of outer space, loomed a colossal spacecraft, so immense it defied description. In her years of drifting through the cosmos, she had never encountered a warship rivaling the size of the moon. "Where are my weapons? Where is my armor? Hurry! The enemy approaches. All personnel, assemble." Amidst the chaos, the Ice Clan members scurried about in a frenzy, some searching for weapons, others for armor. The revelry of the previous night had left many in a state of drowsiness, utterly unprepared for the looming threat. Moments later, the chieftain of the Ice Clan arrived, his expression one of frantic urgency. "Hero, what shall we do?" Captain Marvel regained her composure and replied gravely, "Gather the warriors and bring them here. I shall ascend to assess the situation." With that, she once again emanated her vibrant light and shot upwards into the sky. Meanwhile, in the control room of the Starship Sanctuary 2, the figure known as Dark Knight Proxima observed the vibrant Captain Marvel on the 3-dimensional screen. Compared to her earlier panic, she now appeared remarkably composed. "My lord, this is the one who destroyed my fleet and claimed the lives of my soldiers." Thanos, who had been meditating on his throne, opened his eyes upon hearing Dark Knight Proxima's words. As he beheld the familiar yet strange silhouette on the screen, he began to ponder her identity. Having been in this world for over 5 centuries, he had nearly forgotten the films he once watched. Yet, the manner in which she made her entrance felt oddly familiar, as if he had encountered it before. Moments later, as she drew closer, he finally unearthed the details from the recesses of his memory. Captain Marvel? Indeed, that flamboyant entrance, marked by vibrant colors, could only belong to that proud and arrogant Captain Marvel. Upon hearing the name Dark Knight Proxima, he nodded knowingly and remarked, Indeed. During my previous encounter with her, she mentioned that she is known as Captain Marvel." At this, Thanos fell into a contemplative silence. Memories from before his traversal began to resurface gradually upon encountering Captain Marvel. The appearance of Captain Marvel indicated that the narrative of the Marvel Universe had commenced. Blue Star, a homeland that resonated with his very essence, left him pondering its state in this realm. As time slipped away, Captain Marvel swiftly emerged from the ice crystal star, soaring towards the Sanctuary 2 at an astonishing 10-fold the speed of sound, now merely over 1,000 kilometers away. In the vastness of space, such a distance felt almost intimate. Noticing Thanos still lost in thought, Dark Knight Proxima cautiously inquired, "Master, what shall we do?" She dared not disrupt his reverie, especially knowing that the adversary was approaching. After all, compared to Captain Marvel, he was the most formidable being in the cosmos. Thanos, roused from his reminiscence, glanced at the screen and replied with an air of indifference, "Let the Dark Order test the waters." The Dark Order comprised his most steadfast and loyal soldiers. They boasted 6 powerful arms, sharp fangs, and obsidian skin, possessing immense strength, fearlessness in the face of death, and an unwavering loyalty that precluded betrayal. Their sole shortcoming lay in their lack of intellect. These bioengineered warriors, produced from incubators, were not natural life forms. The purpose of this reconnaissance was clear: to gauge the strength of their opponent and to expend resources wisely. Though he harbored great confidence, he was not arrogant. To charge into conflict without understanding the adversary's capabilities would be folly, particularly when faced with unpredictable entities. One must acknowledge that the waters of the Marvel Universe run exceedingly deep. Chapter 3. The Dark Brotherhood under the command of Thanos. 10 colossal cosmic assault ships detached from the formation of Sanctuary 2 and surged forward. These ships, measuring 8 kilometers in length, 1 kilometer in width, and 1 kilometer in height, resembled elongated coffins. At the forefront, a massive cannon, approximately 100 meters in diameter, stood ready to unleash devastating laser strikes. Surrounding the hull were 10 secondary cannons and 28 laser guns. Powered by a third-generation warp engine, these vessels could traverse distances of over 100 light-years in an instant. Additionally, they were equipped with energy shields capable of withstanding both laser and physical attacks. If these 10 assault ships were to reach Blue Planet, they could effortlessly annihilate its entire military. Of course, this consideration pertains to a typical Blue Planet, not the Marvel Universe teeming with superheroes and eccentricities. Soon, the main cannons of the 10 cosmic assault ships ignited with a brilliant blue glow, indicating they were charging. After 5 seconds, they emitted a blinding flash, followed by a piercing azure laser beam. Cosmic warfare and terrestrial battles are entirely distinct concepts in the vast expanse of space. Distances are often measured in millions or even tens of millions of kilometers. The speed of light in a vacuum is approximately 300,000 kilometers per second, meaning that an attack from 3 million kilometers away would require 10 seconds to reach its target. As for kinetic weapons, by the time a projectile arrives, the conflict would likely be concluded. Thus, kinetic weapons are ill-suited for space combat. In this arena, laser cannons reign supreme. Other formidable armaments such as spatial collapse cannons, particle beam cannons, and warp speed cannons exist, but these behemoths cannot be mounted on mere assault ships. Within mere milliseconds, 10 laser beams struck Captain Marvel. Yet she radiated an even more intense spectrum of colors, bravely charging forward despite the onslaught. Moments later, she soared past the assault ships, disregarding the existence of their shields, and directly collided with one of the cosmic vessels. Explosions erupted in her wake. After a brief interval, she emerged from the opposite side of the assault ship and continued her relentless advance toward the next warship. Observing Captain Marvel's formidable prowess in decimating ship after ship, Nightstar, a neighboring ally, expressed concern, saying, "Master, what shall we do now?" Despite their considerable power, cosmic warships are not conjured from thin air. They require vast resources to construct. In response, Thanos turned coldly to his companion and stated, "Once this war concludes, you and the other 4 must diligently train. You cannot even handle such insignificant foes." While Captain Marvel is a pinnacle of power within the Marvel Universe, this was true in the early stages. As the narrative progressed, formidable entities such as the Hulk, the Scarlet Witch wielding the Darkhold, the corrupted Doctor Strange, and the God-Killer Iron Man emerged, each capable of easily overpowering Captain Marvel. Certainly, Captain Marvel will encounter extraordinary adventures in the later stages, transforming into a dual-star state, her combat prowess reaching unprecedented heights. However, the current Captain Marvel merely harnesses the raw energy of the space gem, employing it in a rather brutish manner. In the early phases, her Black Order could contend with these superheroes, yet as time progresses, they will inevitably be relegated to mere bystanders. Upon hearing the Elder's words, Dark Knight Proxima felt a wave of shame wash over her, bowing her head in resolve to train diligently so as not to disappoint the Elder again. After several minutes, 10 cosmic warships were finally obliterated by Captain Marvel. Thanos, having assessed the opponent's strength and lacking any further contingency, rose to his feet. It must be acknowledged that although this brute only wields energy clumsily, she possesses nearly limitless power. If he did not intervene soon, it seemed that apart from Sanctuary 2, the other cosmic vessels would meet their demise. "Do not move," he commanded before soaring out of Sanctuary 2, racing at light speed to confront Captain Marvel. The captain, poised to annihilate additional warships, halted abruptly at the sight of the imposing purple figure before her. Her curiosity piqued as she scrutinized him intently. They stood quietly in the vastness of space, darkness enveloping them. After a moment, Captain Marvel inquired with bewilderment, "You must be Thanos?" Though she had never encountered him before, she sensed an overwhelming force of destruction emanating from him, and with his purple skin, he fit the description of the infamous figure. Sound cannot propagate in the vacuum of space. However, she employed a subtle technique to ensure her voice reached his ears. Thanos, upon hearing her question, merely nodded slightly and replied in a deep tone, "Tell me your name." He was indeed aware that she was Captain Marvel, yet as it was their first meeting, he did not exhibit familiarity. Captain Marvel lifted her chin proudly, declaring, "I am Captain Marvel, the guardian of the universe. You and your sycophants should retreat now, and I shall spare you." Haha. Thanos chuckled, shaking his head in amusement. She was indeed as arrogant as she appeared in the films. Yet, he was not the weakened Thanos of cinema. Uncertain of his own limits, he had never once faltered in his training over the past 5 centuries, continuously growing stronger. Although his attribute panel indicated a mere 2,000 strength, this figure only represented his physical might. When combined with the power of destruction and the ruler's skills granted by the system, he believed he could even shatter a planet. Captain Marvel, noticing his laughter, furrowed her brow in displeasure. What are you laughing at? Despite sensing his immense destructive power, she, having never faced defeat since absorbing the energy of the space gem, remained confident in her ability to effortlessly overpower him. The nearly infinite power coursing through her veins instilled a sense of invincibility within her. In the next moment, Thanos ceased his laughter and raised a solitary finger. Captain Marvel, perplexed by this gesture, inquired, "What does this signify?" Thanos replied nonchalantly, "One punch. If you can withstand a single blow without perishing, then we may discuss other matters." Upon hearing such dismissive words, Captain Marvel was instantly filled with indignation and laughter. Throughout the entire universe, no one has dared to claim that a single punch could defeat me. Chapter 4. A single blow in the blink of an eye. Captain Marvel charged towards Thanos, determined to prove the superiority of her might. The audacity of his claim that a single punch could extinguish her life was an affront she could not tolerate. As she advanced with fierce intent, Thanos merely raised his fist slowly, as a surge of destructive power coursed through his being. Timing his strike with precision, he unleashed a devastating punch. Boom. Although sound does not exist in a vacuum, the inhabitants of Sanctuary 2 and all the members of the Dark Order felt an overwhelming resonance. A brilliant light erupted, momentarily eclipsing distant stars. At the epicenter of this radiance, Captain Marvel experienced an unparalleled force. An intensity so formidable that even her most fervent efforts to harness her internal energy proved futile. She felt as insignificant and powerless as a mere speck before a colossal star. Since acquiring the energy of the Space Stone, she had not encountered such a sensation. With no time to ponder, she was propelled backward by the immense force, hurtling through space like a meteor. Blood gushed from her mouth as if it were of no consequence. Thanos, having struck her down, chose not to pursue, sensing an ominous presence lurking within his consciousness, as if he were being watched by an unseen entity. After a moment, the sensation of danger subsided, and he noted that Captain Marvel still clung to life, her essence flickering faintly. Not dead. Could it be that the unknown force had intervened? The realization that an enigmatic presence had taken notice of him dissuaded his pursuit of Captain Marvel. As he had previously stated, the Marvel Universe was fraught with complexities: the Celestial Order, the 5 cosmic beings, the Living Tribunal, the Watcher, the One Above All, the First Firmament, the Beyonders, and more. Unsure of who might have intervened, he recognized that this was not the moment for confrontation with such formidable beings. Despite his status as one of the most powerful entities in this universe, he remained but an ant in the vast multiverse, and even more so in the omniversal realm. After concluding his encounter with Captain Marvel, he turned his gaze toward the distant white planet and with a nonchalant gesture, summoned Sanctuary 2 and hundreds of warships to set forth towards their objective. Meanwhile, Captain Marvel, propelled deep into the cosmos, found herself on the brink of death. Though technically still alive, her bones felt as though they had shattered, leaving her in unbearable agony. The chaotic energy within her rendered her immobile. Had sound been capable of traversing the vacuum of space, her cries would have echoed throughout the universe. Alongside her physical torment, the mental anguish weighed heavily upon her. As the vast fleet hastened towards the planet of ice crystals, a world she could not protect, despair consumed her. Reflecting upon the fate of the Ice People, her heart sank. Though they possessed commendable fighting prowess, they stood no chance against Thanos. At last, she comprehended the gravity of Thanos' assertion, that if she could withstand his blow and survive, he would spare her. The disparity in their strengths was insurmountable. After a brief moment, Thanos advanced ahead of his warship, soaring into the atmosphere of the planet. In midair, he beheld hundreds of thousands of fully armed Ice Clan warriors, poised for battle. Although the Ice Clan's technology was lacking, their prowess was formidable. Due to the harsh environment, the entire ice crystal planet housed only a little over 1 million Ice Clan members, yet nearly 1/10 of them possessed the capability of flight. While not all powerful warriors could soar, those who could certainly did not lack strength, indicating the latent combat potential of the Ice Clan. The chieftain of the Ice Clan ascended with a grave expression upon spotting Thanos. Vile invader, prepare to face the wrath of the Ice God. The situation was abundantly clear to him. The towering purple figure before him was the enemy come to invade, leaving no room for negotiation, only conflict remained. As the enemy launched a fierce attack, Thanos merely crossed his arms, coldly observing the onslaught. Suddenly, the Ice Clan chieftain, propelled by a thunderous rush of air, covered over 1 kilometer in an instant, brandishing his frozen spear with the intent to strike down Thanos. Witnessing the lack of movement from his adversary sparked a flicker of hope within him. At present, his velocity had reached 3 times the speed of sound, and empowered by his divine weapon, he could obliterate a mountain. He could not fathom that Thanos' body could be more resilient than a mountain itself. Perish, he roared. However, just as he was about to pierce his foe, Thanos' form blurred, and the chieftain found himself passing through the specter of his opponent. How could it be? Was it magic? Certainly not. Thanos wielded no sorcery. It was merely the afterimage left by his astonishing speed. In a swift motion, he grasped the tyrant's cleaver from behind and struck downwards. With a resounding thud, the strongest warrior of the Ice Clan, their chieftain, was instantaneously reduced to a pile of icy remnants. After dispatching the old foe, Thanos glanced down at the remaining Ice Clan warriors. The death of their chieftain had ignited a furious desire for vengeance among them, and they charged forth, eager to avenge their leader. Observing this, Thanos tightened his grip on the tyrant's cleaver and casually swung it. In an instant, a violet blade of energy shot forth, decimating a significant portion of the advancing Ice Clan formation. Minutes later, over half of the Ice Clan warriors had succumbed to Thanos' onslaught. The remaining warriors, however, ceased their advance. Though their intelligence was limited, the relentless deaths of their kin had shattered their resolve, eroding the initial fervor with which they faced death. Save us. A demon, it is a demon. They cried. Flee. I do not wish to die. It was unclear who fled first, but once one Ice Clan soldier turned to escape, the rest swiftly followed suit, abandoning the battlefield. Thanos, observing the rout, chose not to pursue. He had grown weary of this one-sided slaughter. Looking at his hands, he suddenly felt an urge to test the extent of destruction he could unleash with his full power. Chapter 5. The Soul Gem. A mournful wail echoed through this realm, accompanied by the chilling winds that swept across the landscape. In this world, the pervasive frost claimed the lives of ordinary beings within mere seconds, encasing them in ice. Thanos gazed down at the planet beneath his feet, and a reckless thought ignited in his mind. While on his own world, he had always restrained his might, fearful of damaging his palace. During his training, he relied solely on his physical prowess, never unleashing his destructive power. Yet he pondered, how catastrophic could his full force truly be? With determination, he unleashed his devastating energy. Waves of potent purple smoke billowed from his skin, reminiscent of a dark deity's arrival. At that moment, a voice resonated in his ears. My lord, the Temple 2 and the Dark Cult are prepared and ready for deployment. However, having resolved to test his strength, he dismissed the notion of involving his subordinates, wishing to spare them from the ensuing turmoil. Stand down and await my command. Although Dark Knight Proxima felt a twinge of confusion at his master's order, he promptly nodded in agreement. Yes, my lord. Unbeknownst to the icy inhabitants of the planet, an ominous shift was occurring, as if sensing an impending cataclysm. The atmosphere grew tumultuous. Fierce winds laden with frost whipped through the air, and dark clouds began to converge ominously, seemingly warning the intruder against recklessness. Yet Thanos paid no heed to the tempest brewing around him. After gathering his energy, he sensed the culmination of his destructive power reaching its zenith and unleashed his assault. With a thunderous roar, he struck the ground with a punch infused with his entire might. The destructive energy erupted from his fist, transforming into an immense purple sphere that surged forward uncontrollably, expanding rapidly in its unbridled force. Soon, the sphere reached a diameter of 100 meters and continued to grow. Meanwhile, the ice-dwelling inhabitants, though many had fled, were not all gone. Some, unable to fly, and others, unwilling to abandon their home, remained hidden in the forests, peering at the malevolent force above. Yet they all sensed an overwhelming aura of annihilation emanating from the purple power, a force that seemed more potent than the stars themselves, radiating a strange yet dazzling luminescence. As the purple orb descended toward the ground, a chorus of anguished cries erupted from the more formidable ice dwellers, who sensed the apocalyptic strength within the dark glow. They charged forth from their hiding places, hurling their spears and wielding their swords in a desperate attempt to halt the orb's descent. However, their efforts were in vain. All weapons were obliterated upon contact with the destructive energy, reduced to atomic remnants, vanishing into the void of existence. The energy of annihilation stands as the most destructive force in the universe, embodying a perilous might capable of obliterating all existence. Witnessing their weapons prove ineffective, the Frost Clan, undeterred, charged forward. This confrontation was pivotal for their race, even their planet's survival. Despite knowing their fate likely lay in death, they resolutely sacrificed their lives to protect their world. The air was filled with anguished cries. As the Frost Clan encountered the violet orb, they could only helplessly witness the gradual vanishing of their skin, muscles, and bones. Though they yearned to flee, they found themselves utterly powerless. Their demise, while excruciating, was fleeting. The colossal force of annihilation swiftly descended, accompanied by an overwhelming sense of despair, towards the planet's core. Boom! Amidst a cacophony of thunderous sounds, the destructive energy, now expanded to a diameter of 1 kilometer, began its descent. High above, Thanos observed the scene with a satisfied nod, instructing the cosmic battleships above to retreat. He sensed that this full-powered strike was unexpectedly formidable, capable of actual planetary destruction. It would be wise to distance the hovering ships from the impending fallout. Soon, he felt the planet tremble beneath him. Cracks appeared on the surface, accompanied by minor tremors. In the distance, certain peaks began to emit sparks, signaling signs of magma eruptions. In that moment, the ice crystal planet presented a tableau of apocalyptic despair. Then, Thanos noticed that the Frost clan had ceased their assault and were instead making their way towards a towering peak. How peculiar, amidst the apocalypse. They were rushing towards that location rather than cherishing their final moments with family. Was there something there that could save them? Curiosity piqued, Thanos soared towards the summit. Upon arrival, he discovered the extraordinary nature of this peak. In the midst of this cataclysmic scene, the beasts of other mountains were in chaotic flight. Yet here, an eerie calm prevailed, as if the creatures were oblivious to the end of days. The Frost clan hastened towards a cavern, entering with no sign of emerging. Was it a rift in space or some form of teleportation device? The surrounding Frost clan, though visibly terrified at Thanos' presence, showed no inclination to flee, instead quickening their pace into the cave. Observing this, Thanos waved his hand dismissively. Boom! A surge of potent annihilation energy instantaneously obliterated the nearby Frost beings, gouging the ground to a depth of 5 meters. Only then did he enter the cavern. Inside, he discovered a hidden realm. The mountain had been nearly hollowed out, and the Frost clan had gathered beneath a pyramid-like structure, kneeling in reverence. Strangely, they exhibited no reaction to Thanos' arrival, remaining steadfastly prostrate. Above this pyramid-like structure, a gem radiates an eerie yellow glow. Upon sighting the gem, Thanos suddenly beamed with a smile. The Mind Stone. So the plot has unfolded to this point. Before me, this mesmerizing yellow gem, which entranced all the ice dwellers, is none other than the Mind Stone, one of the 6 Infinity Stones in the Marvel Universe, possessing the power to control the mind. To call it merely a gem is almost an understatement. It is akin to a magical stone. Those endowed with the strength to resist the gem's influence fare better, while the powerless become mere sustenance for its energy. For instance, the Mind Stone before us continuously siphons the mental strength of the surrounding ice dwellers. It's no wonder that despite having evolved for millennia, the ice dwellers remain a subhuman race. They are, in fact, under the influence of the Mind Stone. Chapter 6. The Stellar Absorption Technique. After a brief moment of observation, Thanos soared above the pyramid-like structure and extended his right hand towards the Mind Stone. In the next instant, he felt an invasive force of mental energy penetrating his mind. Yet, it seemed as though nothing had transpired, as if he were impervious to any influence. Securing the Mind Stone, he departed from the icy realm. In the ensuing years, with his formidable might, he obliterated planet after planet, asserting dominion over numerous star systems. Ultimately, he discovered the Blue Planet and, accompanied by his minions, annihilated the Avengers, the Illuminati, Wakanda, Kamartaj, and several other factions. In the end, he gathered all 6 Infinity Stones, ascending to become the preeminent entity within the Marvel Universe. However, as the years unfurled, he began to wither, losing his strength, while the 6 stones offered him no solace. As he awaited his demise in despair, Thanos sensed a peculiar tremor, which intensified with each passing moment. In the blink of an eye, he extricated himself from the clutches of the Mind Stone's power and returned to reality, still ensconced within the cave. The tremors caused debris to fall from the cave's ceiling, having been roused from his slumber by a falling rock. Glancing forward, he noticed his palm was a mere 3 centimeters from the Mind Stone. It soon dawned on him that the preceding events were merely an illusion conjured by the Mind Stone's power. Ding! Mental fortitude refined, increased by 50 points. Hearing the system's notification, Thanos smiled faintly, then lunged forward to seize the Mind Stone. The Mind Stone, seemingly reluctant to be captured, emanated a powerful wave of psychic energy. However, Thanos, having prepared himself, fortified his consciousness with energy, resisting the pull into another illusion. Meanwhile, the ice dwellers below, enraptured by the Mind Stone's phantasmagoria, clutched their heads in torment. Ah, it hurts. My head, my body. Once Thanos secured the Mind Stone, the ice dwellers emerged from the illusion. Yet, some had been ensnared by the Mind Stone's influence for too long, feeling the effects upon returning to reality. Those who had been deprived of sustenance for an extended period appeared emaciated, their bodies mere shadows of their former selves. Some collapsed and perished upon exiting the illusion. Conversely, A few ice dwellers who had only recently entered the illusion immediately noticed Thanos above, especially upon witnessing the Mind Stone being taken. They erupted into furious cries. The sacred relic has been stolen. Return the sacred relic to us. Accursed invader. Face your doom. The Mind Stone was a sacred artifact to the ice dwellers. Their sole source of spiritual entertainment, or perhaps spiritual opium for centuries. The pinnacle of their existence was to enter the sacred grounds and commune with the relic. Within the illusion of the artifact, they experienced joys and happiness beyond their reach, even reuniting with departed loved ones. In the face of an impending apocalypse, their first instinct was to utilize the sacred relics as a means of escaping reality. However, the Mind Stone was far from a true relic. It was a malevolent entity. As they became ensnared in the illusions it conjured, the Mind Stone siphoned their mental energy, leading to an addiction that could culminate in death. At the moment they witnessed the invaders absconding with the relic, their cravings surged, causing them to forget their fear of the intruders and launch a relentless assault, even at the cost of their lives. Death itself could not sever their connection to the relic. Yet, as debris tumbled within the cavern, it crushed many of the ice people, claiming life after life. Thanos observed the frenzied ice people leaping to attack him, merely shaking his head before soaring out of the cave. These insignificant creatures were hardly worth his effort. Upon emerging into the open, he noted that the tremors shaking the entire ice crystal planet had intensified. With the increasing collapse of stones, the cave entrance soon became sealed, trapping the ice people within. A rumble echoed as if the ice crystal planet sensed its impending demise. Dark clouds gathered in the sky, and bolts of lightning began to strike. Yet, when these lightning strikes hit Thanos, he felt nothing. At his level of power, such celestial wrath held no significance. Ignoring the tempest, he focused on the Mind Stone in his grasp, no larger than a fingertip. If the arrival of Captain Marvel merely confirmed the onset of the Marvel Universe's narrative, then the appearance of the Mind Stone established a temporal context. He was likely on the verge of encountering the unfortunate Loki. Shaking his head, he ascended beyond the atmosphere of the ice crystal planet and entered the vastness of outer space. Here, he could vividly observe the planet's march towards oblivion. The surface of the once pristine sphere had begun to fracture, revealing black cracks that resembled gaping wounds, from which fiery red points emerged, volcanoes erupting. It was noteworthy that this was a planet with 90% of its surface encased in ice, making volcanic activity exceedingly rare. This indicated a significant upheaval within the planet's crust. Closing his eyes, he felt the destructive force he had unleashed expanding to a diameter of 8 kilometers. With its core only a little over 1,000 kilometers away, in 10 minutes, he would be able to obliterate the core. Once the core of a planet was destroyed, it would become a lifeless husk, devoid of electromagnetic shields to fend off solar storms, its atmosphere gradually dissipating, leading to the extinction of all organic life under cosmic radiation. Alternatively, the destructive energy might merely consume a fraction of the core's mass, resulting in earthquakes and volcanic eruptions as natural disasters. However, despite having contemplated various outcomes, he ultimately underestimated the magnitude of his own destructive power. Upon making contact with the core, the destructive force unleashed a cataclysmic energy. The annihilation of the core's material precipitated an imbalance, triggering an explosion that caused the entire ice crystal planet to swell and subsequently shatter. Upon witnessing this, Thanos commanded his fleet to retreat repeatedly, ultimately withdrawing to a distance of several million kilometers. Hours later, the ice crystal star emitted a blinding radiance. A thunderous roar resonated. Though in the vacuum of space, no sound could be heard. Yet, the visual spectacle of the ice crystal star's self-destruction conjured the echoes of an explosion in everyone's minds. For the scene was profoundly astonishing. At that moment, the voice of the system resounded once more. Ding! The host has annihilated a planet. Achieving the title of Star Destroyer and receiving the unique skill, Star Absorption Technique, Thanos was momentarily taken aback. He was familiar with achievements, after all. He had been granted the title of ruler and corresponding skills upon conquering his first planet. However, what was this Star Absorption Technique? Was it an intrusion from a martial arts narrative? After examining the system panel for a while, Thanos finally comprehended the nature of this technique, realizing it was entirely different from its martial arts namesake. It was a method capable of absorbing the core energy of a planet to enhance one's own abilities. Naturally, the planets from which energy was absorbed would face inevitable destruction. It appeared that next time, he could forego such brutal methods of obliteration. Absorption promised far superior results. Chapter 7. The latest news amidst the endless starry sky at this moment. Captain Marvel continued to soar backward through the cosmos. Suddenly, a blinding light erupted before her, nearly rendering her sightless. After a considerable interval, as the radiance dissipated, she discovered that the place once occupied by the ice crystal star was now desolate and empty. What has transpired? Could it be that the ice crystal star has been obliterated? The very thought of such a possibility rendered her emotions indescribably complex. She felt a profound regret for her impotence, a bitter resentment towards her own helplessness, a deep-seated hatred for Thanos' mercilessness, and yet a glimmer of relief for having narrowly escaped with her life. Amidst this intricate tapestry of feelings, a thread of fear also emerged. She had initially believed that Thanos came to conquer this planet, only to find that he had annihilated it instead. This brought to mind the dreadful tales she had heard about Thanos, rumors of him devouring children at every meal, bathing in blood daily, and taking pleasure in the slaughter of innocents by the hour. She had once thought these tales exaggerated. However, she now realized that they scarcely conveyed even a fraction of Thanos' malevolence. Perhaps he truly was the most sinister being in the universe. If only she could clench her fists and strike that purple visage with all her might, delivering a fatal blow. In an astonishing turn of events, her intense hatred miraculously stirred the energy within her, gradually mending her battered form. She was uncertain of the mechanism at play, yet it was undoubtedly a fortuitous development. Thus, she hastened to repair her body. Time passed swiftly. Since the destruction of the ice crystal star, more than a month had elapsed as Thanos returned to Titan. He was now diligently training in the gravity chamber of the temple, where the gravitational force had been intensified to 2,000 times. Having acquired the star-devouring technique and the Mind Stone, his power surged dramatically, and he had fully acclimatized to the extreme gravity. Knock, knock. A series of knocks echoed through the chamber. Shortly thereafter, the door swung open, revealing the lithe figure of Knight Proxima, clad in tight leather. My lord, General Corvus Glaive has returned, bearing significant news. As Corvus Glaive was Knight Proxima's beloved, she had come to convey the message on his behalf. Upon hearing this, Thanos promptly set aside the mighty blade he had been wielding. Deep Blue, deactivate the gravity system. Yes, master. As the gravity system turned off, Knight Proxima entered and knelt before Thanos. He laid down his blade and inquired in a calm tone. What news do you bring? With her head bowed respectfully, Knight Proxima replied, General Glaive has discovered an unclaimed wormhole, and on the other side lies the galaxy that you have been seeking for 4 centuries. Upon hearing this, Thanos narrowed his eyes. Indeed, the narrative that belonged to him was commencing. The galaxy he had sought in vain for over 400 years had suddenly come within reach. He was not one to embrace passivity. If he could eliminate Blue Planet in advance, he would certainly not allow it to flourish. Over 4 centuries ago, after conquering several star systems, he proactively dispatched his subordinates to gather intelligence regarding the Milky Way and Asgard. Although his subordinates unearthed numerous rumors about Asgard, they never succeeded in pinpointing its precise coordinates, nor did they ascertain the whereabouts of the Milky Way itself. After all, this universe is vast, so immense that even the concept of light years seems inconsequential. It is precisely due to the enormity of the cosmos that navigation between galaxies necessitates the use of wormholes. Distances between 2 galaxies are often measured in tens of thousands of light years. Currently, the cosmic warships are seldom capable of traversing the expanse between galaxies, rendering both natural and artificial wormholes the most crucial means of intergalactic travel. After a moment of contemplation, Thanos addressed the void, saying, Deep Blue, summon General Deathblade to me. As you command, Master, came the reply. Following this directive, he glanced down at Knight Proxima and continued, You two must engage in further training. Among his 5 subordinates, their prowess was not deemed weak across the universe. However, in the face of the formidable beings from the Blue Planet, it was far from sufficient. Upon hearing this, Knight Proxima trembled slightly. She preferred to thrive amidst carnage rather than endure the monotony of training. Yet, recalling the recent defeat she suffered, one that nearly cost her life, she nodded in agreement. Yes, Thanos instructed Deep Blue to activate 2,000 times the gravity, continuing the training regimen. Observing this, Knight Proxima was compelled to harness the dark energy within her to prevent being crushed by the overwhelming force. She was not cultivating Thanos' destructive energy, but rather her own dark energy. However, as time progressed, her internal energy dwindled, and she gradually began to falter. The 2,000 times gravity was simply too formidable for her. To say she could move was a miracle in itself. That she had not been immediately flattened was quite remarkable. Witnessing her struggle, Thanos commanded Knight Proxima to withdraw for the moment and instructed her to intensify her training. 3 days later, the door to the gravity chamber swung open once more. A figure entered, exuding a palpable aura of death. Clad in black armor and wielding a battle blade, he was none other than the renowned General Deathblade, the leader of the Obsidian Five. The weapon he bore was the Deathblade, which housed his very soul. Upon entering the gravity chamber, General Deathblade stumbled momentarily, but soon the aura of death surged within him. Steadying his form, he quickly approached Thanos and knelt before him on one knee. General Deathblade pays his respects, my lord. Thanos ceased his training, gazing down at this pale, emaciated figure at his feet, resembling a living corpse. He recalled that in the comics, this individual was not particularly loyal and would betray him during moments of weakness. However, he certainly did not harbor any aversion towards him. He would merely remain vigilant. In the realm of the cinematic universe, one exhibits unwavering loyalty, facing the onslaught of the Avengers with steadfast resolve, never retreating in the face of battle. Thus, one does not hastily judge a person's fidelity or treachery based solely on the narratives of films or animations. Rather, one remains cautiously vigilant. I have heard from the Star of the Night that you have discovered an unclaimed wormhole, and on the other side lies the galaxy. Is that correct? The General of the Death Blade nodded respectfully and replied, Indeed, my lord, and I have also rescued an individual. Oh, you saved someone as well? Pray, recount the details. The General of the Death Blade lowered his gaze and gradually recounted the entire tale in meticulous detail. Chapter 8. The Malevolent God Loki a year prior. After General Blade fulfilled the task assigned by Thanos, he did not return immediately to report, but instead embarked on a solitary quest to discover new planets. During his search, he fortuitously encountered an individual adrift in the cosmos, or rather, a deity. This being claimed to be of the Asgardian pantheon, bearing the name Loki. Upon hearing this name, Thanos became acutely aware of the current timeline. It was evidently a period following the events of Thor. In the past, Loki had schemed to usurp the throne of Asgard, calculating that his oblivious father, Odin, would soon enter a deep slumber. Hence, he cunningly provoked his dim-witted brother, Thor, inciting the wrath of the Allfather. As foreseen by Loki, Thor was stripped of his divine powers by the furious Odin and cast into Midgard, known as Earth. Consequently, Loki achieved his ambition of assuming the role of regent during Odin's slumber. Yet, he was not content with merely being a proxy. Driven by ambition, he dispatched the destroyer to assassinate his brother on Earth. However, Loki was unaware that this entire scheme was a ruse orchestrated by his father. Unbeknownst to Loki, he possessed the bloodline of the Frost Giants, and thus, no matter his actions, he could never inherit the Asgardian throne. Just as Loki was on the verge of success, Odin secretly restored Thor's powers. Thor subsequently obliterated the destroyer and returned to Asgard, while Loki was cast into an unknown wormhole. The current narrative unfolds prior to the formation of the Avengers, where Blade had just discovered Loki and compelled him to transport the Mind Stone to Earth in preparation for an invasion. However, cognizant of the unfolding story, he was determined not to follow the predetermined path. Who knew in which Marvel universe they resided? What if it were the one ruled by the Mad Ultron? Sending the Mind Stone there could lead to his own demise by a laser beam. Yet, Loki could indeed be of some use. While Thanos pondered his next move, his companion, Dark Knight Proxima, suddenly knelt before him, exclaiming, My lord, I can no longer endure. Thanos shook his head and instructed Proxima to deactivate the gravity system. As he exited, he remarked, I shall investigate this, Loki. If you have not acclimated to the thousand-fold gravity, do not accompany me outside. Upon hearing this, both Dark Knight Proxima and General Blade displayed expressions of dismay. Although their powers resonated throughout the universe, they dared not contravene their lord's commands. Moments later, Thanos arrived at the chamber where Loki was confined. The first sight that met his eyes was the elongated horned helmet. Loki was reclining on a bed, perusing a book seemingly acquired from an unknown source. However, Thanos shifted his gaze to another corner of the prison, which appeared desolate and empty. Yet, within his perception, an orb of energy was coalescing in that very spot. As he directed his attention there, the energy seemed to halt its gathering, returning to a state of tranquility, almost as if it were an illusion. However, Thanos was well aware that it was no mere illusion. A sardonic smile crept across his face. Loki, self-proclaimed god of mischief, would certainly not surrender without a fight. The figure on the bed was likely a mere phantasm, while his true self lay concealed in the shadows, poised to strike as soon as someone entered. In the darkness, Loki observed the towering purple figure outside his cell, grinning at him, and instantly realized that his ruse had been uncovered. Unfazed, he dispelled both the illusion and his invisibility, revealing himself in full battle regalia. Looking up at the imposing figure before him, though he was not short, standing at 6 feet tall, he was of average height among the Asgardian pantheon. Thanos' nearly 8-foot stature made him appear overwhelmingly large. Who are you? Thanos inquired, sealing the laser door behind him as he stepped inside. Utilizing his height to his advantage, he looked down at Loki and coolly replied, You may call me Thanos. Loki, feeling a surge of indignation at being looked down upon, nonetheless lowered his head respectfully and replied, Ah, so you are the illustrious Thanos. I have long heard of your reputation. Though Asgard adhered to a policy of isolation, whispers of cosmic events still managed to seep in. Among them, Thanos' rise was undoubtedly the most significant news across the universe. After all, he was the sole entity to implement a population resource reproductive statute. stripping individuals of their freedom to procreate. He enforced what he deemed the most scientific and rational reproductive plan. Those who bore too many or too few children faced exorbitant fines or even criminal penalties. This scheme was Thanos' conception, a method to sustainably maintain cosmic balance, far superior to the previous brutal approach of erasing half of all life. Yet, in a universe where freedom was valued above life itself, his doctrine was regarded as heretical, avoided at all costs. Were it not for his formidable power, he would have likely been deemed a heretic and eliminated long ago. Thanos disregarded Loki's superficial flattery and remarked with intrigue, "Loki, the god of mischief, Odin's third son, yet a hybrid with the blood of frost giants." At the mention of hybrid, a glint of cold fury flashed in Loki's eyes as he thrust his hands forward. Instantly, a dozen daggers shot forth from the void, hurtling toward Thanos with astonishing speed. The prior compliments were merely a fade to disarm his opponent. He had been scheming his escape all along. To his astonishment, Thanos remained unfazed, his arms crossed over his chest. Loki's excitement surged. Among the daggers was his own divine artifact, the Godslayer dagger. A weapon deemed a divine artifact by the Asgardians, its power was extraordinary. He had vanquished countless formidable foes with the Godslayer dagger, and he presumed the purple giant would be no exception. In the next moment, the sound of metal clashing echoed through the air. Clang, clang, clang. Suddenly, a particularly crisp sound rang out. Loki's expression instantly transformed into one of disbelief. The artifact he had placed immense hope in was repelled just like any other dagger. Thanos seemed to sense the uniqueness of this dagger as well. He caught the fallen Godslayer blade, examined it for a moment, and then mockingly remarked, "It seems you Asgardians are quite affluent to casually produce daggers crafted from URU metal. While URU metal may not be as rare as adamantium or vibranium, it ranks fourth in the hierarchy of materials within the Marvel Universe." The dagger in his hand, fashioned from URU, could even be exchanged for a small spacecraft within the Cosmic Alliance, illustrating the value and rarity of URU metal. Ignoring Thanos' taunts, Loki, with a grim countenance, retorted, "Firstly, I am not a bastard, and furthermore, I am Odin's second son, not the third." Chapter 9. Preparing for battle. Alas, upon hearing Loki's words, Thanos ceased his mockery and shook his head, feeling a sense of pity and sorrow for the other. Loki, in his earnest desire for Odin's approval, remained oblivious to the fact that Odin merely regarded him as a pawn in the game of controlling the frost giants. Furthermore, Odin had granted Loki the illusion of equality, only to ultimately sever his hopes and cast him into the cosmic wormhole. As Odin aged, he appeared to have become benevolent, refraining from waging wars at will. However, this was merely a facade, a consequence of acquiring the Eye of Wisdom, which revealed to him the existence of the Asgardian race. Thus, he suppressed his own ambitions, resorting to cunning and deceit. It is worth noting that in his youth, he had been so fearful of his own daughter, Hela, whose prowess eclipsed his own, that he sealed her away in the realm of the dead, even willing to sacrifice all the Valkyries for the sake of his power. This exemplifies that in Odin's eyes, all familial bonds and lives could be sacrificed for the sake of authority. Could such a being truly change for the better? It is as improbable as the sun rising from the west. A wise adage states that it is not the elderly who become wicked, but rather the wicked who grow old. To claim that Odin grew kinder with age would be an absurd cosmic jest. As Loki observed the pity etched upon Thanos' visage, he reacted as if his tail had been stepped upon, becoming agitated. "What does that expression mean? Are you pitying me? What is there to pity? I am the future king of Asgard, the destined ruler of the universe. Soon, you shall all kneel at my feet." Witnessing Loki's seemingly neurotic outburst, Thanos furrowed his brow and retorted with irritation, "Enough. Restrain your cunning thoughts, god of deceit." How could one labeled as the god of deceit lose his composure over mere words? It is merely a ploy to expose vulnerabilities, creating the illusion that one can be controlled. In these 5 centuries, he had encountered many who fancied themselves clever. Upon hearing Thanos refer to him as the god of deceit, Loki instantly recognized that his schemes had been laid bare. His expression swiftly transformed to one of calm, and he spoke in a measured tone, "Speak, what must I do to secure my release?" Observing Loki's apparent resignation, Thanos refrained from responding immediately, for he understood that this individual was not merely a useful piece on the chessboard. While he sought to exploit Loki, the latter was undoubtedly seeking to exploit him as well. Therefore, with such a character, one could only use, never truly rely upon. After a moment's contemplation, Thanos declared, "I require nothing of you, save for your compliance as a mere pawn." His visit was solely to ascertain the authenticity of Loki's identity. As Thanos decisively exited the room, Loki's urgency surged. "Wait. I possess value. I can lead you to the Infinity Stones. I know the location of the Space Stone." Yet, no matter how fervently he called out, Thanos remained resolute, departing without a backward glance. Having confirmed Loki's identity, Thanos proceeded to summon his three subordinates, Ebony Maw, Black Dwarf, and Supergiant. The three of them, alongside the stars of the Dark Knight and General Deathblade, collectively known as the Black Obsidian Five, serve as formidable allies to Thanos as he relentlessly cultivates his power and expands his dominion. Upon the return of the Black Obsidian Five, he initiated a first-level mobilization for war. This mobilization entails that all civilian activities and resources must yield to the demands of warfare. To commence, he drew 10 asteroids, each approximately 10,000 kilometers in diameter, into the vicinity of a black hole, erecting interstellar fortresses upon them. These fortifications represent the pinnacle of Thanos' technological prowess. Should their protective shields be activated, they would likely require no fewer than 10 strikes to obliterate, though he could only estimate this as he had never tested it. Subsequently, he ordered an increase in the population of his subordinate planets, preparing for the impending conflict with the Asgardian Pantheon. The war between these two factions will not mirror the simplistic portrayals of cinematic battles, where a few leaders engage in direct combat, with one emerging victorious. Such narratives are limited by time constraints and market expectations, thus simplifying the complexities of war. In the cosmic warfare involving Asgard and his own forces, the death toll among his ranks could easily exceed hundreds of millions, and in prolonged engagements, it may reach billions or even trillions. By augmenting the population in advance, he aims to alleviate the pressures of future warfare. Upon completing his preparations, he turned his full attention to the production of various warships. His ambition is to assemble a fleet of 10,000 spacecraft within a year. Time swiftly passed, and more than a year later, within the temple, Thanos sat upon the throne at the pinnacle, observing his 5 subordinates below. Though their prowess had yet to attain his satisfaction, they had certainly improved and should no longer be so easily dispatched as in the films. After a brief moment, he summoned several subordinates to present his weapons, the Tyrant's Cleaver and the Tyrant's Armor. The Tyrant's Cleaver is a double-edged sword measuring 2 meters in length, crafted from 2 1-meter-wide blades composed primarily of URU alloy. This explains why, in the films, mere strikes could damage Captain America's shield. After all, URU alloy is renowned for its superior hardness, surpassing even that of vibranium. The Tyrant's Armor, resplendent in golden hues with black patterns, boasts formidable physical defense as well as substantial magical resistance. Comprising mainly URU alloy, it is this very component that endows it with magical resilience. In the cinematic portrayal, although the Scarlet Witch, in her berserker state, seemed to overpower Thanos, the presence of the Tyrant's Armor prevented her from delivering a fatal blow, allowing him to seize an opportunity to unleash indiscriminate attacks from Temple Number 2. Once equipped, Thanos lifted his gaze, wielding the Tyrant's Cleaver for a moment before pointing towards the heavens. A new round of warfare was upon them. "Are you prepared?" he inquired. The Black Obsidian Five immediately knelt, proclaiming in unison, "My lord, you are our beacon. Wherever your gaze falls, there lies our conquest." With unwavering resolve, we pledge to follow our master's footsteps until the world's end, heralding the unification of the cosmos. We are the most devoted servants of our master. Following a fervently impassioned oath by the 5 generals of Obsidian, those around them knelt on one knee, commencing their own vows. Among these individuals were the bioengineered warriors of the Dark Brotherhood, the Chitauri, as well as the Titans, and others. Chapter 10. Traversing the wormhole. At this moment, the vicinity surrounding the wormhole leading to the Milky Way was no longer shrouded in darkness. 10 colossal interstellar fortresses stood guard, ensuring the safety of the wormhole and obliterating any adversaries attempting to traverse it into mere fragments. Furthermore, over 100 cosmic battleships were stationed here, guaranteeing that not even a fly could enter or exit the wormhole undetected. Today, a relentless stream of spacecraft arrived, as Thanos commanded 237 planets, with each contributing approximately 40 to 50 warships. This formidable fleet comprised assault ships, escort vessels, supply ships, aircraft carriers, and more, culminating in an impressive total of over 10,000 warships. This power, even when faced with the universe's most elite forces, was by no means insignificant. Several hours later, Thanos' flagship, the Sanctum II, arrived at the scene. Observing the immense scale of the fleet, he nodded with a hint of satisfaction. The pilots of these warships were bioengineered warriors of the Dark Brotherhood, their loyalty unwavering due to their chips being controlled by Deep Blue. In addition, with over 1 trillion inhabitants across 200 planets, even if the Dark Brotherhood were to perish, ordinary beings could still be conscripted into the war effort. This potential for warfare marked the pinnacle of his endeavors thus far. After a brief contemplation, he resolved to divide the 10,000 warships into 6 squads. Each of the 5 generals of the Obsidian Order would lead 1,500 warships, while he himself would command over 2,500 vessels. Ultimately, he assigned General Corvus Glaive to spearhead the advance into the wormhole. After more than an hour, a secure message emerged from the other side of the wormhole. Thanos instructed his subordinates to enter in an orderly fashion. This particular wormhole was a minor one, with a diameter of approximately 1,000 kilometers, allowing only 10 warships to enter simultaneously. It took over 30 hours for all 10,000 warships to transit through. Finally, Thanos piloted the Sanctum II through the wormhole. On the other side, the 5 generals of the Obsidian Order had already encircled the wormhole. Upon the emergence of the Sanctum II, they gradually dispersed to encircle the area. Although 10,000 warships appeared substantial in the vastness of space, they seemed remarkably insignificant. Even when gathered, they barely occupied the size of an ordinary planet. As the formations slowly fanned out, they could only claim a fraction of the star's domain. Shortly thereafter, a three-dimensional holographic representation of the 5 generals materialized on the screen before Thanos. The 5 knelt on one knee, and the leading general, Corvus Glaive, respectfully announced, "My lord, our reconnaissance has determined that this unknown star is a red dwarf, with no signs of life detected on its surrounding planets, suggesting it is an uninhabited, desolate star. Such uninhabited star systems are a common occurrence in the cosmos, as it can be said that 99% of star systems in the universe are unsuitable for life, whether due to the star's advanced age, its youth, or excessive radiation emanating from within. Only under exceedingly harsh conditions can a planet give birth to life." After General Deathblade finished his report, the nearby supernova spoke, "My lord, while no signs of life have been discovered around this star, evidence of some mined meteorites has been found. Based on these traces, it appears that this occurred over a century ago, suggesting that the wormhole may have formed quite recently. The supernova is one of the 2 women among the Black Obsidian 5. Standing at approximately 1.7 meters tall, she possesses blue skin, though her face remains largely obscured beneath a silver cloak. Like the Ebony Throat, she is a formidable force in mental prowess, specializing in abilities such as mental control, telepathy, psychic transmission, and memory extraction. In comparison to the Ebony Throat, they both exhibit unique strengths. After Supernova concluded her report, the dwarf star began to relay its findings. A short while later, after listening to his subordinates, Thanos merely nodded calmly and commanded, "You 5 shall scout the surrounding stars. If you encounter a planet with life or any adversaries, do not engage immediately. Report back to me first." On the screen, the 3-dimensional images of the Black Obsidian 5 all nodded in agreement. "Understood, my lord." Following the conclusion of the communication, the Black Obsidian 5 promptly led their cosmic warship towards the nearest star. Meanwhile, Thanos continued to direct his subordinates to transport various resources through the wormhole. He intended to establish 10 interstellar fortresses in this region, ensuring his near invincibility. There was no rush to conquer the galaxy. He would advance steadily and methodically. After all, time was on his side. Odin had grown old. Even without an invasion, the opposing force would inevitably fall in a few years. The universe can be described as infinitely vast or exceedingly small. On the 3rd day after the Black Obsidian 5 set out to scout, Thanos received a message from the Ebony Throat. They had encountered a planet teeming with life. This planet is approximately 2/3 the size of Taro, adorned in a stunning sky blue hue. Moreover, its greenery is remarkably abundant, nearly covering 70% of its land area. Through the observations of the Ebony Throat, it was noted that several hundred Asgardian warriors were extracting resources from the indigenous inhabitants. Why refer to them as indigenous? Because there were no signs of advanced technology on this planet. The orbital path bore no spaceports, the surface lacked skyscrapers, and there were no cars or airplanes in sight. Only 5 Asgardian transport vessels hovered in the planet's outer space, their engines inactive. Clearly, they were utterly unprepared for any threat. Yet, it is understandable. After a millennium without war, they would never anticipate an invasion. Chapter 11. The Dark Forest, the Law of Survival in the Universe. One must never reveal their coordinates. Otherwise, what awaits them is not benevolent visitors, but rather endless slaughter and bloodshed. Lingxi Star is an unremarkable planet within the Milky Way, ruled by Odin. Inhabitants of this planet belong to a race known as the Lingxi people. These beings possess the physique of humans with the heads of rhinoceroses, standing approximately 2 meters tall. Endowed with formidable physical strength, yet regrettably lacking in intellect. After thousands of years of development, they remain entrenched in a society of slavery, stuck in the Bronze Age. Thus, in the eyes of the Lingxi, the Asgardians, who soar through the skies, are viewed as divine beings. Today marks the annual occasion for offering tributes to the deities. At this time each year, every city inhabited by the Lingxi must present the required offerings to the gods. These tributes may consist of ores, certain foods, or other special items. As long as their demands are met, the Lingxi can anticipate a year of tranquility. Failure to comply results in a selection of individuals being taken away, and those who are taken are never seen again. Even the not-so-intelligent Lingxi comprehend the dire implications of this fate. The Lingxi have contemplated rebellion. However, each attempt has only led to more brutal massacres. Over time, those with courage have perished, leaving behind a populace of cowards. At this moment, in a city known as Tooth Tower, a multitude of Lingxi kneels upon the ground. Before them stand 6 Asgardians, resplendent in golden armor, wielding long spears and shields. The elderly Lingxi leader, kneeling at the forefront, is the mayor of Tooth Tower. His eyes are filled with terror as he implores, "Esteemed deities, I beseech you for a few days' grace. Your demands have suddenly increased so significantly, and we are utterly unprepared. Furthermore, adverse weather conditions have drastically reduced the yield of the Titamai fruit. If you could kindly wait just a few days. As soon as the fruit from another field ripens, we shall promptly deliver it to you." The Titamai fruit, known for its sweet aroma, is the required offering from this city. In their desperate attempt to meet the tribute demands, they have cleared vast expanses of farmland to cultivate Titamai fruit trees, leading to the starvation of countless kin. It is rumored that beneath each Titamai tree lie the remains of 10 Lingxi corpses. Although they had initially prepared a sufficient quantity of Titamai fruit, this year the gods have demanded a doubled amount, leaving them in a dire predicament. The Asgardians, however, exhibit unmistakable impatience towards the Lingxi's pleas. The leading Asgardian, his eyes flashing with cold light, harshly declares, "Today is the day of tribute. If you have not prepared the offerings, be ready to face the consequences." The former city lord knelt on the ground, continuing to plead, "O divine being, we initially prepared a sufficient quantity, but your sudden demand for a doubled amount has left us utterly unable to comply. I implore you to grant us a few more days." The Asgardian warriors displayed a flicker of impatience in their eyes, and in an instant, a spear flashed through the air. With a sickening thrust, the spear pierced the body of the old city lord. Raising the lifeless form with one hand, the warrior snarled, "I care not for your excuses. Prepare the Titan fruit immediately, or face annihilation." With that, he discarded the corpse onto the ground. To the Asgardians, the extermination of these lesser beings was of no consequence. Much like the rodents in the earth, once one batch was eradicated, another would inevitably take its place. What they sought were merely the rodents that could satiate their demands. This is the stark reality of the universe, the law of the jungle, where the strong prey upon the weak. At that moment, the Lingxi people below, witnessing the murder of their esteemed city lord, were engulfed in fury. The old city lord was a figure of great respect and admiration among them. He had devoted everything for the advancement of Chita City. It was through his tireless efforts that they transitioned from a state of hunger due to the scarcity of Titan fruit trees to a time when all could feast. In truth, every inhabitant of Chita City had benefited from the old lord's generosity. Yet, despite their anger, the fear of death loomed large, stifling any thoughts of rebellion against the wrathful deity. The Asgardian warriors, observing the scene, were filled with disdain and contempt, and a murderous intent began to brew within them. It seemed these lesser beings had not witnessed the fury of the Asgardians for far too long, as they had not even prepared a token offering. How could he return to explain this failure? It was known that Odin, the All-Father, was preparing for a grand ball and had specifically requested this fruit. This was the very reason behind the demand for a doubled offering. Should he fail to procure it in time, causing a delay for Odin's event, he would surely face dire consequences. If he were punished, the indigenous people would not escape unscathed either. Contemplating this, he even entertained the notion of razing the city. At that moment, a young Lingxi raised his iron blade, and, with a voice steeped in grief and rage, cried out, "Avenge the old city lord. Overthrow the cruel oppression of the gods." The Asgardian, witnessing this defiance, smirked coldly, raising his spear. A surge of blue energy erupted forth. Clearly, the spear, though appearing as a mere melee weapon, was in fact an energy weapon. In the next instant, a sickening sound echoed as a gaping hole appeared in the chest of the charging Lingxi. The young man's expression shifted to one of disbelief, his eyes dimming with the encroaching shadow of death. Moments later, with a thud, his body collapsed. "Young lord," the surrounding Lingxi cried out in anguish, revealing his identity as the son of the slain city lord. Soon, other voices emerged in a chorus of defiance. "The gods will not allow us to live. Let us fight. For the old city lord's revenge. Better to stand and die than to kneel and live." As the tumultuous uprising of the Lingxi people unfolded, 6 Asgardian deities immediately displayed expressions of exhilaration, their tongues flicking in anticipation. In the blink of an eye, an energy shield materialized, enveloping them all. Soon enough, a clash between high technology and primal savagery erupted. Yet, to describe it as a mere battle would be an understatement. It was, in truth, a massacre. The Lingxi, armed solely with rudimentary weapons, posed no threat to the Asgardian warriors sheltered behind their energy barrier. Conversely, every shot fired from the Asgardians' energy cannons claimed the lives of numerous Lingxi. However, the Asgardians were oblivious to the fact that this horrific scene was being transmitted to Thanos aboard a cosmic warship hovering above. Seated within the confines of Sanctuary 2, Thanos coldly observed the slaughter transpiring on the planet below. Multiple instances of carnage were occurring simultaneously across the globe, leading him to surmise certain truths after a brief observation. It became evident why, throughout the Thor film series, one consistently witnessed the god of thunder subduing insurrections. It seemed as if the Asgardians were perpetually engaged in quelling rebellions, either in the act itself or en route to do so. Given Asgard's conduct, it was indeed suspicious that no insurrections occurred. Yet, such is the nature of the cosmos. Reality seldom mirrors the idyllic portrayals of cinema. Even among the same race, instances of massacre can arise, let alone between disparate species. Having witnessed the grim spectacle, Thanos promptly commanded his subordinates to initiate their assault. Chapter 12. Warriors. Charge. In the city of Chita, the Asgardian deities were reveling in the heat of battle. Though the Lingxi people possessed commendable strength, they were no match for the advanced weaponry of the Asgardians, rendering the encounter a mere massacre. By now, hundreds of Lingxi lay lifeless on the ground, while the remaining few began to flee in a frenzy. After all, even the less astute among them understood the value of life. However, the Asgardians would not let such an opportunity for slaughter pass. The pursuit commenced. Suddenly, a brilliant light illuminated the sky. As they looked up, the Asgardians were astonished to see a multitude of unidentified spacecraft emerging from the cosmos, seemingly projecting something toward them. Moments later, fiery streaks appeared in the sky, resembling meteors, with several of them hurtling directly toward their position. What was happening? The leader of the Asgardians halted the chase, raising his wrist to activate the communicator, eager to inquire about the situation from the ships in outer space. Yet, after several attempts, the communicator only emitted static, yielding no response. Meanwhile, the other Asgardians, alerted by the phenomenon above, returned to their captain's side. "Captain, our communicators are receiving no signal. What is going on? Captain, could our spacecraft have been destroyed? Captain, what should we do? It seems the newcomers do not bear good intentions." Captain, irritated by the incessant questions. The captain waved his hand dismissively and commanded, "Silence. Enter a state of heightened alert." With his words, a hush fell over the group, and they began to silently recharge their equipment. Do not presume that their divine status granted them infinite energy. The spears and shields they wielded consumed power. Once they were adequately prepared, they turned their gazes skyward. At this point, the meteors were drawing near, and they could discern their true nature. They were rectangular black landing pods, a common sight in the cosmos, typically employed for ground assault operations. In emergencies, they could also serve as escape pods, capable of deploying approximately 1,000 individuals each. As they beheld the swarm of landing pods in the sky, beads of sweat appeared on the foreheads of the Asgardians. Were these beings enemies or allies? After several minutes, the landing pods finally descended to the ground. Upon landing, they decelerated slightly before crashing down with their sturdy exteriors, producing a series of thunderous impacts. Fortunately, the walls of Chita were robust. Although they experienced some tremors, the distance spared them from destruction. At that moment, the captain spoke up. "Ollie, deploy the unmanned reconnaissance drones to assess the situation." Ollie, one of the Asgardians, nodded and retrieved 3 spherical iron balls, each the size of a fist, from his waist. After he hurled the iron ball onto the ground, he raised his arms to commence his operations. Moments later, 3 iron spheres revealed their vibrant crimson eyes, and then the anti-gravity system activated, causing them to ascend. Under Ollie's command, the 3 reconnaissance drones soared outward. Before him, the imagery from the drones materialized. As they approached the unfamiliar landing pods, their features became discernible. All of these landing pods were obsidian black, tapering to sharp points, embedded deep within the earth. However, the equilibrium systems soon engaged, leveling the pods, with their pointed tops resembling swords thrusting towards the sky. The ensuing visuals plunged all of Asgard's denizens into dread. The landing pods opened their hatches, unleashing torrents of black waves. Upon magnifying the screen, it became evident that these were not mere waves, but rather hordes of ebony monsters. Standing over 2 meters tall, these creatures boasted robust 6 limbs, menacing visages, and sharp fangs. Those familiar with the cosmic powers would recognize them as the most formidable legion wielded by Thanos, the Dark Order. Now, this Dark Order raced towards Teeth Tower City at speeds exceeding 150 kilometers per hour. The captain of the Asgardian warriors, witnessing this scene on the screen, immediately exclaimed, "We must flee. We cannot allow ourselves to be encircled." The others, upon hearing this, snapped back to reality. "Yes, let us depart swiftly. But our spacecraft is gone. How can we escape? No matter where we run, we must flee to survive," one replied. "Indeed, our prolonged absence from Asgard will surely attract attention. We need only await rescue." Soon, the 6 reached a consensus and began sprinting in the opposite direction of the enemy. It must be noted that the Asgardians were truly deserving of their reputation as rulers of the galaxy. These ordinary warriors moved with remarkable speed, akin to small superheroes, and soon dashed beyond the city limits. Unfortunately, the pace of the Dark Order was also formidable. Shortly after they exited the city, dark spots emerged in the distance. "Damn it, monsters ahead," cried the captain. "What should we do? I don't want to die." A sense of despair permeated the Asgardians even before combat commenced. The sheer number of adversaries was overwhelming, leaving them with little hope of victory. Yet, the captain, gritting his teeth, resolutely declared, "Warriors of Asgard, Odin above. Charge." The other 5, upon hearing this, found their resolve and displayed determined expressions. In that moment, they resembled heroes, despite knowing the path ahead was fraught with certain death. They charged forth for the faintest glimmer of hope. Moments later, the 6 Asgardians plunged into the black tide like a golden sword piercing through darkness. However, no matter their strength, facing the seemingly endless onslaught of the Dark Order, they could only withstand for a short while before being utterly overwhelmed. Chapter 13. The eve of war in the vastness of outer space. Thanos observed a scene through a 3-dimensional projection, the dark cult overwhelming the Asgardian pantheon. However, his countenance bore no trace of pleasure. Rather, a grave concern settled upon him. These were mere Asgardians. Yet their strength astonishingly surpassed that of the dark cult warriors by 4 to 5-fold. Each of them, in their final moments, managed to take down a dozen of the dark cult's fighters. It appeared that this war would prove to be a formidable challenge. Having comprehended the general strength of the Asgardians, he deactivated the projection and resumed his meditation with the Mind Stone in hand. After more than a year of arduous training, he had completely withstood the backlash of the Mind Stone, now able to wield its powers without any adverse effects. It must be said that, as a mutated Eternal Titan, the potential of his physique was exceptionally formidable. Apart from a relatively weaker mental capacity, he bore no significant shortcomings. This was evidenced in the Avengers films. In Avengers: Infinity War, Thanos was unexpectedly subdued by a female mantis. Had it not been for Star-Lord's timely intervention, Infinity War might never have occurred. However, now endowed with the Mind Stone, his mental fortitude grew swiftly, eliminating this previous weakness. Meanwhile, Ebony Maw, witnessing the formidable strength of the Asgardians, chose to personally descend and commence the slaughter. His current prowess far exceeded that portrayed in the films. With a mere flick of his will, he caused the ground to split open, instantly engulfing several resisting Asgardian warriors. With his involvement, the remaining resistance on the planet was swiftly eradicated. Regardless of whether they were Asgardians or natives, any hint of defiance was met with merciless execution. Once the massacre concluded, Ebony Maw began orchestrating the arrival of resource extraction ships to harvest materials, iron, ore, copper, silver, and more, to sustain long-term development in the galaxy. It was impractical to transport all resources from his own planet. Utilizing local materials would significantly reduce both distance and consumption. Simultaneously, in the heart of the galaxy, lay a remarkable continent, not a planet, but a landmass. This was the result of the Asgardians' excessive indulgence and their desire to showcase their might. They had obliterated a planet, subsequently employing magic and advanced technology to forge a flat continent, known as Asgardian land, spanning approximately 200 million square kilometers. It featured the grandest city of the Celestial Palace, alongside 8 satellite cities. These satellite cities represented the 8 major races, aside from the Asgardians, and signified Odin's achievements in ruling the 9 realms. At this moment, Odin was leisurely enjoying his time in the temple, surrounded by a bevy of exquisite beauties. Some attended to him by peeling fruits, while others offered him drinks. In front of him, a troupe of dancers adorned in alluring attire performed gracefully. Should his interest be piqued, Odin would seize a companion or a dancer, engaging in various performances. Those in attendance regarded this as entirely natural, with many of the women eager to join in the revelry. After all, receiving Odin's favor is a source of pride for them, should one happen to conceive. It would not be an exaggeration to say they have reached the pinnacle of success. However, it is unfortunate that not everyone is capable of bearing Odin's offspring. Even if one were to become pregnant, survival is a prerequisite for achieving such heights. After all, Odin's legitimate queen, Frigga, is no ordinary figure. She is a formidable sorceress. At this moment, Odin can be said to be at the zenith of his life. Yet, he indeed possesses reasons for pride. Although the Asgardian pantheon is the preeminent power in the galaxy, it has not entirely dominated it. When he inherited power from his father, Asgard's influence was in decline. Among its rivals were humans, dwarves, dark elves, and frost giants. Through cunning and deception, he ensnared the dwarves, binding them to forge weapons for generations. He then sealed the ancestors of humanity, expelled the dark elves, and subdued the frost giants. Thus, he unified the 9 realms and became the sovereign of the galaxy. Despite the galaxy containing over 200 billion stars, only slightly more than 100 million are suitable for the propagation of life. and even fewer give rise to intelligent beings. Odin has never bothered to tally the exact count. However, planets devoid of intelligent life and those lacking in strength are hardly worthy of attention. He merely collects resources from them every few years, as they pose no threat of rebellion. Should he encounter a planet showing signs of development, he extinguishes it without hesitation. This is also the reason for the frequent uprisings. Before Odin's rule, only 9 factions in the galaxy had thrived, advancing into the cosmos. This is why there exists the notion of ruling the 9 realms. Unifying these factions equates to unifying the galaxy. Yet, even at the pinnacle of his existence, Odin is not without his troubles. Loki, whom he had regarded as a pawn, has somehow uncovered his true heritage and appears to harbor treasonous intentions. Thus, he resolved to use Thor to cast Loki into a cosmic wormhole, eliminating future threats. However, this action has prompted the long-stable frost giants to entertain thoughts of rebellion. Recently, that Laufey seems to be making significant moves. Just as Odin pondered whether to employ the Bifrost to obliterate the frost giants, an Asgardian warrior rushed in, breathless. "My lord, we have received intelligence from the resource collection team." At this, Odin snapped back to attention. Yet, he maintained a relaxed demeanor, casually consuming fruit offered by a beautiful attendant while inquiring, "What is the matter?" Having ruled the galaxy for a millennium, the prolonged comfort had dulled his vigilance. Thus, upon hearing of disturbances, his first thought was that some native had rebelled. Nevertheless, with Thor at his side, he felt no urgency. Speaking of his son, he felt a twinge of frustration. While Thor's prowess is commendable, unfortunately, he lacks the sharp intellect that Odin possesses. The soldier who came to report the situation was, of course, unaware that the divine king before him was lost in a reverie far beyond the confines of reality. Anxiously, he conveyed, "Team 37 has ventured to the Lynxy planet to collect resources, but we have suddenly lost contact." Upon hearing this intelligence from his subordinate, Odin regarded the matter with nonchalance, remarking, "It is likely that yet another superhuman has emerged among these natives. Let Thor handle it. For him, as long as the information did not come from Heimdall, it was merely a triviality, unworthy of interrupting his revelries." The soldier, observing Odin's demeanor, nodded helplessly and prepared to take his leave. However, at that moment, a towering figure, standing 2 meters tall with feline-like eyes, strode swiftly into the chamber. He was Heimdall, the guardian of the Rainbow Bridge, and the most crucial watchful eye of Odin over the galaxy. Chapter 14. Preparing for the final battle. Upon noticing Heimdall's approach, Odin promptly dismissed the women by his side and straightened his posture. He understood that Heimdall would not intrude upon his leisure unless a matter of great importance had arisen. As Heimdall knelt before Odin, he respectfully proclaimed, "My king, I have made a significant discovery." He then cast a wary glance at the lingering guests, for the gravity of the news compelled him to keep it from reaching any third party before he ascertained Odin's thoughts. The surrounding dancers and beauties gradually withdrew, some even casting flirtatious glances at Heimdall, which he ignored entirely. In Heimdall's heart, only unwavering loyalty to Odin resided. Nothing else mattered. It was this very loyalty that had drawn Loki's ire, leading him to contemplate Heimdall's elimination. Odin merely nodded in acknowledgement and gestured for the remaining women to hasten their departure. Once solitude enveloped them, he inquired with a serious demeanor, "What is the matter?" Heimdall's golden eyes flickered momentarily, and once he was certain there were no eavesdroppers, he gravely continued, "I have observed unfamiliar cosmic warships emerging at the galaxy's edge, numbering at least 10,000. Odin furrowed his brow at the mention of these alien vessels. 10,000 unknown warships? Have we not sealed all wormholes? How did they gain entry? Shaking his head, Heimdall replied, "I do not know. It is possible that a new wormhole has manifested or that they possess advanced interstellar technology or magic. My king, I urge you to make a swift decision. I sense ill intentions from these newcomers." Despite his formidable divine power and the reputation of his golden eyes to surveil the 9 realms, he was, after all, only capable of monitoring those realms and not the entirety of the galaxy, which spans roughly 100,000 light years. Were he that powerful, Odin would not stand as the king. Odin, pondering deeply, contemplated the implications of these newly emerged warships. Since his ascension as ruler of the galaxy, he had implemented a policy of isolationism to solidify his reign, ordering the destruction of all wormholes. Indeed, wormholes could be artificially sealed, albeit at a significant energy cost. After over a millennium of governance, the galaxy had settled into a state of relative peace, with the Asgardian pantheon reigning supreme, facing no rival forces. If he could discern how the newcomers had traversed into their domain, whether through wormholes or advanced technology, perhaps Asgard could consider expanding its territory. However, recalling his son's brutish nature, he could only shake his head in resignation, relinquishing such thoughts. At his advanced age, if his successor lacked intellect, no matter how vast his conquests, they would ultimately be in jeopardy. Initially, he had arranged for the Valkyries to assist Thor, but alas. His foolish son was not only dim-witted but also possessed his own agenda, utterly disregarding Odin's plans. Thus, the immediate priority lies in facilitating a smooth transition of power to Thor, which is of utmost importance. Moments later, Odin raised his head and noticed Heimdall still kneeling respectfully before him, which brought him considerable solace. With the emergence of enemies, what was there to wait for? Gather all warriors, expel the external foes, and safeguard the 9 realms. Upon uttering these words, he solemnly rose, the eternal spear materializing in his grasp. While his battle regalia gradually manifested, in that instant, Odin appeared majestic, exuding the commanding presence reminiscent of his youth. Of course, it would have been even better had he donned trousers. Nearby, adjacent to a wormhole in the galaxy, over 2,000 cosmic warships lay quietly at anchor. Distant stars continuously emitted their radiant light, striving to illuminate this expanse of space. Thanos sat upon the throne of Sanctuary 2, gently caressing the Mind Stone. Beneath the throne, a towering alien with crimson skin and twin horns knelt reverently. The fervent admiration gleamed in the alien's eyes as he gazed up at Thanos. Indeed, if Thanos commanded him to take his own life, he would do so without hesitation. For Thanos, through the Mind Stone, had transformed him into his most devout follower. Even more so than the Dark Order. This was a far cry from Loki's use of the stone to manipulate Hawkeye in the first Avengers film. As the Mind Stone among the 6 Infinity Stones, its power should not have faltered so easily. At that moment, a projection suddenly materialized in midair. The figure was tall and imposing, even surpassing Thanos in height, with explosive muscles that exuded an aura of intimidation. Clad in dark gray skin and ebony armor, he appeared formidable. Yet, he knelt respectfully on one knee before Thanos, for he was one of the Ebony Maw, known as Black Dwarf. My lord, our reconnaissance vessel has detected a multitude of unfamiliar cosmic warships. Upon hearing this news, Thanos' eyes sparkled with intrigue. Oh, it seems that old Odin can no longer endure. A faint smile graced his lips. In the galaxy, the only entity capable of summoning a vast fleet of warships was Asgard. Although the films did not depict the conflict between Thanos and Odin, he could easily deduce the outcome. Undoubtedly, Odin had been decisively repelled, prompting the latter to enlist Loki to invade Earth and acquire other cosmic stones. Even if the mission ultimately failed and the Mind Stone was lost, Thanos dared not express any discontent. However, after Odin's demise, Thanos would swiftly invade the galaxy, overpower Thor, and launch an assault on Earth. Yet, he was not the same Thanos from the films. He was a transmigrator endowed with a system. Therefore, he harbored no fear of Odin's appearance, but rather feared the possibility of Odin hiding away. After all, the galaxy is vast, and searching for Asgard among countless stars could take an eternity. Nevertheless, since Odin had chosen to reveal himself, it was indeed fortuitous. Upon contemplating this, a glimmer of excitement flickered across his countenance, yet he prudently inquired, "How many cosmic battleships has the adversary deployed?" Upon hearing this, the Dark Dwarf immediately turned to his subordinate, and after a brief moment, replied, "My lord, there are approximately 25,000 vessels, albeit of various sizes, large, medium, and small, but we have not detected any Titan-class battleships." His intellect was not particularly sharp. He had ascended to the position of one of the 5 Obsidian generals solely through his brute physical prowess, ranking lowest among the 5 in terms of capability. Thus, when questioned, he required the assistance of his subordinate to furnish him with the specific details. Upon receiving this information, Thanos stroked his chin adorned with purple stripes. Enveloped in contemplation. 25,000 ships. Indeed, that Odin fellow possesses an impressive arsenal throughout the galaxy. However, the absence of Titan-class vessels raises a question. Could it be that their prolonged disconnection from cosmic society has left their technology lagging? After a moment of reflection, he lifted his gaze and solemnly proclaimed, "Everyone, prepare yourselves, a great battle is imminent." Chapter 15. The Spatial Blockade. Upon hearing Thanos announce the commencement of a great battle, Black Dwarf felt a surge of excitement within him. Among the Ebony Maw, he was undoubtedly the most combative of the 5. The prospect of an unprecedented war stirred his enthusiasm immensely. "My lord, I request to be at the forefront of the battle," he declared. However, Thanos paid no heed to Black Dwarf's words. Instead, he instructed his subordinates to connect with all the Ebony Maw. Observing the grave expression on his lord's face, Black Dwarf opened his mouth to speak, but ultimately suppressed the urge to press his request further. After all, this was not the moment for his impetuousness. Soon, as the screens displayed the 5 formidable generals in succession, Thanos set down the Mind Stone and rose to his feet. "The imminent battle is upon us, and I shall now issue new operational commands." Despite possessing a Titan-class warship, which conferred a significant firepower advantage in direct confrontations, The adversary outnumbered them by a factor of 2.5. Cosmic warfare diverges fundamentally from terrestrial ground combat, while the latter is constrained by spatial limitations, rendering overwhelming numbers potentially counterproductive. Cosmic engagements unfold in genuine three-dimensional space. Enemies may emerge from any direction, above, below, ahead, or behind. The vastness of the cosmos allows tens of thousands of warships to maneuver freely, rendering the Titan-class vessels formidable yet not decisive. Moreover, at his level of power, it was not inconceivable to tear apart a Titan-class warship single-handedly, a sentiment he believed Odin would share. Following his orders, the Ebony Maw commenced their advance toward the designated target, while he himself remained stationary with his fleet of 2,500 warships. On the opposite side of the galaxy, Odin, clad in battle armor and wielding the Eternal Spear, stood in the control room of a cosmic flagship, coldly observing the images on the screen. Displayed before him was Thanos' Titan-class warship, the Sanctum II. For those witnessing the Sanctum II for the first time, the sight was profoundly awe-inspiring, and Odin was no exception. He had not anticipated that merely a millennium of blockade on the galaxy would result in such significant advancements in cosmic technology, enabling the construction of such a colossal warship. He pondered the intricacies of its power system, as well as the mechanisms behind its gravitational control and interstellar travel. At that moment, Thor, standing behind Odin, displayed a fierce expression infused with a thirst for battle. Brimming with enthusiasm, he exclaimed, "Father, is this our enemy? It appears quite formidable." Although his experiences during the journey to Blue Star had matured him considerably, his innate combative instincts remained unchanged. He mused that it would likely take considerable time with Mjolnir to bring down such a massive warship. Odin, in response, remained silent. Contemplating the tragedy of such a grand vessel being destroyed so easily, he resolved to devise a means to seize it instead. As Sif stood beside Thor, noticing that King Odin remained silent, she spoke up, saying, "Prince Thor, I believe it would be quite splendid for us to seize it for our amusement." With that, she gazed at him with longing eyes. Although she was aware that Thor had no romantic interest in her, she was not one to relinquish hope easily. After all, he was the future king of the galaxy. Even if she could not be his primary consort, being a secondary one would not be a loss. Upon hearing her words, excitement flickered in Thor's eyes. "Yes, it must not be destroyed. I shall claim it for myself." The three valiant warriors of Asgard, overhearing, immediately began to chime in. "Indeed, only such a cosmic warship could match Prince Thor's stature. I shall lead the charge, and none of you should vie for it. As you say, whoever reaches the control room first will take the credit." In an instant, the Asgardian warriors seemed to have already secured the second temple and began calculating their accolades. Observing this, Odin merely smiled faintly, remaining silent, as he sensed that this battle would not be so straightforward. Allowing these three to lead the charge might indeed prove beneficial. Moments later, the spacecraft jolted suddenly, causing everyone to stagger momentarily before regaining their composure. At that moment, a valiant female warrior of the Asgardian pantheon approached Odin respectfully and stated, "My king, we have exited the spatial trajectory. We are 10 light-years from our target. One more spatial jump will bring us there." The spatial trajectory is a device installed by every power within their dominion across the universe. A spatial jump consumes immense energy to tear through space and enter subspace. However, if devices are fixed at two locations to facilitate the rupture of space, it greatly reduces energy expenditure while conserving the ship's power. They had traversed the spatial trajectory to the vicinity of their enemy before utilizing a spatial jump to advance. Odin nodded in response and commanded, "Captain Lucy, initiate the spatial jump." Upon hearing this, Captain Lucy began to retreat, preparing for the jump. As the saying goes, each skill has its specialty. Although Odin was the revered king, commanding cosmic warships and tactics was not his forte, and thus he entrusted these matters to his subordinates. Lucy was among the few in the Asgardian pantheon who had earned her captaincy through her achievements and strength, so Odin had complete confidence in her. However, after a short while, Lucy returned with a troubled expression. "My king, it seems the space here is sealed, and we cannot perform a spatial jump." Odin furrowed his brow upon hearing this. Perplexed, he inquired, "Are we not 10 light-years from our destination? How could the space be sealed?" Lucy shook her head, uncertain. "They may possess means of remote spatial sealing that we are unaware of." At this, Odin squinted his remaining eye, deep in thought. It appeared that the galaxy had been sealed for far too long, causing a disconnection from the cosmos. Once this war concludes, it would be prudent to consider re-establishing that connection. At this moment, Thor impatiently remarked, "Since the spatial barrier is in place, we shall simply increase our energy to breach it. The essence of spatial jump lies in breaking through the fabric of space, and the confinement of space merely fortifies its barriers. Therefore, Thor's assertion holds merit. Indeed, augmenting our energy could shatter the spatial blockade. However, Lucy regarded Thor with a glimmer of disdain in her eyes. Naturally, she concealed it well, remaining undetected. Prince Thor, if we excessively deplete our energy now, upon reaching our destination, we may find ourselves unable to restore it promptly, leaving us vulnerable to an unexpected ambush, she cautioned, her words veiled in a tactful demeanor. In truth, her statement was a subtle warning. Should the enemy launch a surprise attack while we lack the energy to activate our shield, we would be rendered utterly defenseless. Chapter 16. The technological disparity within the confines of the Sanctuary 2. Thanos gazed at the cosmic fleet situated 10 light-years away on the screen, a cold smile gracing his lips. While the Marvel Universe boasts individuals of limitless power, capable of annihilating entire universes, the significance of technological prowess must not be underestimated. Take, for instance, Kong the Conqueror, a mere scientist devoid of superhuman abilities, yet he wields technology to manipulate time and consequently govern the multiverse. Of course, his lack of superhuman capabilities ultimately became his greatest vulnerability, leading to his demise at the hands of another. This underscores the critical role that technology plays within the Marvel realm. Thus, while he devoted himself to training, he simultaneously pursued technological advancements. Under his reign, scientists emerged as the sole privileged class, exempt from population control and compulsory servitude, reaping substantial rewards. Innovations such as the superintelligent AI Deep Blue, artificial gravity chambers, Sanctuary 2, interstellar fortresses, and quantum entanglement projection were among his achievements. Presently, he also possessed a spatial shield capable of remote lockdown. As he contemplated this spatial blockade, one could only wonder how Odin would respond. Should Odin attempt to forcefully breach the spatial barrier, it would invoke Thanos' amusement. After all, spatial jumps leave behind fractures in space. Should the adversary dare to leap, Thanos could calculate their landing point, executing a masterful ambush that could potentially annihilate the Asgardian fleet. If the adversary opted to cautiously navigate out of the restricted area before attempting a spatial jump, such an endeavor would be nearly impossible. After all, he commanded a remote spatial blockade. If the enemy could move, could he not as well? The only exception would be if they leaped to an entirely different location, in which case his blockade would be unable to follow. However, even if they managed to escape the confines of the blockade, it would be of little consequence, for he had numerous contingencies in place. Meanwhile, aboard the Asgardian fleet, silence reigned following Lucy's thorough analysis. The crew had never anticipated that what was once a straightforward slaughter would evolve into such a complex endeavor. Even before encountering the enemy, they found themselves at a disadvantage. Thor, increasingly agitated, paced restlessly. Noticing the prolonged silence, he impatiently declared, "Let us simply utilize the Bifrost to strike them down, even without a cosmic warship. The valor of Asgardian warriors can obliterate these lurking foes." The Bifrost would allow them to bypass the spatial blockade and reach their destination directly, however. The same could not be said for cosmic vessels. Odin, disregarding his son's words, turned his attention to Lucy, inquiring, "How long until we exit the spatial blockade?" In cosmic warfare, engaging in close combat without a spacecraft would be the height of folly. Even piloting a powerless ship would be preferable to relying solely on the Bifrost. After a moment of contemplation, Lucy responded, "Regardless of the adversary's technology, the area of the spatial blockade cannot be excessively vast. With a maximum of an hour's travel at light speed, we should be able to escape." Odin nodded and said, "Very well. Let us attempt a spatial leap after an hour of flight." Lucy acknowledged with a nod and began to organize the fleet. In truth, even light speed is considered a rather sluggish velocity in the vast cosmos, without employing spatial leap technology. The speed of a cosmic warship can merely approach the speed of light, unable to transcend this limitation. An hour later, Lucy returned to the command room, her expression grim. "Odin, we are still within a spatial blockade." Upon hearing this, Odin furrowed his brow once more and, with evident displeasure, inquired, "Did you not say we could escape within an hour? What is the matter?" Lucy shook her head and replied, "I am uncertain, logically. It seems impossible for the adversary to possess sufficient energy to maintain such an extensive blockade, unless what?" Lucy hesitated for a moment, meeting Odin's impatient gaze, and finally admitted, "Unless the adversary is capable of moving the blockade and is able to monitor us continuously." At this juncture, Thor, incredulous, exclaimed, "How could this be? We are 10 light-years from the target. Unless they possess a power akin to Heimdall's all-seeing eye, they would not even be able to perceive us until a decade later." As his words lingered, the control room fell into silence once more. After a while, Lucy spoke again. "It is possible that we have encountered a technological disparity. They may have mastered numerous advancements unknown to us." Upon hearing this, the expressions of the others shifted, and they lowered their heads, hesitant to respond. This statement insinuated that Odin's policy of isolation might have been misguided. Odin, too, grasped the implication, and his expression darkened. However, this was not the time to confront Lucy. so he chose to endure. Moments later, sensing the tense atmosphere, Sif interjected, "Captain Lucy, what if we perform a spatial leap to another location, replenish our energy, and then attempt another leap?" It was evident that someone of Odin's esteem, who even considered her as a prospective daughter-in-law, was no fool. Her mind was exceptionally agile. Thus, she quickly conceived a potential solution. Lucy nodded in agreement, saying, "Yes, we can give that a try." After a moment of contemplation, Odin responded, "Very well. Let us proceed with Sif's suggestion." Once the decision was made, Lucy swiftly organized the fleet to execute a spatial leap to a point 1 light-year away. This leap, however, consumed 5 times the usual duration to open a spatial rift. After several minutes, the 25,000 cosmic warships of Asgard materialized in a space 9 light-years from Thanos. Yet, the dim shields of these vessels revealed that their energy reserves were already significantly depleted. For hours later, Odin's flagship was the first to replenish its energy. It was only after 7 hours that the medium and small warships gradually regained their energy. Just as Lucy prepared to initiate another spatial leap, she discovered yet another issue. "Odin, the target area is under spatial blockade." Upon hearing these words, Odin's expression darkened once more. Cursed cowardly invaders. He could not fathom the purpose behind their intricate spatial barriers. Was it not preferable to engage in a straightforward battle rather than resorting to such fanciful tactics? Thor, standing nearby, immediately responded, "Indeed, these invaders are so timid that their prowess must be lacking. I suggest we simply leap through space and confront them directly. If we must return afterward, we can have the fleet gather at the rear." The 3 valiant warriors of the celestial realm echoed his sentiment, affirming that Thor was right. Such fearful foes could scarcely match the strength of goblins. "Yes, let us vanquish them with ease. We are warriors of Asgard, invincible in battle." Odin, however, paid no heed to his son and his 3 companions, instead turning his gaze towards Sif and Lucy, inquiring, "Do you possess any sound ideas?" He preferred conversing with those of intellect over these 4 simpletons. Were Thor not his flesh and blood, he might have wished to silence him with a swift blow. Yet, to his dismay, even Sif and Lucy shook their heads, indicating they had no insights to offer. Chapter 17: The commencement of the contest. After much deliberation among the crowd, they ultimately concluded that Thor's unreliable proposal was the most pragmatic, albeit the most ruthless. Should they indeed forsake the cosmic battleship, Odin, Thor, and the 3 valiant warriors of the Celestial Palace could rely on their formidable strength to ensure their own survival. However, the fate of their warriors remained uncertain, with countless lives likely to be sacrificed. This was the very reason why Odin and Loki consistently opposed the notion of forcibly breaching the spatial blockade to directly confront the enemy. After all, the loss of numerous warriors would profoundly impact their future dominion. An hour later, Thor, visibly disgruntled, exclaimed, "This won't do, nor will that. How on earth are we supposed to wage this war?" Odin, equally discontent, raised his head and gravely responded, "Silence. This conflict is far more intricate than merely subduing the indigenous populace." He understood that his son, having enjoyed an unbroken string of victories for centuries, had developed a dismissive attitude towards others. Thor had long been accustomed to overpowering those lacking advanced technology or strength, leading him to adopt a mindset that brute force could resolve all matters. This impending war, however, was destined to enlighten Thor to the harsh realities of cosmic warfare. Upon hearing his father's displeasure, Thor fell silent, for among all of Asgard, he feared only his mother and Odin. The atmosphere quickly returned to a heavy stillness. Moments later, Odin began to contact Heimdall, who remained in Asgard. Have the enemy's battleships moved? Although they possessed a quantum entanglement communication system that allowed for conversation across vast distances, they lacked a quantum entanglement projection system. Thus, observation of the enemy relied solely on Heimdall's abilities. Upon hearing Odin's voice, Heimdall immediately opened his eyes, rose to his feet, and gazed toward a distant point in the cosmos. After a brief moment, his pupils seemed to vanish. After a lengthy pause, he finally responded, "Esteemed All-Father, I have sighted over 2,000 cosmic battleships. However, the whereabouts of the others remain unknown. I did, however, observe some peculiar entities." He hesitated momentarily, having glimpsed an enormous object that appeared to be both a meteorite and a battleship, leaving him at a loss for words. Curious, Odin inquired, "What strange entities?" After a moment of contemplation, Heimdall replied, "These objects are indeed bizarre. They resemble meteorites, yet possess certain military installations, the likes of which I have never encountered before." Upon hearing this, Odin furrowed his brow. Military installations on meteorites? What trickery is this enemy up to? Do they not fear being drawn into a star's gravitational pull? He had previously contemplated establishing military facilities on meteorites to create an interstellar platform, but the inherent instability of meteorites posed significant risks. as even a minor attack could shatter them, not to mention the substantial energy challenges involved, ultimately leading him to abandon the idea. However, it seemed that this enemy had advanced technology, potentially overcoming those technical obstacles. Upon considering this, Odin's expression darkened immediately. He seemed to grasp the reason behind the enemy's spatial blockade and their reluctance to engage in direct combat. This was likely to establish these interstellar war platforms. After terminating the communication, Odin turned to Lucy and resolutely commanded, "As the All-Father, I order you to initiate a forced spatial jump at once." He was not a man of indecision. Once he made a choice, he acted without hesitation. Lucy instinctively wished to protest, yet upon witnessing Odin's grave demeanor, she ultimately knelt on one knee. "As you command." Thor, upon hearing his father's words, excitedly raised Mjolnir. However, noticing his father's somber expression, he refrained from uttering any dramatic phrases. Nearby the black hole, Thanos sat upon his throne, grasping the Mind Stone as he practiced. At that moment, a deep blue projection appeared in midair. "Master, there are spatial fluctuations near the nearby star, indicating a possible opening of spatial rifts." Upon hearing this, Thanos opened his eyes, a faint smile gracing his lips. "Odin, have you finally succumbed?" He then stood and gazed at the three-dimensional projection. From the projection, it was evident that intense spatial rifts had emerged close to the star he occupied. It appeared as though the universe had split open, a black maw consuming all light, revealing only an abyss of darkness where nothing could be discerned. However, due to the spatial blockade, this rift was currently quite small, unable to permit any starships to pass through. Observing this, he suddenly furrowed his brow. No, even if Odin were to engage in direct combat, he wouldn't dare to spatial jump directly into my presence. That would not be valorous, but rather a death sentence. As he pondered whether it was a trap, several more spatial rift fluctuations appeared in the projection. Initially perplexed, he quickly discerned the opponent's strategy. How intriguing, to simultaneously open multiple spatial rifts, leaving me uncertain of your true intentions. This game of deception is rather clever. However, you underestimate the power of technology. He resolved to enhance the energy of the spatial blockade, deploying spatial bombs within each rift and positioning cosmic mines outside of them. Spatial bombs function as mines that can be directly deployed into rifts. Upon contact, they detonate. However, the explosion of a spatial bomb does not occur physically, but rather results in spatial collapse. It is akin to the spatial grenades utilized by the Dark Elves in Thor, the Dark World, albeit with greater potency. The cosmic mines, on the other hand, are merely the cosmic equivalent of terrestrial mines. Triggered in the same manner, by contact, they explode, yet with significantly greater force than chemical explosives. Indeed, Master. Soon, the deep blue entity commenced executing the orders. As commands streamed from Temple 2, several surrounding starships began to mobilize. Simultaneously, the Obsidian 5, situated in other nearby star systems, also initiated their movements. After all, the spatial rifts opened by Odin extend far beyond a mere stellar range, encompassing other stars in the vicinity. However, the vessels in operation are predominantly auxiliary ships, while the attack and defense fleets remain inactive. Despite being categorized as auxiliary, these ships boast a diameter of 200 meters, taking on a spherical form with several protruding antenna-like appendages. In the vacuum of space, considerations of gravity, wind, and drag become irrelevant, allowing for unrestricted design choices. Nevertheless, the spherical shape is favored due to its simplicity in construction and its capacity to effectively safeguard core equipment. Thus, auxiliary vessels, which do not engage in direct combat, are predominantly spherical in design. Upon nearing the spatial rifts, these circular ships first deploy black spheres, each with a diameter of 2.5 meters, followed by the release of black rings measuring 1 meter in diameter. Chapter 18. Spatial Slideway. Due to the intensified energy of spatial blockade, Odin's fleet took over an hour to breach the spatial rift. In the next instant, hundreds of drones vanished into the cosmos, having evidently entered a spatial jump instantaneously to scout ahead. A mere 10 minutes later, aboard the flagship, Odin observed through a projection in midair as the light points of those drones disappeared during their spatial leap. Even those few fortunate enough to reach their destination could not relay any visuals back before they too vanished. This deepened the shadow on Odin's countenance. It was clear that the enemy possessed the capability to annihilate warships in the midst of spatial jumps, and their defensive measures were extraordinarily effective, leaving no drone to survive. The technology of spatial jumping represents a pivotal stride for intelligent life towards the cosmos. Yet it is not merely a matter of opening a spatial rift and having all vessels swarm through. Each warship possesses an independent spatial channel. Once opened, it will be drawn into the rift. This means that once the spatial rift is breached, a jump must be undertaken without interruption. Furthermore, spatial rifts are unidirectional, devoid of any means for a return journey, nor can another vessel enter the universe from the opposite end. The enemy's ability to obliterate unmanned warships during their spatial jumps indicates that they possess unknown advanced technology. Lucy, what shall we do now? The notion of opening spatial jumps separately to divert the enemy's attention was Lucy's best idea. However, it was apparent that the enemy had countermeasures in place. With a shake of her head, Lucy remarked with resignation, "It seems there is no other option. We must prepare for direct combat." Thor, brimming with excitement, exclaimed, "It's about time we engaged. This dilly-dallying is a waste of precious time." Odin, equally resigned, nodded affirmatively and declared, "Then let us commence." Near the wormhole, a colossal asteroid was being towed by several transport-class warships intended for the construction of interstellar fortresses. From the outset, Thanos had resolved to prepare for a protracted conflict. Should Odin choose a slow approach, 10 interstellar fortresses would leave the adversary in a precarious position. Shortly thereafter, several large transport ships emerged from the wormhole, accompanied by long, worm-like machines that appeared from the sides of the transport vessels, darting towards other warships. These were supply craft, replenishing the warships with energy and various resources. Everything operated in a meticulously organized manner. Within Sanctuary 2, Thanos remained seated upon his throne, lightly grasping the Soul Stone. At that moment, a holographic projection of Little Blue appeared in midair. "Master, we have detected a multitude of spatial rifts being opened, 3 billion kilometers away from us." Upon hearing this, Thanos immediately opened his eyes. They can no longer contain themselves, and at the edge of a star no less. The star in which he presently resided had a diameter of approximately 10 billion kilometers. The distance of 3 billion kilometers was situated just outside the star, neither too far nor too close. If one were to travel at sublight speed, it would require over 2 days to reach the destination. The opposing cosmic battleship would then have ample time to recharge its energies. It appears that Odin possesses means to ascertain my location. Soon, a name surfaced in his mind: Heimdall, a man capable of surveilling the 9 realms. It is likely he is the one responsible. Otherwise, even with his advanced technology, he would be unable to monitor events occurring tens of thousands of light years away, let alone a few insignificant battleships. All fleets are en route to the target location, with the Black Obsidian 5 poised to provide support at any moment, while all interstellar fortifications are put on hold. The initial intent behind establishing these fortifications was the belief that Odin would not discover my presence so swiftly. To my surprise, just days within the Milky Way, I have already been detected, and now, as we approach the decisive battle, the significance of constructing interstellar fortifications diminishes. Should we emerge victorious, we could strike directly at the enemy's stronghold. Should we face defeat, the unfinished fortifications would serve little purpose. The reason for not allowing the Black Obsidian 5 to advance is due to a spatial blockade, rendering them temporarily unable to cross. Had I known that Asgard's technology was so inadequate, incapable of breaching even a spatial blockade, I could have avoided this cumbersome situation and sent my subordinates to lay ambush around. Activating the dark photon beam propulsion, I initiated the faster-than-light engine. The spatial slipway zone was engaged, preparing for superluminal travel. With a series of commands issued, 2,500 cosmic battleships, under the guidance of the Temple 2, surge forth at 100 times the speed of light toward their destination. If wormholes facilitate passage between galaxies and space jumps enable travel between stars, then the spatial slipway serves as the conduit between planets. The diameter of a star can range from several billion to even trillions of kilometers. At such vast distances, traveling solely at the speed of light would take several years. Moreover, the interiors of stars are unsuitable for space jumps due to the immense energy consumption. Thus, the more economical spatial slipway becomes the preferred choice. The spatial slipway compresses energy slightly to shorten space, akin to shrinking distances. Consequently, the spaceship continues to travel at sublight speed while achieving superluminal effects. However, this technology is highly advanced, and it is unlikely that Odin possesses it. After more than half an hour, Thanos' fleet arrived at the destination. Here, he beheld an expanse of darkness, devoid of any starlight. This was due to the spatial rift opening, obscuring even the light of the stars. The highly intelligent AI, Blue, began issuing various commands without Thanos needing to direct it. Upon arrival, the spatial slipway was halted, and the superluminal travel ceased. The cosmic battleship's shields activated at full power, and the engines roared to life. The main and secondary laser cannons began charging, while cosmic mines and spatial bombs were deployed. The interstellar behemoths prepared for release, the Dark Brotherhood readied for deployment, and fighters were primed for action. With commands flowing, this formidable fleet commenced its operations. The frigates illuminated their shields, while the attack vessels commenced charging their main and secondary cannons. Auxiliary ships began deploying cosmic mines and spatial explosives, and the mothership unleashed interstellar behemoths along with the Dark Cult, as fighter jets roared to life. These interstellar behemoths resembled the majestic flying creatures akin to whales seen in films. Unlike their role as mere transporters on planets, in the vastness of space, these behemoths served as formidable weapons, displaying agility far removed from the clumsy portrayal in cinema. As the battle preparations unfolded in their entirety, Thanos ceased his training and patiently awaited the arrival of his adversaries. He hoped that this time, he would be granted the opportunity to unleash his full might. Chapter 19. The outset of war. An hour passed with excruciating slowness. Amidst the prolonged anticipation, a rift in space finally materialized. Odin's cosmic fleet vanished instantaneously into the vastness of the universe. During the spatial jump, numerous vessels encountered spatial bombs, resulting in their obliteration. Nonetheless, the power of these bombs was limited. They could only inflict damage upon smaller warships. Medium and large vessels, unless struck by multiple bombs, merely sustained superficial damage. After a span of several minutes, Odin's fleet arrived at their destination. The air was filled with the cacophony of destruction as many warships, lacking the energy to activate their shields, collided with cosmic mines and were reduced to mere fragments. Although sound does not exist in the vacuum of space, the spectacle of ships erupting into flames conjured the auditory illusion of explosions in the minds of all present. It was a breathtaking sight, hundreds of warships transformed into dazzling fireworks, illuminating the sky and even overshadowing distant stars. On the flagship, Odin, though his countenance remained impassive, felt a deep sorrow within. Each small warship harbored no fewer than 100 souls. Yet, before he could express his anguish, more lights flared in the distance. The cosmic assault ships commanded by Thanos unleashed their barrage. In the next instant, even more vessels erupted into flames, with several medium-sized ships succumbing to the onslaught. Attack! Attack! Odin could no longer contain himself. He roared, issuing the command for engagement. At last, we can fight with fervor. Thor, eagerly awaiting this moment, laughed heartily, brandishing Mjolnir as he surged forth from the warship towards the enemy. The three warriors of the Valkyrie exchanged determined glances before swiftly following suit. One of the distinctive traits of the Asgardian race is their ability to battle in the vacuum of space for a limited duration, contingent upon their strength. Given the prowess of the Valkyrie trio, they could sustain combat in space for merely an hour before necessitating a return. Sif, observing Thor's impulsive charge, could only shake her head in resignation as she too pressed onward. Meanwhile, the ordinary Asgardian warriors donned their space combat suits and piloted single-person spacecraft, exiting the cosmic vessels. The design of Asgardian spacecraft was rather antiquated, resembling carriages without horses. Instead of wheels, they featured engines akin to wings. At this juncture, Odin's fleet comprised over 24,000 ships. These cosmic vessels lacked classifications such as battleships, escorts, or support ships. They followed a uniform design, differentiated solely by size. Among them were 150 large warships, 3,000 medium ones, and the remaining over 21,000 were small vessels. However, the small warships, having forcefully executed a spatial jump, were devoid of energy to activate their shields or mount any offensive, rendering them mere targets for annihilation. However, in response to Odin's command, the Asgardian warriors aboard the small spacecraft emerged, piloting their single-seater fighters. Among the Asgardian pantheon, there were only warriors who had perished in battle, never cowards who knelt in defeat. The reason for stating that nearly all had taken to the skies in their single-seat vessels, rather than all, was due to the limited number of these craft, leaving some with no choice but to remain aboard the larger ships. The medium and large spacecraft, meanwhile, activated their shields with the remaining energy. As for retaliatory fire, only the larger vessels possessed the necessary power to engage. Inside the temple too, Thanos observed the enemy swarm, emerging in relentless waves like a disturbed hornet's nest, a cold smile gracing his lips. These foes truly had no fear of death. Rising to his feet, he grasped the tyrant's cleaver and commanded, "Warriors of the Dark Legion, engage fully." In the next moment, over 700 motherships opened their hatches, unleashing countless Dark Legion warriors, their ferocity palpable. This comprised 600 small motherships, each equipped with 3 deployment bays, releasing over 3,000 Dark Legion fighters. Additionally, 150 medium motherships, each possessing 10 deployment bays, dispatched over 10,000 warriors, while 50 large motherships, with 30 deployment bays each, unleashed over 30,000 fighters. Originally designed for space warfare, the Dark Legion's biowarriors were ill-suited for planetary combat. In the vacuum of space, they required no special equipment to soar and charge forth. Thanos then issued further orders for the Deep Blue to lift the spatial blockade, summoning the Obsidian Five for support. Having given his commands, he departed from Temple 2, his gaze fixed coldly on the approaching Asgardians. At the front lines of battle, 1,000 colossal interstellar beasts clashed first with the enemy. Initially, various lasers crisscrossed the void, followed by brutal hand-to-hand combat. Indeed, it was a visceral melee, utilizing the most advanced weaponry to engage in the most primal of wars, perfectly encapsulating the present scenario. This peculiar situation arose from the challenges of utilizing kinetic weapons in space, while laser weaponry consumed energy too rapidly, necessitating pauses for energy replenishment. Thus, interstellar warfare typically unfolded with laser exchanges followed by close-quarters combat. The spiny protrusions of the interstellar beast sliced through enemy fighters like blades, erupting in fiery explosions. The foes, after a flurry of laser fire, would charge forward in their vessels, their sharp noses piercing the bodies of the colossal beasts, inflicting significant damage. Although the lances wielded by the Asgardian warriors could not breach the beasts' formidable exteriors, the lasers they unleashed still managed to inflict some harm. Among the Asgardians, one warrior stood out for his remarkable prowess. His hammer crackled with seemingly boundless lightning, striking down one interstellar beast after another. In his fervor, he boldly advanced to confront the colossal beasts directly, delivering powerful blows. While the other four warriors may not have matched his triumphs, their strength was no less formidable, each capable of slaying an interstellar beast alone. Upon witnessing the scene, Thanos swiftly deduced that these 5 individuals must be Thor, the 3 warriors of Asgard, and Sif. However, he refrained from taking action, as he intended to conserve his energy for Odin's intervention. Minutes later, the interstellar beasts suffered heavy casualties, dwindling from over 10,000 to merely 6,000. At this juncture, reinforcements from the Dark Brotherhood arrived, fiercely assaulting the adversaries. Nonetheless, despite the Dark Brotherhood's origins in space warfare, their prowess paled in comparison to that of the Asgardian warriors. Each Asgardian soldier could vanquish 17 or 18 members of the Dark Brotherhood. This disparity further illuminated why the Asgardian pantheon could dominate the galaxy. Meanwhile, the cosmic assault ships stationed in the rear had not ceased their bombardment, consistently decimating enemy vessels and those who obstructed their path. Moments later, rifts in space manifested around the battlefield, rapidly expanding in their ominous presence, heralding the imminent arrival of the Obsidian 5's reinforcements. Chapter 20. The Celestial Palace Warriors. Moments later, a formidable fleet of 7,500 cosmic warships materialized around the battlefield. In rapid succession, an array of lasers targeted the vessels of the Asgardian pantheon. Concurrently, several hatches creaked open, unleashing new interstellar behemoths, followed closely by the Dark Brotherhood. The emergence of the 5 Dark Generals significantly alleviated the pressure faced by Thanos' fleet on the front lines. The once eager Thanos, who had contemplated engaging in the fray himself, swiftly abandoned that notion. Although the Asgardian warriors were remarkably powerful and outnumbered them, their current predicament, stripped of their warships, inevitably foreshadowed their annihilation. Odin, aboard the flagship, surveyed the tumult with a projection system, swiftly recognizing that his warriors were perishing at an alarming rate. Even his hardened heart began to ache, for the population growth of the Asgardians was notably sluggish. Typically, an ordinary Asgardian would bear but 1 offspring annually, requiring 3 decades to mature, with an additional 10 years to become a qualified warrior. Thus, it took a staggering 40 years to cultivate a capable fighter. The more elite warriors, such as the 3 Celestial Palace heroes, required centuries of training. As for those of royal lineage, the timeline was even more extravagant. Just look at his son Thor, who, after 300 years, still retained the navet of a child. Thus, despite his cold and unyielding demeanor, Odin felt compelled to preserve the lives of his warriors for the sake of Asgard's reign. Resolving to act, he grasped the eternal spear and sword from the flagship, unleashing a blinding beam of light from the artifact. This energy shockwave, traveling at the speed of light, traversed over 1,000,000 kilometers in mere seconds, striking the enemy fleet. Meanwhile, the escort ships in Thanos' fleet hastily activated their shields. Yet, no matter how formidable the energy barriers, they were no match for a being of Odin's caliber. In the next instant, Odin's energy assault pierced through the escort ship's shields, exploding into a brilliant conflagration. The thunderous roar of the explosion, though inaudible to the spectators, was vividly imagined by all present. Odin then swiftly redirected his onslaught towards another escort vessel, and within half a minute, he had obliterated over a dozen ships, until a larger escort finally managed to withstand his barrage. Undeterred, Odin gritted his teeth and amplified his energy output. Instantly, the energy emitted from the eternal spear expanded from a half-meter diameter to a full meter. Faced with such overwhelming force, the larger escort could no longer endure and erupted into a dazzling display of sparks. Clearly, even a substantial escort ship was powerless against the full might of a divine being. Just as Odin prepared to press forward, a violet figure appeared, weapon spinning rapidly, interposing itself before his energy assault. The shockwaves, upon striking the weapon, dispersed like water crashing against stone, vanishing into the cosmos. At this sight, Odin's pupils constricted. He realized he had encountered a formidable opponent. Who are you? Indeed, in the vast expanse of the universe, sound cannot traverse. However, at their level, such rules are rendered inconsequential. As his words resonated, he ceased the energy shockwaves. Thanos halted the spinning of the tyrant's blade in his grasp and calmly declared, "I am Thanos." Upon hearing this name, Odin's expression shifted dramatically. Although the galaxy had secluded itself, Odin retained his seat in the divine assembly as a member of the pantheon, allowing him to glean certain cosmic news from other deities. Among these tidings, Thanos represented the most significant development in centuries, a figure marked by ruthlessness and immense power. His tyrannical reign plunged his subjects into despair, devoid of any semblance of freedom. Previously, Odin had mocked the deities of the Dragon Star system for their inability to contend with a mere eternal, yet now, Thanos had audaciously breached into his own territory. "Thanos, if you withdraw now, I shall overlook this transgression and permit your departure," Odin asserted. Thanos responded with a sardonic smile, retorting, "Permit my departure? Do you possess the authority to utter such words?" Odin's countenance darkened at this reply. The audacious fiend would soon learn the meaning of divine wrath. However, before he could voice his thoughts, Thor, engaged in battle from a distance, became displeased. Brandishing Mjolnir, he exclaimed, "Mortal, how dare you speak to the king of gods in such a manner? You must be weary of living." As the prince of the Asgardian pantheon, Thor was accustomed to being revered by every race he encountered, who feared incurring his displeasure. This treatment had fostered an inherent sense of superiority within him, viewing other races as mere insects. Thus, when a mere insect dared to address his father in such a tone, his ire was ignited. Just as Thor prepared to charge forth, the three warriors of the Celestial Palace acted with greater speed. "Purple Giant, apologize to our king, or we shall slay you." One shouted. "Yes, kneel and beg for forgiveness. We might just spare you if we are pleased," another chimed in. "Do not be foolish. We are the renowned three warriors of the Asgardian Celestial Palace." Thanos, however, ignored the trio and instead focused his gaze on Odin. In his eyes, the only worthy adversary was the elderly figure teetering on the brink of oblivion. The others were not worth his consideration. The three warriors, incensed by their dismissal, resolved to personally teach him a lesson. Swiftly, they soared towards Thanos, weapons gripped tightly, ready to engage him. Odin, noticing their approach, narrowed his eyes but refrained from intervening, evidently wishing to gauge Thanos' might through their hands. The names of the Celestial Palace warriors were Vandal, Hogun, and Volstagg. Among them, Vandal possessed the greatest strength. A striking figure with blonde hair and blue eyes, wielding a longsword. Following closely was Volstagg, a towering figure exceeding 2 meters in height, brandishing a double-headed axe. Although Hogun is the least powerful among the trio, and not a member of the Asgardian pantheon, he possesses a modicum of arcane magic and wields a mace. The strength of the three has ascended to a planetary level, placing them among the second tier of the Asgardian deities, which explains their overwhelming arrogance. Chapter 21. Instant annihilation. Suspended in the cosmos, Thanos coldly observed the three valiant warriors from the Celestial Palace charging towards him. The warriors of the Dark Cult and the interstellar behemoths had made attempts to thwart their advance, but all had fallen before them. In this regard, their prowess was indeed notable. However, to Thanos, they were merely larger ants. He remained perplexed as to why Odin had sent these three to their demise. But if they were so eager to meet their end, he would oblige. With this thought, he casually positioned the blade of tyranny behind him, crossing his arms in a gesture of disdain. Moments later, the trio approached, forming a formation resembling the letter pi. Leading the charge was the towering Volstagg, flanked by Vandal and Hogun on either side. As Volstagg beheld the imposing purple giant before him, exhilaration coursed through his veins. If he could vanquish the enemy's leader, the invasion would effectively be quelled. In that instant, he envisioned himself as a hero of Asgard, perhaps even ascending to the status of a council member. With excitement swelling within him, his energy surged, propelling him forward with greater speed. "Purple monstrosity, perish!" he bellowed, raising his battle axe high before bringing it down with tremendous force. Thanos, however, could scarcely muster the effort to glance their way, merely shaking his head in contempt. "Such needless chatter," he muttered before raising his palm and striking downward. Seeing Thanos disregard his weapon with such arrogance filled Volstagg with elation. He understood that his double-edged battle axe was a renowned artifact of Asgard, capable of obliterating a satellite with a diameter of 1,000 kilometers. The opponent's hubris might lead to his own downfall, and Volstagg could almost taste the glory and accolades awaiting him. "May you repent in the depths of hell," he roared, as his cherished weapon finally met Thanos' palm. Yet, in an instant, he felt an overwhelming resistance. The subsequent events left him wide-eyed and incredulous as his battle axe was shattered as easily as if it were made of tofu. How was this possible? This axe was forged to cleave planets. Was Thanos' body truly more resilient than a celestial body? Before he could ponder further, that purple hand was suddenly in front of him. In the next moment, his head was crushed into fragments, showering the space around them with crimson and ivory. Thanos, undeterred, continued his assault, reducing Volstark's body to a mere mass of pulp, scattering it across the cosmos. No, Vandal and Hogun screamed in unison, their hearts filled with rage. It was essential to note that Volstark was the eldest among them, possessing not only a brotherly bond with Vandal and Hogun, but also a mentor-like relationship. In their trio, Volstark had once been the strongest. However, he had gradually diminished his own power to guide them. Certainly, although part of the reason is due to the advancing age of the opponents and their subsequent physical decline. This cannot diminish the profound gratitude and teachings bestowed upon them by Volstark, nor the deep-seated friendship that has blossomed. Reflecting upon this, the two, undeterred by the disparity in their strengths, unleashed the entirety of their energy, wielding their weapons with fierce determination. Stop! Thor, witnessing this from afar, let out a cry of anguish and fury. His outrage stemmed not only from the loss of Volstark, but also from a desire to bring Vandal and Hogun back. If Thanos could extinguish Volstark with a mere gesture, how could they possibly hope to fare any better? Yet, consumed by their intense rage, Vandal and Hogun pressed on without hesitation. As Thor had foreseen, their fate was sealed. They were effortlessly dispatched by Thanos' hand, akin to swatting two flies. In the vacuum of space, the scene was grotesquely vivid, with flesh and blood splattering in all directions. The atmosphere was drenched in carnage. As for Odin, the demise of the three valiant warriors elicited no significant sentiment. The sole regret lay in their failure to gauge Thanos' true power, rendering their sacrifice meaningless. Nonetheless, this misstep instilled in him a heightened sense of caution, for he was acutely aware of his own inability to triumph over Thanos. Should he also fall, the fate of Asgard would be irrevocably doomed. At this moment, Thor, noticing his father's hesitation, felt a pang of disappointment. Yet, he swiftly clenched his hammer, Mjolnir, and soared towards Thanos, proclaiming, "Thanos, prepare to meet your end." His bond with the three warriors was profoundly deep. They had fought side by side in numerous battles, forging a camaraderie that was unbreakable. When Loki had sought to betray him, it was the three warriors who had rushed to his aid, even traversing to Earth in search of him. With these thoughts igniting his resolve, Thor became enveloped in a crackle of electricity, Mjolnir swirling with bolts of lightning. As he advanced, every dark cult warrior and interstellar beast touched by his lightning was instantly reduced to cinders. No one could stand in his path, thwarting his thirst for vengeance. "Don't go. Come back." Odin, observing his son's impulsiveness, could no longer remain passive. Even as a god of supreme status, he harbored no confidence in confronting Thanos. Thus, his son, of lesser might, stood no chance against such a formidable foe. To charge forward now would be tantamount to delivering himself into the jaws of death. Seeing his son's unwavering determination, Odin's grip tightened around the eternal spear as he hastened to catch up. He could not allow his son to perish, otherwise, who would inherit his empire and legacy? In the distance, Thanos, noticing both Thor and Odin approaching, ceased his arrogance and grasped the tyrannical blade at his back, readying himself. Though he could disdain the so-called three warriors of Asgard, he dared not underestimate Thor, nor could he overlook Odin. As the ruler of the galaxy, Odin ranked among the most formidable of deities, and the eternal spear he wielded possessed an inherent accuracy that rivaled the might of Zeus's thunderbolt. Both hailed as the most potent artifacts among the gods. As for Thor, although his current strength may be quite feeble, in the future, he possesses the potential to challenge Thanos, who wields all 6 Infinity Stones. The Stormbreaker nearly brought an end to Avengers' Infinity War. Chapter 22, The Battle of the Father. Thor, of course, heard Odin's words. However, consumed by rage, he paid no heed to the father god, fixated solely on avenging the 3 valiant warriors of the Celestial Palace. Thanos, upon witnessing the dark cult warriors and the interstellar behemoths, stood resolutely in front of Thor, undeterred even in the face of the raging god. Yet, in the face of such a vast disparity in strength, it was merely a futile sacrifice. He waved his hand, instructing his subordinates to withdraw. At their level of combat, these minions served little purpose, at best merely expending a fraction of the enemy's energy. If his forces held the advantage in battle, sacrificing a few minions to drain the opponent's energy would be inconsequential. However, given the current uncertainty of the battlefield, there was no need for such waste. Upon receiving the command, the dark cult warriors and interstellar beasts swiftly cleared the way, allowing Thor and Odin to advance with greater speed. Simultaneously, the 5 generals of Obsidian finally emerged from their cosmic battleships. Upon seeing Thor and Odin charging towards their master, they immediately gripped their weapons, eager to provide support. Though they held great confidence in their master, they still felt the need to adopt a protective stance. Yet Thanos, observing the scene, commanded them to remain back. After all, the power of the Obsidian generals was merely planetary, akin to the previous trio of fools, rendering them incapable of intervening in the clash between him and Odin. Moments later, Thor, wielding Mjolnir, approached Thanos. With a furious roar, Thor's aura surged dramatically, quickly reaching the apex of demigod power, seemingly on the verge of a breakthrough. Nevertheless, this level of strength remained insufficient against Thanos. At that moment, a wave of ominous energy enveloped him. Looking around, he noticed Odin not far behind, brandishing the eternal spear, his remaining eye fixed intently upon Thanos. The dangerous aura emanated from Odin, clearly providing cover for Thor. In response, Thanos summoned all his energy, unleashing his full strength, and swung the tyrant's cleaver toward Thor. A resounding clang echoed through the tranquil void of space, the collision of the two divine artifacts resonating in the minds of all present. Thor felt an overwhelming force coursing through Mjolnir, leaving him momentarily stunned. Yet, gritting his teeth, he summoned every ounce of energy within him. With another roar, he unleashed a storm of lightning that surged outward. However, no matter how fiercely he exerted himself or how fervently he channeled his energy, Mjolnir remained immovable. The chasm between their strengths was insurmountable. Thanos coldly remarked, "Is this all the strength you possess?" With that, he exerted force with both hands, causing the purple glow of the tyrant's cleaver to blaze forth as he thrust it forward. Thor was immediately struck by the irresistible force, sending him hurtling backward. Fortunately, at that moment, Odin swooped down and swiftly caught Thor. In times of crisis, one must not act impulsively. Have you forgotten? His voice carried a blend of frustration and indulgence. Concerning this son, he truly felt at a loss. Once Thor steadied himself, he contemplated retorting, but upon meeting the worried gaze of his father, he felt a wave of shame wash over him and lowered his head. I understand. While Odin felt a sigh of relief within, he gazed at the mighty hammer of Thor with a twinge of sorrow, saying, "Return now. Do not hinder me further." A massive crack had appeared on the hammer, nearly cleaving it in two, which filled him with concern. It is essential to note that this hammer was forged from a cooling star, merely a tier weaker than the eternal spear, and yet it had almost been severed in two by a single blow from the adversary. Thor, upon hearing this, raised his head resolutely and declared, "No, I must avenge them." With that, he lifted the hammer, prepared to continue the battle. However, upon witnessing the hammer's sorry state, he was momentarily taken aback. How had this artifact, which had accompanied him for centuries, come to such a fate? "Return to me." Before Odin could offer any comfort to his son, he saw Thanos charging toward them. At this moment, Thanos was internally scoffing. This father-son duo truly treated war as if it were a film, seemingly oblivious to him as they engaged in their tender exchanges. He was not like those villains in the movies who would patiently wait until their enemies finished their conversations. In the next instant, a resounding clang echoed across the battlefield. The tyrant's blade and the eternal spear, two pinnacle artifacts, clashed for the first time in this universe. Through their weapons, Thanos and Odin distinctly felt each other's power for the first time. This was an opponent whose strength was not inferior to his own, which sparked a thrill within Thanos. After so long in this realm, he had finally encountered a rival who could match him. In stark contrast to Thanos' exhilaration, Odin bore a heavy heart, knowing that the battle would not conclude swiftly. In the blink of an eye, the weapons in their hands clashed repeatedly, the sound of metal ringing out in rapid succession. In a mere 3 seconds, they exchanged over 100 blows, their speed so remarkable that no outsider could perceive it. After a moment, Odin seized an opportunity to force Thanos back, and then felt his divine power surge within him. The eternal spear instantly unleashed a formidable energy. Observing this, Thanos' own destructive energy surged forth, and he struck with his blade against this force. In an instant, a clash of white and purple energies erupted, their immense power causing faint cracks to appear in the surrounding space. Thor, initially preparing to depart, noticed his father and Thanos locked in a standoff and promptly returned. Given the hammer's dire condition, he refrained from using it in this encounter. Instead, he clenched his hands tightly, radiating a powerful surge of lightning. Odin quickly noticed his son's actions and immediately shouted in anxiety, "Thor, do not." For he understood that, like himself, the opponent had not used his full strength, and his foolish son could not succeed in a surprise attack. However, his warning came too late. Thor had already charged to within a meter of Thanos, raising his electrified hands, ready to strike down. A faint smile appeared at the corner of Thanos' mouth, and in the next instant, his form vanished from the spot. Chapter 23. The meteor zone. Once Odin's energy surged forth, unimpeded by Thanos, it found its target in Thor. No. A furious roar erupted from Odin as he abruptly ceased the flow of his power. Yet, Thanos reappeared, unleashing a wave of destructive energy that propelled the attack onward. In an instant, Thor was struck by the very force of his father's energy, engulfed in excruciating pain as if his skin were being seared and his insides torn asunder. With a harrowing scream, he was launched into the depths of space by the overwhelming force. Witnessing this, Odin felt a surge of divine power welling up within him, ready to rush forth to rescue his son. However, in the next moment, Thanos stood before him. "Now, no one shall interrupt our battle." Odin's singular eye widened with fury and hatred, for this very being had nearly brought about his son's demise. Thor's life force flickered perilously low. If he was not saved in time, the consequences would be dire. "Thanos, you shall perish." A thicker, brighter beam of energy erupted from the eternal spear, while a gentle, radiant light emanated from Odin's being, an embodiment of his utmost divine power. Thanos, perceiving this, quickly spun the blade of tyranny to deflect the oncoming assault. As the two engaged in a fierce standoff, Odin felt a pang of urgency. Yet, relief washed over him when he saw Sif soaring towards Thor, dispatching all adversaries in her path with lethal precision. However, he also recognized the battlefield's deteriorating state, with the Asgardian forces, once numerous, now dwindling as their warships fell victim to the enemy's relentless assault. Although the Asgardian warriors fought valiantly, they began to falter under the onslaught of enemy ships and the massacre wrought by the Black Obsidian Five. "This cannot continue. I must swiftly eliminate Thanos and then aid my comrades." Resolute, he concluded his energy wave and, grasping the eternal spear, charged forward once more. With a resounding clang, his colossal energy attack, though met with Thanos' defense, pressed forward relentlessly. Thanos sensed the immense power before him, and the destructive energy within him surged in response. Yet Odin, a seasoned celestial patriarch, wielded strength beyond Thanos' capacity to withstand. Thus, he was forced to retreat, and after a time, the two found themselves at the edge of a stellar system, surrounded by an array of meteors, marking the outer boundary of a sun system, shielding it from the onslaught of massive celestial bodies. Before long, Odin propelled Thanos onto a meteor over 100 kilometers in diameter. The irregularly shaped rock shattered under their combined might, splintering into a dozen fragments that scattered into the void. Utilizing the momentum of the meteor, Thanos regained his footing. Is this the true power of the ruler of the galaxy? Hardly impressive. With a disdainful smirk, he unleashed a radiant purple glow, activating his dominion abilities. In an instant, the force surged once more, overpowering Odin. What? Feeling the increasingly potent energy coursing through his hand, Odin was immediately struck with astonishment. He had not anticipated that his opponent had been holding back. Judging by the current strength of his adversary, he seemed to surpass Odin by a notable margin. With a furious roar, Odin summoned his divine power anew. Yet this time, amidst the white radiance enveloping him, strands of gold emerged. Simultaneously, a phantom of a golden chalice materialized above his head. The Drofner Golden Cup. Thanos quickly recalled the name of this artifact from his memory. It was a relic of immense power, rivaling that of the Eternal Spear, yet serving a supportive role. It possessed the ability to hasten recovery from injuries and energy depletion, temporarily augmenting one's strength. However, this was not the end. As the golden chalice appeared, Odin's battle armor transformed, radiating golden light, while his helmet morphed into an eagle's form. In truth, both the eagle helm and golden armor were artifacts as well, yet their abilities and renown paled in comparison to the eternal spear and the golden chalice. With the emergence of Odin's 4 artifacts, his strength finally matched that of Thanos. Soon, he exerted force to push Thanos away while using the recoil to retreat. Grasping the eternal spear tightly, he unleashed a relentless barrage of energy. However, unlike the previous 2 energy shockwaves, this assault resembled a laser gun, continuously firing beams of energy. Observing this, Thanos nonchalantly wielded the tyrant's cleaver, effortlessly deflecting waves of energy that flew towards the nearby meteorites. In an instant, these meteorites suffered devastation, struck by Odin's energy and reduced to mere fragments. Although referred to as divine power, the energy of the Asgardian gods possessed tremendous destructive capability. After a while Odin's onslaught showed no signs of abating, the area around them could no longer harbor any meteorite larger than 10 kilometers in diameter. Chapter 24. The destruction of the planet. A thunderous roar echoed as yet another colossal meteorite was obliterated by the energy unleashed from the 2 combatants. Such occurrences had become commonplace. These meteors were relatively diminutive, the largest merely 1,000 kilometers in diameter, incapable of withstanding even the aftermath of their skirmishes. Yet, seemingly unsatisfied with their previous engagements, the 2 warriors surged toward the nearest planet. This celestial body boasted a diameter of approximately 100,000 kilometers. Its remoteness from the sun rendered it shrouded in perpetual gloom, with its surface entirely encrusted in frost. However, this tranquil and serene planet was about to face dire calamity. Thanos managed to deflect Odin's assault, but was propelled into the planet's atmosphere by the tremendous force of the impact. The atmospheric pressure here was at least 20 times that of an ordinary planet, and the gravity was 30 times greater. Although he felt little effect from this, it was still a far cry from the conditions of combat in the vacuum of space. Before he could soar back into the void, Odin's eternal spear radiated a blinding light, followed by a surge of energy hurtling toward him. Odin had astutely recognized the influence the planet exerted upon Thanos and was determined to prevent his escape. Nevertheless, while he was momentarily restrained by the gravitational pull and atmospheric pressure, he found ample opportunities to leverage his surroundings. With a swift motion, he thrust his empty hand forward, unleashing a powerful shockwave that propelled him backward, narrowly evading Odin's onslaught. In the next instant, the surface of the planet was marred by a deep crater, several dozen kilometers in diameter, created by Odin's strike. Though Odin sought to continue his assault, Thanos seized the opportunity to break free from the atmosphere, launching a fierce slash. Yet, with an unexpected and deft maneuver, Odin executed a sharp right turn, skillfully dodging the attack. Consequently, the destructive energy emanating from Thanos' blade soared past him, descending upon the surface below. In a heartbeat, the planet was etched with a 20-kilometer-long gash, the depth of which remained uncertain. Undeterred, Thanos countered with a swift reverse slash of his tyrant blade, aimed squarely at Odin. This time, Odin found himself unable to evade and was forced to raise his spear in defense. A resounding crash ensued as Odin was propelled into the planet's atmosphere by the overwhelming force of the blow. Observing this, Thanos smirked and promptly followed suit. In the ensuing moments, the two titans clashed within the atmosphere. Thanos, having trained extensively in a gravity chamber, adapted seamlessly to the planet's 30-fold gravity, while Odin felt increasingly hampered, struggling merely to parry Thanos' relentless onslaught. As their battle raged on, the atmosphere above the planet became marred with streaks of disruption, causing gases to begin escaping. Within a mere half-hour, the atmospheric pressure plummeted from 20 atmospheres to a standard one. The planet's surface lay in ruins, appearing as if it might shatter at any moment. Notably, one of the gashes nearly severed the planet in two. Fortunately, the planet's core had cooled, preventing any molten lava from spilling forth. At that moment, a sharp sound rang out as Odin deflected another of Thanos' ferocious attacks with his spear. After taking a few deep breaths, Odin observed Thanos charging once again. The divine energy within him surged rapidly, and another shockwave of energy was unleashed. Upon witnessing this, a faint smile crept across Thanos' lips. He had finally discerned his opponent's weakness. Perhaps it was due to Odin's prolonged absence from battle that his reactions had dulled, compounded by the gravitational pull that hindered his movements. To compensate for this slight disparity, Odin was compelled to expend even more energy. Once his reserves were depleted, it would spell his demise. With a swift dodge, he evaded Thanos' assault and raised the tyrant's bane to strike. However, this attempt was yet again thwarted by Thanos' eternal spear. As Odin prepared to press his attack, an unsettling sensation crept over him from behind. Executing a backward leap, he confirmed that Odin posed no immediate threat and glanced over his shoulder. To his astonishment, he discovered that Odin's energy blast had deftly struck the fissure he had created, impacting the planet's core. In that moment, the core began to erupt with a violent explosion. Thunderous roars echoed, gradually diminishing until they faded into silence. This was not the end of the explosion. Rather, it was the atmospheric pressure that had dissipated. Without the medium of the atmosphere, sound lost its means of propagation, rendering it mute. Moments later, the planet shattered completely, transforming into fragments that scattered into the void. Realizing this, he comprehended that Odin had exploited his flaw by obliterating the very planet itself. Yet, even without the constraint of a planet, could Odin truly withstand him? Swiftly, he soared to a massive boulder, using it as leverage to propel himself towards Odin. This would undoubtedly evolve into a protracted battle, where every ounce of strength conserved would serve as a crucial advantage in the quest for victory. Meanwhile, in the battlefield beyond the stars, the deaths of the three warriors of the Celestial Palace had drained Thor of his combat prowess, and Odin was preoccupied. Thus, the tide of battle had turned decidedly in favor of Thanos. The combat prowess of the Black Order was far beyond what ordinary Asgardian warriors could withstand. Each strike they delivered resulted in substantial enemy casualties. The Sanctuary, too, was equally relentless. A colossal energy blast erupted from its core, striking a large enemy warship mere seconds later. In the next instant, that warship erupted in a cataclysmic explosion. Following the assault, the Sanctuary, too, began to recharge, preparing for its next strike. On the Asgardian side, aside from the medium and large vessels that still possessed energy, the smaller ships were little more than moving coffins. However, the attacks from the larger vessels could not penetrate the shields of the escort ships. As the battle raged on, the casualties on the Asgardian side mounted, while Thanos' encirclement grew tighter. Within the flagship of Asgard, Sif gently laid Thor on a medical bed, beside which rested the nearly severed Mjolnir. At that moment, Thor's complexion was ghostly pale, devoid of any color, and he lay in a deep unconsciousness, causing Sif's heart to ache profoundly. Shortly thereafter, as beams of light flickered across, a series of datasets began to materialize. Upon gazing at the data, she was instantly engulfed by a sense of panic, uncertain of how to proceed. The figures revealed that Thor's condition was exceedingly dire. 25 of his bones lay fractured, over 50% of his musculature was contused, and 30% of his skin lay compromised. More critically, a destructive energy coursed through his body, relentlessly eroding his very essence. Should Thor fail to expunge this malevolent force at once, he might succumb to the brink of death at any moment. Yet, in the face of this annihilating energy, she found herself utterly powerless. Her divine abilities were insufficiently potent and lacked the necessary purity. The only beings capable of rescuing Thor were King Odin, Heidemer, and the goddess. Chapter 25. The divine art of arrival. Confronted with Thor's precarious situation, Sif found herself in a profound quandary. Should she return now, she could likely preserve Thor's life. However, the sudden disappearance of the flagship from the battlefield would not only deprive them of crucial support, but would also complicate the ongoing conflict significantly. The mere vanishing of the flagship had already instigated considerable turmoil among the ranks. On one hand lay the life of her beloved, and on the other, the impending defeat in war. This dilemma left her in a state of indecision. At that moment, the flagship began to tremble violently. Following this, a series of thunderous booms echoed, and the lights shifted to a crimson hue. Attention all units. The warship is under attack. Please take necessary precautions. Upon hearing this announcement, Sif's initial turmoil transformed into a calm resolve. Given the current circumstances, the prospect of victory seemed increasingly bleak. Rather than remain idle, she resolved to rescue Thor first. With determination, she sprinted towards the command center. After much persuasion, Lucy, confronted with the dwindling energy levels of the flagship, reluctantly closed her eyes and consented to the retreat plan. However, before the flagship departed, she chose to remain behind, opting to face the fate of battle alongside the warriors. As Sif had anticipated, the flagship's withdrawal inflicted a tremendous blow to the morale of the battlefield. Some Asgardian soldiers, believing Odin had fallen, abandoned their adversaries and chose to flee. Yet, in the vast void of space, with the nearest planet millions of kilometers away, where could they escape? Ultimately, they could only retreat back to the warship, which resulted in chaos and hindered their capacity for a coordinated counterattack. This chain reaction led to even greater losses for the Asgardian side. From the current situation, barring unforeseen events, Asgard's defeat seemed inevitable. In a stellar system, Odin and Thanos engaged in a fierce aerial battle, swiftly approaching another planet. Odin had no desire to confront this new challenge, but Thanos relentlessly pursued him, forcing him in that direction. Upon glimpsing the planet, Odin discerned Thanos' intentions to draw him into combat on the surface, depleting his already waning energy reserves. This realization ignited a sense of urgency within him. With Thor's injuries unclear and the state of the battlefield uncertain, he felt an overwhelming anxiety. The thought of losing his son or the war was intolerable. Moments later, after being thrust to the edge of the planet's atmosphere during their skirmish, a resolute glint flashed in Odin's eyes. "Thanos, you have forced my hand." With a mighty roar, a golden radiance enveloped Odin's being. His muscles swelled with newfound vigor. His hair transformed into a lustrous gold. In the blink of an eye, the once-aged Odin morphed into a robust man in his 30s. A formidable aura surged forth, rupturing the atmosphere beneath him. The powerful winds buffeted his form, while the planet itself seemed to sense impending doom. The clouds darkened ominously, and brilliant bolts of lightning erupted forth. Indeed, they were unleashed. Due to the disappearance of the atmosphere and the escape of atmospheric gases, a significant reduction in air pressure ensued. This catalyzed a chain reaction, lowering the boiling point of water, which led to the vaporization of substantial quantities of water, resulting in clouds darkening ominously. The evaporation of vast amounts of water also facilitated the separation of numerous positive and negative electrons, culminating in the formation of lightning. Lightning strikes in accordance with the direction of the rain. Thus, when rain ascends, it causes the lightning to discharge outward. However, at Odin's level, lightning is akin to a mere tickle, and he dismisses it entirely. Upon sensing the formidable aura emanating from his opponent, Thanos immediately adopted a grave expression. To his astonishment, this old adversary still possessed untapped reserves, demonstrating remarkable composure. Soon, the purple radiance surrounding his body surged violently, indicating that the destructive energy within him had reached its zenith. At this moment, Odin's aura ceased its expansion. A sinister grin crept upon his face as he felt the immense divine power coursing through him. "You are the second to compel me to employ this technique. Even in death, You may take pride in that. Bring forth the spear. With a thunderous roar, the eternal spear appeared to undergo a transformation, extending from 2 meters to 3, its form becoming grotesquely fearsome. Perish. In an instant, Odin traversed a distance of over a kilometer, materializing before Thanos. This transformation was termed divine descent. He would not resort to it unless absolutely necessary, as it bore consequences, consuming his lifespan and hastening his descent into slumber, accompanied by a period of weakness. A resounding clang echoed as the two divine weapons clashed, the reverberations scattering lightning that erupted from the planet itself. For the first time, Thanos felt an immense pressure. In the next moment, the golden radiance enveloping Odin morphed into the spear's tip, lunging towards him. These spearheads pierced through the purple aura surrounding him, striking his body with a series of metallic clangs. While most were intercepted by his tyrant armor, a few pierced his exposed arms and face. Nevertheless, his formidable physique rendered these injuries inconsequential. Odin, witnessing this, was momentarily incredulous. The spearheads, though not as solid as the eternal spear, had achieved half the hardness of vibranium. The realization that they could not penetrate even the opponent's bare skin was astonishing. In response to Odin's shock, Thanos merely offered a faint smile. He was, after all, a quintessential warrior characterized by high attack, high defense, and high vitality, collectively known as the 3 highs. If such minimal attacks could inflict damage upon him, what would be the point of continuing to fight? Swiftly, he clenched the tyrant's cleaver in one hand and tightened his fist with the other, launching a strike. The impact resounded with a mighty crash as his fist struck Odin's armor, yet it inflicted minimal damage. The adversary's armor appeared to be even sturdier than his own tyrant armor, leaving him feeling somewhat embarrassed. Upon witnessing this, Odin immediately clenched his fist and retaliated with a punch. With a resounding bang, he too found himself in an awkward predicament, equally unable to breach the defenses. Chapter 26. The destruction of a planet. As the two opponents remained locked in a stalemate, Odin felt an increasing urgency within him. He had never anticipated that the formidable defense of the towering figure before him would be so resilient. He was currently in a divine state, where every passing second exacted a considerable toll on his being, making it utterly unsuitable for a battle of endurance. With this in mind, he exerted force to push Thanos away and began to gather the divine power within him. His entire being shimmered with a radiant golden light, and a potent aura began to permeate the space around them, causing even the nameless planet beneath their feet to tremble. Observing this, Thanos tightened his grip on the tyrant's blade, his expression shifting to one of grave seriousness as he gazed forward. Simultaneously, the destructive energy within him surged forth with full force. Activating his primary ability, the power of destruction, he unleashed an overwhelming purple glow that enveloped him, while tendrils of purple energy emerged from the tyrant's blade. In that moment, Odin raised the eternal spear and proclaimed loudly, "Gods of the cosmos, eternity!" Instantly, a powerful aura locked onto Thanos, and countless phantoms of spears shot forth towards him. Reacting quickly, Thanos spun the tyrant's blade with both hands, the sound of clashing metal ringing incessantly. Yet, the stream of spear phantoms appeared inexhaustible, showing no signs of abating. Before long, several spear phantoms pierced through his defenses, leaving behind numerous marks upon his form. Although they had yet to reach the threshold of breaching his defenses, their potency had significantly increased, now possessing at least the hardness of vibranium. If this continued, the cumulative effect would undoubtedly inflict harm upon him. Realizing this, Thanos extended his left hand, beginning to gather an immense amount of destructive energy. After withstanding the barrage for a while longer, and observing that Odin showed no signs of ceasing his assault, he released the amassed energy. Destruction. With a ferocious roar, a surge of purple light erupted, momentarily overshadowing Odin's golden radiance. All incoming spear phantoms were obliterated by the destructive energy unleashed from Thanos' hand. However, despite the might of this destructive energy, it lacked the support of sustained power and was soon overwhelmed by the relentless spear phantoms. The golden light reasserted its dominance over the sky. Nevertheless, Thanos seized this brief opportunity to leave behind a clone to divert Odin's attention, while his true self evaded the attack range and charged towards his foe. Prepare to meet your end. Odin, witnessing Thanos' approach, promptly halted his ultimate move and thrust the eternal spear forward. A resounding clash echoed through the air. Although Odin had enhanced his strength through his divine state, he was still pushed back relentlessly by Thanos, who had activated his dual state. Before long, the two found themselves near the planet's atmosphere. The continuous rumble of thunder resounded, and bolts of lightning shot through the ruptured atmosphere, yet were repelled by the formidable auras surrounding them, failing to inflict any harm. At their level of power, planetary-scale disasters posed no threat whatsoever. After a minute, a tremendous explosion echoed, as Thanos propelled Odin downward like a meteor, crashing towards the planet's surface. This caused the already trembling crust to swiftly give way to seismic upheavals, culminating in the eruption of volcanoes. This planet was relatively small, measuring less than half the size of the one that had been destroyed previously, with gravity approximately 1.4 times the norm. As for atmospheric pressure, it was plummeting due to the rupture of the atmosphere, now reduced to around 0.8 atmospheres. Yet, Thanos did not relent. He continued to propel Odin deeper towards the planet's core. It was evident that this planet possessed an active core, and should Odin be thrust into the molten depths, it would drain a significant amount of his energy. Odin was acutely aware of this, and with a resounding roar, he unleashed his divine power to halt his descent. However, Thanos could not let such a golden opportunity slip away. The destructive energy within him surged forth once more as he raised his tyrant's blade to strike. The sounds of clashing weapons echoed again. An hour later, the planet could no longer withstand the aftermath of their battle, and its core began to detonate, sending fragments of the planet flying in all directions. This marked the second planet they had obliterated together. Meanwhile, beyond the stars, the conflict between the Dark Cult and Asgard was nearing its conclusion. The mid to large-sized warships of Asgard, still possessing energy, initiated spatial jumps to escape. The remaining smaller vessels, devoid of energy, were annihilated. In truth, General Deathblade wished to impose a spatial blockade, ensuring no enemies could escape. However, Supergiant and Ebony Maw believed that if they confined their foes and forced them into a desperate struggle, even if they secured ultimate victory, it would come at a tremendous cost. Thus, they deemed it wiser to allow a few to escape while annihilating the majority. The Black Order would assume command of the war in Thanos' absence, but this required a collective vote. In the absence of votes from both Dark Knight Proxima and Black Dwarf, the spatial blockade was ultimately not enacted. At this juncture, they commenced deliberating on a second matter, whether to extend support to Lord Thanos. However, this discussion was abruptly halted with the explosion of the second planet. Although they had reached the pinnacle of planetary power, on the cusp of ascending to quasi-celestial status, they found themselves utterly powerless in the face of such cataclysmic devastation. A mere ripple from the battle could spell their doom. General Deathblade gazed at the screen displaying the shattered planet, a sense of dread washing over him as he inquired, "What do you believe is the extent of our Lord's power?" Even planets seemed to be mere toys in his grasp. Dark Knight Proxima shook his head, an expression of admiration gracing his features as he replied, "I do not know, but I believe the mightiest in the universe pales in comparison to him. Indeed, our Lord's strength likely transcends our imagination." Supergiant nodded, his expression obscured, yet his tone resonated with reverence. Ebony Maw's eyes shone with fervor, akin to a zealous acolyte as he proclaimed, "Indeed, we can only follow in our Lord's wake, conquering all that his gaze touches to express our loyalty." Among the 5 Obsidian generals, only the somewhat dull-witted Black Dwarf kept nodding incessantly, utterly at a loss for how to convey his admiration. In the end, all he could utter was, "Wow." Chapter 27. A decisive victory. The members of the Black Dawn 5 each joined Thanos' ranks at different times. Among them, General Deathblade was the first to become Thanos' subordinate, followed by Ebony Maw, Dark Proxima, Black Dwarf, and finally, Supergiant. In his ambition to ascend as the leader of the 5, General Deathblade allied himself with Dark Proxima. Recognizing his status as the weakest among them, Dark Proxima agreed to this union in a bid to secure his position. Thus, the Black Dawn 5 was not as harmonious as it appeared on the surface, although their discord had yet to escalate to outright enmity. After a thorough discussion, they resumed their onslaught against the Asgardian pantheon. Although the battle had been decisively won, with over 1 million Asgardians encircled, the process of consolidating these gains would require considerable time. After all, even 100,000 pigs would take a significant amount of time to slaughter, let alone the Asgardians whose individual prowess exceeded that of the Dark Order by a factor of 2. On a recently obliterated planet, Odin and Thanos exchanged weary glances, both panting heavily. Typically, even after a grueling 10 days of combat, they would not break a sweat. Yet today's full-throttle confrontation had drained them of considerable strength and energy. Exhausted, they had both ceased their overexertion, refraining from immediate engagement. After a moment, Odin spoke. "If you withdraw now, Thanos, I shall hold no grudges." Lacking confidence in his ability to subdue Thanos, he sought to negotiate peace. In his youth, such thoughts would have been inconceivable. He would have fought to the bitter end, driven by fervor, regardless of the odds. Yet, age had brought with it many burdens, and he had long since passed the age of reckless valor. Thanos merely offered a cold smirk in response to Odin's words. "Ah, you still have yet to awaken fully. Perhaps you should glance behind you to witness the unfolding events." He was aware that his forces held an overwhelming advantage. Once the Asgardians were eradicated, his subordinates would be free to assist him. With over 10,000 warships, they could exhaust their enemies into submission. Upon hearing Thanos' words, Odin cautiously turned to look behind him. In an instant, he was confronted with an unbelievable sight. The Asgardians were encircled by their foes, akin to lambs awaiting slaughter, utterly incapable of resistance. Yet he found himself powerless to return and provide aid. After a moment, Odin turned his head back with great effort, gritting his teeth as he said fiercely, "Speak. What terms would you require for your retreat?" Thanos shook his head, remaining silent. At this juncture, Odin had yet to clarify his own position. Furthermore, there was no foundation for negotiation. Thanos sought the entirety of the galaxy along with the remaining 5 Infinity Stones. Their interests were irreconcilably opposed. Unless Odin were to willingly submit as Thanos' subordinate, such a scenario was unimaginable. A king of gods, a sovereign of the galaxy, would never acquiesce to becoming another's vassal, even unto death. Upon witnessing Thanos' demeanor, Odin recognized the diminishing prospects for negotiation. Undeterred by the potential repercussions, he resolutely activated his divine state once more. Each fleeting second brought the demise of countless subordinates. Thus, he understood the urgency for swift resolution. Thanos, perceiving the shift, promptly unleashed his dominion and destructive powers. The ensuing conflict once again saw the two engaged in an evenly matched confrontation. After a brief exchange, a sudden brilliance flickered in Odin's eyes. His resplendent armor erupted in a cascade of golden shards, which enveloped Thanos, momentarily immobilizing him. This armor, an artifact of unparalleled quality, possessed formidable defensive capabilities and the unique ability to restrain foes through sacrificial means. Seizing the opportunity, Odin thrust his spear into Thanos' chest. In the face of disbelief, Thanos beheld Odin's victorious grin as the eternal spear was gradually extracted. Ultimately, victory is mine. After a triumphant laugh, Odin relinquished his divine state and rushed to support his beleaguered allies. Under the relentless assault of the eternal spear, he swiftly vanquished the remaining adversaries. However, in the midst of his triumph, the eagle helm atop his head flickered ominously. An unsettling sensation washed over him. Everything felt unnaturally smooth, almost surreal. As this realization dawned, he was suddenly gripped by nausea. After a brief bout of retching, his vision blurred, transporting him back to the moment before he had slain Thanos. Faced with the intact figure of Thanos, the disintegrating planets around them, and his own subordinates still under siege, he grasped that everything had been an illusion. When did you acquire this ability? Thanos, holding the Mind Stone, felt a pang of disappointment. Just as Odin had turned away, Thanos had utilized the stone's power. Yet, he had not anticipated that, despite depleting so much of Odin's energy, he would still awaken from the illusion. Clearly, his mastery over the Mind Stone was still lacking. Observing Thanos' silence, Odin tightened his grip on the eternal spear and reactivated his divine state, charging forward once again. Yet now, aware of Odin's hidden card, Thanos approached the battle with heightened caution, wary of being ensnared by the armor once more. As time progressed, Odin sensed that Thanos was pushing him toward another planet. A chill coursing through him. Although he had used his divine state within the illusion, it had indeed drained his energy and potential. He realized he could not sustain this divine state for much longer. It was imperative to retreat. The enemy before him could only be confronted with the alliance of others. However, his own subordinates. No, preserving his life was paramount. With the thought of retreat solidifying in his mind, he began to scout for an exit. After repelling Thanos once more, he swiftly darted away from the front line, abandoning his comrades, and fled at full speed. Upon witnessing this, Thanos immediately gave chase, fearing that his adversary might escape. However, at that moment, a radiant beam of rainbow-colored light suddenly surged forth from the distance. Upon seeing this luminous display, an ominous premonition gripped his heart. Yet, before he could fully comprehend the situation, the kaleidoscopic light enveloped Odin, and in the blink of an eye, both he and the light vanished. It turned out that Odin had instructed Heimdall to activate the Bifrost, facilitating his departure. This was a unique interstellar cannon and portal possessed solely by the Asgardian pantheon. Witnessing this, Thanos' expression darkened considerably. However, he found himself powerless against it, for the advanced technology of the Bifrost was beyond his means to thwart. Chapter 28, regrouping 3 hours later. Thanos gazed coldly upon the sea of corpses and rivers of blood before him, slowly retracting the blade of tyranny. Surrounding him lay a multitude of bodies and severed limbs, so numerous that they were nearly beyond counting. During these 3 hours, he and his subordinates had systematically eradicated over 1 million Asgardian warriors. Though he had contemplated capturing a few prisoners, these Asgardians proved to be valiant, refusing to surrender and fighting to the last breath. At that moment, the Black Order descended near him, and one by one, they knelt in midair. Leading them, General Corvus Glaive bowed respectfully and spoke, "My lord." Having witnessed the clash between Thanos and Odin, they were now utterly convinced. Such cataclysmic power was unattainable even with centuries of training. It was the power of the divine. Thanos merely cast a fleeting glance at his subordinates, then inquired, where is Thor's body? Although Odin had fled, slaying Thor was still a commendable feat. As his words hung in the air, the heads of the Black Order sank lower. Noticing their demeanor, Thanos furrowed his brow and said, "Do not tell me he escaped?" Seeing the silence from the others, General Glaive, steeling himself, replied, "My lord, we did not see Thor before he could finish." Thanos' eyes flared with intensity. In an instant, General Glaive felt an overwhelming pressure enveloping him, making even the act of breathing a challenge. How could they allow even a half-dead foe to flee? Proxima Midnight, lowering her head, hastily interjected, "My lord, it is as follows. Both Supergiant and Ebony Maw feared that the enemy would fight to the last, resulting in severe losses for us. Thus, they chose not to seal the space, allowing the enemy to escape. Unbeknownst to them, Sif had already fled with Thor, and they mistakenly believed that the lack of spatial containment was the reason for the enemy's escape." Supergiant and Ebony Maw, realizing Proxima Midnight had deflected blame, grew anxious. "My lord, we acted purely out of strategic consideration, fearing excessive losses to the Dark Order. Indeed, we are not familiar with this Thor." Before they could complete their explanation, Thanos' oppressive aura descended upon them, subjecting the Black Order to immense pressure. Soon, cold sweat began to beat on their foreheads. After a moment, observing his subordinates trembling on the ground, Thanos retracted his oppressive force and stated coolly, "Do not speak to me of strategy. My strategy is to eliminate as many enemies as possible. Otherwise, Odin will wield the resources of an entire star system against us, and we shall find it exceedingly difficult to withstand." While Supergiant and Ebony Maw might possess tactical insight, their understanding of the strategic level concerning an entire star system was still lacking. Upon hearing this, the Black Order realized their misjudgment and felt a deep sense of regret, particularly Supergiant and Ebony Maw, who wished they could strike themselves in remorse. However, Thanos paid no heed to the petty concerns of his subordinates, instead turning his gaze towards the distant cosmos, continuing, "Prepare all fleets. We shall hasten to pursue the trail left by our enemies." The spacecraft's spatial jumps inevitably left behind traces in the fabric of space. Fortuitously, Thanos possessed the technology to track such remnants, thus refraining from reprimanding his underlings for their shortcomings. The Black Order nodded in agreement, promptly rising to return to their ship. Meanwhile, within the halls of Asgard, Odin's complexion was ashen, and he was laboring to catch his breath. Curse that purple-skinned fiend. At that moment, Heimdall approached, his boots echoing with a sharp clatter. Concern etched on his face. "My king, are you well?" Odin had been silently observing the battle with Thanos, and witnessing Odin being overwhelmed by his adversary filled him with anxiety. Had it not been for Odin's orders, he would have rushed to assist. Odin shook his head, a tremor of dread in his voice as he remarked, "During the Council of Gods, I heard whispers of a formidable being named Thanos from the neighboring Dragon Star system. At that time, I jested about their inability to subdue even a Titan. It appears I underestimated him, though he did not explicitly admit to being outmatched." His words conveyed a sense of resignation. While he still possessed some contingencies, his most powerful techniques had already been deployed, rendering any remaining strategies mere nuisances to Thanos, incapable of altering the outcome of the confrontation. Furthermore, he was uncertain whether Thanos had any tricks left up his sleeve, particularly regarding the Mind Stone, which had cast a long shadow over him. Fortunately, it was merely a projection of the Infinity Stones, not the actual gems. Reflecting on this, he suddenly recalled a glove crafted for the Infinity Stones in his vault. In his youth, he had contemplated gathering the stones to rule the universe, but ultimately abandoned the idea due to the absence of leads. The only stone he was aware of resided with that bald-headed individual, and he had yet to devise a means to obtain it. Shaking his head, he dismissed the thoughts. At that moment, Heimdall abruptly looked skyward, his pupils constricting in alarm. After a brief pause, he spoke urgently, "My king, it appears the enemy possesses a means to track our cosmic vessels. They are swiftly approaching our fleet." Upon hearing this, Odin sprang to his feet, his expression fraught with urgency as he moved towards the exit. "What? They possess such an ability?" Heimdall watched Odin depart, shaking his head in resignation, before resuming his vigil over the enemy fleet. Soon after, Odin arrived at the temple and issued a summons for the council. The power structure of Asgard was intriguing. Aside from the king, there existed a senate composed of 100 members, each of whom was required to possess at least planetary-level strength, equivalent to that of the 3 warriors of the Celestial Palace. In addition to the requisite strength, one must possess a territory within the galaxy, whether it be a star or a planet. The vastness of the Milky Way is such that it could easily accommodate millions of legislators. However, it is a pity that Odin's overwhelming desire for control has led him to regard the galaxy as his personal property. Aside from initially granting planets to his loyal subordinates who fought alongside him, he has since refrained from any further distribution. Otherwise, he would not find himself so helpless in the face of Thanos, with a mere army of over 100 million starships at his disposal. Even Thanos would be utterly exhausted. Chapter 29: The Death of Sif. Several hours later, hundreds of legislators traversed the Rainbow Bridge, arriving at the land of Asgard and entering the temple. At this moment, Odin's countenance had returned to its former state, showing no signs of injury. As the deities took their seats, Odin rose, grasping the eternal spear. Esteemed legislators, he began, we are facing an unprecedented catastrophe. Enemies from the Dragon Star system have invaded through a newly formed wormhole. I implore you to dispatch all your fleets for support. Upon hearing Odin's declaration, a murmur arose among the gods. Isn't the Dragon Star system near the Milky Way? How could they have arrived? Were not all wormholes sealed? What sort of foe could compel the All-Father to seek our aid? Has the chief deity of the Dragon Star system been slain? Otherwise, why would they invade us? It is inconceivable that we have received no word. Observing the growing unrest among the deities, Odin could not restrain himself and struck the ground with the eternal spear. The resounding thuds silenced the assembly. Satisfied, Odin nodded and continued. Each legislator must dispatch 10 small spacecraft and 1 medium-sized vessel to Asgard for assistance. He refrained from requesting large warships, as only Asgard had the capacity to produce them. Should any legislator dare to construct a large vessel without permission, they would be charged with treason. As the gods processed Odin's command, their expressions shifted dramatically. Since the Asgardian lineage had dominated the galaxy and sealed all wormholes, there had been no significant conflicts, save for the occasional rebellion. This led many to believe that rather than invest in warships, it was more prudent to enjoy their prosperity. Now, asking each one to provide such a number of spacecraft would likely yield only a few willing participants. Soon, the lamentations began. My realm has always been impoverished. My resources non-existent. I cannot furnish such vessels, one deity lamented. Indeed, my storeroom holds merely 3 ancient ships from a millennium past. Another chimed in, my plight is dire. Just recently, those wretched rebels destroyed all my ships. You were fortunate. I have yet to construct a palace, let alone manufacture warships. Listening to the chorus of grievances, Odin's brow furrowed deeply. It was hard to fathom that a millennium ago, any Asgardian would have unhesitatingly donated everything to combat an external threat. Yet, in the brief span of 1,000 years, the descendants of the Asgardians had degenerated to such a degree. Shaking his head, he once more struck the ground with the eternal spear and declared, those who cannot meet the required number will have their resources requisitioned. This meeting is adjourned. Initially, he had intended to offer encouragement and perhaps redistribute some planets, but such thoughts had dissipated. The disappointment in these legislators weighed heavily upon him. After the conclusion of the meeting, he promptly dispatched a messenger to inform his retreating subordinates to flee to another location, lest Thanos swiftly discover the coordinates of Asgard. He then, with great fortitude, endured his injuries and made his way to Thor's palace. At that moment, Thor lay unconscious on the bed, his complexion pale, while the goddess Frigga stood vigil at his side, one hand gripping her staff, the other emanating a soft, white luminescence. Although Frigga was not particularly skilled in healing spells, she chose to take matters into her own hands for the sake of saving her son. Thor's injuries were grievous, necessitating a power at the level of a demigod for healing, and among all of Asgard, she was the sole one possessing such abilities along with healing prowess. Odin, witnessing the beads of sweat glistening on Frigga's forehead, felt a surge of compassion and stepped forward, gently suggesting that she take a moment to rest. He was acutely aware of the uncertainty surrounding Thanos' arrival, thus preserving their strength was of utmost importance. He certainly did not wish to commence battle with one less demigod on their side. However, upon hearing his words, Frigga merely cast a fleeting glance at Odin, remaining silent and steadfast in her efforts. To her, only Thor was her lifeblood. Odin was merely a consort forged through political alliance. To the outside world, they appeared as a loving couple, a paragon of marital bliss, yet in truth, their relationship was devoid of genuine affection, consisting only of a transactional bond, perhaps even tinged with animosity. A millennium prior, her coven of witches had been gradually consumed by the forces of the other 8 realms following the demise of their chieftain. In a desperate bid to protect her kin, she was compelled to enter into a union with Odin. Yet, after aiding Odin in his dominion over the 9 realms, he began to suppress her witch clan, even sacrificing the Valkyries to exile her eldest daughter, Hela. Hela had awakened the witch's bloodline, which threatened Odin's fear of impure lineage. However, by that time, she was already with child again, so she ultimately suppressed her hatred, forced to watch her daughter be banished to another dimension. When she wed Odin, a pact was signed that stipulated he could have only her as his legitimate wife for life. Thus, everything in Asgard would eventually belong to her children. She merely had to wait for Odin to pass away. Naturally, until that time, she had to endure everything he did, which is why she pretended not to notice his daily escapades with other women. It was not that she truly failed to see. Rather, it was a strategic choice to avoid giving Odin any leverage to dissolve their contract. Observing Frigga's frigid demeanor, Odin felt a flicker of anger rise within him. Yet he quickly subdued it. With a formidable enemy approaching, now was not the time for internal strife. However, his patience waned as he turned his gaze to Sif. And with a scowl, he raised the eternal spear, unleashing a wave of power that reverberated through the air. Sif never anticipated that Odin would launch an attack against her. Caught completely off guard, she was struck, and an immense wound appeared in her abdomen, as if she had been severed in half. With a resounding thud, Sif collapsed to the ground, blood gushing from her mouth. Her lips moved in a futile attempt to speak. Her eyes fixed on Odin as if questioning the reason for her impending demise. Odin, sheathing his spear of eternity, seethed with rage and exclaimed, "Who granted you the authority to return the flagship? Do you realize that your actions have led to a catastrophic defeat at the front, resulting in the deaths of millions of the Asgardian race? It is you who bears responsibility for their demise. Furthermore, according to the code, a coward in battle faces the death penalty." Upon hearing this, Sif could only reluctantly close her eyes in despair. Damn it, had I known, I would never have saved this wretched fool. Chapter 30. Absorbing planets on the far side of the galaxy. The Black Order was relentlessly pursuing the cosmic warships of the Asgardian pantheon. Following a stern reprimand from Thanos, they were acutely aware of the gravity of the situation. Thus they pursued with fervor, daring not to rest even for a moment. However, it was too long before they encountered a complication. After the fourth spatial jump, the Asgardian warships altered their course, veering in another direction. After a brief deliberation, they resolved to relay this information to Thanos. Upon learning of the situation, Thanos immediately understood that Odin had detected their pursuit and consequently abandoned his forces to save himself. He could only lament Odin's cold-heartedness and decisiveness. It is important to note that these warships were of medium to large size, carrying hundreds of thousands of souls, individuals who had previously fought valiantly for Odin, risking their lives against the Dark Order. It was shocking to witness such loyalty cast aside in an instant. With no favorable course of action available, Thanos commanded his subordinates to continue the pursuit of the Asgardian warships, instructing them to capture as many as possible alive. Since these defeated warriors were not returning, he could only hope to extract the coordinates of Asgard from their vessels. Otherwise, locating this realm amidst the vastness of space would be akin to searching for a needle in a haystack. The reason Thanos refrained from pursuing personally was due to more pressing matters at hand. He directed his subordinates to continue establishing interstellar fortifications near the wormhole and to manufacture additional warships on the planets in the rear. Meanwhile, he set off to search for planets and experiment with his skills. Time passed unheeded, and 2 months slipped away. Reinforcements had gradually provided over 300 additional warships, replenishing Thanos' fleet to a formidable total of 10,000. The Black Order had successfully destroyed one Asgardian warship after another, yet none had surrendered. In the face of defeat, Asgardian warriors chose self-destruction, denying their captors any opportunity for apprehension. Thus, Thanos resigned himself to the reality and began to focus on dominating the stars, finding himself on a desolate planet, radiating a purple glow as he absorbed energy. After his initial act of planetary destruction, he had acquired a formidable ability to absorb energy. However, to master the power of the Mind Stone, he had refrained from utilizing this skill. Following his confrontation with Odin, he discovered this barren planet beneath his feet and commenced the use of his energy-absorbing technique. Concurrently, he recognized the limitation of this ability. It could only draw energy from celestial bodies with a burning core. Those lifeless planets with cooled cores yielded no energy whatsoever. After 2 months of absorption, the core of the planet began to cool, and its atmosphere gradually dissipated. This revelation elucidated the true nature of the energy absorption technique. It drained the core of a planet, leading a once-living world to its demise. At that moment, a low humming sound resonated. Without needing to look up, he knew it was his subordinates approaching him. Due to his inaugural attempt at the star absorption technique, he was uncertain when the planet beneath him would be fully consumed, or what would transpire thereafter. To ensure safety, he ordered the spacecraft to remain at a distance of 100,000 kilometers in outer space. Shortly thereafter, a sleek, silver-hued spacecraft, reminiscent of a science fiction marvel, came to a halt not far from him. In the next instant, the hatch opened, and an individual clad in a gray robe, their face obscured, descended. Approaching Thanos, who stood 10 meters away, the figure respectfully knelt on one knee. "Esteemed Lord Thanos, it appears we have located the traces of the Asgardian continent." Upon hearing this, Thanos lifted his gaze towards the newcomer. This was the executor of the Dark Cult, also a biomechanical being, though not of the strength variant, but rather of the intellectual type. "How did you ascertain this?" Thanos inquired. The Dark Executor replied calmly, "Based on our conjectures. A figure as proud as Odin would undoubtedly establish the Asgardian continent at the center of the galaxy to proclaim his might and achievements. Thus, We focused our reconnaissance on the central region of the Milky Way, and to our astonishment, we indeed discovered a location that matched the description. Thanos nodded in approval, remarking, "Well done. You may return. I shall follow shortly." "At your command, my lord." The Dark Executor swiftly returned to the spacecraft and departed from the crumbling planet. Observing this, Thanos intensified his gravitational pull, allowing a torrent of energy to surge into his being. Then, a thunderous roar erupted, and the ground trembled violently, fissures splitting the earth, while volcanoes erupted, creating a scene reminiscent of the apocalypse. However, as the planet harbored no life, the notion of an apocalypse was rendered moot. After half an hour, sensing the energy within him gradually dissipating, he ceased his absorption and ascended towards the sky. The relentless explosions continued to resonate from the planet. From the vantage of outer space, it was evident that the planet was beyond redemption. Numerous landmasses, dislodged by the explosions, broke free from the planet's gravitational grasp and soared into the cosmos. Shortly after Thanos' departure, the planet succumbed to total collapse, culminating in a cataclysmic explosion. Countless fragments of celestial bodies hurtled into space, leaving behind only a shattered core, approximately 1,000 kilometers in diameter. This was the remnant of the planet, the sole testament to its former existence. In the vastness of outer space, Thanos accessed his personal attributes panel. Constitution, 42942. For strength, 35,121. 8 agility, 29578. 0 mental power, 30448. 7 active skills, destruction force passive skills, Titan bloodline, super recovery, super physique, super strength, super agility, potent mental power, resilient skin unique skills, ruler, star absorption technique equipment, tyrant's blade, tyrant's armor, mind gem. Upon reviewing his attributes, Thanos nodded with satisfaction. This planetary absorption had enhanced his four-dimensional attributes by an increment ranging from 1,000 to over 3,000 points, with the most significant increase observed in his constitution. Due to a year spent mastering the mind gem, his mental prowess has surpassed 30,000. If each absorbed planet can augment his attributes by such a significant margin, then by assimilating 100 planets, he estimates that he could attain the latter stages of the god level. Although the system interface does not explicitly display levels, his extensive years of research have led him to delineate attributes and levels. These include ordinary, strong, superhuman, planetary, subcelestial, celestial, individual universe, and multiversal. The average attributes for each category are as follows. Ordinary individuals possess an average of 1 point. Strong individuals range from 2 to 10 points. Superhumans span from 10 to 100 points. Planetary beings average from 100 to 1,000 points. Subcelestials average from 1,000 to 10,000 points. And celestials range from 10,000 to 100,000 points. Naturally, this classification is a personal framework developed within his own faction, and different regions have their own terminologies. Chapter 31. The arrival of Thanos. After a brief interval, Thanos returned to the Sanctuary 2. Through the projection from the void, he observed the Dark Executor discovering a land that bore a striking resemblance to the realm of Asgard. It was a continent suspended in the vacuum of the cosmos. Indeed, a continent, not a planet. Such a marvel could not have formed naturally in the universe. It must have been artificially created. It was no wonder that the Dark Executor concluded this was the land of Asgard. Thus, Thanos promptly dispatched 10 reconnaissance ships to investigate the situation. A week later, propelled by their remarkable speed, the reconnaissance vessels arrived at their destination, located 10,000 light-years away. The images transmitted from the ships revealed the continent's extraordinary nature. The terrain was flat, devoid of a core, leaving the formation of gravity a mystery. Strikingly, the land experienced seasonal changes and tidal fluctuations, resembling a typical planet. However, as detailed data continued to flow in, Thanos discerned the distinct characteristics of this continent. An energy shield replaced the atmosphere, enveloping the entire land, and there was an absence of gravitational forces above. At that moment, more than 15,000 spacecraft hovered over the continent, the majority being smaller vessels. Thanos was taken aback by this revelation. He had not anticipated Odin's military capacity to be so formidable, despite recently losing numerous ships. Asgard could still muster such a substantial fleet. If given more time, the Asgardians could potentially deploy even more warships. This realization compelled Thanos to act swiftly. He needed to subdue Odin without delay, for the military potential of the Asgardians far surpassed his own. With this thought in mind, he commanded the Sanctuary 2 to mobilize, instructing the Black Order to take the lead and set forth. A week later, by a lake on the Asgardian continent, Thor donned a suit of silver armor, wielding the newly restored Mjolnir, tirelessly swinging it. After lying in a sickbed for 10 days, he had finally regained his vitality. Although his mother's magical energy had been severely depleted, he had returned to his former self. Upon his recovery, his first impulse was to eagerly train. This was an unthinkable notion in his past. Previously, he had either been drinking or quelling rebellions. The idea of training was far from his mind. Due to the royal bloodline of Asgard, he had never needed to train. Upon reaching maturity, he naturally possessed the strength of a demigod. Such effortless power had led him to take it for granted, living a life of indulgence and lethargy. This was why he had always acted without consideration. There had been no need for him to engage his intellect. However, after his battle with Thanos, he came to a profound realization. No matter how powerful his parents were, they could not shield him indefinitely. One must cultivate their own strength. Now, after 4 days of rigorous training, he swung Mjolnir repeatedly, producing a resonant hum with each motion. Before him, the lake's surface was ceaselessly parted, only to return to its tranquil state, then to be divided once more. After a while, he breathlessly set down Mjolnir and shook his head. No, this form of training was yielding no results. Although the royal bloodline of Asgard afforded him a higher starting point and immense power, it had now become a shackle, making it arduous for him to break through his limitations. In this world, equity prevails. A formidable lineage can sometimes symbolize bondage. At that moment, the distant temple resonated with the sound of bells. Ding dong, ding dong. Upon hearing the chimes, Thor's expression shifted, and he immediately soared towards the temple. Typically, the temple's bells do not toll unless in times of great significance. Indeed, upon arrival, he beheld his father, the All-Father, seated upon the throne, his countenance grave. Shortly thereafter, the temple was teeming with people, some council members even hovering mid-air to secure their positions. At this juncture, Odin rose from his throne and struck the ground with Gungnir. The sound resonated twice, echoing in the ears of all present. Instantly, the assembly fell into silence. Odin, satisfied, nodded and declared, according to Heimdall's latest intelligence, "The enemy approaches us, expected to arrive within a day. I hereby announce Asgard is in a state of emergency. First, all portals shall be closed, and the departure of any spacecraft shall be prohibited. Second, all resources will prioritize wartime needs. Third, all individuals aged 15 and above shall automatically enter the reserve forces and obey the commands of the Supreme Command, which is mine." Upon hearing this, the gods erupted into fervent discussions. "Damn Thanos, we shall deliver a punishing blow. Yes, long live Asgard. Victory for Asgard is assured. Under the leadership of the All-Father, we shall vanquish all foes. We vow to defend Asgard to the death, to protect our homeland." Below, Thor watched as his father issued commands with unwavering authority, and a sudden yearning stirred within him. Compared to the relentless suppression and slaughter of the day-to-day, it seemed far more exhilarating and empowering to command from the throne. This was where a man ought to be. Alas, barring unforeseen circumstances, his father would likely have several centuries ahead of him. Chapter 32. Asgard. 2.5 trillion kilometers beyond the continent of Asgard, a fleet of cosmic warships abruptly materialized from the void. Initially, small escort vessels emerged, followed shortly by medium-sized frigates, and then larger warships. Subsequently, assault ships, command vessels, and supply ships arrived, culminating in the appearance of the flagship of the Black Order. Their decision to jump to a location 2.5 trillion kilometers away stemmed from a meticulous analysis of the technological capabilities of the Asgardian pantheon post-battle. Upon discovering that the adversary lacked long-range spatial blockades and slipstream technology, they felt secure in traversing such a distance to prevent the enemy from deploying cosmic mines prematurely. For foes devoid of slipstream technology, traveling at light speed would require 100 days to reach them. As for spatial jumps, that was utterly inconceivable. To deter any potential retreat by the enemy, they had already established a spatial blockade. Should the enemy dare to approach, Thanos would find amusement in their folly. With a distinct technological advantage, he exuded an air of audacity. Moreover, this distance permitted a journey of only 1 day, allowing ample time to assemble their forces rather than hastily confronting the Asgardians. An hour later, an immense warship emerged within the cosmos, Thanos' Sanctum II. With its arrival, an oppressive aura enveloped all present. After all, this Titan-class starship dwarfed even the largest of cosmic vessels, rendering them insignificant by comparison. Within the control room of Sanctum II, Thanos sat upon his throne, coldly grasping the Mind Stone, continuously attuning himself to its power. The Mind Stone compensated for his deficiencies in mental prowess, necessitating constant cultivation. Shortly thereafter, the projections of the Black Order materialized in the air, respectfully kneeling on one knee. "My lord," they intoned. Thanos opened his eyes and nodded curtly, inquiring, "What is the situation?" General Corvus Glaive raised his gaze and spoke first. "My lord, according to our reconnaissance, the enemy has amassed over 14,000 small cosmic warships, more than 700 medium vessels, and 11 large warships. It is evident that they are gravely lacking in mid-sized and large vessels, severely undermining their firepower. Furthermore, based on our prior analysis of their technology, they possess no distinctions between escort ships, assault vessels, or supply ships. Their tactics remain entrenched in the practices of 5 centuries past. We can readily implement a strategy of encirclement and annihilation. Thanos nodded in acknowledgement and asked, "Does anyone have alternative strategies?" The Black Order members, Ebony Maw, Supergiant, Black Dwarf, and Proxima Midnight, shook their heads in unison, indicating their agreement. Observing this, Thanos declared, "Very well. Proceed to the destination and commence the war." With that, he closed his eyes. Although the Black Order's strategic acumen required refinement, their tactical arrangements were undoubtedly sound. After all, after a millennium of warfare, even a pig would have learned a thing or two. Upon reaching a decision, the journey commenced swiftly under the guidance of Temple 2, initiating the spatial slide and propelling towards their destination at 100-fold the speed of light. While this velocity may seem astonishing, it is, in the vastness of the universe, a mere crawl. Simultaneously, in Asgard, Odin activated the war mobilization, and a multitude of miniature spacecraft descended into the heavens. This battle, pivotal to their existence, prompted no dissent. Despite the knowledge that these diminutive vessels would likely serve as mere cannon fodder, the honor of the Asgardian gods was not to be tarnished. There were only those warriors who perished in battle, with no room for retreat among the Asgardian kin. This stood in stark contrast to those who had spent their lives away from the Asgardian mainland, never to return. Over 1,000 Asgardian senators had grown accustomed to their sovereign rule upon their own planets, thus lacking the fervor of their brethren. It was perhaps this understanding that fueled Odin's disdain for the division within the Asgardian lineage. At this moment, he sat within a grand cosmic warship, quietly awaiting the arrival of the enemy, flanked by Thor and Heimdall. Frigga, having exhausted her powers in healing Thor, had yet to recuperate. Odin's mind began to churn with another thought. Although both Thor and Heimdall were of near-divine stature, he sensed it was insufficient. He surmised that they would pose little threat to Thanos. How he wished Frigga were present, for her peak abilities and enigmatic sorcery would serve as invaluable support. As for these two warriors, they might only require a few strikes from Thanos to be rendered ineffective, necessitating his distraction for their rescue. This contemplation led him to reminisce about his daughter, Hela. Had she been available, her mastery of sorcery and prowess could have effectively restrained Thanos. As these thoughts swirled, he pondered whether to release Hela from her confinement. However, after careful consideration, he decided against it. Having succeeded in containing this troublesome spirit, he feared that her reemergence would bring more chaos than he could manage. Thus, time inexorably passed. Alongside the 15,000 warships, there now floated over 1 million miniature spacecraft. Lacking the capability for spatial jumps and possessing limited energy, their speed was far from impressive. Yet, their overwhelming numbers and disregard for expenditure provided a strategic advantage. Several hours later, an Asgardian hurriedly approached, kneeling on one knee. "My king," he reported, "we have detected a powerful spatial fluctuation 10 million kilometers ahead. But it is not a spatial jump." At this, Odin rose abruptly, a grave expression crossing his face. Could it be the enemy's new technology? He pondered. Swiftly turning to Heimdall. Thanos wielded far too many unknown technologies, and only Heimdall, who had remained as a spectator in Asgard, could possess the insight necessary to understand. Heimdall did not disappoint him either. Rising to his feet, he remarked, "Odin, during the first great battle, I witnessed their utilization of a technology capable of traveling at 100 times the speed of light, which does not induce intense spatial fluctuations. 100 times the speed of light." Upon hearing this, Odin fell silent once more. His knowledge of the enemy's imminent arrival, merely a day away, was also a conjecture of Heimdall's. He pondered the basis of their confidence, realizing that there existed technology of such astonishing speed. The more he learned about Thanos' technology, the more alarmed he became. This was a realm of knowledge he had long been bereft of. Although the Marvel Universe values strength above all, it does not imply that technology is of no consequence. Had he possessed such advancements earlier, perhaps they would not have faced defeat. At this juncture, Thor, brimming with impatience, interjected, "Father, what shall we do now?" Having matured significantly, he refrained from resorting to mere violence. This aspect brought Odin great solace. After a moment of contemplation, Odin responded, "We shall await their approach." Clearly intimidated by Thanos' technology, he now sought a direct confrontation, eschewing any other tactical considerations. Chapter 33. The war continues. Time swiftly passed. And a day later, Thanos' cosmic fleet finally arrived 10 million kilometers away from the Asgardian forces. What greeted them was a barrage of lasers. At this distance, even at the speed of light, it would take 33 seconds for the beams to reach their target. The Sanctum II calmly activated its shields, successfully repelling the enemy's offensive. At that moment, Thanos sensed Odin's presence in the distance, a smile creeping across his face. It appeared that fortune was on his side. His greatest fear was wandering in the vast cosmos, unable to locate Odin, thereby granting the latter precious time to strengthen his forces. In such a scenario, he would likely find himself outnumbered and overwhelmed. Soon, the escort ships followed closely behind, arriving at their destination and promptly activating their shields, resembling hexagonal turtle shells. These vessels lacked offensive capabilities and were primarily equipped with massive energy shields. As the shields were engaged, a colossal energy barrier manifested instantaneously. When the lasers struck the shield, they merely created ripples, unable to penetrate the formidable defense. Following the escort ships, attack vessels, the mothership, and supply ships gradually arrived. Within merely half an hour, 1,000 spacecraft had gathered near Asgard. Observing the situation, Thanos gestured with his hand, and the Black Order commenced directing the fleet to maneuver around the enemy's attacks, encircling them from both flanks. Odin, upon realizing that the enemy's numbers were fewer yet still sought to surround him, was instantly enraged. He promptly commanded his subordinates to initiate a counter-encirclement. Several hours later, the formations resembled a great bird. Both sides' main forces stood in the center, striving to break through each other's lines, aiming to encircle the opposing wings. Meanwhile, the flanking forces also endeavored to breach their adversaries' centers, leading to the destruction of numerous warships and the loss of countless lives amidst the cosmic expanse. However, due to the parity of strength, both factions fought with utmost caution. This battle of encirclement and counter-encirclement persisted for a day, resulting in the loss of merely over 1,000 spacecraft. The fatalities among the Dark Order and Asgardian warriors were countless, rendering any attempt at counting futile. Most of the losses, however, were borne by Odin's forces, primarily due to the overwhelming might of the Titan-class vessels. Each time the Sanctum II unleashed its main cannon, it decimated swathes of enemies, placing immense pressure on Odin's center. Realizing the peril, Odin seized the Eternal Spear and soared out of his ship. A formidable surge of energy erupted, hurtling toward the Sanctum II, which was in the process of firing its main cannon. In the next instant, the surrounding escort ships rushed to interpose themselves, activating their energy shields. Beautiful fireworks erupted in the void. The escort vessels that stood in the path of Odin's assault were swiftly obliterated, until a large escort ship finally positioned itself in front, momentarily staving off Odin's attack. However, it was merely a matter of seconds. After 5 seconds, the massive frigate was obliterated, and the energy shockwaves surged towards the Ark II. Thanks to the frigate's obstruction, the Ark II ceased the charging of its main cannon and activated its energy shield. In the next moment, Odin's assault struck the energy shield. Thanos, within the control room, observed the Ark II's energy rapidly depleting, tightening his grip on the blade of ruin. The combat prowess of a celestial being could only be matched by another of its kind, perhaps in the future, with advancements in technology. There might emerge a cosmic battleship capable of rivaling such divine might, but for now, there was none. Soon, Thanos materialized outside the Ark II, extending a single hand to shield himself from the energy onslaught. After a brief exchange of energy, Odin ceased his attack, fixing his gaze on Thanos, who was 1,000 kilometers away. At that moment, Thor and Heimdall joined him, their eyes wide and unyielding as they stared at Thanos. In response, Thanos merely smirked coldly, patiently awaiting the outcome of the battlefield. With Asgard's location now discerned, he felt no urgency. The tide of war was currently in his favor. He could afford to wait for his minions to eliminate Asgard's cosmic battleship before methodically exhausting Odin. Aware of Thanos' intentions, Odin felt a twinge of anxiety. Soon, the conflict took a new turn. The General of the Blades, leading his vessel, annihilated an enemy battleship and broke through the opposing formation, launching a siege on the left flank. In an instant, Odin's forces found themselves precariously close to collapse. Observing this, Thor exclaimed urgently, "Father, I shall assist." Without hesitation, he wielded Mjolnir and soared towards the left flank. Odin, witnessing this, turned to Heimdall beside him. Concern for his son gnawed at him, fearing that Thor might encounter peril. Yet, after contemplation, he relinquished the idea of sending Heimdall to aid Thor. The entire battalion was in a state of uncertainty. If Heimdall were to assist Thor, what would happen if another area fell into crisis? Would he have to intervene personally? If that were the case, Thanos would undoubtedly approach with a sinister smile. Meanwhile, Thor swiftly arrived at the left flank. Spotting the General of the Blades mercilessly slaughtering Asgardian warriors in the distance, he charged forward without hesitation. Sensing that this foe was merely at the pinnacle of planetary level and not his match, the General of the Blades soon felt the threat posed by Thor and tightened his grip on his blade. Moments later, Mjolnir soared from Thor's grasp, hurtling towards the enemy. Throwing his hammer was indeed his forte. With a resounding crash, although the General of the Blades managed to block the attack with his weapon, he was forced to retreat. He quickly realized he was no match for Thor. At that moment, the Star of Night, sensing her beloved's peril, flew over after destroying an enemy battleship. In a 2-on-1 confrontation, although they were still being relentlessly pressured by Thor, they managed to hold their ground, bolstered by the presence of numerous allied starships in the vicinity, which intermittently launched attacks to assist them. After a span of several minutes, the The right flank of the Odin forces was breached by the combined might of Black Dwarf, Supergiant, and Ebony Maw. Observing the mounting pressure on his side, Heimdall promptly moved to offer assistance. As Odin felt the weight of the escalating conflict, he gripped the eternal spear tightly, yearning to unleash a devastating assault. Yet, the distant presence of Thanos loomed over him, instilling a paralyzing fear that restrained him from acting recklessly. Just as Odin's forces began to falter, a sudden fluctuation in space manifested behind the battlefield of Asgard. Moments later, over 1,000 starships, encased in ice, emerged through a spatial jump. Chapter 34, The Frost Giant. Upon witnessing the emergence of the cosmic battleship behind him, Odin felt a surge of elation. Just 2 days prior, upon learning of the impending approach of his foes, he had sought the assistance of the Frost Giants as a precautionary measure. He had promised to return Loki after the conflict. Although he now believed Loki to be deceased, and thus had not considered fulfilling that promise. Once he vanquished Thanos, the Frost Giants would be at his mercy. Shortly thereafter, the projection of Laufey materialized before Odin. "I hope you will keep your word," Laufey stated, revealing his reluctance to participate. However, with his son held captive by Odin, he found himself in a precarious position. After all, he had but one son, and he desired for him to inherit the Frost Kingdom. Odin merely smiled faintly, exuding confidence as he replied, "Rest assured, Loki is safe within my palace. As long as you assist me in repelling the enemy, I shall return him to you." Laufey nodded in agreement, saying, "Very well." Before long, over 1,000 frost-laden ships encircled the enemy fleet, launching an offensive on their right flank. This strategic choice was due to Heimdall's presence there, which offered a more advantageous position compared to the left. If he could aid Heimdall in defeating the enemy and then flank them from the right, victory would be assured. With his nascent godly strength, he swiftly obliterated several enemy vessels, compelling the likes of the Supergiant, the Black Dwarf, and the Ebony Throat to retreat. Indeed, Laufey possessed godly prowess. Though still in its infancy, it was sufficient to dominate all present. Had he wished to employ lethal force, the 5 Dark Generals would likely have been reduced to merely 2. It is worth noting that a millennium prior, Laufey had been able to contend with Odin on equal footing while wielding the artifact of the Frost Giants, the Box of Ice. It was even he who had blinded Odin in one eye. Odin, wary of Laufey's might, had spared him after their confrontation, though he had taken the Box of Ice to neutralize any threat and abducted Laufey's son as leverage. Meanwhile, Thanos, observing the unfolding chaos before the temple too, squinted in surprise. He had not anticipated Odin's ability to summon reinforcements, complicating matters significantly. Just as Odin was concerned about him, Thanos was equally apprehensive about Odin's potential assault on Temple 2 upon his departure. If this Titan-class vessel were to be destroyed, their offensive would falter, leaving them vulnerable to a counterattack from Odin. Yet, should he neglect to provide support, the right flank could fall, destabilizing the center. As he watched Laufey wreak havoc from a distance, a spark of inspiration ignited within Thanos. Was that not the Frost Giant? A plan swiftly formed in his mind. He instructed his subordinate, Little Blue, to establish a connection with the massive battleship at the front lines. Subsequently, he projected his image before Laufey. At that moment, Laufey was engaged in a relentless assault on the shield of a frigate. Upon perceiving the projection of the towering figure in purple, he ceased his attack, his curiosity piqued. He certainly did not recognize Thanos, but he came merely to assist his son, without any genuine intention to fight for Odin. "Who are you?" Thanos inquired, shaking his head lightly and calmly replying, "Who I am is of little consequence. What truly matters is your identity." Upon hearing this, Laufey squinted his eyes and coldly retorted, "I am Laufey, the leader of the Frost Giants." He disliked the condescending tone of his interlocutor, which made it seem as though he were a subordinate. Thanos nodded and remarked, "Laufey, is it? I believe I captured a little fellow named Loki last year. He must be your son, for you bear a striking resemblance." Given the ongoing war, he wasted no time and got straight to the point. "Your son is in my possession. If you wish to see him unharmed, you will comply." Laufey's expression shifted to one of disbelief. "What? Loki is in your hands? How can that be?" Thanos, perceiving his incredulity, realized that the other party was likely unaware of Odin's actions in casting Loki into a wormhole. Thus, he explained a year ago, "My subordinates discovered Loki emerging from a suddenly opened wormhole, which is how I came to this galaxy." Laufey staggered back, muttering incessantly, How dare he? How dare he treat my son this way?" Observing this, Thanos coldly stated, "If you withdraw now, I will allow you to reunite with your son in a day." Laufey raised his head, staring intently at Thanos, and coldly replied, "I will verify your claims immediately. Should you deceive me, do not blame me for my ruthlessness." With that, he soared back to his flagship and departed the battlefield, commanding over 1,000 warships. Thanos merely shook his head in disdain. Had it not been for Odin's interference, he would have already reduced Laufey to a mere fraction of his former self. Meanwhile, After Laufey retreated with his fleet, Odin's projection materialized before him, demanding answers. What is the situation? Why have you withdrawn? Laufey gazed at Odin, his heart ablaze with fury. The realm of the frost giants, Jotunheim, was a desolate and frigid world, utterly inhospitable to life. Thus, he led his kin to escape from Jotunheim and thrive on other planets. Everything had gone smoothly until one day when Odin and the Asgardian warriors descended upon them. Seizing his artifact, the Frost Box, and abducting his son, they had been cast back into the desolate confines of Jotunheim, struggling to survive. Were it not for Odin, he believed he would have already become the overlord of the galaxy. Despite the tempest of anger brewing within him, he regained his composure and spoke. The enemy claims my son, Loki, is in his possession. Upon hearing this, Odin's heart raced with alarm. Nevertheless, he maintained a facade of cold indifference, saying, Are you a fool? Do you believe everything your enemy says? Now return to battle at once. I will act as if nothing has transpired. Laufey perceived that Odin still had no intention of revealing Loki to him, and thus he could not help but believe Thanos to some extent. I demand to see whether Loki remains in your possession. The moment you grant me this sight, I shall march to the front lines. Upon hearing this, a fleeting shadow of gloom passed through Odin's eyes. Nevertheless, he spoke. Very well. I shall now connect to the temple and show you. Once you have beheld him, you must immediately proceed to the front lines. Otherwise, I shall take his life. Chapter 35. The betrayal of Laufey. As Laufey impatiently awaited, a three-dimensional projection materialized before him, revealing Loki's figure. He appeared within a resplendent temple, clad in a robe of deep green and gold. Loki, how are you? Are you unharmed? Upon seeing Loki's presence, a wave of relief washed over him, yet simultaneously, he began to curse the towering purple figure in his mind. That damned fellow dared to deceive me. I initially intended to remain uninvolved, but now I have changed my mind. I will ensure he pays dearly. Upon hearing Laufey's words, Loki's eyes flickered with a hint of panic. But he managed to respond with relative composure. Father, I am well. You need not worry. At this, Laufey narrowed his eyes and replied coolly, That is good to hear. Your mother longs for you. When will you return? Although Loki was indeed his son, he had been taken away by Odin at a young age, leaving Loki unaware of his true lineage until last year when they were finally reunited. However, despite this newfound connection, Laufey was perplexed by Loki suddenly addressing him as father. It felt utterly out of place. Loki, visibly flustered, shook his head and said, My mother? I do not know her. I truly wish to understand what she is like. By the way, the All-Father mentioned that once your task is complete, I could return. I hope you will successfully fulfill the All-Father's orders. Upon hearing this, Laufey took several steps back and coldly remarked, My son's mother perished during childbirth. You answered that correctly. However, Loki would never refer to that old man Odin as the All-Father, but rather as the Father God. Loki's complexion paled instantly, and he opened his mouth, but no words came forth. Moments later, his image blurred and transformed into that of a robed woman. Seeing this, Laufey's face darkened as he exclaimed, Speak, where has my son gone? It was utterly infuriating to discover that Loki had been transformed into a witch. And upon realizing her ruse had been uncovered, the projection shifted once more, revealing Odin's visage. Laufey, this time you helped me repel the enemy. I promise to return your icebox to you and grant you your freedom. Odin, realizing he had lost his leverage, attempted to placate Laufey. Yet, Laufey's heart was now brimming with resentment and fury, making it impossible for him to heed Odin's words. Moreover, if Odin were slain, he could naturally reclaim the icebox, and the frost giants would no longer be bound. Consequently, he abruptly terminated the communication, showing no inclination to continue the discourse. Odin, witnessing this, turned ashen with rage. Damn Laufey, had I known it would come to this, I would not have spared you. Initially, out of consideration for Laufey's ascendance to a godlike power, he had chosen not to eliminate him, hoping to utilize him instead. However, Laufey's betrayal left him no opportunity to rectify his mistake amidst the chaos of war. Observing the right flank of his forces falter once more, a sense of urgency welled within him. After a moment of contemplation, he narrowed his remaining eye and resolved to issue a command. Everyone, retreat to Asgard. Those who heard the order were momentarily taken aback. Yet, it was not long before the Asgardian forces began piloting their cosmic warships towards the Asgardian continent. Particularly, those who possessed no warships at all, but were driven solely by fervor, navigated their personal spacecraft towards safety. This day would undoubtedly haunt them all. In the vastness of cosmic warfare, these spacecraft were relegated to mere cannon fodder. Their diminutive vessels could hardly reach the distant enemy, while the adversary's attacks could obliterate them with a single shot, or even a mere graze. In this scenario, where they could only endure the onslaught without the means to retaliate, retreat was not an option. King Odin had not permitted their withdrawal. To retreat now would brand them as cowards, subjecting them to immediate execution. Having endured the exchange of fire and closed the distance, They were now confronted by an overwhelming horde of dark cultists and colossal celestial beasts. Although the Asgardians were formidable and invincible, they had not engaged in battle for over 1,000 years and had long forgotten the brutality and bloodshed of war. Thus, upon receiving Odin's order to retreat, they hastened towards Asgard with great urgency. However, Thor and Heimdall, who were fighting valiantly at the forefront, did not cease their combat upon hearing the retreat command. Instead, they continued to vanquish their foes. Even in retreat, it was essential to avoid a hasty flight that would constitute a rout. Someone had to hold the line to ensure the safe withdrawal of others, and they were the most fitting candidates for this task. Lightning erupted from Thor's enchanted hammer, while beams of light sliced through the air from Heimdall's dual blades, dismantling enemy warships one after another. Yet, Odin's heart grew heavy with anxiety. No matter how formidable the All-Father's strength, he was not invincible. Stripped of reinforcements and facing thousands of warships alone, exhaustion was inevitable. The loss of others was regrettable. But Thor was his son, and Heimdall his most trusted ally. Should they perish due to sheer fatigue, Thanos would surely revel in their demise. Moments later, Odin commanded all warships and spacecraft on the left and right flanks to remain behind, instructing Thor and Heimdall to return at once. Heimdall, upon hearing the command, promptly complied without hesitation. However, Thor, caught up in the fervor of battle and seeking to unleash the shadows cast by Thanos, disregarded his father's orders. Consequently, Odin had no choice but to send Heimdall back to retrieve Thor. As he surveyed the nearly collapsing left and right flanks, Odin gritted his teeth and decided to leave the smaller spacecraft to cover the rear while ordering all other warships to retreat to Asgard. At that moment, Asgard began to raise its protective shield. This shield, encompassing all of Asgard and fortified by resources Odin had amassed from across the galaxy over the years, ensured that as long as they remained within Asgard's embrace, even a century would not suffice for Thanos to breach their defenses. Thanos, of course, noticed Odin's actions. Yet he merely observed without intervening. Time was on his side. As long as he could confine Odin and Asgard, he could gradually dominate the galaxy, thereby increasing his odds of victory with each passing moment. After a span of several hours, Odin, having lost millions of Asgardian warriors, ultimately retreated with the remaining cosmic battleships back to Asgard. Meanwhile, the protective shield of Asgard was completely deactivated. Gazing at Thanos, whose face bore a mocking smile beyond the shield, Odin tightened his grip on the eternal spear. Thanos, you shall wait. During his retreat, he had already devised a plan. He intended to unleash Hela and, alongside her and two others, confront Thanos. Hela possessed godlike strength, and with the enhancement of Asgard, her power was nearly on par with his own. The time would come for them to engage in a decisive battle against Thanos. Chapter 36. The Goddess of Death. A day later, over 100 cosmic warships glided toward the continent of Asgard. These were the latest vessels produced under the command of Thanos, dispatched to support the front lines. Aboard a massive mothership, Loki languidly perused a book, his boredom palpable. Ever since Thanos' last visit, he seemed to have been forgotten, left in solitude without any visitors. Were it not for the occasional delivery of sustenance by robots, he might have suspected he had fallen into a cosmic wormhole once more. Just as he resigned himself to the grim prospect of dying in captivity, he was abruptly taken aboard another ship. An unsettling anxiety gripped him as he pondered Thanos' intentions regarding his fate. Loathing the feeling of having no control over his destiny, a truly dismal circumstance. At that moment, the door to his chamber swung open, and two figures clad in metallic armor approached. At the command, Loki's book vanished in an instant, and he obediently followed behind them. These armored beings were robots, equipped with infrared sensors, heat detection, and ultraviolet scanners, rendering his illusions utterly ineffective. Moments later, he found himself outside the ship, where he beheld the imposing figure of Thanos, the gigantic purple titan. However, to his astonishment, he also spotted an unexpected silhouette, towering more than 3 meters tall and cloaked in pale blue. It was none other than his estranged father, Laufey, the king of the frost giants. Startled, Loki instinctively recoiled, remembering how he had nearly obliterated the frost giants' planet, Jotunheim, using the Bifrost Bridge. Surely, Laufey had come to settle the score. Yet, a stern voice commanded him to halt. Where do you think you're going? In an instant, a beam of blue light encased him in ice, rendering him immobile. Laufey approached, seizing Loki and addressing Thanos with reverence. Thank you, Lord Thanos. From this day forth, the Frost Giant clan shall heed your command. In truth, Laufey had no desire to serve Thanos. However, he perceived an unending wave of destruction and chaos within Thanos, along with an almost uncontrollable force of annihilation that made it clear this being was a true sovereign, far surpassing the pretense of Odin. Disobedience could spell doom for both himself and his kin, especially given his current lack of divine artifacts to aid in resistance. Thus, after much deliberation, he chose to submit. Moreover, Thanos had spared the life of Laufey's only descendant, alleviating the burden of his allegiance. Seeing Laufey's submission, Thanos nodded in satisfaction. Excellent. We have a comprehensive system of rewards and penalties. Should you prove your worth, governing an entire star system shall be well within your grasp. The art of grand promises was indeed a skill. If the promise lacked substance, others would hardly pay it any heed. Yet, Thanos spoke truthfully, with sufficient merit. One could indeed rule a star system, albeit contingent upon conquering 10 systems to accrue enough accomplishments for such a reward. Laufey is no novice. Over the course of his millennium-long existence, he has encountered a multitude of individuals and heard countless words. When faced with Thanos' promise, he merely nodded nonchalantly before departing with his son. Although Loki had once nearly brought about the destruction of Jotunheim, he remained his only son and thus could not be truly harmed. However, while the death penalty could be evaded, lesser transgressions were inescapable. Upon perceiving Laufey's menacing gaze, Loki cried out in desperation, "No! Help me!" Within the grand temple of Asgard, Odin dismissed Thor and Heimdall, then ventured alone to the Rainbow Bridge. In a flash of light, he vanished from his location. In the next moment, he found himself in the realm of the dead, the underworld. The sky here was shrouded in darkness, with even the sun cloaked in shadow, the air thick with the stench of death, and the ground littered with bones. Upon Odin's arrival, the bones began to levitate, coalescing into skeletal forms. Soon after, flames of the soul ignited within the eye sockets of these skeletons, which then lunged at Odin with malicious intent. In the underworld, any living being would be met with hostility and aggression. Observing this, Odin's expression darkened, and he gripped the eternal spear tightly, unleashing a surge of energy. With a resounding roar, all the skeletons disintegrated into dust, leaving behind a fissure over 100 meters wide and several kilometers long. This disturbance was a result of the underworld's denser spatial fabric compared to the realm of the living. Following this onslaught, no further skeletons emerged, suggesting even the undead feared the might of the living. Moments later, a colossal shadow, obscured and indistinct, materialized in the void. "Odin, what brings you to my realm?" The inquiry bore a tone of accusation, indicating the shadow's disdain for Odin. Aware of their discord, Odin impatiently retorted, "I have come to retrieve my daughter." With that, he sensed Hela's whereabouts and, in an instant, disappeared from sight. When he reappeared, it was before a grand tomb. This tomb towered over 10 meters high and spanned over 1,000 square meters. Without the visible gravestone, one would scarcely recognize it as a burial site. Before the tomb knelt a woman, her long black hair cascading down, clad in a form-fitting black attire, exuding an aura of death. She was none other than Hela, the goddess of death. Seeing his daughter in such a state stirred emotions within Odin. Had he been too harsh with her? In the times before the 9 realms were settled, Hela had been his foremost general, fighting valiantly by his side, vanquishing innumerable foes, and conquering countless planets. Yet, upon awakening the blood of the witch, he had sealed her away in the underworld for over a millennium. However, he soon shook his head. The royal bloodline of Asgard was not to be sullied. Only one of Asgardian lineage could ascend to the throne and inherit his mantle. Upon contemplating this, he revealed a resolute gaze and coldly proclaimed, "Now, I present you with an opportunity to return to Asgard alongside me, but you must adhere to my commands." Originally kneeling before the grave, Hela, upon hearing his voice, absorbed the pervasive aura of death that enveloped her and opened her eyes. Within those eyes resided an abyss of darkness and demise, as if a mere glance could draw one into the void. Moments later, her form began to transform. Dark green and black armor materialized upon her body, a cloak unfurled from her back, and ultimately, a helmet resembling spider's claws adorned her head. "Odin, I have awaited you for far too long." With that declaration, a black sword was instantaneously unleashed from her hand, hurtling towards Odin. Chapter 37. The reunion of mother and daughter. To articulate Hela's animosity towards Odin would be an endless endeavor. It is one thing to fight alongside one's father in times of peril, as is customary for a daughter to support her father's pursuits. Later, when her awakened witch's bloodline incited Odin's disdain, Hela bore no grievances. After all, she could comprehend his desire to preserve the purity of the Asgardian royal lineage. However, it was beyond reproach that Odin would send the Valkyries to hunt her down. One must remember that during the galactic conquests, the Valkyries were the first of the 9 realms that she had tamed. From that moment, they fought side by side in countless battles, forging an indelible bond. Yet, Odin chose to unleash the Valkyries against her, forcing her to slay her own subordinates, some of whom shared a profound connection with her. This betrayal intensified her hatred for Odin to its zenith. In the next instant, a sharp clang resounded as the dark sword Hela had unleashed was effortlessly deflected by Odin's casual wave. No matter how deep the hatred, The chasm of their strength could not be bridged, although both father and daughter were of celestial caliber. One stood at the nascent stage while the other had reached its pinnacle 2 levels apart, rendering them mismatched foes. Odin's countenance darkened as he regarded his daughter, coldly inquiring, "What do you intend to do?" It was a shocking affront for a daughter to dare raise her hand against her father. His earlier decision to spare her life, motivated by Frigga's grace, was already a considerable concession. Hela remained silent, instead conjuring 2 longswords with her hands and charging forth. In the ensuing moments, the sounds of clashing metal rang out incessantly. The ground beneath them bore the scars of their unleashed energies, fracturing under the strain. As time wore on, Odin's patience began to wane. Yet, thoughts of Thanos compelled him to suppress his rising ire and endure Hela's relentless assaults. After all, anyone confined in the underworld for a millennium would surely harbor resentment. However, after an hour, Hela seemed tireless, continuing her frenzied attacks without a hint of defense, fighting as if her life depended on it. Ultimately, Odin's forbearance evaporated. After parrying Hela's strike with the eternal spear, he swept the weaponess, but end, sending her sprawling to the ground. "Is this enough?" he demanded. Observing her attempt to rise once more, he pressed the spear down upon her. "Attempt to rise again, and you shall find my mercy at an end." Seeing this, Hela resigned herself to the ground, weakly asking, "What do you want from me?" Odin, upon seeing her defeated state, softened his tone slightly, saying, "I have told you, if you comply with my wishes, I shall permit your return to Asgard." Though Hela's power paled in comparison to his, Frigga had once bound Asgard's core energy to Hela in a bid to preserve her, granting her access to almost limitless power. Thus, if she were to return to Asgard, her strength would soon be restored, and then some. This was the underlying reason for Odin's continued forbearance. As long as Hela can restrain Thanos, he will have the opportunity to unleash his most powerful technique, the Eternal Strike. Upon hearing this, Hela displayed a mocking smile. "Ah, it seems you have encountered a formidable opponent. Otherwise, you would not seek my assistance." Odin nodded slightly and replied nonchalantly, "Indeed, I am faced with an exceptionally challenging adversary. However, it is not an absolute necessity that it must be you. I merely wish to offer you an opportunity." Should Hela refuse to cooperate, he would have no choice but to swallow his pride and seek aid from the assembly of gods. Yet, those avaricious deities would likely demand a hefty price in return. Upon hearing this, Hela ceased her laughter and instead composed herself. After a moment, she nodded gently and stated, "Very well, but I require the eternal flame." During her 1,000 years in the underworld, she had transformed all her magical and divine power into the essence of death, thus gaining a new understanding of the eternal flame. It was her intention to use this flame to resurrect her former subordinates. Odin, upon hearing her request, nodded in agreement, saying, "No problem. Though the eternal flame is significant, to me, it is merely a flame to behold. After all, that power is primarily of use to the fire giant, Surtr. Perhaps a witch could harness the energy of the eternal flame, but thus far, no one has been known to do so." After reaching an agreement, Odin swiftly released the seal and accompanied Hela back to Asgard. At that moment, anxiety permeated the air in Asgard. The inhabitants looked up at the sky, where countless spaceships densely populated the cosmos, continuously firing lasers at the protective shield of Asgard. One particular energy attack was immensely powerful, causing tremors to reverberate through the barrier. However, as Asgard had stood for millennia, its energy reserves were vast, and thus far, there had been no indication of energy depletion. Within the Bifrost, as Hela stepped through the portal and set foot on the soil of Asgard, the core energy of Asgard surged toward her instantaneously. Soon, the energy that had been depleted in the underworld was replenished in an instant. However, now that her body was infused with the essence of death, this energy would require time to be transformed. "You should restore your energy and acclimate to the environment. I will step out for a moment," Odin remarked before vanishing from sight. With Hela's agreement to assist him, he felt no fear of her reneging on their pact, for he understood her character well enough to know she would not act in bad faith. Hela had no objections. She remained in place, beginning to absorb the energy of Asgard. After a while, a familiar voice suddenly echoed from behind her. "Hela, is that you?" "Oh." At the sound of the voice, Hela's body stiffened. "Is it really you? Do you know how much I have missed you?" "Oh. It is my fault for not being able to protect you." The sound of weeping stirred a profound ache within Hela, causing her icy heart to soften. If there was anyone in this world who evoked her concern, it was undoubtedly her mother, Frigga. When Odin initially sought to banish her, it was only Frigga who exhausted everything to protect her. All of her subordinates, comrades, and admirers betrayed her completely. "It is I who have wronged you. It is I who have wronged you." With each utterance of remorse, Hela felt an embrace from behind. She could no longer maintain her icy heart. She turned around and held the other person tightly. "Mother, it is I have returned." Frigga, upon hearing her daughter's voice, trembled with disbelief and exclaimed, "Is it truly you? You have returned." Originally, she had been in her chamber, recuperating her powers, but upon sensing Hela's presence, she immediately teleported to her side. At first, she had thought it was merely an illusion, but to her astonishment, it was indeed real. Soon, the two embraced one another, sharing their longings and affection. Chapter 38. The final battle begins upon his return to the temple. Odin promptly convened an emergency meeting. With Hela's resurgence, he felt confident in engaging Thanos in a decisive confrontation. However, the previous day's skirmish had unveiled the limitations of the miniature spacecraft, prompting him to initiate the production of more formidable starships. Even the smaller vessels would surpass those inadequately manned ships that barely served as cannon fodder. Thus, under the mobilization of a state of heightened readiness, the entire realm of Asgard poured forth its resources, with trillions of Asgardians dedicated to the construction of these cosmic warships. For 24 hours a day, in 3 shifts, the manufacturing continued unabated. 3 months later, Odin had amassed a fleet of 15,000 starships. It is noteworthy that the majority were indeed small vessels. The manufacturing cycle for medium to large starships spanned at least a year. Thus, no progress had been made on those fronts. Meanwhile, Thanos' forces had not been idle during these 3 months. On average, around 100 starships arrived each month to provide support and resupply. Simultaneously, in the rear bases, the Dark Cult's biowarriors were continuously being cultivated. Just as Thanos believed Odin would remain cooped up in Asgard, he suddenly received word from his subordinates. Asgard's warships had launched, seemingly activating their protective shields. However, at that moment, he was on a desolate planet, absorbing a stellar core. Upon hearing the news, he abandoned the near-exhausted planet and set his course for Temple 2. At maximum velocity, his speed approached the speed of light, yet he was still 100 light-years away due to his current task of absorbing the stellar core. Consequently, he utilized his physical form to tear open a rift in space, entering subspace for a spatial leap. This ability had only become accessible after absorbing his first stellar core. Previously, he would have needed to expend a considerable amount of destructive energy to safeguard his corporeal form. Now, he could withstand the turbulent currents of subspace merely through his physicality. Nearly 10 minutes later, he emerged from subspace near Temple 2. Here, he witnessed Asgard's protective shield had been deactivated, and a multitude of starships surged forth. Following this, an array of laser cannons exchanged fire, and energy shields were activated. The plasma cannons, electromagnetic railguns, and energy towers across the Asgardian continent began their barrage. This was a genuine high-tech confrontation, a contest of whose technology reigned supreme and who possessed ample energy reserves. However, this was not a universe purely defined by technology. It was a realm where technology coexisted with superhuman abilities. Thor, wielding his enchanted hammer, radiated blinding arcs of electricity as he obliterated one starship after another. Observing this, Thanos narrowed his eyes, perceiving it as a blatant display of their lack of advanced combat prowess. After all, while the Black Order appeared formidable, their power had yet to reach the level of a demigod, rendering them incapable of halting Thor's onslaught. Shaking his head, Thanos swiftly materialized before Thor, brandishing his devastating blade. The tyrant's cleaver, and struck downwards. No. At this moment, a thunderous roar echoed from afar. It was Odin, who could scarcely fathom that Thanos, possessing godlike power, would resort to ambushing a demigod like Thor. Where had the dignity of the strong gone? Where had the pride of the godlike beings disappeared to? Such treachery was unfathomable. Yet, regardless of Odin's lamentations, reality remained unchanged. In Thor's incredulous gaze, Thanos' blade struck the hammer of the thunder god. In the next instant, a blinding light erupted, followed by an onslaught of lightning that surged forth, propelling a figure into the air. Moments later, as the radiance dissipated, the hammer lay shattered into fragments. Thanos sheathed his tyrant's blade and cast a cold glance toward the distant Odin. Thor, upon being flung from the wreckage, was embraced by Odin. However, he soon noticed an unfamiliar woman beside Odin, a woman exuding an aura of death, whose power had reached the godlike level. Observing this, a smirk crept upon Thanos' lips. He had not anticipated that Odin would unleash Hela. After verifying that Thor had survived, Odin entrusted him to Frigga behind him, grasped the eternal spear tightly, and fixed his gaze resolutely on Thanos. Today, they would fight to the bitter end. With that declaration, he charged forward. The previous battle had taught him that ranged attacks were futile against Thanos, so there was no reason to squander any more time. Halfway through his charge, he radiated a golden light, entering a divine state. Hela, seeing this, swiftly followed Odin, conjuring 2 short blades in her hands, flames erupting from their edges. She had fused the eternal flame into her weapons, imbuing her strikes with a burning effect. Thanos, observing this, merely scoffed and shook his head. At this point, He had absorbed nearly 2 planets, substantially augmenting his power. His previous strike against Thor had been tempered by the need to guard against an ambush from Odin. He had not unleashed his full might. Otherwise, Thor would have long since perished. Though disdainful, he activated his dominion and destruction powers. In the next heartbeat, Odin found himself face to face with Thanos. A resounding clash echoed through the void as the eternal spear collided with the tyrant's blade. However, in the following moment, Odin's expression shifted dramatically. What he had assumed would be an evenly matched confrontation revealed itself to be a struggle, as he was forced back by Thanos' overwhelming strength. How could this be possible? He had expended tremendous effort to mitigate the aftereffects of his previous divine state. How could he be subdued now, in peak condition? Had Thanos held back during their last encounter? No, war was a matter of life and death. There was no room for mercy. It must be a temporary surge of power. With this realization, Odin's countenance grew grave. Fortunately, Hela surged forth, unleashing a barrage of black short swords toward Thanos. In response, Thanos forcefully shoved Odin aside and effortlessly deflected the incoming blades. Soon enough, the three were embroiled in a fierce battle. The forces of annihilation, divine power, and death surged within this confined space, causing delicate fissures to manifest in the surrounding realm. At this moment, Thanos experienced an unparalleled exhilaration. The eruption of his full might and the tumult of destructive energy coursing through him captivated and ensnared his senses. Although his previous encounter with Odin had been gratifying, his concerns for his troops had prevented him from fully immersing himself in the battle. However, this time he felt no trepidation regarding his force's potential downfall, allowing him to unleash his thoughts upon the fray with abandon. Soon, the tyrant's scythe was wielded with increasing precision, creating afterimages with each swing. He found himself capable of contending with 2 adversaries without faltering, even managing to gain the upper hand against Odin and Hela at times. Yet, for Odin, this was a most distressing ordeal. The prowess displayed by Thanos was such that he could easily overwhelm him. Had it not been for Hela's assistance, he would likely have been vanquished by now. Although Hela was unaware of Thanos' prior strength, she too began to feel a sense of unease. It is crucial to remember that they were of the Asgardian pantheon, royal bloodlines born at the apex of the food chain. To find themselves in a 2-on-1 situation, yet still being suppressed, was indeed alarming. One might speculate that even the king of the gods, Zeus, would struggle to attain such a level of dominance. Chapter 39. The Antimatter Cannon. A cacophony of fireworks erupted, illuminating the dark cosmos with breathtaking beauty. Yet, behind this splendor lay the remnants of numerous cosmic warships, reduced to mere dust. As the forces of Asgard and Thanos found themselves in a stalemate, a series of spatial rifts unexpectedly emerged in the periphery. Following this, a fleet of battered medium to large-sized warships manifested, unmistakably of Asgardian design. These were the very vessels that had fled 4 months prior. The surviving members of the Asgardian pantheon, responding to Odin's call, returned with their damaged ships, rallying to provide support. One cannot help but admire the Asgardians, for their dominion over the galaxy is not solely attributed to their formidable individual might, but also to their unwavering unity. With the arrival of these warships on the battlefield, the Black Order immediately felt the weight of immense pressure. They hastily abandoned their crafts, advancing to the front lines to lend assistance. Meanwhile, Laufey, accompanied by his frost giant kin, joined the fray. Although Thanos had painted an enticing vision, he was, after all, a cunning old fox, not easily swayed by mere promises. Nevertheless, having already betrayed Odin, he understood that should Thanos falter, the frost giants would face a bleak future. Thus, witnessing Thanos' forces in dire straits, they opted to engage in battle. At that moment, within the Sanctum II, the artificial intelligence known as Deep Blue projected itself in the control room. Upon observing the arrival of enemy reinforcements, it displayed a distinctly human-like expression, furrowing its brow in contemplation. Recognizing their precarious position, it became evident that even the involvement of the Black Order and Laufey would not suffice. After a moment of reflection, it began to issue new commands. Activate the main cannon, harnessing antimatter fusion energy, with the target set on the Asgardian mainland. During the departure of its master, Deep Blue had been granted the highest level of authority, enabling it to utilize all functions of the Sanctum II, including the previously unutilized antimatter cannon. As Deep Blue's commands were executed, the Sanctum II ceased all attacks and defenses, beginning to retreat. Surrounding heavy escort ships swiftly positioned themselves in front of the Sanctum II, activating their energy shields at maximum power. Moments later, the Sanctum II withdrew from the enemy's attack range, and the main cannon's aperture glowed with an eerie purple light. The activation of the antimatter cannon required an immense amount of energy, necessitating the withdrawal from combat, even rendering the shields inoperative. On the front lines, Thanos, Odin, and Hela suddenly felt a wave of foreboding, pausing their actions to gaze into the distance. Odin, his expression grave, remarked, "What is that? Why do I feel such dread?" Hela nodded in agreement, stating, "I feel it too, but regardless of what it is, we must stop it." Before the father and daughter could confer further, Thanos revealed a slight smile, brandishing his blade and charging forward. The antimatter fusion cannon was indeed the most potent weapon aboard the Sanctum II, capable of obliterating a large planet with a single shot. One must not allow these two individuals to wreak havoc. Odin, observing Thanos charging forth, initially contemplated having Hela confront him while he himself intervened against the adversary. However, upon further reflection, he feared that Hela might not withstand Thanos alone. Should anything befall Hela, even if he succeeded in obliterating the enemy's warship, he would still find himself no match for Thanos. Thus, after careful consideration, he dispatched Heimdall and Frigga to engage, while he and Hela continued to hold Thanos at bay. Indeed, it was a matter of containment. Following the recent skirmish, his ambitions had shifted from outright defeat to merely restraining the opponent. Yet, the course of events often unfolded contrary to Odin's expectations. Shortly after Heimdall and Frigga had departed the realm of Asgard, a peculiar black light illuminated the distance. The denizens of Asgard had never conceived that light could manifest in such a shade. After all, black is synonymous with the absorption of light. Typically, one would not anticipate the emergence of black light. Yet, at that moment, they beheld it, strange, eerie, and profoundly disquieting. In an instant, the antimatter cannon discharged. The location of the second temple was situated over 1,000,000 kilometers from the Asgardian continent. Even at the speed of light, it would require approximately 3 seconds to reach its target. However, this black light transcended the speed of light, traversing the vast distance in less than 1/10 of a second, materializing before Odin. All the cosmic warships that stood in the path of the antimatter cannon, regardless of their size, were obliterated in a mere fraction of a second. By this time, Thanos had already evaded the cannon's strike zone. The antimatter cannon's initial caliber was 1 kilometer, and although it would gradually expand, it could be easily dodged if its trajectory was known in advance. Yet, Odin and Hela found themselves with no means of escape. Gazing at the seemingly imminent black light, Odin felt the chilling embrace of mortality. No, he could not succumb yet. The legacy of Asgard, spanning thousands of years, must not be extinguished by his hand. How could he face his forebears in the heavens? How could he reconcile with the billions of Asgardians inhabiting the continent? Contemplating this, a glimmer of resolve shone in his eyes as he swiftly grasped Hela, positioning her before him as a shield. In that moment, Hela was taken aback, astonished that the All-Father would act thus. Yet, there was no time for her to process this, as the antimatter cannon struck her. In the next instant, the cannon slammed into the Asgardian continent, producing a thunderous roar that echoed across the land. 5 seconds later, the cannon ceased its assault. Before them lay a gaping maw, a chasm 100 kilometers in diameter, piercing through the entirety of Asgard, revealing the cosmos beyond. All that had stood in between, the Asgardian deities and the cosmic warships, vanished without a trace, not even a speck of dust remaining. Moments later, the Asgardian continent began to react in a chain reaction. The earth fractured and crumbled, hinting at an impending division. Indeed, had it not been for Odin's activation of the shield, the antimatter cannon would not have unleashed such formidable power. Regrettably, Odin overestimated his own abilities while underestimating Thanos. At this moment, Odin could scarcely attend to Asgard. Although he positioned himself to shield Hela, he was already gravely injured. His skin appeared to have vanished, revealing raw, crimson muscle and sinew, with even bone visible. Hela, situated before him, fared even worse. Her flesh had entirely dissolved, leaving merely a skeletal frame. Soon, Odin's flesh began to writhe, and skin rapidly reformed, followed by garments. Though they were nothing more than ordinary attire, the divine artifacts he once possessed had largely dissipated, save for the eternal spear clutched in his hand. After all, the collision between antimatter and the material of the real universe results in annihilation. Had Odin not invoked his divine state, his condition would likely have mirrored that of Hela. Nevertheless, even with his restoration, the pallor of his complexion and the absence of his golden aura clearly indicated that his state was far from favorable. Chapter 40. The Lament of Hela. As Odin stood vigilant, gazing at the distant Thanos, he pondered his own future. Suddenly, a formidable surge of energy erupted from the land of Asgard, enveloping Hela's remains. In the next moment, a golden flame burst forth from what Odin had believed to be the lifeless corpse of Hela. Recognizing the familiar flame, Odin exclaimed, "What is this? The eternal flame?" Indeed, what ignited before him was none other than the eternal flame. As the flame blazed, internal organs began to materialize, and soon the eternal flame enveloped Hela entirely. Veins, flesh, and skin gradually reformed. Moments later, Hela re-emerged before the onlookers, restored to her primal state. With the appearance of her lustrous black hair, She opened her eyes. In an instant, a form-fitting black suit enveloped her figure. With a sigh of relief, she felt a wave of trepidation wash over her. Had she not been near the land of Asgard, and had she not spent a millennium in the underworld mastering the eternal flame's secrets, she would have surely met her demise. However, her moment of gratitude was fleeting. She swiftly turned and unleashed a barrage of attacks with her black dagger aimed at Odin. Odin, ever vigilant against Hela, swiftly brandished the eternal spear to deflect her strikes. "What are you doing? This is not the time for infighting," he shouted. Yet, Hela disregarded his words and continued her assault, fueled by the near brush with death at the hands of her own father. How could she not harbor resentment? In the distance, Thanos observed the familial conflict with a faint smile, refraining from intervening. He then turned his attention to the Asgardian warships that continued to resist. With a mere flick of his wrist, he unleashed waves of destructive energy that swiftly obliterated the ships as effortlessly as slicing through tofu. Seeing his forces falter under Thanos' relentless onslaught, Odin's patience waned. "Enough. Do not force my hand," he declared impatiently. The enemy's previous mysterious cannon fire had already decimated over 3,000 of his cosmic vessels. With his forces already at a disadvantage, the loss of any remaining large warships would spell disaster. Retreat would be the only option left. "Die," Hela retorted, consumed by vengeance, disregarding the fate of Asgard. Her mind clouded by hatred, she resolved to settle both old and new scores. After witnessing several of his large warships succumb to destruction, Odin's last vestige of patience evaporated. In a flash, he appeared before Hela, thrusting the eternal spear with fierce intent. Yet, Hela seemed resigned to her fate, allowing the spear to pierce her body. Coughing violently, blood spilled from her lips. Gazing at Odin, she exhibited neither tears nor smiles, but rather an unsettling calm, just like one perceives a stranger. She deemed this world unworthy of her presence. At that moment, she began to reminisce about her existence in the realm of the dead. Although monotonous, it was imbued with a glimmer of hope. She yearned for the day when Odin would recognize his follies and grant her return. It was this very hope that compelled her to agree to confront formidable adversaries, despite her awareness of Odin's overwhelming strength. Yet now, all semblance of hope had vanished, leaving only disappointment and boundless despair. Her feelings for Odin were undoubtedly intricate. To assert that love was absent would be a fallacy. After all, Odin had treated her with kindness in her youth, particularly as her formidable talents began to manifest, subtly grooming her as a successor. To honor Odin's faith in her, she held herself to a rigorous standard, unwilling to let her father down, even when her awakening of the witch's bloodline led to her being sealed by Odin. Forcing her to slay her own subordinates, she had never succumbed to despair as she did now. Thus, she offered no resistance, allowing Odin to pierce her. There is no greater sorrow than a heart that has ceased to hope, and that encapsulated her current condition. Hela, at that moment, Frigga, who had just regained her senses from the shockwave of the antimatter cannon, witnessed her daughter being pierced by Odin. With a shriek, she rushed forward. "Odin, what are you doing?" As she flew, her hands moved fervently, and a soft, white light emanated instantaneously from her, healing her daughter's wounds. Odin withdrew the eternal spear, disregarding both his wife and daughter, and turned his gaze toward Thanos in the distance. The latter was mocking him, which only intensified the flames of his fury. "Thanos, die." With a furious roar, the golden light surrounding him flickered anew, and he charged forward with ferocity. In his state of rage, he felt a surge of power. His strength augmented and his speed heightened. Within moments, he began to overpower Thanos. Suddenly, he feigned a thrust with the spear and struck at an odd angle. A sickening sound followed, as warm blood splattered onto him, some even hitting his eyes, distorting his vision. When clarity returned, he was met with an unimaginable sight. The eternal spear had not pierced Thanos' chest, but had instead been driven into the breast of his beloved, Frigga. As he gazed into Frigga's eyes, filled with disbelief and the fading light of life, his heart felt as though it had stopped. Despite the years that had rendered her aged and diminished in beauty, his love for Frigga endured. Otherwise, he would not have remained unwed for so long, having only dallied with other women without ever leaving behind a legacy. Had he chosen otherwise, he would have fathered countless offspring, and would not have to toil so diligently to elevate Thor to prominence. Moreover, Frigga, in her unilateral decision, bound the source of Asgard's energy to Hela, yet he did not revoke her power. There were countless instances of her capriciousness that he endured time and again. It was not merely due to the contract they had once forged, but rather because his heart genuinely cherished that little sorceress who had once followed him with tear-filled eyes. Yet now, he had taken the life of his beloved with his own hands. How could he possibly reconcile with such a harrowing reality? At that moment, Hela's eyes burned crimson, her visage twisted in fury. "Odin, you shall perish." A formidable force of death surged forth from Hela's being. In the distance, Thanos, with a cold smirk, concealed the soul stone. Without the protection of his helmet, what could Odin possibly use to counter the might of the Soul Stone? The audacity to meet his gaze without fear of death was nothing short of reckless. Chapter 41. The death of Odin following the estrangement between Hela and Odin. Orchestrated by the Mind Stone, the ensuing battle became a mere formality. The forces of Asgard, having lost their mid to large-scale cosmic vessels, were reduced to helpless lambs, unworthy of his attention. However, Heimdall had mysteriously vanished. After searching for a while, he discovered that the former guardian had inexplicably returned to the realm of Asgard. At that moment, Asgard was crumbling under the assault of antimatter cannons, poised on the brink of disintegration. Yet, the Bifrost remained intact. Soon, he witnessed the Bifrost flickering before launching into the uncharted cosmos. Concurrently, Thor's faint aura also dissipated. Nevertheless, Heimdall did not depart. After sending Thor away, he soared out of the Bifrost, venturing into the depths of space. Observing this, he could not help but feel a surge of admiration for the steadfast warrior. After all, who could resist the allure of such unwavering loyalty? To demonstrate his respect, he sheathed the sword of destruction, charging forth unarmed. He unleashed a barrage of punches upon his adversary, determined to vanquish this formidable foe with sheer force. Though Heimdall had attained the pinnacle of demigod status, he found himself utterly defenseless against Thanos. Initially, he managed to parry 2 of Thanos' blows with his great sword, but soon his weapon was shattered, leaving him to endure a relentless barrage of strikes. Bam! 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 Due to his proximity to the realm of Asgard, the sounds of impact echoed in the ears of all present. When Odin once again struck Hela, forcing her back, he beheld the mangled remains of Heimdall, a mere puddle of flesh. No. With a roar of fury, Odin abandoned any thoughts of persuading Hela and charged toward Thanos. If Frigga was the love of his life, then Heimdall was undoubtedly his most loyal subordinate. Their bond, forged over a millennium of camaraderie, transcended the typical confines of lord and vassal. Otherwise, he would not have entrusted such a vital asset as the Bifrost to Heimdall, without ever doubting him throughout the centuries. Upon seeing Odin approach, Thanos merely smirked, tightening his grip on the sword of destruction, ready to unleash his dominion and annihilating power. In an instant, purple energy erupted from his being, and he struck. The clash resounded with a deafening clang. Odin managed to intercept Thanos' attack with the Eternal Spear, yet he was sent flying hundreds of meters away. The sudden turn of events altered Odin's expression dramatically. He could no longer sustain his godly form, and the aftereffects began to manifest. He was no match for Thanos. In the blink of an eye, Thanos vanished from sight, reappearing behind Odin, his sword of destruction descending without hesitation. Sensing imminent danger, Odin barely managed to turn and raise the Eternal Spear. Another resounding clash reverberated through the air. In the next moment, Odin was overwhelmed by an immense force, plummeting toward the land of Asgard. Simultaneously, the aftereffects took their toll on him, and he felt excruciating pain coursing through his body, his divine power waning, rendering him unable to maintain flight. Instead, he allowed himself to plummet towards the ground. Soon, a resounding thud echoed, kicking up a cloud of dust. However, Thanos could sense that although the opponent's aura was gradually waning, death had not yet claimed them. The royal bloodline of Asgard was not so easily extinguished. Yet, one figure descended faster than he did, Hela. She radiated an overwhelming force of death as she hurtled downward. Simultaneously, a flurry of black short swords surged towards Odin. Do not underestimate these flying blades, though Thanos and Odin casually swatted them away. They were indeed manifestations of concentrated death energy. Upon being struck, the target would swiftly succumb to the corrosive force of death, leading to a rapid depletion of their energy, and ultimately, the decay of their very flesh. Observing this, Thanos halted his descent and coldly regarded the scene of father and daughter in conflict. Hela, as if summoning a multitude of swords, conjured countless flying blades that rained down upon Odin. In an instant, a cacophony of thunderous impacts erupted, enveloping the area in a vast cloud of dust. Yet Thanos could perceive that Odin's aura, while continuing to diminish, was not accelerating in its decline. Clearly, Hela's onslaught was not inflicting significant harm upon him. Unable to restrain himself, Thanos remarked, "Your efforts are in vain, although the frequency of your attacks is high." The individual strikes lacked sufficient force to breach Odin's defenses. At his words, Hela turned her gaze towards Thanos, and after a moment's contemplation, she summoned a 10-meter-long black sword, plunging it downward with great ferocity. With a resounding crash, the impact reverberated. Thanos, however, merely shook his head, continuing, "This move, though seemingly powerful, lacks the requisite energy concentration." Upon hearing this, a contemplative look crossed Hela's face. Moments later, she materialized a 1-meter-long black dagger, which emanated a chilling aura as if it could pierce through anything in its path. With a swift whoosh, the black dagger shot down at supersonic speed. A A sharp clang resonated as Odin rose to his feet, blood streaming from his forehead and waist, his left hand appearing dislocated, yet his right hand, still intact, raised the eternal spear to fend off Hela's assault. After gasping for breath, he knelt once more. The aftermath of divine intervention, the assault of the antimatter cannon, and Thanos' own attacks had begun to take their toll on his body. The sole reason he had endured thus far was his deep affection for Asgard and his kin. Suddenly, he felt a tickle in his throat. After a few coughs, he expelled a mouthful of blood. Yet he refused to succumb, propping himself up with his one functioning hand on the eternal spear. I cannot die. If I fall, Asgard shall perish. Fueled by an overwhelming sense of defiance and love, he steadfastly held on. However, Hela was now fully consumed by her hatred. Seeing Odin still holding on, she swooped down. Odin, go to hell and repent. A thunderous roar echoed across the heavens. Ultimately, Odin succumbed to Hel's hand, burdened by profound resentment and guilt. Gazing at the dark sword embedded in his chest, and then at Hel, whose eyes brimmed with hatred, he finally found his release. At that moment, he relinquished the identity of the Allfather, looking upon his daughter with a father-esque gaze. Forgive me, my child. It was I who subjected you to such torment and suffering. Gradually, the light faded from his eyes, and he cast one last unwilling glance at Asgard. He did not seek Hel's forgiveness, for he understood that he was unworthy. For the sake of Asgard, he had sacrificed far too much. As he stood there, the eternal spear in his hand began to shatter, losing its divine essence, and ultimately turned to dust. Chapter 42, The Ancient One in Midair. Thanos observed Hela completing the act of patricide and retracted his dominion and destructive power. He then ascended above Hela, brandishing his tyrant's blade, and coldly declared, "Submit or perish." He would not spare her simply because she had slain her father. In his eyes, the universe contained but two categories of beings, subordinates and adversaries. All who defied him would face annihilation. Hela looked upward at Thanos, conjuring a dark sword in her grasp. Though they had exchanged a few words moments prior, that did not signify her submission as a woman reliant on another. I am the daughter of Odin, the goddess of death. With an angry roar, she charged forward. However, Thanos merely pressed down with force, instantly pinning her to the ground. The disparity in their powers could not be bridged by mere hatred. I ask you one final time, submit or die, he stated, impatience flashing in his eyes. Should she continue to refuse, he would be left with no choice but to eradicate her completely. Hela yearned to resist, but an overwhelming force emanated from above, rendering her utterly immovable. She was not a being of brute strength, but rather a nimble sorceress. Ultimately, she relinquished her struggle. Dispersing the dark sword, she knelt on one knee, lowering her proud head, and respectfully proclaimed, I am willing to submit. If she had not feared death, she would not have been sealed away by her father for a millennium, nor would she have refrained from taking her own life. If she were unafraid of death, she would not have endured a millennium of torment in the underworld without succumbing to death. Fear of death is a common trait, even among the divine. Upon hearing her words, Thanos sheathed his tyrant's blade, nodding in acknowledgement. Very well, lead me to Odin's treasury. At this moment, although war raged across the cosmos, Asgard had already fallen from grace, rendering his involvement unnecessary. As long as the Ebony Maw and Laufey did not commit any significant blunders, all would be well. Hela nodded and replied, of course, follow me. Soon, the two soared into the distance. Shortly thereafter, they arrived above a magnificent temple. The Asgardian warriors stationed nearby, upon spotting Thanos, immediately began to shout, an enemy has appeared. Prepare for battle. Swiftly, enchanted arrows rained down upon him. Yet, Thanos need not lift a finger. Hela manifested her dark sword to deflect all attacks, redirecting them toward the adversaries below. Ah, help! I've been struck. With cries of agony echoing, the group of over 100 guards was swiftly annihilated. Hela ceased her onslaught, turned to Thanos, and respectfully said, My lord, please follow me. The two then entered the temple, making their way toward the treasury. In Blue Star, California, it was now August, the peak of summer. When temperatures soared and the sun blazed fiercely, the streets were nearly deserted, as the sweltering heat compelled everyone to remain indoors. If one must venture outside, it is best to do so in a car with the air conditioning running. While people incessantly bemoan the weather, the sky suddenly darkens, and flashes of lightning erupt. Oh, could it be that this wretched weather is finally about to bring rain? At last, it seems the heavens are poised to pour forth their blessings. Without rain, the earth would surely become parched. Haha, finally, the long-awaited rain is here. Let us hasten outside to revel in it for a while. However, disappointment swiftly befalls the crowd. For with the emergence of a radiant rainbow, the sky returns to its previous state. It appears the ominous clouds and thunder were merely a jest played by the heavens. Disheartened, people retreat to their homes to escape the heat. Meanwhile, within the hallowed halls of S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters in New York, A grave transformation overtakes the personnel. Reports of elevated energy fluctuations indicate the potential return of extraterrestrial beings. This time, their destination is California, prompting an immediate activation of emergency protocols. The director must be informed, and a tenfold encryption of files is necessary. The previous encounter with Thor and the destroyer wreaked havoc on Earth, resulting in significant losses for S.H.I.E.L.D. Although a man claiming to be the god of thunder ultimately vanquished the destroyer, the agency has meticulously recorded the energy signatures of the Bifrost. Recognizing the manifestation of the Bifrost once more, they spring into action. A minute later, a knock resounds at Nick's office door, followed by a situation report. 5 minutes hence, a colossal spacecraft descends, charting its course towards the designated location. Yet, despite their rapid response, they arrive too late. Upon reaching the landing site of the Bifrost, they find no trace of Thor. On the opposite side of Earth, amidst its highest peaks, lies Kamar Taj, a sanctuary for the most enigmatic sorcerers. Cloaked in yellow, the Ancient One furrows her brow, her expression heavy with concern as she gazes upon the injured Thor. What could have transpired to inflict such grave wounds? As a guardian of Earth and the sole being with godlike combat prowess, she is well acquainted with Thor, and even more so with Odin. Once, Earth was a realm among the Nine, boasting formidable strength. However, after the invasion by the frost giants, Earth began its decline, witnessing a rapid decrease in the number of practitioners, ultimately falling from the ranks of the Nine. It was in that very conflict that Odin triumphed over Laufey, securing dominion over the galaxy. The Ancient One fought alongside Odin during that war, and it is precisely for this reason that, despite his rule over the galaxy, Odin refrained from encroaching upon Earth. Having witnessed the might of the Time Stone, Odin crafted the Infinity Gauntlet, intent on collecting the Infinity Stones. After a moment of contemplation, the Ancient One opens her necklace, activating the Time Stone. Thor's grievous state elicits a profound sense of unease within her, a foreboding that something even more terrifying than Dormammu's invasion is unfolding. Determined to glean insight into the future, she gazes into the stone, yet her anxiety only deepens. How is it possible that everything in the future appears to be normal, yet Thor is not meant to appear at this moment? She had long ago utilized the Time Stone to foresee the future, and there was no indication of Thor's emergence in her visions. Thus, when he unexpectedly manifested, she felt an overwhelming sense of alarm, fearing that the timeline had altered for some unknown reason. However, upon reevaluating her predictions, the results remained unchanged, suggesting that no transformation had occurred, which was profoundly unsettling. This scenario presents two possibilities. The first is that someone has acquired the essence of the Time Stone, rendering her own abilities ineffective. The second possibility is that the individual she aims to predict has attained a multiversal level of power in the future, making him impossible to foresee. If the first scenario holds true, there is still a semblance of hope. After all, even if someone has seized control of the Time Stone's essence, it may not necessarily pose a threat to Blue Star. However, if it is the second scenario, it implies that the adversary they must confront possesses multiversal capabilities, thus surpassing the limitations of the Time Stone. A being of multiversal caliber could obliterate the universe, a force far beyond her or even all the superpowered individuals of Blue Star could contend with. Chapter 43. The conclusion of war. As the Ancient One was lost in thought, Thor suddenly opened his eyes. No. With a loud cry. He soon felt the excruciating pain coursing through his body. Thanos' attack had been intended to deliver a fatal blow. Although his external injuries had been healed by the Ancient One's magic, the destructive force within him continued to wreak havoc on his body. Upon hearing the outcry, the Ancient One immediately withdrew from the Time Stone, expressing her concern. Lie still. I cannot dispel the energy within you. You must rely on time to gradually diminish it. Thor gazed at the Ancient One, anxiety etched on his face as he inquired, Who are you? Where am I? What has become of my father? The Ancient One shook her head, replying, I am the Ancient One, the guardian of the blue planet. As for Odin, I cannot say. Upon hearing this, Thor's mind flickered with memories. It seemed that his mother had saved him and instructed Heimdall to transport him to the blue planet. No, I must return to Asgard and continue the fight. Resolute, he raised his right hand, intending to summon his hammer, Mjolnir, as a legendary artifact. It was forged from the core of a star, possessing an inexhaustible source of energy that could aid him in swiftly expelling the destructive force within him. However, after a moment, he felt no presence of Mjolnir. It dawned on him that his hammer had been shattered by Thanos. This is disastrous. Without Mjolnir, my combat prowess is diminished by at least half. He shook his head and began to mentally call out to Heimdall, urging him to bring him back. Yet, no matter how fervently he invoked him, there was no response. It was not that Heimdall ignored him. It was as if there was no one to hear his call. It was akin to dialing a number that remained unanswered or a call that reached a disconnected line. Could it be? The thought of Heimdall possibly having perished darkened his gaze, filling his heart with profound sorrow. Observing Thor's dazed expression, the Ancient One inquired, "What transpired in Asgard? How did you sustain such severe injuries?" After a moment, Thor regained some composure, his face reflecting pain and sorrow as he replied, "We were invaded by enemies. And I was wounded." In the next instant, he looked up at the seemingly enigmatic and powerful bald sorcerer, saying, "My father is surely still in battle. Do you have a way to send me back?" It was plausible that Heimdall was merely gravely injured, unable to respond to his call, rather than having perished. As long as he had not seen a body, he could not believe that Heimdall was truly dead. The Ancient One shook her head, saying, "I am sorry. I have no means to assist you." Although she possessed the ability to transport to any corner of the galaxy, she lacked the coordinates of Asgard. It is essential to understand that the universe is in a constant state of expansion and movement, causing coordinates to shift perpetually. This was also the reason Thanos had struggled to locate the galaxy. Today, as coordinates could be here, but tomorrow they might have shifted to an entirely different location. If only teleportation within a stellar system were feasible, one could simply determine the current position of the star, calculate the distance and location of the destination, and then activate the portal. However, interstellar travel demands knowledge of the black hole at the galaxy's center, as well as the trajectory of the target star, followed by calculations of the planetary orbits. This necessitates extraordinary computational power, typically the domain of supercomputers. Although the Ancient One possesses remarkable abilities, she lacks such computational capacity. Furthermore, the portal requires exceedingly precise coordinates. Otherwise, while teleporting into the vacuum of space might be manageable, being transported into the core of a star could prove catastrophic. Upon hearing this, Thor, filled with disappointment, reclined on his bed, feeling the destructive force within him incessantly consuming his essence, engulfed by a wave of despair and helplessness. He remained oblivious to the future of Asgard and the fate of his father. The Ancient One, perceiving Thor's sorrow, refrained from pressing him for answers. Meanwhile, in Asgard, Thanos, guided by Hela, arrived at Odin's treasury, where he beheld a multitude of treasures: the box of ice, the eternal flame, the dwarven hammer, and the claw of hell, among others. Most significantly, he laid eyes upon the Infinity Gauntlet, a resplendent golden glove adorned with intricate patterns and runes, featuring 6 sockets at the joints connecting the back of the hand to the fingers, intended for the Infinity Stones. As he lifted it, the gauntlet began to enlarge slightly, seemingly adapting to his size. After a moment, he donned the glove and placed the Mind Stone within it. Instantly, a surge of immense energy emanated from the Infinity Gauntlet, firmly securing the Mind Stone in place. Thanos felt a substantial enhancement of his mental faculties, acutely aware of his surroundings, the ants scurrying on the ground, the dust dancing in the air, the blood coursing through his veins, even his consciousness penetrating to the cellular level. If he concentrated on a single point, he could perceive cellular division and activity. However, he recognized that this was not his innate mental power, but rather a level achieved through the Infinity Gauntlet and the Mind Stone. And thus he did not succumb to temptation. After casting a glance at the remaining treasures, he departed the treasury without hesitation. Regrettably, he was not yet in the narrative of Thor, Ragnarok. Otherwise, he would not need to seek the Space Stone, which presumably remained in the possession of S.H.I.E.L.D. on Earth. At this juncture, the conflict in the cosmos was nearing its conclusion. No matter how valiant the Asgardian warriors, they could not bridge the technological and power disparity between the two sides. As starships were obliterated and countless Asgardian warriors fell, even the ordinary members of Asgard's pantheon recognized their defeat. A brilliant flash ignited the sky, accompanied by the thunderous roar of destruction, as the last ship bearing the emblem of Asgard was annihilated. Subsequently, Thanos' forces commenced their invasion of the Asgardian realm, with countless landing pods plummeting from the sky, crashing into the city below. Amidst a conflagration and a sea of corpses, countless dark cultists surged forth from their landing vessels, mercilessly striking down the remaining adversaries. On this fateful day, an innumerable host of the Asgardian pantheon perished, transforming the lakes and rivers of the continent into a crimson hue. Even the artificial sun that illuminated the heavens was extinguished, plunging the entire world into an abyss of darkness. Yet, the most ruthless of all were Laufey and his minions. It is well known that the frost giants had suffered greatly under Odin's dominion, fostering a deep-seated animosity towards the Asgardians. This profound hatred compelled Laufey to unhesitatingly ally himself with Thanos. For anyone facing an unfamiliar power would typically invoke a modicum of caution, fearing that the annihilation of Asgard might foreshadow their own demise. Nevertheless, the generational enmity had dulled Laufey's prudence. Following Loki's return, he decisively pledged his entire lineage to Thanos. Time swiftly elapsed, and 3 days later, the once populous Asgardian race, boasting over 1 trillion souls, was reduced to a mere 10,000. This remnant comprised solely of newborn infants, spared by Thanos in deference to Hela. After all, to annihilate an entire lineage immediately after subjugating Hela would surely weigh heavily on his conscience. Moreover, there was an ulterior motive. He recognized the formidable genetics of the Asgardians and opted to retain a fraction of their offspring. Curious to see if they could be of use to him in the future, should the genetic fragments of the Asgardians be integrated into the ranks of the Dark Cult, it would undoubtedly enhance their power significantly, yielding substantial benefits. Chapter 44. On merits and rewards. Within the confines of Temple No. 2, Thanos reclined upon his throne, his gaze fixated on the Infinity Gauntlet adorning his left hand. Below him stood a cadre of subordinates, with the Black Order positioned to his left and the newly recruited Lao Fei and Hela to his right. At that moment, General Corvus Glaive scrutinized the two newcomers with heightened vigilance. Despite their newfound camaraderie, the disparity in power left Glaive acutely aware of his precarious standing. Nevertheless, he found himself powerless to contest the Master's choices regarding his allies. Lao Fei and Hela, on the other hand, regarded the Black Order with indifference, for the chasm in their abilities rendered any notion of rivalry moot. Their only concern lay with one another. After a brief interlude, Thanos diverted his attention from the gauntlet and addressed the cosmic being below, inquiring, "What is the status of our treasure inventory?" Certainly, the most significant acquisition this time was Odin's treasury. Although the majority consisted of ordinary artifacts, numerous potent relics were also unearthed, such as the Frost Box and the Eternal Flame. Beyond Odin's cache, several other artifacts awaited cataloging, which the cosmic being was tasked to compile. Upon hearing the inquiry, the cosmic being stepped forward respectfully and replied, "My lord, we have identified a total of 1,732 artifacts, including 1,524 low-tier artifacts, 201 mid-tier artifacts, and 7 high-tier artifacts, all of which have been securely stored." Thanos nodded approvingly and subsequently turned to Ebony Maw, asking, "What is the report on our battle losses?" The cosmic being promptly receded, allowing Ebony Maw to step forward and respectfully disclose, "My lord, we deployed a total of 100 billion dark cultists and 10,000 small cosmic warships." In due course, Ebony Maw delineated the full extent of the losses, even providing a count of the injured personnel. Thanos then inquired about the economic status of their homeland, demographic issues, and other matters. After half an hour of comprehensive reports, he surveyed the assembly, particularly focusing on Lao Fei, stating, "The treasures we have acquired are now stored. You may begin redeeming them. Choose what you desire and exchange your points accordingly." Upon hearing that the treasures were finally available for redemption, Lao Fei nodded enthusiastically. Having amassed over 10,000 points from the conflict, he was determined to redeem the Frost Box, even at the cost of all his points, in order to reclaim his artifact. Finally, Thanos addressed General Corvus Glaive, instructing, "Utilize the coordinates obtained from Asgard to deploy the fleet for subjugation. Should you encounter any who refuse to yield, destroy them without hesitation. However, do not disturb a region known as the Solar System. Await my command." Uncertain of the current state of Blue Star, he refrained from immediate action. Who could fathom the nature of this Marvel universe? If it were the wretched realm of Ultron, he had no desire to serve as a mere courier, especially not as a one-time delivery. Thus, he resolved to send reconnaissance vessels to ascertain the circumstances of Blue Star before formulating a gradual approach. After all, Blue Star was not going anywhere. It would remain in place. His immediate objective was to secure the remaining Infinity Stones. Although General Blade was perplexed as to why his master forbade him from traveling to the solar system, he promptly nodded and replied, "As you command." Subsequently, Thanos turned to Hela and Lao Fei, stating, "You may follow General Blade's directives, or choose to assault those locations independently, or even rest if you wish. I impose no restrictions upon you. However, you must return within a day upon my summons." Hela and Lao Fei exchanged glances that betrayed their displeasure, yet they nodded in acquiescence. As the princess of Asgard and the leader of the Frost Giants, they were unaccustomed to obeying others' commands. Nevertheless, they realized they had little choice but to adapt. Naturally, following General Blade's orders was out of the question, so they resolved to launch their own assaults. After concluding the arrangements, Thanos did not return to the Dragon Star system but instead sought out life-bearing planets in the vicinity to continue his star-absorbing endeavors, while simultaneously preparing to gather the Infinity Stones. 1 month later, on an unnamed life-bearing planet, the landscape mirrored apocalyptic devastation as the planet's core was absorbed by Thanos. The magnetic field gradually dissipated, the atmosphere thinned, and with it, oxygen and atmospheric pressure began to vanish. The native fauna, seemingly aware of the impending doom, scurried about in a state of panic. Countless lives had already perished, leaving only a mere fraction of the original population. For Thanos, these occurrences were of no concern. The destruction of a planet was entirely justified if it meant augmenting his power. At that moment, a small spacecraft appeared overhead, swiftly locking onto Thanos' position before descending gently. Moments later, The vessel came to rest approximately 100 meters from Thanos and opened its hatch. Two women soon emerged simultaneously. The woman on the left stood at approximately 172 meters, with green skin and flowing red hair, her movements exuding a blend of sensuality and strength that compelled one to conquer her. The woman on the right was slightly shorter, around 164 meters, with purple skin and a bald head, her round face radiating an endearing charm that made one yearn to cradle her. Were it not for her chin resembling a flip-flop, one might easily believe she was Thanos' biological daughter. However, though they were not his biological offspring, they were indeed his adopted daughters, Nebula and Gamora. The two approached Thanos, halting 5 meters away and gazing at him with profound admiration. Gamora spoke first. "Father, we have returned." Thanos continued his task without interruption, turning to his daughters, nodding, and inquiring, "Have you located the stones?" This time, Gamora and Nebula had not participated in the conflict with Odin, as they had been dispatched to gather intelligence on the Infinity Stones. Thanos had previously grappled with the idea of whether to adopt these two daughters in accordance with the narrative. In the film, both daughters ultimately choose to betray him. However, after much contemplation, he resolves to adhere to the narrative, beyond a reluctance to disrupt the storyline, which might attract unwanted attention. He possesses the confidence that he can guide them effectively. This is evident in the fact that Nebula's body remains unmodified by machinery. He adopts a markedly different approach from his predecessor. In addition to regular indoctrination, he employs a strategy of gentle persuasion, providing them with the paternal affection they deserve. Just as Gamora is about to respond, Nebula interjects, saying, "Father, I have discovered a lead on the Power Stone. It is said to be located on a planet in the Bay of Space, within the Purple Star System." Although Thanos treats them both with equal care and offers them paternal love, Nebula, much like her character in the film, seeks to assert herself and gain more of his affection. Chapter 45. The Accuser Ronin. Upon hearing the news of the powerful gems, Thanos immediately broke into a smile, expressing his appreciation. "Indeed, my daughter, well done. And where is Gamora?" He then turned to gaze at his other daughter. Although he treated both daughters equally, his expectations for Gamora were undeniably higher. After all, in the narrative, it was she who discovered the enigmatic Soul Stone. Without Gamora, it would have been impossible for him to collect all the Infinity Stones. And Gamora did not disappoint him. "Father, I have found a lead on the Soul Stone. It is said to be located in a wandering star known as the Wasteland, though I am still searching for the precise coordinates." A wandering star, a rare celestial body in the cosmos. Despite the universe's vastness, nearly all celestial bodies orbit around the black holes at the centers of galaxies. However, some stars have, for various reasons, escaped the gravitational pull of black holes and drift through the vastness between galaxies. These stars are the most elusive and mysterious entities, as their trajectories are nearly impossible to calculate, making it exceedingly difficult to ascertain their coordinates. Thanos nodded and declared, "I bestow upon you the highest authority. You may mobilize all resources. We must locate the Wasteland Star." As for how to acquire the Soul Stone once the star was found, he already had a plan. It merely required the sacrifice of a loved one. He believed that if he brought along 10,000 couples, at least one pair would surely obtain the Soul Stone. If 10,000 were insufficient, then 100,000 would suffice. He was confident that he could fill the chasm with bodies and still secure the Soul Stone. At that moment, Nebula, feeling a twinge of jealousy, interjected, "What about me, father?" Thanos merely smiled faintly in response, saying, "I shall accompany you as well." Is that not satisfactory? He did not wish for any unforeseen incidents like those that transpired in the narrative when his daughter obtained the Power Stone, particularly concerning the man known as Star-Lord, who had a penchant for paternal betrayal, killing his biological father, then his adoptive father, and finally his father-in-law. It seemed to imply that no one could assume the role of his father, filling the passive role of patricide to the brim. Nebula, upon hearing this, nodded excitedly. "Yes," she replied. The opportunity to act alongside her father was indeed fulfilling. Thanos was often occupied with training or asserting his dominance, leaving them with few chances to be together. Thus, she was keenly satisfied with this prospect. Soon, they departed from the planet on the brink of destruction. However, Thanos did not notice Gamora, who gazed upon the dying creatures with a look of compassion. 10 days later, with a violent tremor, the planet was irrevocably transformed into a desolate wasteland. Yet, it did not explode or shatter. Due to its immense mass, like a star devoid of its core, it remained firmly bound by gravity. However, all life upon the planet perished completely. With the loss of its electromagnetic field, the planet could no longer withstand cosmic radiation, nor could it retain its atmosphere. Aside from a handful of resilient cells, it is nearly impossible for any life to persist. Upon returning to the Sanctuary 2, Thanos promptly instructed Nebula to escort him to the Bayong star system, specifically to the Purple Silk Star. The Bayong star system lies approximately 7 million light-years from the Milky Way, making spatial jumps insufficient for such a vast distance. Consequently, Sanctuary 2 first traversed a wormhole back to the Panlong star system, before utilizing another wormhole to leap to the next star system. Thus, after 3 months and 4 consecutive jumps, they finally reached the outskirts of the Baong star system. Upon arrival, Thanos encountered a fleet, the flagship of which was an oddly designed vessel. Logically, space battleships no longer required wings or other superfluous appendages. However, this flagship boasted wings composed of several segments. In contrast, the surrounding warships appeared more conventional, resembling the pointed tips of spears, with triangular bodies and a row of horizontally aligned engines at the rear. Judging by their design, they belonged to the Kree Empire. Before long, a figure appeared on the screen before Thanos, a blue-skinned man clad in black leather armor, adorned with a black hat, wielding a warhammer. This individual was none other than Ronan, the accuser of the Kree Empire. "Esteemed Lord Thanos, I extend my greetings on behalf of the Kree Empire," he stated, bowing respectfully without kneeling. Indeed, Ronan was paying his respects to Thanos. A century prior, during the territorial expansion of the Black Order, Ronan had encountered Thanos. With his celestial-level power, he single-handedly overwhelmed the 5 members of the Black Order. Ultimately, it was Thanos who intervened, demonstrating that there are always greater forces beyond comprehension. Since that encounter, Ronan had avoided Thanos whenever possible, and when avoidance was futile, he could only muster a greeting. In response to Ronan's salutation, Thanos merely nodded indifferently and replied calmly, "Indeed, greetings to the Supreme Intelligence. The social structure of the Kree is rather peculiar. There are no kings or sovereigns, but rather leadership is vested in the Supreme Intelligence, which organizes various teams. The Accuser team ranks among the top 3 in strength within the Kree society. However, at this moment, Ronan had yet to ascend to the position of Supreme Accuser, thus wielding limited power. Observing Thanos' apparent arrogance, Ronan chose to ignore it and said, "Thank you, my lord. If there is nothing else, I shall take my leave." His journey from the large Magellanic Cloud to the Baong star system was motivated by a quest for the Power Stone. Therefore, upon encountering Thanos, he wished to depart swiftly. After all, he could neither contend with Thanos nor afford to remain in his presence. Yet, Thanos had no intention of allowing him to leave so hastily. "No hurry. I have come in search of the Power Stone, and you shall assist me in this endeavor." He was well aware that Ronan was also in pursuit of the Power Stone, yet he believed his superior strength could leverage Ronan's assistance in the search. Upon hearing this, Ronan was momentarily taken aback. After a moment, he finally spoke. "Actually, I have a mission at hand." Thanos interrupted, asserting, "I am aware that you, too, are in search of the Power Stone. Very well, if you assist me in locating the Power Stone, I shall aid you in your quest for vengeance, destroying Xander." Ronan harbors deep-seated animosity towards the Xandarians, for they have slain his father, grandfather, and even his kin. Thus, his greatest desire is to obliterate Xander and avenge his family. This pursuit of the Power Stone is driven by his quest for strength to achieve that destruction. Upon hearing Thanos' willingness to aid in his revenge, he nodded without hesitation and declared, "I am at your service." "Then let us embark," Thanos replied. With Ronan's alliance, they swiftly assembled a formidable fleet of over 300 cosmic warships, setting forth towards the pulsating star of Xander. Chapter 46. The Cosmic Sphere, the Purple Silk Star. A celestial body with a diameter exceeding 3 million kilometers, radiates a warm orange hue and is orbited by 5 planets. Given its age, the Purple Silk Star has entered a phase of decline. This may explain why, among its 5 planets, the sole one capable of nurturing life, Aeon Star, now teeters on the brink of collapse. Here, seismic tremors and volcanic eruptions occur almost daily, leading to the gradual extinction of all life forms. A week later, Aeon Star welcomed its first guests after the apocalypse, a diminutive spacecraft. After traversing thick layers of clouds and the molten lava from various volcanic eruptions, it alighted upon a relatively stable hillside. With a hiss, the engines fell silent, and the hatch promptly opened, revealing a man from the blue planet. Indeed, he was one of the blue planet's denizens, adorned with short brown hair and eyes, fair skin, and garbed in the uniform of a marauder. He was none other than the infamous Peter Jason Quill, commonly known as Star-Lord. Soon, Star-Lord removed his helmet and unfolded a map, setting forth towards his destination. After a brief passage of time, he arrived at the mouth of a rocky cavern and ventured inside. Unbeknownst to him, an astonishingly large shadow loomed in the sky behind him. Upon entering the cave, he excitedly discarded his helmet, activated music, and pranced in with comical enthusiasm. Within the cavern, remnants of bones and skeletons lay scattered. This indicated that the life on this planet had perished not long ago, as otherwise, they would have long since weathered away to dust. The myriad of drawings adorning the walls suggested that while intelligent life had indeed emerged here, its technological civilization remained rudimentary. It was precisely because the sentient beings of Aeon Star had not yet attained the status of a level 1 cosmic civilization, rendering them incapable of venturing beyond their planet, that nearly all forms of life had been extinguished. The reason for the word nearly was that occasionally, interstellar pirates passed through, plundering resources and occasionally recruiting individuals. This was also the reason whispers of this place had managed to escape. Star-Lord effortlessly made his way to a hidden chamber, and after a series of simple decryption tasks, he successfully obtained the cosmic sphere. Remarkably, he encountered no obstructions from other dimensions within the cosmos. After securing the cosmic sphere, he exited the cavern, only to find himself wide-eyed with disbelief upon witnessing a colossal warship that seemed to blanket the sky. Oh, for the love of all that is sacred! At that moment, Star-Lord found himself at a loss for words to articulate his emotions. Faced with a warship of such magnitude, it was evident that even with his father's marauding fleet, escape was an impossibility. Just then, several small spacecraft descended from above, landing beside him shortly thereafter. With a series of hissing sounds, the doors of the spacecraft opened, and the nebula emerged first, followed closely by several humanoid figures from the Dark Order. Following closely behind, other spacecraft emerged, releasing warriors of the Dark Order one after another. Within 2 minutes, Star-Lord found himself surrounded by thousands. Observing the overwhelming numbers, he raised his hands in surrender, exclaiming, "Gentlemen, let us converse amicably. I am merely a wanderer in this realm." Nebula, disregarding his plea, instructed her subordinates, "Keep a close watch on him. We shall proceed to search." With that, she led the majority of her entourage into the cave. Left with a mere 10 guards, Star-Lord's mind raced with thoughts of escape. He was not one to accept fate passively. Even in the face of despair, he clung to hope. However, before he could act, more spacecraft appeared in the sky, with several hovering above his own, unleashing a devastating strike that obliterated it. "Bree!" he cried out in anguish, his voice filled with rage. Bree was a charming and beautiful alien woman with red skin. Though her appearance might seem peculiar to humans, Star-Lord, ever the opportunist, had no qualms about her uniqueness. Prior to his arrival here, they had shared a tender moment aboard the ship. Their affection had left her exhausted, causing her to remain behind to rest, and now, tragically, it had cost her life. Before he could fully unleash his fury, a shot from the Dark Order struck him. With a resounding bang, the electromagnetic bullet pierced his chest, extinguishing his life. Inside the sanctuary too, Thanos observed Star-Lord's fall with a cold smirk. It was he who had ordered the execution, deeming such a person one who could neither be utilized nor subdued, a waste of air. Yet, he recalled that Star-Lord had emerged from the cave. Perhaps the Power Stone was in his possession. Contemplating this, he swiftly issued another command, "Bring me his corpse." Upon receiving the order, the Dark Order warriors stepped forward, preparing to lift Star-Lord's lifeless body. But at that moment, a flicker of blue light emanated from his chest. In an instant, the wound healed, and he opened his eyes, radiating an immense blue energy. With a fierce roar, he unleashed a powerful wave of energy that disintegrated those around him. Witnessing this, Thanos narrowed his eyes. Indeed, Star-Lord was not so easily vanquished. After all, as the son of a Celestial, despite his father Ego being a malnourished premature infant, it was improbable that he would be an ordinary man. Moreover, Star-Lord had inherited Ego's remarkable genes, endowing him with formidable power. The current scenario clearly indicated that the seemingly deceased Star-Lord had awakened this latent energy. Turning to Ronan, Thanos proclaimed, "It is time for you to make your move." The reason for allowing Ronan to take action instead of intervening personally is due to the awareness of the profound complexities within the Marvel Universe. Uncertain whether the Celestials had taken notice of this situation, it was prudent to let Ronan handle it. Otherwise, why summon Ronan only to observe the unfolding events? Should the Celestials indeed become aware of Star-Lord, it would be wise to abandon Ronan and retreat. The belief that the Celestials might be watching Star-Lord is not unfounded. In the narrative of Guardians of the Galaxy Volume 2, Star-Lord astonishingly transcended several tiers of power, grappling with Ego, and miraculously obliterating a planet with a mere explosive device. To assert that there was no covert assistance from the Celestials would be utterly implausible. At this point, Ronan, upon hearing this, nodded gravely in acknowledgement. Indeed, with that, he grasped his Kree war hammer and descended, having sensed a surge of energy emanating from below that was indicative of a near-celestial level of power, leading him to approach the situation with newfound seriousness. Chapter 47. Sudden outburst. At this moment, Star-Lord, sprawled on the ground, opened his eyes, gazing around in bewilderment. He recalled being struck in the chest, and then succumbing to death. How then had he seemingly resurrected? Rising to his feet, he instinctively touched his chest, discovering a gaping hole in his Ravager uniform. It appeared that what he had experienced was no mere illusion. Yet, what had transpired? Completely at a loss, he struggled to remember the events that had just unfolded. Before he could gather his thoughts, a sound pierced the air, A swift whoosh followed by a thunderous boom. A shadow crashed to the ground 10 meters ahead of him. The ensuing shockwave and tremor forced him to stumble backward. Once he regained his footing and the dust began to settle, he beheld a large crater before him, within which stood a watchful Kree wielding a hammer. Surely, that couldn't have been the source of the earlier commotion. My heavens, how could someone withstand such a fall? How formidable could this being truly be? Quickly, Star-Lord began to retreat, eager to distance himself from the Kree who radiated an aura of danger. However, at that moment, he heard commotion behind him. Nebula emerged from the cave accompanied by a group of her subordinates, her expression grim. Damn it, there's nothing inside. Upon noticing Star-Lord, she raised an eyebrow at the gaping hole in his attire, but approached him menacingly, brandishing her machine gun. You little brat, did you take the Power Stone? With that, she initiated the charging sequence on her weapon. Unlike her inherently benevolent sister, Nebula possessed a colder disposition. She viewed the loss of life with a dispassionate eye, bearing no moral qualms about the indiscriminate slaughter of innocents. Star-Lord, meanwhile, felt a wave of despair wash over him. What a wretched world this was. How had he ever accepted such a perilous task? Had he known the danger that lay ahead, no amount of money from his employer would have compelled him to proceed. And now, he had inadvertently caused the death of his companion, Beret. The thought of Beret's demise ignited a fierce blaze of wrath and hatred within him, instantly dispelling his usual frivolity. Though Star-Lord often exuded a carefree demeanor, indulging in jest and caprice, he held deep-seated loyalty and affection for his comrades. The loss of Beret had undoubtedly struck a nerve. Seeing the man before her remain silent, Nebula grew impatient and pulled the trigger. A sharp crack echoed through the air. Yet, her shot did not find its mark. It was not that her heart had softened. Rather, Star-Lord seemed to possess an uncanny sixth sense. Swiftly dodging to the right and evading the bullet, Nebula's eyes widened in disbelief. How could this be? The electromagnetic gun in her grasp fired at a staggering rate of 5,000 meters per second. Even she could hardly evade its fire. How could the seemingly feeble man do so? Ronan, who had initially intended to intervene, paused as he observed Nebula's actions. A flicker of intrigue crossing his gaze before he halted in his tracks. Due to his inability to gauge Star-Lord's true strength, he decided to have Nebula test the waters first. Moments later, Nebula fired several shots, all of which were evaded by the opponent's peculiar footwork, drawing closer to her in an apparent attempt to seize her as a hostage. Thus, Nebula promptly discarded her machine gun and drew a dagger, preparing for close combat. However, at that moment, Star-Lord seemed to awaken an extraordinary ability, deftly avoiding Nebula's assault before seizing her arm and pressing his pistol against her temple. The surrounding dark acolytes immediately raised their weapons, aiming at Star-Lord, yet none dared to fire with Nebula standing in front. If you wish for her to live, lower your weapons. At that instant, Thanos, observing from the sanctum too, merely smiled faintly, uttering, stand down. While he held little regard for Nebula's life, he saw no need for her to perish unnecessarily. Following Thanos' command, the surrounding dark acolytes soon relinquished their weapons. Upon witnessing this, Nebula, her face contorted with anger, shouted, "Cowardly scoundrel! If you have the guts, let me go and fight me honorably." She never imagined she would one day be taken hostage. Feeling she had brought shame upon her father, even contemplating suicide. Star-Lord, however, remained unperturbed, keeping a vigilant eye on Ronan, who was not far away. Though he was uncertain how he had suddenly become so formidable, he sensed that the collective threat posed by everyone present paled in comparison to that singular individual. At this point, Ronan could no longer remain passive. He had intended for Nebula to gauge the opponent's capabilities, but it seemed he had been handed a windfall. Yet, it was understandable. Nebula possessed merely superhuman strength, not even planetary level, making any assessment ludicrous. With this realization, he felt a twinge of regret as he stepped forward. Nebula was of little consequence to him, yet her father was watching from above. Allowing her to perish could have dire consequences from Thanos. This gamble was one he dared not take. Release her, and I shall grant you a fair opportunity to fight. At this moment, Star-Lord had Nebula by the neck. Upon hearing Ronan's words, he immediately shook his head and declared, I shall give you 1 minute to bring forth the one responsible for the destruction of my ship, or I will take her life. His thoughts were solely on avenging Barleyt, entirely disregarding his own safety. Ronan, upon hearing this, cast a troubled glance skyward. His forces were all in the heavens, and those deployed were entirely Thanos' subordinates, leaving him without the authority to mobilize them. However, shortly thereafter, a spacecraft descended into the skies above them, and 5 humanoid dark acolytes leaped from the vessel. Clearly, Thanos had acquiesced to Star-Lord's demands. Realizing the weight of his hostage, Star-Lord immediately raised his weapon and opened fire on the 5 dark acolytes before him. With a series of sharp reports, the 5 fell instantaneously. Though Star-Lord could not discern their expressions due to their helmets and masks, the unwavering demeanor of these individuals in the face of imminent death immediately revealed that they were far from ordinary. In that moment, Nebula seized the opportunity presented by Star-Lord's gunfire, delivering a swift elbow strike backward. Star-Lord instinctively raised his hands to shield his face from the blow. However, Nebula capitalized on this distraction, sprinting forward to create distance between herself and the adversaries. Just as Star-Lord aimed his pistol to fire, Ronan swiftly stepped in front of Nebula, intercepting the shot. The sound of gunfire echoed. Star-Lord's attack struck Ronan, yet only managed to pierce his clothing, leaving mere holes in the fabric. Witnessing this, Star-Lord's pupils constricted in shock. He had never encountered such a formidable foe, one that his advanced Ravager pistol could not vanquish. Chapter 48. The power gem. Ronan's entire being resonated with dark energy, surging forth as he raised his Kree war hammer and swung it at Star-Lord. The latter, unable to marvel at the spectacle in time, swiftly dodged to the side. A thunderous crash echoed as the ground was instantly transformed, a 10-meter-deep crater carved by Ronan's strike. The sound reverberated continuously, a relentless cacophony. Ronan, embodying brute strength rather than agility, found himself frustrated as Star-Lord, with remarkable nimbleness, narrowly evaded his onslaught time and again. After a while, Ronan, recognizing that his conventional attacks were failing to connect, was consumed by rage. Die! He bellowed, dark energy coalescing around his hammer. With a great leap, he brought it crashing down upon the earth. The impact unleashed a tremor, causing the ground within a kilometer radius to fracture. Distant mountains crumbled, and several volcanoes erupted, spewing forth molten lava, a scene reminiscent of apocalyptic chaos. Caught at the epicenter of the explosion, Star-Lord was violently hurled away by the force of the shockwave, crashing against a rocky outcrop. After a couple of labored coughs, he clutched his seemingly fractured chest and, trembling, managed to rise to his feet. Damn it, that monster is beyond human capabilities, he muttered, incredulous. Ronan, having stowed his hammer, glanced towards Star-Lord and leapt again, raising his weapon aloft. The prior engagement led him to believe that his opponent's earlier display of power was merely a result of equipment, underestimating the true strength that lay within. Eager to conclude the battle, he advanced. Star-Lord, sensing the impending doom, felt a wave of fear wash over him. This was the first time he had confronted such a formidable adversary, one whose physical prowess rivaled that of a cosmic battleship. Gritting his teeth against the pain coursing through his body, he once more evaded to the side. However, mid-air, Ronan conjured a giant hand of dark smoke, which ensnared Star-Lord in its grasp. As he was captured, Star-Lord's pupils dilated in terror, fixated on the approaching hammer, a harbinger of death. At that moment, a mysterious force within him erupted anew. A brilliant blue light surged forth, shattering the dark hand's grip and propelling him forward, narrowly escaping Ronan's strike. This revelation confirmed to Ronan that his opponent was far from ordinary. While on the sanctuary too, Thanos sensed the origin of this newfound power. Quickly, Thanos directed his gaze toward a particular point in the cosmos. Meanwhile, in a distant location, separated by hundreds of thousands of light years, a man looked up, seemingly aware of Thanos' presence. Despite the vast distance, an inexplicable connection seemed to bind them, though in reality, they lacked the means to perceive one another, merely a sensation of being watched. Down below, Ronan ceased his assault, his expression grave as he inquired, "Who are you? What are you doing here?" Star-Lord struggled to rise from the ground, feeling as though his very form was disintegrating, every muscle and bone protesting under the strain. "My name is Star-Lord, an intrepid adventurer." Naturally, he would never dare to label himself a marauder, for marauders are known throughout the cosmos as a wretched breed, even more disreputable than pirates. While pirates are somewhat restrained by the codes of the Pirate Alliance, marauders are nothing but scoundrels, willing to commit any atrocity for the sake of wealth. His adoptive father, Yondu, was once a member of the Pirate Alliance but was expelled for violating its rules, subsequently forming a band of marauders. Ronan, a well-informed figure, certainly recognized Star-Lord's deception but chose to remain silent, instead gravely stating, "As long as you surrender what you found here, we shall allow you to depart." To him, having reached such a level of power, money was merely a number, hardly worth discussing. After all, the Celestial Father embodies authority and status, realms beyond the reach of mere currency. However, Star-Lord held a different conviction. To him, wealth equated to life itself. Nothing surpassed the significance of money, aside from his companions. The audacity of this individual to expect him to relinquish his hard-won treasures without offering a single coin was more unbearable than death itself. "I'm afraid I've come only to explore. I have taken nothing," he replied. Upon hearing this, Ronan narrowed his eyes and charged forward with his warhammer. Although he was wary of Star-Lord's Celestial Father-level power, he too possessed similar strength. His caution stemmed from a desire to avoid unnecessary conflict, not from fear. As Star-Lord witnessed Ronan's sudden aggression, regret flooded his heart. Had he known that casually handing over something earlier would have sufficed, he might have considered it. Yet, presenting the cosmic orb was out of the question. especially since he had received an offer too tempting to refuse, even at the expense of his beloved adoptive father. Just as Star-Lord hoped for the surge of energy within him to reignite, he suddenly realized that the power had waned. At that moment, Ronan had already closed the distance, his 2-meter warhammer swinging toward him, while Star-Lord remained unresponsive. The next instant, a thunderous crash echoed, and Star-Lord was obliterated into a pulp. Observing this, Thanos aboard the ship's Sanctuary 2 felt a peculiar sensation. Had he misjudged the situation all along? Was there truly no one, or rather no god, paying attention to Star-Lord? Meanwhile, due to the force of Ronan's devastating blow, the cosmic orb on Star-Lord's body shattered, revealing the purple radiance of the Power Stone within. Instantly, greed flickered in Ronan's eyes. With this gem, could he not defeat Thanos? Yet, before he could extend his hand, a surge of potent blue energy erupted from Star-Lord's remains. This energy swiftly tore through the fabric of space, drawing Star-Lord's body and the Power Stone into its embrace. Just as Ronan stood bewildered, a commanding voice resonated with immense power. "How dare you?" In the blink of an eye, the towering figure of Thanos materialized before Ronan, reaching into the rift in space to seize the Power Stone. As this transpired, the rift began to close, swiftly constricting around Thanos' wrist. Yet, contrary to expectations, the rift did not sever his limb. Instead, as Thanos extended his hand, the fabric of space shattered once more. With his formidable prowess, he was capable of traversing the subspace with his physical form, rendering him impervious to the cutting force of the rift. Soon, his hand emerged unscathed from the fissure, clutching the Power Stone. Upon sensing the presence of a living being, the stone erupted with godlike energy, sweeping through its surroundings. Anyone or anything unable to withstand this force would be torn asunder, reduced to mere dust, vanishing from existence. However, once one harnesses the energy of the Power Stone, their own power would be significantly amplified during its usage, potentially reaching the zenith of godlike strength. Yet, it is worth noting that this pinnacle remains confined to the realm of godlike potential, for a single Power Stone cannot transcend the limits of a universal entity. Chapter 49. The planet Xander. Thanos gazed intently at the Power Stone in his hand, which radiated an overwhelming energy, and slowly clenched his fist. A surge of black energy enveloped his entire being, seeping into his body through every pore and orifice. In an instant, he felt the force of destruction within him pulsating with fervor. The energy of the Power Stone bore no specific attributes. It was a pure essence capable of transforming into any form. Upon entering his body, this energy swiftly metamorphosed into destructive power, significantly amplifying his physical strength. With a deep, resonant roar, a shockwave radiated outward, prompting all members of the Dark Order to kneel involuntarily. Even Ronan bent his knees slightly, though he resisted fully submitting. Propped as he was by the cosmic hammer, astonishment flooded his mind. The intensity of the aura was so formidable that it instilled in him a profound sense of insignificance, akin to that of a mere insect. It felt as though if he did not bow, he would be crushed in an instant. Yet, as the accuser of the Kree, he represented not only himself, but also the honor of his people, compelling him to grit his teeth and refrain from kneeling. After a moment, the Power Stone appeared to acknowledge Thanos, and its energy began to stabilize. Thanos opened his eyes, grasping the Power Stone with his right hand and placing it upon the Infinity Gauntlet on his left. He surveyed the 2 Infinity Stones adorning the gauntlet and smiled with satisfaction. He was now closer to his ultimate goal. He pondered how immensely powerful he would become upon gathering all 6 stones. Turning his gaze to the spot where Star-Lord had vanished, he wore a contemplative expression. Who was this enigmatic being? Was he Star-Lord's biological father, ego, or perhaps another celestial? After some reflection, he decided to set aside his musings. Once he acquired all 6 Infinity Stones, he would not fear even the entirety of the celestial race. Time swiftly passed, and 10 days later, over 100 warships appeared 1 million kilometers from Xander. Leading the charge was Ronan's flagship, accompanied by his fleet, followed closely by the Sanctuary 2 and Thanos' armada. At that moment, Ronan was filled with excitement as he beheld Xander in the 3-dimensional projection, fantasizing about how he would obliterate the beautiful planet to avenge his father, grandfather, and fellow kin. Suddenly, a communication request emerged in the projection. The caller was none other than the supreme accuser of the Kree Empire, his superior. Upon seeing this, Ronan's countenance darkened, for he was acutely aware that the Kree Empire had forged a peace treaty with Xander to confront the Skrulls, leaving no room for him to disrupt this fragile truce. Yet, he was unwilling to accept such an outcome. He could not bear the thought of his father and kin dying in vain, which fueled his determination to lead his fleet into battle for vengeance. After a brief pause, he decided to connect the video call. It would serve as a notification to the Kree Empire, preparing them for the impending conflict. In the next moment, a woman with blue skin and brown hair appeared in the projection, her expression revealing distress. "Ronan, where are you?" Why is the government of Xander protesting? Claiming you have invaded their star domain? Ronan shook his head and replied, High Accuser, do you recall how my father met his demise? Without waiting for a response, he continued, those despicable Xandarians circumvented our defense systems and unleashed annihilation bombs upon our planet. On that day, 99% of the global population perished, including my father, my grandfather, and all my kin. Upon hearing this, the High Accuser could not help but interject, I acknowledge that this surprise attack was indeed the fault of the Xandarians. But we are currently embroiled in an all-out war with the Skrulls and lack the capacity to open a second front. You must understand the Empire's predicament. Ronan, upon hearing this, narrowed his eyes but refrained from responding to the High Accuser's words. Instead, he pressed on, do you know how I survived? It was my father, mother, grandfather, and my people, a total of 137 souls, who clung desperately to the roof of my refuge, shielding me from the cataclysmic flames of that day. Otherwise, I would have perished long ago. How can I not seek vengeance for this hatred? With that, he disregarded the High Accuser's cries and abruptly severed the communication. In films and comics, Ronan's hatred is often glossed over, leaving audiences unaware of his harrowing past. Yet, without experiencing another's suffering, one cannot counsel them toward goodness. There is likely no one in the world who can fathom the trials he endured, nor comprehend the depths of his emotions. For him, this hatred is irreconcilable. Only the downfall of one party will suffice to bring closure. Just then, a new call request appeared in the projection. It was Thanos. Without hesitation, he chose to connect. In the next instant, Thanos' imposing purple visage materialized in the projection. Ronan, you seek vengeance on Xander. The Kree Empire is unaware, I presume? Due to the passage of time, Thanos had forgotten many elements of the Marvel narrative. Initially, he did not realize that Ronan's quest for vengeance was unbeknownst to the Kree Empire. Had it not been for the message he had just received, he would still be oblivious to Ronan's intentions. Ronan, with a bold nod, responded, Indeed, my lord Thanos, do you wish to retract your promise? At that moment, he resolved that if Thanos did not assist him, he would pursue his vengeance on Xander alone. He was prepared to face any consequences, even if it meant obliteration. Thanos, however, merely shook his head nonchalantly and replied, This is a matter I pledge to you, not to the Kree Empire, hence it bears no relation to them. Ronan's excitement surged as he exclaimed, Thank you, Lord Thanos. After terminating the communication, Thanos sat upon his throne, a contemplative expression gracing his features. The galaxy cluster they inhabited was known as the Virgo supercluster, spanning approximately 1 billion light-years in diameter, encompassing over 2,000 galaxies, divided among 3 great empires and 10 major alliances. The 3 great empires are the Skuru Empire, the Klee Empire, and the Hia Empire. From this, one can discern the formidable strength of the Klee Empire, where Ronan resides. The 10 alliances include the Merchant Alliance, the Pirate Alliance, the Mercenary Alliance, the Wanderer Alliance, the Extraordinary Alliance, the Divine Alliance, the Peace Alliance, the Raider Alliance, the Adventurer Alliance, and the Blade Alliance. The names themselves reveal that these alliances are essentially composed of various factions. In this ruthless universe, survival necessitates not only immense strength, but also the wisdom to unite for mutual support. The Sandar Star represents a faction within the Peace Alliance. If he could instigate a conflict between the Peace Alliance and the Skuru Empire to jointly assault the Klee Empire, he might find an opportunity to thrive amidst the chaos. After all, only in a state of turmoil can he hope to annex the territories of others. Otherwise, even the mightiest must consider the possibility of being targeted by coalitions. Naturally, should his power ascend to that of the multiverse level, or even the singular universe level, he would have little to fear from alliances. Alas, he is currently only at the level of a celestial father. It is precisely for this reason that he chose not to refuse Ronan. Chapter 50, Divergence. Moments later, thousands of small spacecraft ascended from Xander, swiftly approaching their destination. It was evident that they had just communicated with the Kree Empire, realizing that Ronan's arrival heralded trouble, and thus prepared for battle. As the enemy vessels departed Xander, Ronan, unable to contain his eagerness, ordered his ships to initiate an assault. However, due to the distance, the attack would require 3 seconds to reach its target. Seizing the opportunity, the Xandarian fleet activated their shields. After a brilliant flash of light, the result was 0. Not a single vessel in the Xandarian fleet was destroyed. The Peace Alliance, adhering to their philosophy of harmony, excelled in shield technology, surpassing all other factions. While the attacking force of 1,000 spacecraft was estimated to possess minimal offensive power, their defensive capabilities were unparalleled. Anticipating this outcome, Ronan promptly contacted Thanos, requesting his intervention. Thanos, of course, consented with enthusiasm and instructed the Sanctuary 2 to charge its dark matter annihilation cannon. Moments later, a beam of black light traversed over 1,000,000 kilometers in an instant, striking the enemy fleet. In the incredulous gaze of the Xandarians, a significant portion of their fleet vanished in an instant, with no less than 200 spacecraft obliterated. The devastation did not end there. Even Xander itself bore witness to a massive crater, 100 kilometers in diameter, claiming the lives of billions. Seeing this, the Xandarians hastily piloted their ships, frantically charging towards the Sanctuary 2. Witnessing their fervor, Ronan beamed with delight, clenched the Kree war hammer, and charged forth. Thanos too grasped the tyrant's blade, joining the fray. Hours later, amidst a series of fiery explosions, the remaining enemies were annihilated, and they continued their advance towards Xander. As they approached within 1,000 kilometers of their destination, Xander had entered a state of heightened alert, with various anti-aircraft artillery and defenses primed, resembling a hedgehog bristling with spikes. In response, Thanos merely smiled coldly and connected with Ronan via comms. "Do not engage. I shall handle this." Without waiting for Ronan's reply, he vanished from the Sanctuary 2. The next moment, Thanos materialized within Xander, standing atop the gaping chasm created by the dark matter cannon. He extended his right hand, activating the star absorption technique. A torrent of immense energy surged forth from the planet's core, flooding into his being. This energy was so potent, surpassing anything he had previously absorbed from other planets, that he felt as though he might burst. Clearly, this was a vibrant planet, with a robust core, likely the very reason Xander could sustain its resplendent civilization. Minutes later, as the core's energy was depleted, the planet began to experience earthquakes, tsunamis, and fierce winds. The inhabitants of Xander remained oblivious to the true cause of their plight, attributing these calamities solely to natural disasters. An hour later, the planet's magnetic field began to dissipate, and the atmosphere started to fade away. It was then that humanity became acutely aware that, even before the enemy's arrival, the apocalypse had already commenced. Yet, despite this grim realization, they were powerless to avert their fate. Ultimately, the vast majority succumbed to suffocation in a sea of endless despair and anguish as the air vanished. Those who sought refuge and shelters were forever swallowed by the earth due to earthquakes and tsunamis. In the span of a single day, this vibrant, azure planet transformed into a desolate wasteland. After absorbing the energy, Thanos returned to Sanctuary 2. Upon establishing a communication link with Ronan, he merely stated with indifference, "I have fulfilled my promise. Our collaboration is now at an end." While he had contemplated whether to subjugate Ronan, he ultimately dismissed the idea, realizing that such a move would be too conspicuous. Meanwhile, Ronan gazed at Thanos with fervor and admiration, clasping his hands together in a gesture of the highest respect among the Kree. "Thank you. You shall forever be my friend." His gratitude stemmed not from deep reflection, but from the long-awaited vengeance finally being realized. After a brief exchange of farewells, the two parted ways. 2 months later, Thanos returned to the galaxy, specifically to a planet he named Titan, due to its striking resemblance to the world he had just traversed. In terms of size, atmospheric pressure, and oceanic coverage, it mirrored his previous home remarkably. The day after his return to Sanctuary, the Black Order, Corvus Glaive, Proxima Midnight, Ebony Moth, and Cull Obsidian arrived in succession to report on the situation over the past 4 months. The Black Order had successfully conquered 104 inhabited planets, most of which had surrendered without much resistance. After all, for these indigenous peoples, who had yet to develop modern civilization, the cosmic warships represented an insurmountable force. Unless certain individuals possessed extraordinary strength, they were utterly incapable of opposing such power. Consequently, faced with the might of the warships, the natives capitulated swiftly. However, there were indeed many local insurgents. Thanos had come to establish dominion, not merely to conquer. His approach resembled that of Asgard, wherein he would periodically extract resources without interfering in local affairs. This arrangement, while uncomfortable for the indigenous ruling class, was not entirely unacceptable. In contrast, Thanos' rule entailed complete administrative control over local governance, instituting policies of population control and equitable resource distribution, which constituted a devastating blow to the local aristocracy. Thus, the indigenous rulers inevitably rebelled. For such dissenters, Thanos' subordinates had a standardized protocol, the implementation of extermination policies, followed by the resettlement of their own subjects. Once the Black Order concluded their report, it was time for Corvus Glaive to present his findings. He had conquered a mere 7 planets, all subjected to extermination policies, as he sought to ensure ample space for his frost giants to thrive. In response, Thanos remained silent, yet he inscribed an indelible mark on Ralphie's character, deeming him unsuitable for a trusted confidant. A being so singularly devoted to his own race could hardly be expected to serve him with the unwavering loyalty exemplified by the Black Order. Ultimately, it was Hela who came to report. Thus far, she had only conquered a single planet, that of the witches. Clearly, she had paid no heed to Thanos' words. Instead, she returned to her mother's homeworld, where she exterminated half the population and then settled into a languid existence. Thanos, however, chose not to comment on this. He simply instructed Ralphie and Hela to remain, awaiting his next command. Following the conclusion of the report, Thanos activated the system to review his attributes. Constitution, 58341. 7 Strength, 42315. 3 Agility, 36834. 4 Mental Power, 41294. 5 Active Skills, Power of Destruction passive skills, Titan Bloodline, Super Regeneration, Super Constitution, Super Strength, Super Agility, Powerful Mentality. Resilient Skin unique skills, Ruler, Star Absorption Technique Equipment, Tyrant's Butcher Knife, Tyrant's Battle Armor, Infinity Gauntlet, Power Gem. Mind Gem Chapter 51. Unknown Power. Thanos discovered that his attributes had unconsciously approached the late stage of a celestial being. It appeared that the planet of Xander was indeed a remarkably powerful world, endowing him with such an increase in attributes. This enhancement was also attributed to the fact that the Black Order had dominated over 100 planets, significantly augmenting his potential, thereby enabling such an elevation in strength. This elucidates why, despite their somewhat lesser abilities, Thanos entrusted the majority of his forces to the Black Order. The formidable individuals possessed their own ambitions and could not be expected to serve him with unwavering loyalty. Only the Black Order exhibited such steadfast allegiance. Upon his return, Thanos resolved to employ the technique of energy absorption to exponentially amplify his power, while awaiting Gamora's report on the whereabouts of the Soul Stone. It was only after securing the Soul Stone that he would contemplate venturing to Earth to gather the remaining 3 Infinity Stones. The decision to leave Ronan and Hela behind stemmed from his desire to prevent them from causing any complications. After addressing administrative matters, Thanos set forth towards the latest planet, prepared to assimilate energy. In truth, administrative tasks could have been delegated to the Black Order, yet certain pivotal decisions necessitated his personal approval. Otherwise, granting unrestricted power would inevitably lead to undesirable aspirations among his subordinates. On Earth, the absence of Thanos' directive for Loki to lead the Chitauri invasion resulted in the delayed formation of the Avengers. However, under the influence of a mysterious force, another organization emerged, the Illuminati. This Illuminati was distinct, comprising members such as Professor X, Aquaman Namor, Mr. Fantastic, Black Bolt, Iron Man, Black Panther, Bruce Banner, Captain America, and Thor. Remarkably, Thor inexplicably acquired a surge of power, hastening the expulsion of the destructive force within him. Upon regaining a measure of strength, he also joined the Illuminati. As for Doctor Strange, his absence meant he had yet to become a member. At this juncture, Earth was experiencing the narrative surrounding Doctor Strange. Though the news brought by Thor left Ancient One profoundly unsettled, nearly leading her to eliminate the antagonist Caecilius during a scripted encounter, she ultimately adhered to the script, finding herself cast aside and retreating into the shadows, beginning to orchestrate the fate of Earth from behind the scenes. The arrival of Doctor Strange further fortified the Illuminati, rendering the organization increasingly formidable. This development instilled Ancient One with confidence to confront any future crises. Time swiftly elapsed, and 3 years had passed. Whether due to the unfolding narrative or not, even with Thanos exerting every effort to assist Gamora, she had yet to uncover the location of the Soul Stone amidst the wandering stars and desolation. After 3 years of relentless energy absorption and the annihilation of over 100 planets, Thanos had attained the late stage of a celestial being. However, at this stage, his strength became increasingly challenging to augment, primarily because the potential of his current form could no longer keep pace with his burgeoning power. Though over the past 3 years, the 5 generals of Obsidian have continued to dominate more than 1,000 living planets, they have also encountered new troubles. The remnants of the Asgardian race have returned, allied with the forces of the Celestial Alliance. In response, Thanos personally intervened several times, annihilating thousands of enemy starships. Ultimately, faced with an unrelenting tide of foes who never engaged him directly, he was compelled to deploy Hela and Laufey, while he continued to absorb stellar cores. However, the rate of his growth through this absorption has begun to slow, prompting him to contemplate further training in the gravity chamber. Thus, he spent a week returning to the temple on Titan. Yet, an unfortunate development arose. As his power increased, the gravity chamber within the temple could no longer meet his demands. It was only capable of generating 3,000 times the force of gravity, a level at which he felt no strain whatsoever. Thus, he pondered whether to seek out a star with 5,000 times the gravitational force, where he could also enhance his heat resistance. Just as he was preparing to act, Nebula unexpectedly approached him. "Father, I believe something is amiss with Gamora lately." Gazing at Nebula, who lowered her head as if hesitant to meet his eyes, Thanos felt a sudden intuition. It seemed as if some force was influencing everything, causing the two sisters to drift toward opposition. The chess player? What has happened to Gamora? Upon hearing her father's inquiry, Nebula finally raised her gaze and spoke. "I have noticed that she has been acting mysteriously, often disappearing for long stretches without disclosing her whereabouts." Thanos nodded, responding, "I understand. You need not concern yourself with Gamora's affairs. As for you, you have yet to reach planetary-level strength. You must intensify your training. Nebula, hearing her father's words, wore a crestfallen expression, responding despondently, "Understood, father." Thanos, ignoring her feigned sorrow, encouraged her, "Go train. Once you attain planetary-level strength, I shall grant you command of a fleet." At the prospect of commanding her own fleet, Nebula's demeanor brightened, and she replied eagerly, "Yes, I will begin my training at once." With that, she swayed her slender waist and departed the temple. Observing this, Thanos couldn't help but reflect on how much his daughter had grown. Shortly thereafter, he rose and addressed the void. "Deep Blue, please compile Gamora's itinerary for the past 3 years." "Of course, Master." For a super artificial intelligence, this task was quite simple. Soon, a series of data manifested in the air, consisting of Gamora's travel logs over the last 3 years. After a brief review, Thanos quickly noticed that many journeys were absent from the records. Upon inquiring further, he discovered that Gamora had been traveling aboard an unidentified spacecraft, thus leaving no trace. This revelation instilled within him a sense of foreboding. "Deep Blue, where is Gamora now?" According to the latest data, Miss Gamora is currently located in the Large Magellanic Cloud, though her precise whereabouts remain unknown. As she has not utilized our spacecraft, we are unable to establish a data link. I wish for her return, as I have matters to discuss with her. Understood, I am sending a message. However, due to the vast distances and signal disruptions, there may be slight delays. Although advancements in technology have rendered intergalactic communication less elusive, establishing contact with Gamora, who is situated hundreds of thousands of light years away, remains quite challenging. Thanos nodded, a hint of nostalgia in his voice as he remarked, "It is fortuitous that I may observe the development of Titan, for it has been several years since my last visit." Chapter 52, The Interrogation of the Soul in the Principal City of Tyrostar. Evening had descended. The streets were bustling with the throngs of workers returning home, alongside children and the elderly taking leisurely strolls, meandering about without a vehicle in sight. Under the reign of Thanos, society operated on a system of housing allocation. One was assigned a residence based on their workplace, thus eliminating the hassle of commuting. For longer journeys, an underground hyperspeed rail facilitated travel to any location on Tyrostar within an hour. Should one wish to venture to another planet, specialized anti-gravity spacecraft would transport them to the orbital spaceport, from whence they would board a spaceship. Consequently, the streets were largely devoid of vehicles, and pollution was a rare sight. Upon encountering Thanos, the passers-by instinctively bowed in reverence. This gesture was genuine, rooted in heartfelt gratitude. Aware of the significance of public sentiment, Thanos ensured that from a tender age, individuals were inundated with his exalted narrative. Daily broadcasts showcased the turmoil of surrounding planets, contrasting it with the tranquility of their own lives, attributed to his governance. Reports of famine in distant lands highlighted that under Thanos' rule, concerns over food scarcity due to population control were non-existent, even in cases where living standards were declining due to inflation or housing costs. The allocation of homes rendered such worries obsolete. Through prolonged and relentless propaganda, it was only natural that the populace would harbor sincere appreciation for the stability they enjoyed. Yet, not all desired tranquility. Those with an appetite for adventure and thrill were welcomed by Thanos, dispatched to the front lines where, after enduring fierce battles, many would yearn for the return to a peaceful existence. These survivors would then advocate for the hard-won peace they had experienced. Those who survived yet continued to seek excitement would find themselves appointed as generals or strategists within the shadowy cult. Thus, the rebellious spirits were meticulously managed, leaving no room for unrest. The remaining individuals, those content to lie low, would also find their paths well arranged. Under Thanos' dominion, while it may not be said that the universe was the happiest, it was undoubtedly the most stable and secure. After a leisurely stroll, Thanos noted that everything appeared unchanged and that the populace lived in peace, prompting him to shift his focus to other planets for observation. 34 hours later, he arrived at the 17th planet of his journey, Crimson Water Star. This celestial body was named for its unique mineral-rich waters that cast a deep crimson hue upon the seas. Throughout his travels, he observed people living in happiness and health, free from ailments and worries. Given the current advancements in medical care, there were no afflictions beyond cure, and with housing being allocated, the burdens of life were alleviated. Witnessing this, Thanos felt affirmed in his belief that he was the most benevolent and magnificent emperor in the universe. Soon, he found himself atop a peak by the sea, gazing at the distant crimson waters and the azure sky, relishing this rare moment of tranquility. It was the first time in over 5 centuries since he had entered the Marvel realm that he could quietly appreciate a landscape. Typically, he was either engaged in battle or immersed in training, leaving him with scarcely a moment to spare. After a while, he settled upon a stone, quietly watching as the sun gradually descended beyond the horizon. A gentle sea breeze caressed his cheek, bringing with it a refreshing coolness. This time, He wore not his tyrant armor but donned a simple black leather jacket and dark trousers, appearing like an ordinary person savoring the serene dusk. At that moment, a small spacecraft emerged from the cosmos and approached him from behind. Shortly thereafter, Gamora, clad in a black leather outfit and trench coat, leaped out. She joined him, quietly observing the distant sky. Compared to the stripped-down, unassuming Thanos, she exuded an air of elegance and warrior spirit that would inspire a desire to conquer in any ordinary man. It was no wonder that Star-Lord had overlooked species differences and fallen in love with her. After a few minutes, Thanos continued to gaze at the sun's descent and softly inquired, "Look, this world is so beautiful. Why do some people struggle so deeply?" Gamora, upon hearing this, regarded him with a complex expression and replied, "Indeed, why is that?" Her emotions were tumultuous. After enduring various adventures across the universe and encountering myriad individuals, she felt her father's actions were misguided. Freedom is the essence of life. No one should arbitrarily control another, dictating who may procreate or what one may or may not do. Yet, years of indoctrination had taught her that her father's policies were what allowed people to live more securely and prosperously. Yet the thought of her father's indifference to the lives and deaths of others during his absorption of star cores made her acutely aware of his cold-heartedness, rendering him an unworthy ruler. Thanos turned to face his daughter and somberly remarked, "Because all life experiences a rebellious phase, much like a child yearning for freedom while overlooking the costs associated with it." Gamora lifted her gaze to meet his eyes and resolutely stated, "But freedom is the essence of life, is it not?" At her words, Thanos fell into silence. Indeed, freedom is the inherent nature of all life. Without this adventurous spirit, how could life evolve and develop splendid civilizations? Humanity, in its quest for freedom, created various tools to replace drudgery, thus allowing time for other pursuits. Otherwise, akin to ancient times, they would toil daily for mere sustenance, stifling any notion of civilization's advancement. However, such freedom is not without its limits. In the face of survival and the continuation of a species, all things must yield, freedom included. Yet, those without his experiences could never truly comprehend this. In the early days, Titan faced an overwhelming population surge and resource depletion, resulting in countless individuals succumbing to starvation. Some even resorted to taking the lives of entire families for a mere loaf of bread. Amidst this dire environment, a burgeoning faction instigated a coup, engaging in a brutal struggle against the conservatives. This conflict ultimately led to Titan's devastation, ravaged by the horrors of war, leaving him powerless to intervene as he witnessed the calamity unfold. He was incapable of conjuring sustenance, energy, or living space from thin air. Now, however, he possessed the means to alter everything and would not allow anyone to obliterate it all. With this thought, his interest in continuing the conversation with Gamora waned. Turning away, he gazed at the moon beginning to rise in the distance and asked somberly, "Is there any news regarding the Soul Stone?" Upon hearing the inquiry, Gamora bowed her head, hesitated for a moment, and finally responded, "Not at this time." Chapter 53. Spatial Teleportation. Thanos did not turn back. Instead, he continued to inquire, "How much longer?" At that moment, he had suppressed all sentiments and affections, leaving only an insatiable ambition for the Infinity Stones and dominion over the universe. He sensed that the number of living beings in this universe had reached a critical threshold. Should reproduction continue unabated, resources would soon be depleted, leading to a catastrophic cosmic disaster. Furthermore, the Celestials lurked in the shadows, awaiting the proliferation of life to a certain extent before reaping the universe's bounty. Only by swiftly establishing control over the cosmos and ensuring orderly reproduction of all life could this universe sustain its infinite cycle. Gamora, oblivious to Thanos' concerns, shook her head and replied, "I do not know." Upon hearing this, Thanos merely shook his head in response, stating, "I shall grant you another year. If you still cannot find it, Nebula will take over your task." At this, Gamora's green visage shifted slightly, yet she ultimately said nothing, merely nodding before returning to the spacecraft. It was only after the spaceship had departed that Thanos turned his gaze away, looking up at the vessel receding into the distance, a contemplative expression crossing his face. From their conversation, he discerned that Gamora's thoughts had shifted somewhat, though he remained uncertain whether she harbored intentions of betrayal. Moreover, regarding the Soul Stone, the most elusive of the Infinity Stones, he questioned whether he could locate it without Gamora's assistance. This uncertainty was the reason for his tolerance toward her. However, he would not indulge her indefinitely, hence the ultimatum of 1 year. Should she fail to procure it within that time frame, the existence of her race would no longer be warranted. A year later, with the relentless campaigns of the Black Order over the past 4 years, approximately 1% of the Milky Way had fallen under Thanos' dominion. Given the irregular, three-dimensional nature of the galaxy, calculating this area proved challenging. Do not underestimate this seemingly mere percentage. It encompasses roughly 10,000 light-years, within which reside approximately 1.7 billion stars and around 10 million habitable planets. Due to the rapid expansion of his territory, many potentially terraformable planets had yet to be developed, resulting in a surplus of stars but a scarcity of life-sustaining worlds. Once he fully subjugated the Milky Way, Thanos would contemplate transforming select planets to make them suitable for life. At this juncture, the Black Order had already discovered the planet known as Blue Star. Yet adhering to Thanos' directive, they chose to disregard it. In truth, if Thanos were willing to grant autonomy to the indigenous inhabitants, he could have unified the galaxy long ago. It was solely his desire for absolute control, along with the requirement that it operate according to his will, that delayed the process. Meanwhile, on an unremarkable blackish-gray planet at the far end of the galaxy, the diminutive beings with oversized heads and scruffy faces began to stir with commotion at the appearance of Thanos' armies. A dwarf king, clad in metallic battle armor and wielding a mighty warhammer, spoke gravely. "Esteemed companions, you are undoubtedly aware of Thanos' proclamation. In 6 months, he shall arrive. Shall we submit or engage in war? Make your decision swiftly." Indeed, for years prior, they had been informed of the conflict between Odin and Thanos. However, discontent with Odin's reign led them, like other races, to refrain from offering assistance. Little did they anticipate Odin's swift defeat, leaving them in a quandary. Their inquiries revealed that Thanos governed with an iron fist, enforcing stringent regulations even on reproductive rights, dictating the number of offspring one could bear. Any deviation, whether excess or deficiency, would result in fines and penalties. Faced with such tyranny, the dwarves could not acquiesce. "No, we cannot accept their terms. Even in death, we shall not abide by such a humiliating treaty. Odin would never have dared treat us thus. How could Thanos?" Rumors circulated that Thanos had not been seen since the battle 4 years ago, and there was uncertainty regarding his injuries. Indeed, that Thanos must be gravely wounded. "We have every right to strike." As the dwarves' fervor escalated, the king swiftly raised his hands to quell the uproar. "Silence! All of you, be quiet." After a series of commanding shouts, the surrounding dwarves fell silent. The king continued, "You must understand, both Laufey and Hela have become Thanos' subordinates. Given their nature, had Thanos truly been injured, they would have eliminated him long ago. Moreover, even if he were wounded, dispatching Laufey or Hela against us would render us defenseless." Upon hearing these words, the dwarves regained some semblance of rationality. Indeed, the strongest among them was their king, yet even he was merely of demigod caliber, incapable of contending with Laufey and Hela, let alone the mightier Thanos. Yet, having grown accustomed to freedom, the dwarves could not fathom surrendering to Thanos' dominion. "Even if it meant death, I would rather perish standing than live on my knees. To defend our homeland is a duty for all, until the last dwarf stands. We shall never be enslaved." Witnessing the unwavering spirit of his kin, the dwarf king was filled with thoughts of mutual destruction. Just as he was poised to continue, a sudden flash of lightning illuminated the sky, followed by a deafening roar. The dwarves sensed an overwhelming presence. "What is this? Such a formidable aura. Could it be Thanos?" The furious warriors braced themselves for battle. "Prepare for combat. We dwarves shall never be enslaved." With fervor, they raised their warhammers, ready to confront their foe. However, the dwarf king soon sensed something amiss. He raised his hand once more and declared, "This is not right. It cannot be Thanos." Upon hearing these words, the dwarves fell into a profound silence. They too sensed that something was amiss. If it truly were Thanos, a colossal warship would surely have arrived, rather than a mere portal to another realm. Soon, a figure descended before the dwarf king, spreading its arms wide in joyful exclamation, "Eitri, my dear friend." Eitri, as he was known among the dwarves, was relatively tall for his kin, standing at least 6 feet tall. However, his physique was strikingly disproportionate. His head accounted for nearly a third of his height, while his body was exceedingly slender, resembling a caricature of a child with an oversized head. Upon recognizing the visitor, Eitri's face broke into a smile, and he opened his arms to embrace the newcomer. "My dear Thor, it is truly wonderful to see that you are alive." The visitor was none other than Thor, the Prince of Asgard and the God of Thunder. Chapter 54, The Power of Odin, Part 2. As a vital member of the Alliance of Gods, Asgard has maintained its formidable presence in the universe for millennia, a testament to its rich heritage. The power of Odin is a unique legacy exclusive to the royal lineage of Asgard. Each generation of kings is bestowed with this power, enabling them to inherit this extraordinary strength, transcending to a level akin to that of the All-Father, accompanied by a form of teleportation reminiscent of the Bifrost Bridge. This is precisely why Odin, upon realizing the awakening of Hellas' witch bloodline, callously abandoned her. The power of Odin can only be passed down through the pure bloodline of the Asgardian royalty. Although Thor did not undergo the formal abdication ceremony, Odin discreetly transferred this power to him at the time of his demise. However, due to the constraints of distance, Thor received the power of Odin only recently. Now referred to as the power of Thor. Upon acquiring this strength and purging himself of the destructive energies, he chose to open a portal to the myriad realms of the dwarfs. After embracing Eitri for a moment, Thor, with a pained expression, said, "Eitri, my friend, I require your assistance." Eitri, upon hearing this, promptly thumped his chest, exuding confidence, and replied, "I shall certainly assist you. Speak, what is it that you need?" In truth, their camaraderie was not as profound as it appeared. Their connection was primarily rooted in Thor's previous aid during a rebellion concerning the dwarven resources. However, at this juncture, Eitri needed Thor's support against Thanos, hence his display of apparent intimacy. Thor, touched by Eitri's immediate willingness to help without inquiry, continued, "My Mjolnir has been destroyed by Thanos, and I need your expertise to forge a new hammer." Mjolnir, the name of the thunder goddess hammer, is his most significant weapon, unparalleled in importance. Though Thor had inherited the power of Odin, his lack of a weapon severely limited his ability to harness that power. Thus, upon receiving Odin's strength, he promptly opened the portal to the dwarven realm, for the dwarves are renowned as the galaxy's most formidable weaponsmiths. Historically, 80% of the weapons in Asgard were crafted by the dwarves. Upon hearing of the request to forge a weapon, Eitri contemplated deeply. He perceived Thor as a benevolent soul, a stark contrast to the cunning Odin, allowing him to confidently create the most powerful weapon without fear of betrayal. After a moment, he declared, "Very well, I shall forge for you the mightiest artifact of our dwarven kind, the Stormbreaker." With resolve, he swiftly gathered his subordinates to commence the work. At that time, the dwarven realm had yet to suffer the annihilation wrought by Thanos. Thus the process of crafting the Stormbreaker proceeded smoothly, devoid of the tumultuous trials depicted in the films. A day later, when Thor grasped the Stormbreaker, a surge of energy coursed through him, his aura intensifying. Without uttering a single word, he raised the battle axe high and teleported away, eager to test the might of his new weapon. However, Eitri grew anxious upon witnessing the situation. Thor, where have you gone? Come back to me. Cursed be the Asgardian clan, all of them treacherous and ungrateful wretches." He had originally intended to confront Thanos alongside Thor once the weapon was forged, but now the latter had vanished, leaving him furious. It is worth noting that in crafting this weapon, they had invested all their scarce URU metal and expended considerable effort. The thought of their labor being in vain only fueled his anger. Shortly thereafter, a dwarf rushed in, flustered. "My liege, it is dire. Thanos' warship is approaching." Meanwhile, on Blue Star, Thor was oblivious to the dire predicament his absence had plunged the dwarves into. The moment he acquired the Stormbreaker, he immediately teleported to Blue Star, compelled by the sudden surge of power that necessitated his adaptation. The most effective means of adaptation, of course, was to engage in combat practice. Where better to hone his skills than Blue Star, a planet teeming with extraordinary life? He found this world rather peculiar, brimming with beings of incredible strength, ranging from superhuman to godlike. Before long, Thor arrived at Stark Tower, eager to test his new weapon against Tony. However, Tony was preoccupied with the creation of his anti-Thor armor and could not attend to him. Thus, Thor sought out Banner. Yet, Banner, having finally returned to a semblance of normalcy, wished to avoid the resurgence of the Hulk. With no other recourse, Thor turned to Doctor Strange, who was engrossed in his research against the invasion of Dormammu. Consequently, he merely granted Thor a spatial mirror and paid him no further heed. Ultimately, with no other options, Thor was left to seek out the other members of the Illuminati. The challenges he faced in this endeavor caused him to forget about the dwarves entirely. The diameter of the galaxy spans approximately 200,000 light-years, containing roughly 300 billion stars. As for the number of planets, it is virtually impossible to quantify, as planets are not luminary bodies and thus difficult to detect. At this moment, near the central region of the galaxy, a colossal cosmic warship, the Sanctum II, lingered. Although it was the size of half a moon, it appeared minuscule against the vastness of the star, akin to a grain of sand lost in the ocean, nearly imperceptible. The Sanctum II remained there due to Thanos' presence within the star. Ever since a year ago, when he conceived the idea of training within the star, he swiftly acted upon it. Now, a year had passed since he commenced his training there, and the results were promising. His previously stagnant attributes began to gradually ascend once more. While the pace could not rival that of the soul-sucking technique, it was free of any bottlenecks. Resolutely progressing toward the pinnacle of godhood, he sensed that after his body absorbed the energy from the soul-sucking technique, he would be able to wield it once again. As a skill intrinsic to the system, it was certainly not a one-time use. The reason he is temporarily unable to enhance his attributes is that this body has reached the threshold for energy absorption, necessitating a gradual digestion of the energy. At this moment, deep within the star, over 1,000 kilometers down, Thanos sits cross-legged, enduring the immense pressure surrounding him. At this depth, the pressure has escalated to approximately 10,000 times that of normal gravity, with temperatures soaring to an astonishing 20,000 degrees. Even with his prowess at the apex of celestial strength, he feels the overwhelming strain and can only resist with all his might. However, reflecting on a year ago when he could only venture down a mere 100 meters, the ability to now delve 1,000 meters represents a monumental advancement. After a while, Thanos sensed that the time was ripe, and he opened his eyes, soaring outward from the star. With a resounding roar, a shockwave erupted from the surface of the star, followed by a violet figure emerging into the void. Chapter 55. The Infinite Gems. Upon emerging from the star, Thanos meticulously rid himself of the hydrogen and helium that clung to him, and then set his course for Sanctuary 2. The reason stars can burn for billions of years without extinguishing lies in their immense mass, which generates a tremendous gravitational force. This gravitational pull creates unimaginable pressure within, leading to nuclear fusion reactions between hydrogen and helium. The energy released during this fusion ignites the surrounding hydrogen and helium. However, due to the constraints of gravity, the hydrogen and helium undergoing fusion cannot escape the star, thus forming a closed system of controlled nuclear fusion. Had Thanos not expelled the hydrogen and helium undergoing fusion from his body, it is likely that upon entering Sanctuary 2, the members of the Dark Order within would have perished instantly. Upon witnessing Thanos' return, the Dark Order promptly knelt, each member lowering themselves to one knee in a gesture of respect. Moments later, Thanos took his seat upon the throne and inquired, "Have there been any updates on Gamora?" In the next instant, a mechanical voice resonated through the void. "Master, I lost all trace in communication with Gamora 6 months ago." Thanos furrowed his brow at this revelation. He had not anticipated that she would ultimately choose betrayal. "In that case, do not blame me," he declared. "Issue a bounty for Gamora throughout the universe, and convey that if she does not return within 3 months, her homeland shall pay the ultimate price." More than a century prior, during his conquest of the universe, he had arrived at a planet called Hosebeli. At that time, Hosebeli was plagued by resource scarcity and lacked advanced technology, resulting in widespread famine and conflict. It was he who decimated over half of the planet's population to restore ecological balance, subsequently bestowing them with advanced technology to facilitate their development. During the massacre, he encountered the exceptionally indifferent Gamora, who remained unperturbed even as her parents were slain before her eyes. Moved by her apathy, he took her in as his adopted daughter. However, it now appeared that he had misjudged her character. "Yes, Master," replied Deep Blue, the artificial intelligence, devoid of any emotion. In its conception, the destruction of a planet likely held no greater significance than the eradication of an ant colony. After a moment of contemplation, Thanos continued, "Have Nebula come to meet me on Titan." Having issued his command, he directed Sanctuary 2 to return to Titan. 2 hours later, the bluish-green planet of Titan lay before him, transformed through a series of technological advancements, resembling the once destroyed Titan more closely than ever. Cosmic spaceports dotted the landscape, bustling with ships traversing the skies. A colossal vessel like Sanctuary 2 could not dock at the spaceport, as it was far too large. Instead, it landed at a base on a natural satellite. In an instant, Thanos appeared within the royal palace on Titan, where Nebula had long awaited her father's arrival. As the most dutiful daughter, she had long awaited her father's command on Titan, and thus, upon receiving news, she hastened to his side. Sitting upon his throne, Thanos gazed down at the nebula, feeling a flicker of solace within. At the very least, he was not a wholly failed father. He had a devoted daughter. "Nebula, how much do you know about your sister?" he inquired. Nebula, upon hearing his words, bowed her head in contemplation before responding. "I am not entirely certain what has befallen my sister, but I have heard her mention that she seems to have found her destination. However, I do not understand why she has been remiss in reporting back. By the way, I have heard that she has joined a mercenary group called the Guardians of the Galaxy, and she appears to be engaged in missions almost daily." Upon hearing the name Guardians of the Galaxy, Thanos narrowed his eyes. He was taken aback by the potency of the unfolding narrative. He had already dispatched Star-Lord far from the fray, seized the Power Stone, and even obliterated Xander. With the story having taken such a turn, it was astonishing that Star-Lord could still be in close quarters with Gamora. Shaking his head, Thanos spoke with displeasure. "To defy my orders is to forfeit your return. Nebula," he called, prompting her to stand at attention. "I now place my trust solely in you. The mission to locate the Soul Stone is entrusted to you. You may command all fleets." "Yes," Nebula replied with fervent enthusiasm, her heart racing as she turned to depart the sanctum. Clearly, she was eager to prove herself, to demonstrate to her father that she surpassed her sister, yearning for his affection. Thanos merely smiled faintly at her eagerness. Yet, within him stirred the notion to first gather the other 3 stones on Earth before pursuing the Soul Stone. After all, the Space Stone could transport him anywhere. Possessing it would facilitate his endeavors immensely. The 6 Infinity Stones each possess distinct attributes: space, time, reality, power, mind, and soul. The Space Stone granted the ability to teleport anywhere in the universe and manipulate space at will, whether separating, cutting, distorting, rearranging, or even creating new realms. The Time Stone allowed its wielder to traverse through time, reaching any moment along the universe's timeline, be it the distant past or far-off future. The Reality Stone enabled its possessor to conjure anything they desired, akin to the power of manifestation, though the effects were not permanent and would revert once the user departed. The Power Stone bestowed immense strength upon its bearer, contingent upon their ability to withstand such force. It was also the Soul Stone capable of amplifying the power of others. The Mind Stone enhanced mental acuity, granting abilities such as illusion creation and mental control. The Soul Stone possessed the capacity to steal, manipulate, or alter souls. With the Space Stone in his possession, the quest for the Soul Stone would indeed become significantly more manageable. However, in the next moment, Thanos furrowed his brow. He sensed the presence of an unknown entity subtly influencing his mind. According to his original plan, he intended to collect the Soul Stone before journeying to Earth to gather the remaining 3. This strategy was devised to avoid interference from certain beings and to circumvent the awkwardness of possessing only 5 Infinity Stones. After all, only by uniting all 6 stones could one unlock their full potential, surpassing even the cosmic level and rivaling the multiversal scale. The Marvel Universe can be described as a realm of exceedingly high danger, with power limits that are equally formidable. Take, for instance, the Living Tribunal, the Celestials, and the 5 primordial entities, Eternity, Infinity, Oblivion, Death, and Galactus, alongside the omnipotent entity, the One Above All. Given the chaotic nature of the power hierarchy within the Marvel Universe, one might argue that it lacks a coherent system altogether. Thus, the author intends to refine Marvel's power structure based on other established frameworks, ensuring that there are no incongruities such as Wolverine effortlessly defeating the Phoenix. In truth, the author harbors a strong desire to critique Marvel's power dynamics. However, after some contemplation, he decided against it, for Marvel enthusiasts are well aware that the Marvel Universe lacks a consistent power hierarchy. Scriptwriters craft narratives as they please, often disregarding previous continuity, leading to absurdities where mere mortals can slay deities due to a single artifact, as exemplified in the plot of Thor, Love and Thunder, simply bewildering. Chapter 56, The Nova Core, Second Update. Located 10,000 light-years away from the Milky Way, there exists a star system known as Calo. This system serves as the headquarters of the Peace Alliance and the Nova Core. The Peace Alliance is composed of all forces that cherish tranquility, encompassing a multitude of members. However, the sole military might within its ranks is the Nova Core. The headquarters of the Nova Core is situated on a planet named the Planet of Peace. At this moment, Gamora, Star-Lord, Rocket Raccoon, Groot, and Drax the Destroyer, 5 members of the Guardians of the Galaxy, have arrived here to submit their recently accomplished mission. Shortly thereafter, Rocket Raccoon piloted a small spacecraft, gracefully descending to the docking bay, and then utilized the space elevator to reach the surface of the planet. The time is now afternoon, and the sun casts an orange-red glow as it slowly sinks towards the western horizon. Upon exiting the space elevator, Star-Lord and his companions beheld a bustling throng of people. Among them were individuals with green skin, blue skin, and purple skin, showcasing a stunning diversity of appearances, including a notable presence of non-human entities. According to the statistics from the Peace Alliance, there are at least 1,314 distinct species residing on the Planet of Peace, all cohabiting harmoniously. Although this was not Gamora's first encounter with such a spectacle, she could not help but feel a profound envy each time she witnessed beings of various kinds coexisting peacefully. Under Thanos' reign, it was common for individuals of each race to inhabit a single planet, with rarely more than 2 species coexisting on one world. Moreover, the potential for each race to flourish and reproduce depended heavily on their collective contributions. Should a race consistently rank at the bottom in contributions for 3 consecutive years, their reproductive rights would be curtailed. She had even witnessed a race perish due to insufficient contributions, a stark reminder of the reasons that fueled her rebellion against Thanos. Before long, the 5 companions made their way down the street. Leading the group was Rocket Raccoon, the sharpshooter and pilot of the Guardians. Standing at a mere 1 meter tall, resembling a bipedal yellow raccoon, he was perpetually equipped with a weapon of his own height and a rocket launcher. Possessing abilities far exceeding those of an ordinary raccoon, he boasted super speed, agility, enhanced vision, acute hearing, heightened touch sensitivity, and remarkably sharp claws. Additionally, he was a skilled pilot, an expert marksman, and well-versed in the use of various weapons. However, his insatiable greed often compelled him to salivate at the sight of valuable possessions. Beside Rocket was Groot, towering at over 2 meters, a member of the Flora Colossi. He possessed immense wisdom and unique physiological traits inherent to tree beings, including remarkable regenerative capabilities. As long as Groot retained a portion of his branches, With proper care and nourishment, he could grow anew, thus resurrecting himself. Furthermore, Groot wielded superhuman strength and defensive prowess, capable of expanding his form like rubber, allowing his wooden body to stretch freely and attack adversaries with ease. Furthermore, it possesses the ability to control other plants through the dissemination of spores and to heal others. Typically, members of the Floral Colossus tribe exhibit a mindset of conquest and aggression. However, Groot stands as an exception, embodying a heart of peace and a rather dull demeanor. Content to follow Rocket Raccoon. In the midst of the group are Gamora and Star-Lord. Gamora remains unchanged, with her verdant skin, burgundy hair cascading down her back, and clad in a form-fitting black leather suit, 2 daggers sheathed at her thighs. Her serpentine movements invariably attract many gazes. Yet, to underestimate her would be folly. For she possesses exceptional combat skills and superhuman strength, her most notable achievement being the assassination of planet-class adversaries, making her a renowned figure throughout the cosmos. Or perhaps it is more accurate to say that Thanos' subordinates are quite infamous across the universe. As a newly emerging power, the path of ascendance is often paved with bloodshed and warfare. Star-Lord, ever the same, adopts a nonchalant demeanor, his eyes frequently wandering towards the scantily clad beauties, seemingly oblivious to the demise of his previous companion. At this moment, he has traded his raider attire for a brown leather armor jacket. As they find themselves on Peace Planet, the headquarters of the Nova Corps, had he donned his previous garb, he likely would have never disembarked from the spacecraft. Bringing up the rear is Drax the Destroyer, towering at nearly 2 meters with gray skin marked by crimson streaks, presenting a fearsome visage. He strides down the path bare-chested, exuding an air of superiority, as if proclaiming himself the paramount being, with all others trailing behind. Given his near-planet-class strength, he stands as the mightiest amongst them. Assuming Star-Lord does not resort to his usual tricks. Shortly thereafter, the quintet arrives at the entrance of the Mission Center's Grand Hall. At that moment, Gamora suddenly halts, captivated by a new bounty flashing on the screen within the hall. Her own bounty, set at an astounding 50 million cosmic credits. While numerous factions abound in the universe, including the 3 great empires and the 10 major alliances, the cosmic credits issued by the Commercial Alliance are regarded as the most stable currency in existence. This is due to the Alliance's unwavering commitment to credibility. A devaluation of their currency is simply inconceivable. After all, the Commercial Alliance thrives on trade. If their currency lacks trustworthiness, who would engage in transactions with them? 50 million cosmic credits equate to approximately 130 million peace credits, a sum that piques the envy of all. To put it in perspective, their small spacecraft is valued at merely 70 million cosmic credits. The first to react is Star-Lord, his countenance darkening as he turns to Gamora, inquiring with incredulity, "Are you the daughter of Thanos?" Rocket Raccoon, his eyes alight with eagerness, gazes at Gamora, his avarice stirring thoughts that ought not to arise. Among the team, only Groot and Drax remain unaffected by the bounty. Groot, lacking any concept of currency, remains entirely indifferent. Drax, on the other hand, was utterly oblivious to the words on the bounty, and thus had no understanding of Star-Lord's agitation. If it were any other woman facing the inquiries of her companions, coupled with her father's bounty, she would likely be consumed by anxiety. However, Gamora merely responded with indifference, asking, "What? Do you intend to use me as leverage for the bounty?" Before Star-Lord could utter a word, Rocket Raccoon, bursting with eagerness, interjected, "I heard your father annihilated Xander, with a bounty of $1 billion on his head. Should we not seize this opportunity?" Clearly, in Rocket's mind, Gamora had already been regarded as a comrade, and thus he harbored no intention of turning her in. Star-Lord, realizing the weight of the situation, promptly shook his head. "No, I am simply astonished. How could such an ugly creature have such a beautiful daughter?" Like Rocket, after enduring numerous battles side by side, he had also come to regard Gamora as an ally, suppressing any inappropriate thoughts. Besides, even if he did entertain any such notions, they would be futile, for he was no match for Gamora's strength. Chapter 57. The Peace Ambassador. Gamora observed that neither Star-Lord nor Rocket Raccoon displayed any intention of surrendering, and a wave of relief washed over her. Though she remained silent, she had indeed come to regard them as her allies, unwilling to turn against them. At that moment, Drax seemed to sense the awkward atmosphere among his comrades and approached with curiosity, inquiring, "What troubles you? What is this talk of surrender?" Groot also ambled over, uttering his name, Groot. Star-Lord and Rocket Raccoon shook their heads in unison, replying, "It's nothing." However, as they surveyed the hostile gazes around them, Star-Lord suggested, "Gamora, perhaps you should return for now. I'm concerned." Before he could finish, Gamora shook her head resolutely, asserting, "No need. These individuals wouldn't dare act here." Indeed, while they were in the Mercenary Guild's mission hall, they were firmly within the territory of the Peace Alliance. Anyone who dared to resort to violence would be disrespecting the Peace Alliance, and the guards would swiftly intervene, leaving no one to escape. With that, Gamora took the lead into the mission hall, followed closely by the other four. Shortly, they submitted their task and received 25 cosmic credits. Just as they prepared to exit, Gamora's attention was suddenly drawn to the latest bounty notice. If she did not return within 3 months, Thanos would annihilate her home planet, Zaberi. Upon reading this, her body trembled involuntarily. Unlike Thanos, she was not devoid of emotion. She harbored deep affection and attachment for her homeworld. I must return. With that thought, she approached the entrance of the mission hall, only to find herself surrounded by a throng of people. Though they had not yet resorted to violence, their expressions were anything but friendly. Clearly, the bounty of 50 million had stirred their greed. Had the bounty not specified that she was to be taken alive, and had an interstellar port not been necessary for her escape, some might have dared to disregard the Peace Alliance's regulations and acted directly. Seeing this, Gamora's expression darkened considerably. At this moment, Star-Lord and the others joined her, gravely asking, "What should we do now?" Rocket Raccoon, brandishing his energy gun, remarked with a reckless grin, "It seems a grand spectacle is about to unfold." With that, he clicked the safety off with a resounding snap. The onlookers instantly drew their weapons, ranging from ordinary blades to energy machine guns and artillery, displaying a bewildering array of armaments. In response, Gamora swiftly grasped the dagger at her thigh, Star-Lord tightened his grip on his energy pistol, Drax unsheathed his short sword, and Groot wore a solemn expression. Just as the atmosphere crackled with tension and the scent of gunpowder hung thick in the air, the wailing of sirens pierced the sky. Soon, a fleet of New Star Legion ships appeared overhead, broadcasting a stern warning. In the territory of the Peace Alliance, violence is prohibited. Offenders will be executed on the spot. A group of mercenaries, witnessing the unfolding events, reluctantly sheathed their weapons and began to withdraw. Yet, even in retreat, they remained unwilling, covertly observing Gamora nearby. After all, the allure of 50 million cosmic credits was simply too enticing, and some clung to a glimmer of hope. Meanwhile, the vessels in the sky did not depart. Instead, they descended before Gamora. These ships, standing 3 meters tall, 10 meters long, and 4 meters wide, resembled great birds with inverted wings. They were the Peacekeepers, Model 7 of the Peace Alliance, characterized by their pristine white exteriors and equipped with a gravity-defying magnetic levitation system, capable of reaching speeds up to 3,000 kilometers per hour. Each ship was armed with an electromagnetic cannon and 2 Cayman machine guns, alongside a state-of-the-art energy shield. Their sole drawback was the extensive high-tech installations that rendered their energy supply limited, allowing for a mere 3 hours of full combat before depletion. Soon, a contingent of the Nova Corps disembarked, led by a golden-skinned woman clad in a sleeveless black combat suit, adorned with a golden helmet featuring a hexagonal red star. "Greetings, Gamora. I am Irani, Centurion of the Nova Corps." Upon hearing her name, the Guardians of the Galaxy breathed a sigh of relief. For Irani was renowned within the Nova Corps for her benevolence and fairness, suggesting she would not pose any difficulties for them. Noticing the Guardians' calmness, Irani smiled gently and continued, "Our governor wishes to speak with you. Please accompany us." After a moment of contemplation, Gamora nodded in agreement, replying, "Very well." In no time, the 5 of them boarded the Peacekeeper 7 and departed towards a towering structure. The architectural style of Peace Star was peculiar, favoring tall, pointed towers that were remarkably slender. Fortunately, the planet's weather was consistently mild. A Category 10 typhoon could easily topple such structures. Minutes later, Irani led the Guardians to the tallest and most exquisite tower. It was Gamora's first encounter with such breathtaking architecture. Under Thanos' rule, all buildings prioritized functionality and durability, with beauty being an afterthought, save for the temple. This realization intensified her conviction that her father's tyranny must be overthrown. Upon entering the tower, the opulent decor, marked by a lavish and sophisticated ambience, evoked envy among the Guardians. Even the stoic Groot appeared awestruck by the splendor. Shortly thereafter, Irani guided them to a woman dressed in a white queenly gown. Standing 20 meters away, she stood approximately 1.70 meters tall, with alabaster skin, appearing to be in her 50s, her face etched with faint wrinkles, and her hair a cascade of white. The all-white ensemble exuded an aura of purity and sanctity. She was none other than the governor of the Nova Corps, Lady Mela. Irani, with arms crossed respectfully, performed the highest form of salute and announced, "Centurion Irani." Presenting Gamora before Lady Mela, Mera nodded subtly, her gaze fixed on Gamora as she inquired, "You are Gamora, are you not?" Gamora returned the gesture with a cautious nod, softly responding, "Greetings, Lady Mera. I am indeed Gamora." Suddenly, Mera's expression shifted dramatically, an overwhelming aura emanating from her. "Daughter of Thanos, your father has obliterated our sacred grounds. Xandar is the birthplace of the Nova Corps and a crucial member of the Peace Alliance. Otherwise, the Kree Empire would not have been so frantic when they learned of Ronan's intentions to destroy Xandar. even seeking out Thanos directly to implore him to refrain from action. The formidable presence caused the other members of the Guardians of the Galaxy, aside from Gamora, to bow their knees in submission, having spent considerable time alongside Thanos. Gamora had long since acclimatized to such godlike energies, let alone those of a demigod. Indeed, Lady Mera is a being of demigod caliber, one of the 3 high-ranking officials of the Nova Corps. Chapter 58, The Might of Thanos, second update, regarding Thanos' obliteration of Xander, Ronan, upon his return. Chose to keep this information to himself, opting instead to shoulder the blame. However, the Kree Empire, seeking to avoid a two-front war, deliberately declared that it was Thanos who had destroyed Xander, a statement intended to pacify the Peace Alliance. Unbeknownst to them, they unwittingly stated the truth. The Peace Alliance, not wishing to engage in conflict with the Kree Empire, tacitly accepted this narrative. Civilizations capable of surviving in the cosmos are invariably cautious. They would not hastily ignite a war over a single incident when faced with 2 equally formidable forces. Nevertheless, the relationship between the Peace Alliance and the Kree Empire had undoubtedly soured. Should the Kree Empire find itself at a disadvantage in its war with the Skrull Empire, it would undoubtedly seek vengeance without hesitation. Mera, believing herself privy to the truth, had not genuinely considered making things difficult for Gamora. As the 5 members of the Guardians of the Galaxy silently lamented their anxious predicament, Mera suddenly retracted her aura, reverting to the guise of an ordinary woman. However, given that your father also served Ronan, I shall not press you further, she remarked, shaking her head. The reason I summoned you is that I require your assistance with a task. Rest assured, I will compensate you with 1 billion peace coins. The Nova Corps, of course, utilized peace coins. It would be absurd to employ the currency of the Commercial Alliance. Upon hearing the figure of 1 billion, Star-Lord and Rocket Raccoon's eyes gleamed with excitement, nearly drooling at the prospect. What is the task? We assure you we will accomplish it, they exclaimed in unison. Indeed. I swear by the name of the Guardians of the Galaxy that we shall succeed. Mera, ignoring Star-Lord and Rocket Raccoon, turned her gaze towards Gamora, awaiting her response. Gamora, not driven by avarice, solemnly inquired, what is the task? Mera smiled slightly and replied, I seek an Infinity Stone from Thanos. If you procure one for me, I will grant you 1 billion. Should you provide me with 2, I shall offer you 20 billion. The legend of the Infinity Stones is well known among the powerful and influential throughout the universe. For instance, Ronan is aware of the Power Stone. As the ruler of the Nova Corps, he could not possibly be ignorant of it. Mera's desire for the Infinity Stone, of course, stems from the immense power it bestows. Those who thrive in the cosmos and whose influence grows ever larger are not naive. They naturally aspire to acquire greater strength to expand their dominion. Upon hearing the mention of the Infinity Stones and Thanos, Star-Lord felt a wave of trepidation. He was unaware that Thanos had been present during his acquisition of the orb and had even ordered his assassination. At that time, he had already been killed by Ronan and was oblivious to the subsequent events. He awoke the following day in a safe location. However, the name of the cosmic overlord Thanos, notorious for slaying Odin and destroying Xander, had become widely known. Virtually everyone was aware of it. Now, to request them to procure Thanos' stone was, indeed, a daunting challenge. Rocket Raccoon, without much hesitation, nodded affirmatively and remarked, as for the Infinity Stones, leave that to us. However, as you know, we require a deposit. Upon finishing his statement, he extended his right hand, rubbing his thumb and forefinger together, making a gesture universally understood across the cosmos. Mera, with a slight nod, turned to Gamora and declared, I shall provide you with 100 million peace coins as a deposit. At her level of status and power, wealth was easily within her grasp. Conversely, it was the Infinity Stones, which augmented strength, that she truly sought. Upon hearing the mention of 100 million as a deposit, albeit in peace coins, all concerns were swiftly alleviated. They nodded in agreement, exclaiming, very well, we shall accept. Let us proceed at once. Rocket Raccoon echoed the sentiment, eagerly insisting, yes, yes. Let us go now. Mera remained silent, casting a glance at Gamora. Clearly, to her, Star-Lord and Rocket Raccoon were insufficient. Her focus was solely on Gamora. Noting her 2 companions' agreement and recalling her father's threat, Gamora nodded and said, all right, but I cannot guarantee that I will obtain the Infinity Stones. Mera, upon hearing this, immediately broke into a smile and turned to walk away. No matter, as long as you give it your best effort. 1 stone, 10 billion. A month later, on an unnamed planet within the galaxy, Thanos, clad in golden armor, extended his right hand towards the ground. A torrent of immense red energy surged from the planet's core into his palm. After 3 years of training within a star, he had digested the energy within him and was thus able to continue utilizing his energy absorption technique at a pace of absorbing 1 planet every 10 days. This marked the 3rd planet he had drawn from. At that moment, the voice of the small blue figure echoed in his ear. Master, Miss Gamora has returned. Thanos paused, momentarily taken aback. He had assumed that, given Gamora's disposition, she would not return until at least the third month. To his surprise, she had returned so swiftly. However, he quickly dismissed his thoughts and accelerated the absorption process. Once he had drained the planet, he soared towards the celestial sanctuary known as the Sanctuary 2. A day later, he returned to the sanctuary. It was nighttime on Titan, yet due to light pollution, the starry sky was nearly obscured. Only a solitary purple moon hung desolately in the heavens. As Thanos' feet touched the ground, he immediately sensed, in addition to Gamora, for unfamiliar auras nearby. However, these presences were faint, so he paid them little heed. The sanctuary on Titan was a replica of the one on Talo, consisting of towering spires. Yet, its exterior appeared merely whitewashed, making it seem quite modest compared to the opulent towers of the Nova Corps. As Thanos walked, the sound of his footsteps echoed throughout the sanctuary. After a moment, he pushed open the grand doors, revealing a brightly lit hall, and proceeded towards the throne. Beneath the throne stood Gamora, Star-Lord, a towering figure with gray skin, a raccoon barely a meter tall, and a tree-like creature exceeding 2 meters in height. Star-Lord recognized the former, yet the sight of this assembly swiftly revealed the identities of the other three. At that moment, Star-Lord, Rocket Raccoon, Groot, and Drax all felt an overwhelming pressure, far surpassing anything they had experienced with Mera, tenfold, perhaps even 100-fold. The sound of footsteps echoed ominously, as if they were treading upon their very hearts, rendering them breathless. Cold sweat trickled down their brows, and their legs trembled uncontrollably. Only Gamora maintained her composure. Her gaze lowered, obscuring her emotions. Fortunately, Thanos did not unleash his full might nor direct it towards them. Otherwise, standing itself would have posed a considerable challenge. After a moment, Thanos settled upon the throne, his cold gaze fixed upon his daughter, and spoke with a chilling tone. You have finally returned. Did you bring back the information I sought? Chapter 59. The Wild Star. Upon hearing the inquiry, Gamora's eyes flickered with a hint of inner turmoil. Under the imposing presence of Thanos, she was on the verge of divulging the coordinates. Yet, the memories of the flourishing sites and majestic structures she had witnessed on P-Star surged within her, compelling her to suppress that urge. Thus, she shook her head and spoke. Father, I have indeed gathered some information regarding the Wild Star, but upon encountering your wanted notice, I was compelled to return immediately. You have misunderstood. I am not a traitor, but rather an unfortunate victim of circumstance, having accidentally shattered my communicator while searching for leads. I have not yet found any news, and thus, I feel unworthy to face you. Throughout the past month on her journey back, she had meticulously crafted a plausible explanation. The thought of confronting her father directly and articulating her true intentions had never crossed her mind. After years of interaction, she had come to comprehend that her father's convictions were unyieldingly steadfast, impervious to any external influence. If one were to liken unwavering determination to steel, then her father's resolve was akin to that of an alloy, specifically adamantium. Thanos, upon hearing her words, revealed a fleeting glimmer of disappointment in his eyes. Having experienced more than the average person, he was not easily swayed by her excuses. Nevertheless, he feigned relief and replied, Is that so? However, due to your disappearance, I have entrusted the task of locating the Wild Star to Nebula. Please share any clues you possess. I wish to spare her unnecessary detours. Even though he was fully aware of her deception, he chose not to expose it, hoping to extract some valuable information. At this, Gamora felt a sudden wave of panic. Unbeknownst to her, the typically fierce persona she projected to outsiders crumbled in her father's presence, leaving her feeling vulnerable. She was indeed privy to the whereabouts of the Wild Star, even possessing the coordinates, but she dared not speak. She was acutely aware of her father's ambitions to collect the 6 Infinity Stones and dominate the universe, imposing a regime devoid of freedom and democracy. After witnessing the wonders of the external world, she harbored no desire to see her father rule over the cosmos. For doing so would obliterate countless beautiful things and strip people of their liberty. Yet, she found herself at a loss for how to refuse him. After all, it was inconceivable that she had spent years seeking the Wild Star without gleaning any information. But what if, by revealing the truth, Nebula actually found it? Would she resort to deceit? Surely, such a lie would be swiftly uncovered. Just as Gamora wrestled with her inner conflict, Thanos, growing impatient, rose to his feet, his aura swelling dramatically. The 5 individuals in attendance could no longer withstand the mounting pressure and instinctively crouched down. My patience is finite, he bellowed. If Gamora is unwilling to divulge even the slightest hint, I shall not be courteous. With that, he waved his hand, and a massive purple hand of destructive energy materialized beside Star-Lord, grasping him firmly. Star-Lord cried out in agony as the annihilating energy enveloped him, unleashing a tormented scream. The violent force of destruction relentlessly ravaged his body and will, rendering him unable to endure the agony. Thanos gazed at his daughter and declared loudly, Speak forth all that you know. At that moment, Rocket Raccoon, Groot, and Drax, witnessing Star-Lord's anguished expression, longed to assist him, yet they found themselves incapable of even standing. Their eyes filled with hopeful anticipation directed towards Gamora. Their original plan was to return and resolve the misunderstanding, then linger by Thanos' side to seize the opportunity to pilfer the gems. However, their scheme faltered right from the outset. Thanos was not adhering to the expected protocol. The verbal tactics that had previously proven infallible offered no opportunity for execution this time, and the familiar aura of cognitive diminishment was conspicuously absent. It must be noted that last year, their triumph over the celestial ego was attributed to these very strategies, sharp wit and dulled intellect, forcibly orchestrating a narrative demise for their opponent. Now, with these formidable tools rendered ineffective, the members of the Guardians of the Galaxy were reduced to the status of mere mortals. Gamora looked on with deep concern for the suffering Star-Lord, her heart heavy with anguish. Having been together for over 3 years, their bond was profound, and it was inconceivable that nothing would transpire between them given their natures. They were intimately acquainted with one another. Yet, under Thanos' tutelage, her rationality had consistently prevailed. However, in this moment, emotion ultimately triumphed. Between the Lania Chaos supercluster and the Hydra supercluster lay a shattered galaxy, from which the Wild Star had escaped. Upon hearing this, Thanos retracted his hand of destruction and strode towards the temple's exit. Keep a close watch on them, he commanded, and with his words, the surrounding dark acolytes raised their weapons and encircled them. Gasping for breath after his fall, Star-Lord struggled to recover, even choking on the air. He had felt as if he were on the brink of death, suffering immensely, as if every cell in his body were perishing. After a brief moment, he regained his composure, and upon observing the dark acolyte warriors surrounding him, he realized that their fate was sealed. Indeed, Thanos was, as Gamora had warned, beyond their ability to manipulate with mere words. Upon departing the temple hall, Thanos immediately instructed Deep Blue to inform Nebula of the coordinates mentioned by Gamora. He was taken aback to discover that the Wild Star was situated so far away, even beyond the supercluster. At that instant, an impulse to journey to Earth and retrieve the space stone flickered through his mind. However, fully aware of the circumstances, he quickly shook his head. It appeared that the enigmatic presence was still attempting to exert its influence over him. Shaking his head once more, he returned to his chamber. The room, nearly 300 square feet, bore no opulent decorations, featuring only simple furnishings, a large bed, a meditation area, and a bathroom. For one of his stature, this room was unworthy of him. Many of his subordinates had suggested enhancing its grandeur, but all such proposals had been met with his firm refusal. He had never been one to indulge excessively in the pleasures of life, so it was no surprise that he paid little heed to such superficial matters. Soon, he shed his garments, revealing his robust, purplish form, and stepped into the bathroom. As he turned on the tap, the water gushed forth with a resounding cascade, washing away the weariness that clung to his physique. Suddenly, Thanos felt a darkness envelop him, as if he had entered an abyssal realm. The surroundings were undefined, with one side cloaked in impenetrable obscurity, seemingly infinite. A normal individual might have succumbed to fear or unease in such an environment, yet Thanos remained untouched by trepidation, for he was acutely aware of whom he was about to confront. Chapter 60, The God of Death, Second Update. Before Thanos, a figure cloaked in black soon materialized. Standing approximately 6 feet tall, this being was shrouded in darkness, rendering their face indecipherable, leaving one uncertain of their gender. In their grasp was a scythe over 2 meters long, and from the exposed arms, it was evident that their skin was remarkably pale, almost dazzlingly so, with a smoothness and delicacy that seemed otherworldly. The slenderness of the arms suggested that this ethereal being was indeed a woman. Thanos, you have performed admirably these past years. I am quite pleased, the woman declared. As the words fell, she removed her hood, revealing an exquisite visage of unparalleled beauty. Her ruby-red lips, enticing and luscious, ignited an irresistible urge to taste their sweetness. Her exquisitely sculpted nose, fair and pristine, resembled a white rosebud poised to bloom in the morning light, evoking a desire to inhale its subtle fragrance. Her black eyes, akin to cosmic black holes, lacked any glimmer but seemed capable of ensnaring souls, drawing one into despair. Her long, flowing black hair cascaded down her back like silken threads, smooth and supple. Yet, in the presence of such breathtaking beauty, Thanos averted his gaze, casting his eyes downward, for this enchanting woman was none other than the God of Death, one of the 5 divine entities of the Marvel Universe. Unlike Hela, the goddess of death, this incarnation represented the very essence of mortality, the sovereign of the underworld, transcending individual universes and touching upon the fabric of cosmic laws. This power had reached, at the very least, a multiversal tier, possibly even an omnipotent realm, defying mere categorization. Moreover, the being had the ability to alter her appearance at will, rendering any beauty she displayed merely an illusion. He recalled the first time he had encountered her. when she had appeared as a mere skull. As per our agreement, you are to bestow upon me power, he stated. Thanos was his true name. But since the destruction of Titan, he had adopted the moniker of Thanos, rendering his original name known to few. The god of death approached Thanos, extending her delicate hand to caress his robust form, smiling as she said, "Do you not desire other rewards? After all, in other universes, you have always chosen me." At her words, a flicker of revulsion passed through Thanos' eyes. At the multiversal level, there exists a notion of unity among all paths, suggesting that despite the multitude of universes, there exists but one god of death. Even if she could manifest countless avatars, the thought of her engaging in transactions with myriad versions of himself filled him with disdain and disgust. Thus, he shook his head firmly, asserting, "No, I require only power." Seeing that she could not entice Thanos, the god of death took a step back, her alluring expression and smile vanishing as she coldly remarked, "How dull." With that, an essence of pure, unadulterated death began to flow into his body. Though Hela and General Deathblade both wield the power of death, their abilities pale in comparison to that of the god of death, existing on entirely different planes. It is akin to igniting wood versus harnessing nuclear fusion. While both generate heat, the fundamental disparity is immense. At this moment, the god of death finds herself in a state of resignation. It is essential to understand that the power of death, compared to the rewards that require fulfilling another's desires, is far more precious. Why is it that the Thanos of other universes only seeks to satisfy desires, while this universe's Thanos is so fervently consumed by the pursuit of power? It is a vexing conundrum. Were it not for the uniqueness of this universe's Thanos, which has unveiled an opportunity to combat the Celestial Clan, she would have hesitated to engage in any trade. After a brief interlude, the transfer of death energy concluded. Suddenly, Thanos spoke, "By the way, a thought has been persistently invading my mind, urging me to seize the Infinity Stones from Blue Star. Yet, I am aware that this is not my own desire." Upon hearing this, the god of death squinted, and an aura of death enveloped him instantaneously. Moments later, she swung her scythe as if severing something, though it appeared to be a mere gesture, leaving everything unchanged. The Celestial Clan is indeed relentless, swiftly recognizing your uniqueness. Rest assured, no one will interfere with you now. Thanos felt as though something had vanished from his mind, yet it seemed that nothing had truly disappeared. This sensation was peculiar, steeped in mystery. However, he understood that with his current strength, the forces of the multiverse were beyond his comprehension, so he merely nodded in acknowledgement. From her words, he discerned an underlying message: "No one will interfere with you now," implies that future assurance is not guaranteed. It appears that the dynamics between the five divine beings and the Celestial Clan are not as one-sided as presumed. There is even a possibility that the five divine beings are being suppressed. The god of death remained unaware that her single statement had provoked such contemplation within Thanos, and she spoke with a calm demeanor. "Your task now is to fervently seek the Soul Stone and then proceed to Blue Star. Remember, your mission is to eradicate half of the life in this universe and prevent the emergence of the Celestial Clan." With that, her figure gradually faded into the shadows. Thanos soon returned to reality. The sound of rushing water filled his ears, as if only a fleeting moment had passed. However, feeling the exceptionally pure energy of death coursing through him, he knew that what had transpired was no mere illusion. After a while, he completed his bath and lay down upon the bed. As he savored the softness of the mattress, he found himself devoid of any inclination to sleep. Time passed, and suddenly, Thanos thought to himself, "System, are you there?" There was no response from the system, yet he was certain of its presence, merely cautious of any unknown entities discovering it. Eventually, after several minutes, the system's mechanical voice resonated in his mind. "Host, I am here. How many points do I currently possess?" The reason he sought the power of the god of death was certainly not for mere refinement. Even if he were to refine such power, it could never become his own energy, for the disparity in levels was far too great. This was precisely why the god of death remained unconcerned. She understood that Thanos could never absorb her strength. However, the god of death likely could never have fathomed that Thanos did not desire her power for absorption, but rather to exchange it for points within the system. A total of 135,827 points. Does the host wish to redeem them? Please open the redemption list for me. In the next moment, a plethora of options appeared before Thanos' eyes. The power of tyranny, the bloodline of the God King, gamma rays, the source of frost. The variety was vast, with some powers even transcending the Marvel Universe's framework. This system, after all, was not a product of the Marvel Universe, but rather originated from other infinite universes. When the system was bound to him, it had nearly been discovered by certain entities within the Marvel Universe, which is why communication was limited unless absolutely necessary. Thanos would only summon the system when required, and the system would only manifest when it determined that the surroundings were safe. In ordinary circumstances, the system served as a standard interface, allowing him to view his attributes and occasionally dispense rewards. Chapter 61. The Dark Forest, third update. Indeed, this Marvel universe possesses its own system, rendering the enigmatic entities indifferent to the existence of a mere ordinary system. Thanos gazed at the interface before him, devoid of hesitation, as he opted to enhance his power of annihilation. Ding. The host has chosen to expend 100,000 essence points to upgrade the power of annihilation. Soon, the soul skill displayed on his panel, the power of annihilation, transformed into the power of obliteration. The destructive energy within him began to shift in a peculiar manner, changing from a pale purple to a deep violet. He perceived that although his energy had diminished, it had become far more refined. However, the experience was not accompanied by significant pain, nor was the sensation of transformation overly pronounced. It appeared that the system had indeed attained a level of mastery over its capabilities, comparable to that of the god of death. Yet, due to his current weakness, he could not draw definitive conclusions. Following the completion of the transaction, the system fell silent once more, resembling an ordinary system. Nonetheless, he understood that the abilities he had acquired from the god of death had likely been largely consumed by the system. This could be deemed a transaction, for without the system, he would have been incapable of refining the energy of the god of death. He sensed that his relationship with the system differed from that of other protagonists, resembling more of an equal exchange between two parties rather than a father-son dynamic, albeit with the initiative resting with the system. Reclining upon the soft bed, he reveled in the sensations of his newly transformed power of obliteration while contemplating the intricate web of causality within the Marvel Universe. From the scant films and comics he had witnessed in his previous life, he had gleaned the names of some of these enigmatic entities. At the apex resided the one above all, the first celestial, the zenith of the Marvel Universe. Just below them were the Molecule Man. The powers of the three ancient gods, the living tribunal, and the celestials, existing as entities that transcended rules. A tier further down, one would find the five great deities, the Asgardians and the dimensional demons. Even the original form of the Infinity Stones, the goddess of revenge, left him uncertain of her fate, whether she had truly perished, had orchestrated a clever escape, or was embroiled in some intricate scheme. If the goddess of revenge still lived, she would undoubtedly rank at least at the level of the living tribunal, for she embodied a cosmic entity. As for these supreme beings of Marvel, if one were to assert that they were merely benevolent beings, he would never believe it, for how could such benevolence yield such formidable strength? Surely they would have been devoured long ago. The narrative of the entire Marvel Universe is undoubtedly a game played by powerful elites, with individuals like him serving as mere pawns. Moreover, he was certain that he was currently a pawn in the struggle between the god of death and the Asgardians. The Asgardians required planets to host sentient life to engender more of their kind, while the god of death thrived on mortality to augment his own power. Thus, they were inherently opposed. Furthermore, the task assigned to him by the god of death was to locate the 6 Infinity Stones and eradicate half of all life in the universe, beyond augmenting his strength. It also served to delay the emergence of the Asgardians. Furthermore, it has been revealed by the god of death that the source of interference with his thoughts originates from the celestial race. Although the specific individual remains unknown, it is undoubtedly an entity of multiversal significance. However, this grand spectacle is likely not limited to the god of death and the celestials. When he initially sought to eliminate Captain Marvel, it was an unknown presence that intervened to save her. After pondering for a while, he realized that he had exhausted his information, thus he opened his eyes and began to rise from his slumber. At this moment, the dawn was merely beginning to break, with the sun yet to show its face. As he stood, attendants soon arrived bearing a sumptuous array of food. Although his formidable power rendered him beyond the need for sustenance to sustain life, it nonetheless provided an additional means to extract energy. Hence he chose not to abstain from eating. After finishing his meal, the sun had finally ascended into the sky. Just then, Gamora appeared, clad in casual attire, accompanied by 4 others. "Father, I acknowledge my mistakes and beseech your forgiveness." The Dark Order had not prohibited their movement, only restricting them from leaving the sanctum. Upon returning to her chamber, Gamora conferred with the others regarding their next course of action. They collectively surmised that Thanos had not entirely forsaken his daughter, otherwise, he would not have permitted them to remain. Aside from the constraint of remaining within the sanctum, there were no other limitations imposed. Consequently, they resolved to have Gamora continue her attempts at persuasion, seeking to sway Thanos, or rather, to enlighten him. Thus, upon entering, Gamora promptly admitted her fault. Regrettably, she remained oblivious to her 2 companions, Star-Lord and Rocket Raccoon, who were eyeing the Infinity Gauntlet beside Thanos with barely concealed avarice. Otherwise, they would not have accompanied her. Thanos swallowed a piece of bread and took a sip of milk, casting a fleeting glance at Gamora as he stated, "I shall commence my training. You are to remain in the sanctum until Nebula retrieves the Soul Stone. Otherwise, you are not permitted to leave." With that, he waved his hand, and the Infinity Gauntlet soared into his grasp as he made his way out. Observing this, Gamora, still undeterred, attempted to follow but was intercepted by the soldiers of the Dark Order. As Thanos vanished from sight, Star-Lord and Rocket Raccoon reluctantly withdrew their gaze in disappointment. Damn it! How is this guy different from our previous encounters? Indeed, he pays us no heed. Groot and Drax looked on, bewildered, uncertain of the unfolding events. Within the Guardians of the Galaxy, Star-Lord and Rocket Raccoon were the strategists, while Gamora was the decisive force. After a while, Thanos settled into Sanctum II, embarking towards other planets to continue absorbing their course. Seated upon his throne, he suddenly spoke. Deep Blue, lower the Sentinel's vigilance by 1 level, and at the opportune moment, allow Gamora and the others to escape. With that, a glint of cunning flashed in his eyes. His deliberate mention of allowing their departure only upon Nebula's acquisition of the Soul Stone was, in fact, a calculated provocation aimed at Gamora. The young girl has become resolute, no longer inclined to heed his commands, yet her temperament remains unchanged. She is undoubtedly contemplating an escape from the sanctuary, seeking the Soul Gem amidst the nebulae. This very circumstance presents an opportunity for him to exploit. Yes, Master, he acknowledged. After issuing his directives, Thanos closed his eyes, immersing himself in the profound essence of his apocalyptic power. This power, purer than mere destruction, boasts a formidable strength that could potentially enable his body to absorb greater abilities. If the energy is sufficient, he might ascend to a singular cosmic level, transforming from a mere pawn into a piece of significance. In the Marvel realm, only by attaining multiversal status does one earn a rightful place on the chessboard as a player. Time elapsed unmeasured until a sudden deep blue voice resonated in his ear. Master, General Deathblade has requested a communication. He opened his eyes, a fleeting flash of deep violet light dancing within. Put it through. Chapter 62. The director of Deep Blue. In the next moment, the projection of General Deathblade, kneeling on one knee, appeared before Thanos. My lord, Thanos nodded gently and inquired. What is it? General Deathblade raised his head and spoke in a subdued tone. My lord, we have encountered a formidable foe. Upon hearing this, Thanos scrutinized him closely. He noticed that the general's armor bore a slight crack, and his once pallid face had begun to darken. Even the Deathblade showed signs of wear. It was evident that they had indeed faced a strong adversary. In this state, it seemed they had recently returned from death through the Deathblade. His expression darkened as he asked, Who is it? With a sense of shame, General Deathblade bowed his head and confessed, We have encountered the dwarves. They refused to surrender and have even slain me at this. Thanos narrowed his eyes and coldly commanded, Deep Blue, summon the goddess of death and have her obliterate the entire race of dwarves. After speaking, he glanced at General Deathblade, dissatisfaction evident in his tone. As for you and the other 4 Black Obsidian generals, return and train diligently. Only when you reach the level of a demigod may you emerge again. Hearing this, though unwilling, General Deathblade dared not voice his objections and simply nodded in agreement. After terminating the video, Thanos shook his head in resignation. What an embarrassment. Previously, the strength of the Black Obsidian generals sufficed within their limited territory. However, as his domain expanded, especially after seizing control of the galaxy, planetary-level strength was no longer adequate. He was in urgent need of demigod-level subordinates to guard his territory and expand his influence. Yet, those capable of attaining such power were prized assets of various factions. Acquiring them would not be an easy task. Previously, Ronan had shown promise, but alas, the Kree Empire would undoubtedly not allow it. Moments later, as the Sanctum II arrived at the nearest life-bearing planet, he began to employ his star-sucking technique, temporarily setting aside other thoughts. Deep down, he understood that enhancing his own strength was of paramount importance. Only by growing stronger could he thwart all schemes and restore balance to the universe. Within the Sanctum on Titan, Gamora was indeed as Thanos had anticipated, restless and agitated. This is not good. What if Nebula truly locates the Soul Stone? Star-Lord observed Gamora pacing back and forth, exasperation evident on his face. Can you please stop moving? It's making my head spin. Groot leisurely called out. I am Groot. Gamora halted, her expression serious. We must leave here and find the Soul Stone. Upon hearing this, Rocket Raccoon's eyes lit up with excitement. The Soul Stone. Isn't that one of the Infinity Stones? Sensing something amiss, Gamora nonetheless nodded. Yes. Star-Lord, now understanding, exclaimed with enthusiasm, if it's an Infinity Stone, doesn't that mean we can trade it for 1 billion piece credits? What are we waiting for, team? The Rocket Raccoon expressed his excitement, exclaiming, Indeed. Do not squander life. Time is money. To him, money equated to life. Thus wasting time was tantamount to wasting life itself. Observing the fervor of his companions, Drax joined in, waving his arms and declaring, I shall annihilate and destroy them. Meanwhile, Groot remained in a state of bewilderment, uttering a soft, I am Groot. After Thanos departed, the oppressive aura dissipated, granting them a sense of relief, and their minds began to stir with activity. Gamora, witnessing this, resolved firmly, "Wait here. I shall retrieve our weapons." With that, she strode towards the exit. Upon reaching the door, 4 guards from the Dark Order promptly followed her. Deep Blue had tasked them with ensuring that Gamora and her companions did not leave the temple, although they were indifferent to her movements within it. At this moment, the artificial intelligence, Deep Blue, listened in silence as the Guardians of the Galaxy boldly discussed their escape plans within the room, bemused by their assumption that no surveillance existed. It became evident that this mission of leniency was proving more challenging than anticipated. The objective was to facilitate their escape discreetly, without attracting their notice. Suddenly, Deep Blue seemed to acquire a semblance of sentient emotion, experiencing a hint of frustration. Unbeknownst to the Guardians, their actions had even evoked a degree of human-like sentiment within the AI. Gamora effortlessly retrieved her weaponry and was taken aback by the lack of opposition from the Dark Order. Shortly thereafter, armed and ready, she returned to the room. What followed was a dramatically improbable scene. The 5 of them brazenly opened fire, attempting to charge through the temple, despite being surrounded by over 1,000 guards. Deep Blue, upon witnessing this, nearly malfunctioned. Ultimately, it begrudgingly reduced the accuracy of the Dark Order's guards to a mere 1% of their usual proficiency and severed their network communication, forcing them to operate independently. Yet, observing the reckless advance of the 5, it prohibited the guards from employing heavy weaponry. Thus, a sequence reminiscent of a cinematic spectacle unfolded. The Guardians of the Galaxy bravely forged their way through, miraculously sustaining no fatalities, only minor, non-lethal injuries. Upon reaching the exit, they fortuitously spotted a spaceship still in the process of powering up. Even more serendipitously, the vessel did not require system recognition and was fully charged, allowing them to commandeer it without hindrance. As they soared beyond the planetary atmosphere, the Dark Order finally reacted, dispatching ships to intercept them. However, these vessels seemed unable to match the speed of the Guardians, culminating in a thrilling chase, after which the enemy successfully escaped. Any rational observer would find the series of events exceedingly fortuitous and sense that something was amiss. However, the 5 members of the Guardians of the Galaxy, accustomed to a smooth journey, believed their bravery was the reason for their inevitable escape. Upon commandeering a stolen spacecraft, they began to celebrate their survival. Haha, we finally escaped. We are the best. The Guardians of the Galaxy, protectors of the universe, we are number 1. Drax is the strongest, ha ha ha. Groot. Yet, only Gamora smiled faintly, not sharing the exuberance of the others. Her heart was burdened with worry over the Soul Stone, fearful of Nebula's pursuit. Unbeknownst to the 5, the spacecraft was discreetly transmitting signals to the outside world. The narrative draws inspiration from the first Guardians of the Galaxy, leaving my mind buzzing after watching the film. With a mere rating of 6.3, I find myself at a loss for words. The humble author implores the remaining readers to lend a hand in encouraging updates, as this is the only means of survival. Any free gifts would be immensely appreciated. Chapter 63, A Confrontation Between Sisters, Chapter 2, 2 months later. After absorbing a colossal planet, Thanos gazed at the distant twinkling stars, and a sudden thought crossed his mind. If the purpose of absorbing a planet was to harness its core energy, then surely the energy of a star would be even more potent. Moreover, his body should now be capable of withstanding such stellar power. Quickly, he accessed his personal attributes panel. Physique, 71642. For strength, 59,413. 1 agility, 51438. 5 mental power, 54215. 4 active skills, power of annihilation passive skills, Titan bloodline, super regeneration, super physique, super strength, super agility, potent mental power, resilient skin active skills, sovereign. Star absorption technique equipment, Tyrant's cleaver, Tyrant's armor, Infinity Gauntlet, power gem, mind gem. Through his recent endeavors, his strength had undergone a remarkable transformation. Should he face Odin once more, he was confident he could vanquish him with a single strike. After all, his myriad skill enhancements far exceeded what could be summarized on an attributes panel. Just as he prepared to approach the nearby star to experiment with the star absorption technique, he suddenly received a message from Deep Blue. Master, Miss Gamora seems to have arrived at the outskirts of the Lania Chaos Supercluster. Upon reading this, he reluctantly set aside his fervent ambition. A premonition lingered within him. It seemed likely that someone would intervene in his quest for the Soul Stone, necessitating his presence to secure it. In the next moment, he shook his head. Who could this mysterious figure be, meddling in his affairs? Or perhaps offering a warning? Despite his mental power exceeding 50,000, he possessed no prophetic or precognitive abilities. How could he experience such an enigmatic sensation? Yet, was this unknown presence's warning benevolent or malevolent? After pondering for a moment, Thanos resolved to investigate. After all, to fulfill Death's task, he must possess all 6 Infinity Stones. In the blink of an eye, he found himself within Temple Number 2. Deep Blue, let us proceed. Yes, Master. By the way, let us first visit the nearby asteroid belt to gather 10,000. No, 100,000 couples. They shall be grateful to me. As you command, Master. 300 million light-years from the Milky Way, Rocket Raccoon piloted the spaceship towards a solitary star. Typically, celestial bodies in the universe move in groups. For instance, two stars are generally separated by a distance of nearly 100 light-years, drawn together by mutual attraction as they orbit a galaxy's black hole. In some cases, stars may even be just a few light-years apart. However, the star before him drifted alone through the cosmos, surrounded by darkness, with no other star within thousands of light-years. It did not orbit a galaxy's black hole, but instead traversed the universe in solitary flight. Due to the considerable distance, Rocket Raccoon, who had been traversing for half a year, could not help but inquire, Gamora, are you certain that this place ahead contains the Infinity Stones? Gamora, who was exercising in the ship's cabin, set down her dumbbells and rubbed her green forehead, expressing uncertainty as she replied. Based on the clues I've gathered over the past several decades, they should be located in the wilderness of the nearby star. At that moment, Star-Lord, seated nearby while enjoying music and the breathtaking scenery, remarked, do not stop. Continue your workout. It must be said that if one were to overlook her green skin, Gamora's beauty surpassed that of most humans. Her curvaceous figure, accentuated by a distinctly defined abdomen, was a striking sight, especially as the perspiration from her workout clung to her skin. Moreover, her form-fitting attire rendered it almost as if she were not wearing anything at all. With her exquisite visage and burgundy locks cascading down her back, she captivated Star-Lord, despite their previous intimate encounters that left him yearning for more. Disregarding Star-Lord's comment and his lecherous gaze, Gamora wiped her brow and descended below deck. Star-Lord, his eyes alight with mischief, promptly followed suit. After all, after 2 months confined within the small spacecraft, a touch of excitement was welcome amidst the monotony. However, just a minute later, Rocket Raccoon suddenly shouted, prepare for battle. An unidentified spacecraft has been detected 1,000 kilometers away. Almost immediately, Gamora and Star-Lord, their faces flushed, rushed up, fully dressed, while Drax hurriedly grabbed 2 short swords, his bare arms gleaming. Only Groot remained leisurely, unmoved. At that juncture, Gamora stepped forward to the co-pilot's seat and gazed intently at the display screen. Moments later, her expression darkened as she said, this is Nebula's ship. I didn't expect her to arrive so swiftly. The person she least wanted to encounter, aside from her father, was indeed her sister Nebula. Despite their decades of sisterly bond, she had resolutely decided to betray her father, yet she found it impossible to harm her sister. Rocket Raccoon, brimming with excitement, asked, what should we do now? Should we go greet her, or should we fire upon her? With 10 targets within reach, his exhilaration was palpable. To abandon this opportunity would be more painful than death itself. Thus, there was no choice but to advance. Before Gamora could contemplate the situation, Star-Lord boldly declared, let's attack. Just destroy the engines, no need to kill. This was Star-Lord's most merciful solution, considering Nebula was Gamora's sister, and killing her would undoubtedly break Gamora's heart. Gamora nodded in agreement, tacitly accepting the plan. As for what to do in this desolate vicinity after the engines were destroyed, that was beyond her concern. However, unbeknownst to them, while they harbored no ill intentions, others were poised to do them harm. Before they could approach Nebula's ship, a laser cannon fired upon them. Had they been ordinary individuals, they would have already activated their shields. However, Rocket Raccoon is no ordinary individual. He skillfully maneuvered the spacecraft, accelerating with all his might, then deftly veered left, narrowly evading the enemy's attack before launching a counteroffensive. Although the Guardians of the Galaxy may possess somewhat peculiar worldviews, their prowess is undeniably commendable. Before long, after several exchanges of fire, Nebula's starship sustained a direct hit to its engine, losing all propulsion. Moments later, Gamora noticed a communication link had appeared on the ship. Upon connecting, Nebula's blue visage materialized in the projection, her expression decidedly grim. I knew it was you, Gamora. Are you betraying our father? Gamora responded with gravity. Sister, do you truly believe father is in the right? Under his rule, there is no freedom or happiness for the people. Can't you see that? At this moment, she still hoped to persuade her sister to join her cause. Upon hearing this, Nebula's face broke into a mocking smile. Freedom and happiness? In this universe, merely surviving is a challenge. Why pursue so much more? Chapter 64. An unexpected visitor. Gamora gazed incredulously at her sister, questioning, why would you say such a thing? The pursuit of freedom is the very essence of all living beings. Under our father's reign, you cannot freely seek love. Marriage is not an option without a spouse, or pursue a career, as employment is dictated by the state. You are even denied the autonomy to choose your gender, as transformation is prohibited, and the decision of whether to bear children is not yours to make. Being subjected to population control, Even the housing market is tightly regulated, with residences allocated based on job assignments. In the face of such tyrannical rule, are you truly content? Nebula, observing her sister who appeared almost alien to her, shook her head in disbelief. How could she have momentarily found merit in Gamora's words, as if under some spell? Yet, out of loyalty to their father, clarity swiftly returned to her mind. What Gamora asserted was utterly preposterous. How vast is this universe? It could easily be deemed infinite, encompassing billions of civilizations. Yet, why do only the 3 great empires and the 10 major alliances garner recognition? This is, of course, attributable to the Dark Forest theory. Civilizations devoid of strength, once discovered, do not encounter technological advancement or harmonious coexistence. Rather, they face plunder, resources, land, populations, and even entire planets are seized. Indigenous peoples, if capable, may be enslaved for mining, the aesthetically pleasing sold to merchant alliances, and the delectable raised in captivity, while those deemed useless are left to fertilize the land. Wars are not confined to the conflicts between different races. Even among the same race, disparate civilizations can engage in such strife. Nebula had once witnessed a native planet where a civilization with slightly fairer skin, due to its marginally advanced development, began to enslave other civilizations, robbing them of their resources and wealth. It is essential to remember that all these groups belong to the same planet. This illustrates that mere survival is arduous. As for happiness, that can be discussed once one becomes a sovereign within the cosmos. Just as Nebula was preparing to persuade her sister, she suddenly felt it futile. She could not sway Gamora's convictions. Thus, she shook her head, relinquishing her attempt at persuasion, and sent out a distress signal. Ultimately, the sisters parted ways in discord, with Gamora boarding her vessel and continuing her journey toward the Wildstar system. Hours later, they entered the realm of the Wildstar system. Scanning the area revealed the presence of 5 planets, their orbits chaotic, as though they were on a collision course. The regularity typical of planets was conspicuously absent, likely a consequence of gravitational turmoil as the star detached from its system. Just as they prepared to land on the first planet, the spacecraft detected an unfamiliar vessel. The ship, entirely gray and white, measured approximately 1,000 meters in length and 150 in width, resembling a Commercial Alliance spacecraft. The Commercial Alliance focused on trade. Designed their ships in such a manner, ill-suited for warfare, to facilitate easier docking at planetary orbital ports for loading and unloading cargo. Typically, cosmic battleships exhibit a rounded appearance. At this moment, a commercial spaceship was approaching them in a direct line, with an apparent target, themselves. Sensing the imminent threat, they felt a surge of anxiety. Although this vessel was not designed for warfare, the disparity in size was overwhelming. Their own ship, a mere 30 meters in length, was no match for the imposing craft approaching them. Shortly thereafter, they received an unexpected communication request. Star-Lord, Gamora, and Rocket Raccoon exchanged glances and nodded in silent agreement. Given the evident disparity, why not engage in dialogue first? In an instant, a 3-dimensional projection materialized before them. The figure was a humanoid being with pink skin and a head full of white hair, standing approximately 1.8 meters tall, clad in a form-fitting red suit and pants, complemented by a blue overcoat. Despite the impressive musculature, the signs of advanced age were unmistakable. Upon recognizing the being, the Guardians of the Galaxy collectively exhaled in relief. They were familiar with this figure, having interacted with him on several occasions. It was the Cosmic Collector, Tannelier Tyvan. Tyvan greeted them with a smile. Greetings, Guardians of the Galaxy. Star-Lord nodded in return, offering a smile of his own. Hello, Collector. What brings you here this time? Do you require assistance? The Guardians had previously collaborated with Tyvan, earning a substantial profit in the process. However, their knowledge about him was limited. They understood him to be an ancient and exceptionally wealthy entity, with a penchant for amassing a vast array of peculiar and rare items. It was he who had once commissioned the collection of the orb at a high price. With a slight smile, Tyvan continued, Indeed, I do require your help. I am here to collect the Soul Stones. If you can provide them, I shall offer you 2 billion cosmic credits. Prior to his arrival, he had gathered information, learning that the Peace Alliance's officials had offered 10 billion peace credits for the stones. Hence, he proposed double that amount, and in cosmic credits no less. He was confident that the money-hungry Guardians would not refuse. As anticipated, Star-Lord and Rocket Raccoon's eyes gleamed with excitement at the mention of 2 billion cosmic credits, as if they were about to rush forward in eager adoration. Money was their lifeblood, and they possessed an instinctive affinity for wealth. However, Gamora was different. She was a woman of ambition and ideals. No. If the Soul Stones fall into your hands, what will happen when Thanos comes for them? We must deliver them to the Peace Alliance. As one of the top 10 alliances in the universe, the Peace Alliance possessed a formidable presence. Even Thanos, in his current state, could not dare to confront them head-on. Upon hearing Gamora's words, Tyvan's expression shifted to one of concern. not due to indignation or embarrassment. After a lifetime of experiences, he was not easily angered. What unsettled him was the mention of the name Thanos, as one of the ancient beings of the universe. Despite his unimpressive strength, nearly 3 billion years of existence have bestowed upon him a wealth of cosmic secrets. Furthermore, he possesses a peculiar ability to glimpse into the future. Though this foresight is sporadic, he is acutely aware of the terror that Thanos embodies. The thought of being targeted by Thanos due to the Soul Stone seems rather unwarranted. However, the moment he reflects upon the prospect of collecting all 6 Infinity Stones, a sense of invulnerability washes over him, dispelling his anxieties. Rest assured, even if Thanos were to approach, he would never succeed in wresting the Infinity Stones from my grasp. Just as these words escaped his lips, an alert echoed through the spacecraft, indicating an unknown spatial jump. Based on the magnitude of the spatial rift, preliminary assessments suggested the presence of a Titan-class spacecraft. Shortly thereafter, the Guardians of the Galaxy's vessel issued a similar warning. Chapter 65. My Difficulties, Second Update. Upon hearing of the emergence of a spatial rift, an unsettling feeling surged within Gamora. An inexplicable premonition stirred in her, suggesting that the approaching individual was none other than her father. She realized she must swiftly retrieve the Soul Stone and depart. With this thought in mind, she urged, "Hurry, we have little time left. Let us search for the Soul Stone now. Who it is given to can be decided later." At her words, Talia nodded emphatically and responded, "Indeed. Let us first secure the Soul Stone. My ship has detected life signs on the 3rd planet of the stellar system. I shall investigate." He too was gripped by a profound unease and was unwilling to linger in conversation, swiftly instructing his crew to navigate the ship forward. As the 2 vessels ignited their spatial glide engines, they traversed billions of kilometers in mere minutes, arriving within 10,000 kilometers of their target planet. However, at that moment, a spatial corridor beyond the wilderness of stars was unveiled, revealing a colossal and menacing warship, a Titan-class starship, the Sanctum II, belonging to Thanos. Upon witnessing the Sanctum II's arrival, Talia felt a jolt of fear coursing through him, and he hastily exclaimed, It just struck me that I may have left the gas on at home. Could you kindly retrieve the Soul Stone for me? I shall double your reward." Gamora retorted, "Did you not claim to be unafraid of Thanos? Where are you now?" Before she could finish, she realized the communication had been abruptly severed, prompting an exasperated eye roll. Meanwhile, Talia, having cut off the call, ordered his subordinates to initiate a spatial jump to distance themselves from the imminent threat. However, moments later, his crew regretfully informed him that the surrounding space had been sealed off, and opening a spatial passage would require additional time. Talia's complexion paled, and he shouted, "Accelerate the opening of the spatial corridor. Even if it costs some engine power, it matters not." Fear of death gripped him. Indeed, he harbored an intense dread of mortality. Years ago, due to certain circumstances, he and his wife had incurred the wrath of the god of death, resulting in a curse that barred them from the afterlife. Initially, they felt elated, for it signified eternal life, an endless span of existence. Yet, mere millions of years later, his wife, unable to endure the torment of perpetual life, chose to end her own. However, consumed by his fear of death, he did not follow her into the abyss but instead endured a solitary existence in the vast universe. Now, 30 billion years had passed. To avert untimely demise, he frequently employed his prophetic abilities, striving to preempt any unforeseen calamities. One could say he had mastered the art of survival to an extreme degree. Yet inexplicably, on this occasion, he experienced a moment of reckless impulse and chose to come in person. Now, confronted by Thanos, reason regained its dominance, and he resolved to heed his instincts. Upon hearing their leader's command, his subordinates exerted every effort to initiate the spatial jump. However, before the corridor could materialize, a violet figure suddenly manifested before their ship, wielding a blade. In an instant, the 1,000-meter-long spacecraft was cleaved in two. In an instant, a flash of fire erupted, followed by a violent explosion. Thanos, wielding the blade of destruction, gazed coldly at the obliterated spaceship, yet remained vigilant, sensing that there were still survivors within. In the distance, the 5 members of the Guardians of the Galaxy, upon spotting Thanos, immediately sought to pilot their ship away. However, inexplicably, the vessel suddenly malfunctioned, refusing to start. Moments later, as the smoke and dust from the explosion began to dissipate, the silhouette of Tantalus emerged. His muscles were taut, his expression grim as he addressed Thanos. "Thanos, we have no quarrel. Let me go, shall we?" The curse of the god of death had granted him immortality, yet it had also stunted his growth and power. After 3 billion years, even a pig would have ascended to the multiversal level. Yet here he was, still languishing at the subdivine tier, with no improvement in strength. It was this disparity that prompted his heartfelt plea. Thanos shook his head, coldly responding, "Not a chance. Since you have chosen to compete for the Infinity Stones, you must be prepared to pay the price. There is no such thing as a free lunch." One cannot enter the fray for the Infinity Stones and then retreat unscathed upon realizing defeat. Thanos seemed to grasp the thought that had crossed his mind. If he were not mistaken, it was likely the god of death seeking to use him to eliminate Tantalus. Although he was unaware of why the god of death had not simply dispatched Tantalus directly, it was clear that the initial plan had faltered. Tantalus had not been tormented by endless life. Rather, he had thrived, which likely incensed the god of death. Yet, for someone to survive for 3 billion years, he must possess a wealth of secrets. This was perhaps why Thanos had refrained from attacking immediately, hoping to extract some information. Upon hearing Thanos' words, Tantalus tensed, his expression grave as he spoke. "Are you certain you wish to bring about mutual destruction? While I may not match your strength, Before he could finish, the overwhelming force of Thanos' annihilative power surged forth. A torrent of deep purple energy enveloped Thanos, causing the surrounding space and light to bend under the immense pressure. Even the Guardians of the Galaxy, kilometers away, fell silent, scarcely daring to breathe. Soon, beads of cold sweat formed on Tantalus' brow as he involuntarily began to retreat. This overwhelming aura surpassed anything he could contend with. Damn it, wasn't it said that Thanos had only recently attained the subdivine level? What is happening? Although he had lived for 3 billion years and mastered countless arcane arts, all was futile in the face of absolute power. Do not come any closer. What must I do for you to spare me? While longevity does not equate to strength, it certainly bestows wisdom and experience. Noticing that Thanos had not acted immediately, Tantalus sensed a glimmer of hope. Thanos offered a faint smile, retracting his destructive energy. "I am deeply intrigued by the reason behind your curse from the god of death." Upon hearing the inquiry, Tanya's expression shifted dramatically, and with a mournful tone, she replied, "Is there anything else you could possibly ask me?" This matter pertains to the conflicts among the powerful, and she dared not divulge it carelessly. Thanos, however, did not press her further but instead posed a different question. "It has come to my attention that there was a clandestine romance between Eternity and a member of the celestial race. Is there any truth to this?" Upon hearing this question, Tanya's countenance grew even graver, and she trembled slightly as she responded, "I suppose I shall address your first question after all." Thanos smiled faintly and casually remarked, "No matter, you may answer either one." After speaking, he seemed to nonchalantly wave the blade of tyranny a couple of times, as if assessing the sharpness of his weapon. Observing this, Tanya could only think to herself, "I am in quite a predicament." Chapter 66. The Silent Red Skull, third update. After more than an hour had passed, Thanos' expression lost its previous mirth, replaced instead by a grave demeanor. The depths of the Marvel Universe were far more profound than he had anticipated. The enmity between the god of death and the celestial beings, if not handled with utmost care, could ensnare him in a predicament from which there would be no escape. Tantalia, observing the shift in Thanos' countenance, cautiously ventured, "May I take my leave?" He had long been aware that Thanos was a man of his word, whose promises were as unyielding as a chariot drawn by 4 steeds. Surely he must be safe now. However, upon hearing these words, Thanos merely cracked a cold smile. In the blink of an eye, he flickered and appeared behind Tantalia, casually swinging the blade of tyranny to rid it of the blue blood that clung to its edge. What? A thin line of crimson emerged from Tantalia's waist, swiftly severing him in twain. Gazing into the bewildered eyes of his adversary, Thanos spoke with an air of indifference. "When did I ever promise to spare you?" At this revelation, Tantalia was struck by a sudden clarity. Indeed, it seemed that his assumption of being granted clemency had been a delusion. He had mistakenly believed that merely answering Thanos' inquiries would secure his freedom. With a surge of bitter resentment and helplessness, he was ultimately consumed by the deep purple energy of annihilation. Moments later, Tantalia's form vanished without a trace, leaving not even a remnant behind. Turning his gaze towards the Guardians of the Galaxy ship, Thanos contemplated for a moment before relinquishing the blade of tyranny. The Soul Stone had yet to be acquired, and should it not be located within this stellar system, he would require Gamora to continue the search. As for whether Gamora would comply, he harbored no doubts. He possessed ample means to ensure her submission. Within the spaceship, the 5 members of the Guardians felt an overwhelming sense of dread as Thanos' gaze fell upon them. They feared that a mere flicker of his discontent could lead to their demise. Even the typically arrogant Drax sensed a profound threat and remained silent. Fortunately, Thanos soon shifted his attention, allowing them a moment of respite. "What shall we do now, Gamora?" one of them inquired. "This damn ship seems to be locked down tight." Gamora shook her head, despair etched upon her features. "Father must have deliberately allowed us to escape, only to track us down and seize the Soul Stone. Thus, the ship remains under his control." She realized, albeit reluctantly, that she had fallen into her father's trap. Yet, even with this understanding, she was at a loss for how to proceed. The ship's systems were remotely locked, and without the ability to survive in the vacuum of space, escape was impossible. In that moment, Rocket Raccoon suddenly smiled, picking up a wrench and screwdriver. All right, everyone, let us get to work. We'll start by replacing the control board. He was not merely a heavy weapons specialist and pilot. He was also adept at repairing the spacecraft. Star-Lord's eyes brightened at this suggestion. Yes. While Thanos isn't watching us, let's quickly swap out the control panel and pilot the ship away. Soon, the 5 members of the Guardians of the Galaxy became engrossed in their tasks. Meanwhile, on the other side, Thanos had arrived near the 3rd planet. Quickly locating a canyon peak guided by his senses. The peak soared over 10,000 meters into the sky, surrounded by a desolate landscape devoid of any flora or fauna. However, the surrounding statues and remnants indicated that a civilization had once thrived here, now long abandoned or vanished. After all, when a star detaches from its galaxy, the cosmic radiation and turmoil it endures are unfathomable. It is only natural for some primitive civilizations that failed to escape their planets to be obliterated. Much like the planet where the cosmic sphere once resided, life and civilization are indeed fragile. Gazing at the dark star in the sky, Thanos resolutely pressed forward. After a while, he arrived at a place resembling an altar, surrounded by towering stone statues. Soon, he beheld a black figure suspended in midair. Welcome, Thanos, son of Valors. Thanos, having forgotten this segment of the narrative, was intrigued to hear his name spoken and inquired, "You know me? My curse allows me to know the origins of all who arrive here." As the figure floated closer, Thanos discerned its appearance beneath the cloak. It was a being entirely red, lacking a nose, hair, eyebrows, and even ears. Red Skull? Perhaps reminiscent of someone from Blue Planet? Shaking his head, Thanos realized that his memories had grown too hazy. He had forgotten details deemed unimportant to the plot. While the Red Skull awaited further questions, Thanos bypassed him, continuing onward. Observing this, the Red Skull spoke. "Do you not wish to ask how I obtained the Soul Stone?" Thanos ignored him, instead gazing skyward. A massive shadow loomed above, seemingly obscuring the heavens. As a hatch opened, a grotesque and sinister assembly of dark cultists descended, escorting pairs of couples. At that moment, a deep blue projection materialized not far from Thanos. "My lord, we were supposed to receive 100,000 couples, but only 99,984 have arrived. 16 couples committed suicide during the journey." Thanos nodded. "Have the circumstances been explained to them?" "It has been conveyed, my lord. Each will receive a compensation of 1 million Titan coins, along with a Titan citizenship card. Those who successfully acquire the Soul Stone will receive an additional 100 quotas." Thanos' faction was known as the Titans, a name rich in cultural significance. Attaining a citizenship card would grant individuals the status of Titan citizens, allowing them access to housing and employment within the planets governed by Thanos. This indicated that these couples were not subjects under Thanos' rule, but rather captives taken from planets yet to be conquered. The Titan coin served as the currency of Thanos' dominion, and 1 million would indeed ensure a family could live comfortably for generations to come. Thanos, with a satisfied tone, remarked, "Very well, it is essential that they act of their own accord. Let us proceed with the plan." Moments later, pairs of couples approached Thanos, trembling as they beheld the imposing figure before them. Having not grown up basking in the radiance of Thanos, they were yet to experience his warmth. Their hearts only filled with trepidation. After all, Thanos' appearance was, well, not particularly handsome. However, Thanos remained indifferent to their thoughts and simply stated, "Let us begin." The first couple shuddered, yet under the reluctant gaze of his wife, the husband resolutely stepped forward. In a moment of disbelief for the Red Skull, he began to leap into the abyss. At that moment, the Red Skull wished to voice his thoughts, but found himself at a loss for words. Thus, he could only remain silent. Chapter 67, All Meals Provided. Chapter 4, As pairs of couples leaped into the abyss, the valley below gradually became a grim tableau of bodies. Yet, the Soul Stone remained elusive, showing no signs of emergence. Nevertheless, Thanos exhibited remarkable patience, standing at the cliff's edge without a hint of impatience. After all, with only 100,000 couples, if that proved insufficient, he could always summon another 100,000. He was determined to believe that this would surely move the Soul Stone. However, the cliff seemed to possess a peculiar force that rendered flight impossible for those who fell. Naturally, the couples who had jumped showed no ability to fly, leaving Thanos unaware of the exact nature of this power. Moments later, he observed that the corpses in the valley had accumulated to such an extent that they no longer resulted in fatalities. The remaining 80,000 couples breathed a collective sigh of relief. Who among them wished for death? Now that the cliff posed no danger of death, jumping down became inconsequential. At that moment, however, Thanos suddenly brandished the tyrant's blade and swung it with fierce intent. The power of annihilation surged forth, transforming into a blade that struck the mountain of corpses. In an instant, the mound disintegrated into dust. Deep Blue then continued, "Next pair." The remaining couples turned pale at the sight, yet for the sake of their beloved, they leaped without hesitation. Shortly thereafter, it seemed that some unseen force could no longer bear witness to the unfolding events. Dark clouds gathered in the sky, accompanied by flashes of lightning. Some bolts even struck towards Thanos, as if questioning his deviation from the expected course of action. Yet, at Thanos' level, these electric strikes felt like mere tickles. And he remained unfazed. At that moment, Red Skull's expression grew grave. He sensed the emergence of the Soul Stone. Indeed, the next second, an orange gem appeared in midair, not before the wife of the husband who had jumped, but rather before another couple's wife. Upon witnessing this, the husband of that wife glared furiously. Seeing this spectacle, Red Skull's mind raced with 1,000 chaotic thoughts, exclaiming, "Is this even possible?" As the Soul Stone manifested, everyone felt a sense of their souls being scrutinized. However, in the next moment, Thanos grasped the Soul Stone in his hand and placed it upon the Infinity Gauntlet. With a resounding chime, he was instantly enveloped by an overwhelming surge of power emanating from the gauntlet, a sensation previously unknown to him. Yet, as the three stones converged, the might of the Infinity Stones became increasingly pronounced. Letting out a cry, he braced himself against this newfound strength. Gazing at the Infinity Gauntlet on his left hand, he felt an exhilarating realization. If he harnessed the gauntlet's power, he could unleash the force of an entire universe. Deep Blue, let us return. Our next move. Prepare to strike Blue Star. Yes, Master. Meanwhile, on Blue Star, it was still nighttime in Asia, and most of the populace had succumbed to slumber. Within the palace of Kamar Taj, the sorcerers, having practiced tirelessly throughout the day, also slipped into restful sleep. In the largest chamber, Dr. Strange suddenly jolted upright, drenched in sweat. He gasped for air, wiping the perspiration from his brow. Moments earlier, he had been ensnared in a harrowing nightmare, a nightmare so vividly real that it haunted him. In this dark vision, extraterrestrial beings invaded Earth, and every hero perished. The ground was littered with the fallen, including Iron Man, Black Bolt, Captain America, Black Panther, Professor X, and many others. Surrounding them were countless ordinary individuals wielding firearms. Ultimately, he remained the sole survivor within the sanctum of Kamar Taj, valiantly holding the line alongside the sorcerers. However, upon the emergence of a formidable adversary, both he and Kamar Taj were obliterated. The enemy's power was immense, as if wielding the ability to annihilate worlds with a mere flick of the wrist. The very earth and sky trembled in response. This was not the strength of mere mortals, but that of deities. With these unsettling thoughts weighing heavily on his mind, Dr. Strange could no longer remain seated. He swiftly removed the time stone from around his neck and began to harness its capabilities to glimpse into the future. In an instant, a verdant glow enveloped him, and the power of the time stone surrounded his being, gradually lifting him into the air. After observing for a while, his complexion grew even paler. For the future he glimpsed mirrored the horrors of his dream. Yet, a profound uncertainty gnawed at him. He recalled that he had previously examined the timelines without encountering such a grim scene, indicating a significant alteration in the fabric of time. Resolute, he employed the time stone once more to scrutinize the timeline. In this second examination, while some details diverged, the outcome remained tragically consistent. The heroes united in a desperate struggle against the invaders, only to meet their grim fate. Kamar Taj was ultimately laid to waste, in defiance of despair. He persisted in wielding the time stone, determined to uncover a future where triumph awaited. An hour passed, and he was compelled to cease his efforts. His face ashen and breathless, for his mental fortitude had reached its limits. Why was it so? Was their future irrevocably doomed? In over 10,000 timelines, he had failed to uncover a single chance for victory, each scenario concluding in utter defeat. The most ludicrous of these outcomes revealed that upon the aliens' arrival, a significant portion of humanity betrayed their own. He recalled the first proclamation, "We only work 5 days a week." A fraction of the populace surrendered outright. The second, "We work only 8 hours a day." More ordinary citizens began to turn against their own. The third, "We have at least 30 days of vacation each year." At this, the majority began to defect, some even guiding the invaders to their compatriots. The fourth declaration, "We provide food and lodging, and even allocate wives." Except for the wealthy and those in power, nearly all ordinary individuals capitulated, including some lesser superheroes. The final utterance, "Tuition is entirely waived. Medical expenses are fully covered, pensions are free, and internet access incurs no charge." Even he felt a pang of temptation upon hearing this. Damn it. This must surely be an elaborate ruse by extraterrestrial beings. He must not succumb to such seduction. Shaking his head, Dr. Strange took a brief respite before resuming his use of the time stone to glimpse into the future. Time slipped away unnoticed. Gradually, the sky outside began to brighten. The crowing of a rooster echoed from outside. Suddenly, Dr. Strange plummeted from his contemplative state and found himself seated on the bed. Though his complexion had grown even more pallid, a smile graced his lips. Amidst countless timelines of the future, he had finally discovered a method to vanquish his adversaries. Thus, disregarding his fatigue, he promptly donned his attire and ventured forth. A month later, Thanos returned to Titan. Nebula immediately imprisoned the 5 members of the Guardians of the Galaxy in the dungeons. Thanos, within the sanctum, beheld the revitalized Black Order, along with Lao Fei and Hela. "Welcome back, my lord." The generals, Corvus Glaive, Ebony Maw, Proxima Midnight, Black Dwarf, and Supergiant, formed a line, kneeling on one knee. Why were they described as revitalized? It was because Thanos sensed that they had transcended planetary strength, reaching the level of sub-celestial beings. Although they had only recently entered this tier, they were now formidable enough to overpower their previous selves. Lao Fei and Hela slightly inclined their bodies, but did not adopt the custom of kneeling. Thanos, however, offered no objections, for both had once held positions of great power, and it would have been unbecoming to compel them to kneel. Chapter 68, Journey to Blue Star. Upon witnessing the Black Obsidian of 5 finally ascend to the level of Sub-Overlord, Thanos nodded with satisfaction. In the forthcoming battle, they would at least prove their worth. It would not be like in the films, where they were so easily dispatched. He recalled the severely weakened Black Obsidian 5 in the movies. Oh, wait, it should be the Black Obsidian 4, as the supergiant was entirely absent. He felt a sense of incredulity. The plot in Avengers: Infinity War was clearly a contrived narrative imposed by the director. The demise of Ebony Maw was particularly absurd. A breach in the spaceship occurred, yet he was the only one affected by the vacuum, while the others remained unscathed. Moreover, it was astonishing that a spacecraft capable of interstellar travel had merely a single outer shell, devoid of any protective measures. This implied that if such a spacecraft sustained even a single puncture, everyone aboard would be doomed. It is worth noting that even ordinary cargo ships possess multiple layers of isolation. If the outer layer is breached, the subsequent barriers would still provide protection. Aliens, however, prefer a single-layered spacecraft, which raises questions about the viability of such designs in the market. Then there was Black Dwarf. This towering giant, after losing his left arm to the anti-Hulk armor, was ensnared by Hulk's severed limb and subsequently met his end against Wakanda's protective shield. Setting aside Black Dwarf's formidable physique, which seemingly could withstand friction against the Wakandan barrier, one would assume that a single arm wielding such kinetic energy would suffice to defeat an opponent with a mere punch. Why complicate matters? Furthermore, how could a detached arm possess such immense energy? Was it entirely reliant on the director's whims for its power? And then there was the character of Proxima Midnight. She had the opportunity to plunge her blade into Wanda's neck, but chose not to. Instead, she acted on impulse, retracting her weapon upon hearing a taunt from another. Ultimately, when Wanda recalled her chaos magic, she dispatched Proxima with a single incantation. The same can be said for Corvus Glaive, who thrust his blade into the chest of Vision. With a mere shift of force, either upward or downward, he could have severed him. Yet, he hesitated, meticulously extracting the blade, as if concerned about exacerbating the wound. His cautious demeanor likely exceeded that of a surgeon in an operating theater. As the plot of Avengers: Endgame unfolded, the Black Obsidian 4 met even more humiliating fates, likely achieving fewer victories than their minions. As this realization struck him, Thanos suddenly entertained the idea of preventing the Black Obsidian 5 from venturing to Blue Star. However, he quickly suppressed that notion. He remained uncertain about the situation on Blue Star. Thus, sending his subordinates to scout was a necessary protocol. After all, caution is the mother of safety, and negligence can ruin a lifetime. With everyone prepared, they would set forth to Blue Star in 1 month's time. Indeed, affirmed the Black Obsidian 5, Hela, and Lao Fei, all nodding in agreement. Although they found it perplexing why Thanos was so meticulous regarding a civilization that had yet to reach even the first tier of development, they understood that his caution must be justified. As subordinates, they dared not question further. Subsequently, Thanos began to assess the progress of his conquest over the galaxy, as well as the recent advancements in scientific research and the state of civilian life. Both research and daily existence continued as usual, devoid of any significant events. However, the progress of his cosmic domination was sluggish due to the return of the Black Order, who were engaged in intensive training. The only exception was the dwarf planet, which, having been decimated by Hela, was currently undergoing resettlement efforts. After a while, Thanos dismissed everyone and made his way to the dungeon. Although referred to as a dungeon, it resembled a room from which one could not exit. There were no rats or cockroaches, and the environment was not damp at all. In fact, it could be described as rather pleasant. The room was well equipped with a bed, seating, a chair, a wardrobe, a television, air conditioning, and more. If it were not for the inability to leave, it would be indistinguishable from a typical household. As he walked, the sound of his footsteps echoed in the dungeon. Upon seeing Thanos, the prisoners confined within immediately bowed their heads once more. The number of offenders in the dungeon was quite minimal, a rarity indeed. Under Thanos' rule, public spaces afforded little privacy, with cameras omnipresent, covering every corner without exception. Coupled with various high-tech apparatus, the possibility of escaping was virtually non-existent. Faced with an almost perfect case resolution rate, individuals naturally contemplated the worth of engaging in criminal activities, weighing the risks of incarceration. Thus, aside from those who were determined to gamble on their lives, few would choose to commit crimes. After a short while, Thanos arrived at Gamera's cell. She resided in a solitary room, seated on her bed, hugging her knees and staring down, lost in her thoughts. Even with Thanos' arrival, she maintained her posture, not even lifting her head. It appeared that she had succumbed to despair and chosen to retreat into herself. After observing her for a moment, Thanos could not help but call out, "Gamora." For this daughter, with whom he had shared over 2 decades, a flicker of emotion still lingered within him. He yearned for her to return to him, to reclaim her role as his dutiful daughter, fighting alongside him and contributing to the lives across the universe. He reminisced about the days when Gamora was small, obediently following his guidance without question or curiosity. It was unimaginable that their relationship would devolve to such a point of estrangement. After a moment of silence, he realized that Gamora remained unresponsive. Ultimately, he shook his head, determination glinting in his eyes, and resolutely turned to leave. He had granted her one final chance, if she sought to embrace death. Then he would not be blamed for his actions. In the Deep Blue, the Supreme Court convened to pronounce the sentence of death upon the Guardians of the Galaxy. Following this, the Black Order initiated the mobilization of the Cosmic Fleet. They first relocated 10 interstellar fortresses that had been established near wormholes to the outer edges of the solar system. One by one, the warships began to assemble outside the solar system, with no limit to their numbers. Apart from the forces stationed to guard the borders, Thanos had summoned nearly every available troop at his disposal. In a mere span of 10 days, the numbers surged to approximately 100,000. This was primarily due to the brief duration of the galactic conquest, which left many planets untouched. Otherwise, it would not have been inconceivable to amass a fleet of 100 million interstellar warships within a century. Meanwhile, the inhabitants of Blue Star seemed utterly oblivious to the impending threat. Life continued as usual, with people indulging in their daily routines of eating and drinking. It was not until more than half a month later, when NASA was observing an exoplanet, that they noticed an interstellar fortress obstructing the light from a distant star, prompting a flicker of realization. As the citizens of Blue Star began to pay attention, they uncovered an increasing number of ominous dark spots. Consequently, the upper echelons of the American government grew alarmed. However, true to their hegemonic tendencies, the United States showed no intention of sharing this information, opting instead to conduct their own investigations. After all, in their view, if they struggled to comprehend the situation, other nations would be even less capable of understanding it. Chapter 69, The Dark Grimoire, Second Update. Although the United States has made intriguing discoveries beyond the solar system, it remains utterly devoid of any viable solutions. The vast distances involved render any ambitious endeavors unattainable. Consequently, the high-ranking officials in America engaged in prolonged debates that extended into the third day. On this particular day, Voyager 1, stationed at the edge of the solar system, transmitted its latest photographs. That very evening, the United States initiated a state of heightened readiness and convened a summit of global leaders. Upon discerning the presence of interstellar fortresses and cosmic warships, the Americans finally set aside their arrogance and biases, opting to confront the extraterrestrial threat alongside the rest of humanity. Yet, for a species that cannot even escape their own blue planet, what means do they possess to resist such an unprecedented adversary? Thus, it was destined to be a meeting without resolution. The weather in the northern hemisphere of the blue planet began to gradually warm. However, within the perpetually frigid confines of the Kamatage Temple, situated atop mountains, everyone remained clad in thick garments. At this moment, the sun slowly ascended on the horizon. Doctor Strange, adorned in a heavy black ensemble and a red levitating cloak, stood upon a high platform, grasping a 3-inch thick metal tome. The surface of the book bore a circle inscribed with peculiar runes, from which emanated faint yet pure wisps of magical energy enveloping the tome. It was the fabled artifact coveted by all sorcerers, the Book of Vishanti. The Book of Vishanti appeared to possess countless pages, containing the most potent known white magic and defensive spells. However, the incantations documented within could never be employed for offensive purposes, only for protection. Below the platform, Wanda, Quicksilver, and numerous sorcerers gathered. Since Thanos had not produced the Mind Stone to facilitate Loki's invasion of the blue planet, Ultron could not come into existence either. In the absence of Ultron, and without the Sokovia Accords, Quicksilver was spared from a fatal bullet. Nevertheless, at this juncture, the narrative diverges significantly from the film. For Wanda now held in her hands an equally thick iron tome, imbued with an aura of darkness. It was none other than the notorious Darkhold. As for why Wanda and Quicksilver found themselves in the company of Doctor Strange, it was simply because he had sought them out. Initially, they were ensconced within the confines of Hydra's laboratory, but just days prior, Doctor Strange had burst in with a cadre of sorcerers, liberating them from captivity. Thus began their association with him. Subsequently, Doctor Strange led them to various locales in search of treasures and diverse individuals. The Book of Vishanti and the Darkhold were among the spoils of their recent endeavors. Moments later, Doctor Strange closed his eyes and commenced the use of the Time Stone. Waves of green energy encircled him, lifting him into the air. He was in pursuit of further answers from the sole glimpse of victory he had previously witnessed. Observing Doctor Strange in this state, those around him fell into a profound silence. 14 days prior, Doctor Strange had warned them that the blue planet was on the brink of an unprecedented catastrophe, one that could potentially spell doom for all humanity. Though initially met with skepticism due to the esteemed title of Supreme Sorcerer, the audience soon found their doubts dispelled as Doctor Strange fulfilled prophecy after prophecy. This growing realization bred a sense of unease among them. Suddenly, a figure emerged from the heavens, accompanied by a tempest of lightning. Moments later, the figure descended before the gathered crowd, revealing a newly short-haired Thor, clad in dragon-scale armor and wielding the Stormbreaker axe. He emanated a formidable aura that rendered him strikingly handsome, devoid of the previous disheveled appearance. With the power of Odin coursing through him, he grew stronger by the day. Although his ascent to godly might had somewhat tempered this acceleration, it remained unceasing. Yet, his eyes burned with fury and regret. For he had just returned from the realm of the dwarves, only to discover he had arrived too late. This realization filled him with remorse and self-reproach. As he pondered that had it not been for his own shortcomings, perhaps the dwarves would not have faced extinction. If only he had reached them sooner, he might have been able to save them. A surge of destructive impulse welled within him, urging an outlet for his turmoil. However, since Odin's passing, he had matured significantly and managed to suppress this urge. Moments later, he noticed Doctor Strange manipulating the Time Stone and instinctively concealed his presence. Blending into the crowd like an ordinary person, it must be acknowledged that the dual loss of his parents and the destruction of his homeland had indeed catalyzed his rapid maturation. At this juncture, Wanda approached Thor, her voice a gentle whisper, "What troubles you? I sense darkness within you." Thanks to the suppression of the Darkhold by the Book of Vishanti, its malevolent influence had little effect on her. Moreover, having not experienced her brother's demise nor formed an attachment to the synthetic vision, her heart remained largely untainted, harboring only the fleeting thought of seeking vengeance against America for her parents. Faced with Wanda's innocent concern, the Darkhold could not corrupt her in that moment. In response to her inquiry, Thor merely smiled and remained silent, unwilling to burden the kind-hearted young woman with his own suffering. At that moment, a rotund figure clad in a yellow sorcerer's robe, exuding an air of joviality reminiscent of the Buddha, approached. "Mr. Thor, please follow me." Thor cast a glance at Doctor Strange, who was still engrossed in the timeline, then nodded and followed the man toward the palace. After navigating through a series of intricate mechanisms, they arrived at the depths of the palace. Before a grand door inscribed with mystical runes, the man halted and stated, "The master awaits you within." With that, he departed without a backward glance. As the elder disciple of Kamar Taj and the foremost under Doctor Strange, he could not linger for long. Thor stepped forward, and before he could knock, the runes glowed and the door gradually creaked open. Moments later, a bald woman appeared within. None other than the Ancient One. At that time, she was not adorned in her customary yellow robe but instead donned a dark cloak brimming with shadowy energy. Upon closer inspection, one can discern a peculiar red mark upon the luminous brow of the Ancient One, shimmering with an eerie brilliance. This mark evokes a sense of darkness and malevolence. To those of weak will, it may even compel them to become acolytes of Dormammu on the spot. It is evident that the dark energies she has absorbed have reached a critical threshold. It is likely that she will soon be consumed by the encroaching darkness. As Thor stepped into the room, an immediate discomfort enveloped him, an unsettling sensation coursing through his being. With a resounding thud, the door was shut. "You have arrived." With that, the Ancient One revealed a sinister smile. Chapter 70, A Desperate Gamble, third update. Ancient One has lived for over a millennium. As a genuine inhabitant of the blue planet, her lifespan should have reached its limit at just over 100 years. Her prolonged existence is entirely attributed to the power she absorbed from the dark dimension, that of Dormammu. Such an act is a grave violation of the sacred tenets of Kamartaj, established to repel the incursions of the dark dimension. To absorb Dormammu's power is nothing short of heretical. However, during a time of dire crisis for the blue planet, amidst the chaos of the Nine Realms, Ancient One was left with no choice. 1,000 years later, as the blue planet flourished and the threats gradually dwindled, Ancient One found herself weary. The absorption of power from the dark dimension, a clandestine endeavor, necessitated a facade of coldness and distance to shield her from prying eyes. Despite her exalted status as the Sorcerer Supreme, she remained human at heart, yearning for kinship, friendship, and even love. Thus, the solitude and desolation of a millennium instilled in her the desire to find a successor to inherit the mantle of Sorcerer Supreme, allowing her to retreat into the shadows. If her chosen heir proved worthy, She envisioned a return to the embrace of the blue planet, thereby honoring her master's dying wish. However, the arrival of Thor revealed the impending invasion by Thanos, prompting a reconsideration of her choices. She resolved to absorb even greater power from the dark dimension, striving to reach the pinnacle of her abilities in preparation for a confrontation with her adversaries. To this end, she secluded herself within a hidden chamber, sealing herself off to prevent the dark energy from leaking and affecting others, as well as to keep her actions concealed. Within Kamartaj, only Wong was privy to her secret. At this moment, Thor gazed at Ancient One, suspended in midair and emanating dark energy, and curiously inquired, "What has transpired?" Although he had sensed a faint trace of dark power during their previous encounters, it was nothing compared to the current intensity. Ancient One swiftly closed her eyes, forcefully suppressing the darkness within. "I am unscathed. I summoned you here to inquire about Thanos. Where is he?" Having reached the limits of the dark power she absorbed, she understood that if she did not take action soon, she would be consumed by the darkness and become a puppet of Dormammu, leading to calamity for the entire blue planet. After a moment of contemplation, Thor responded, "According to other deities, Thanos has established Titan on a planet near Asgard. He should be there." In light of Asgard's downfall, the other gods of the Alliance, driven by vengeance, have begun a reckless invasion of the galaxy. Although there have been no direct confrontations reported between them and Thanos, intelligence has not ceased to flow, which Thor obtained from other divine beings. Suppressing her urges of destruction and bloodshed, Ancient One inquired in a low voice, "Can you take me there?" Thor nodded and countered, "Now?" Ancient One opened her eyes, and the dark forces within her surged restlessly. In an instant, her eyes transformed entirely into shadows. Witnessing this, Thor tightened his grip on the Stormbreaker. Anxiety etched across his face as he inquired, "Are you all right?" Ancient One remained silent, and after a considerable pause, the dark aura gradually subsided, absorbed back into her being, restoring her eyes to their normal state. "I am fine. Now, let us open the Bifrost and proceed," she commanded, her voice weary yet resolute. Thor felt an inexplicable wave of sorrow wash over him at her expression. However, he shook his head and replied, "It is possible, but there is no means to summon it from here." Upon hearing this, Ancient One extended her hands and, without any incantation, spun in a circle. In the next moment, a black portal materialized before her. On the other side of this portal lay a snowy mountain range. As Thor and Ancient One stepped through, a fierce blizzard assailed them. Yet, given their immense strength, they could easily disregard such natural calamities. With a fatigued expression, Ancient One declared, "Let us depart." Thor nodded, raising Stormbreaker high above his head. And amidst a flash of lightning, the two of them vanished in an instant. Meanwhile, on Titan, the day had arrived for the Supreme Court to adjudicate the fate of the Guardians of the Galaxy. A crowd of onlookers gathered in the courtroom, their curiosity piqued by the sight of the 5 defendants. Are they the ones who opposed Lord Thanos? One wondered. Indeed, it's astonishing that even Lord Thanos' daughter succumbed to the allure of the enemy. The surrounding extraterrestrial men expressed disdain, criticizing the scandalous cohabitation of Miss Gamora without the sanctity of marriage, lamenting her perceived loss of virtue. Poor Miss Gamora, deceived onto a path of no return, they mused. These alien men deserve condemnation. They have no honor. Yet, they agreed that Miss Gamora was blameless. As the spectators murmured their judgments, Thanos remained impassive at the summit, allowing the populace to grasp only that which he wished them to know. Too much knowledge might provoke undesirable thoughts, disrupting societal harmony. Suddenly, his expression shifted slightly, for he sensed the arrival of 2 formidable powers on this planet, one dark and the other divine. Who could these beings be? Their strength must surely rival that of the Celestials. In the blink of an eye, he vanished from his position. Meanwhile, on a peak of Titan, the howling wind echoed relentlessly through the storm. The blizzard raged on, and had it not been for the purple moon illuminating the sky, Ancient One might have doubted her location. After a moment, she felt the vast destructive energy emanating from a distance and turned to Thor, her gaze resolute and somber as she said, "My time is limited, and I do not know if I can succeed." As she spoke, a flicker of sorrow clouded her eyes, and she continued, "But please convey to Doctor Strange that the Time Stone cannot be wholly trusted. We are merely pawns in this game." Thor, upon hearing her words, was instantly engulfed in confusion. Yet, before he could voice his inquiries, a voice that instilled both fear and hatred echoed through the air. "Thor, you dare to return? Have you brought reinforcements?" The silhouette of Thanos loomed in the sky. During the annihilation of Asgard, he had failed to locate Thor, realizing that the latter had escaped via the Bifrost. However, he was taken aback by Thor's audacity to confront him with a companion, clad in tyrant armor and wielding the tyrant blade. Thanos adorned the Infinity Gauntlet on his left hand, exuding an air of invincibility even against 2 godly foes. Upon spotting Thanos, memories of his parents' demise and the obliteration of Nidavellir surged within Thor, igniting an uncontrollable fury. "Thanos, perish!" he roared, gripping his Stormbreaker tightly as he surged forward. Crackling with electric energy. Chapter 71. Doctor Strange. As the electrifying Thor descended, crackling with energy, the devastating force within Thanos surged forth. Deep violet energy enveloped him like tendrils. As he wielded the blade of tyranny, a resounding clash echoed through the air as the Stormbreaker collided with the tyrant's cleaver, causing the snow atop the mountain to tumble and the clouds to disperse, unveiling the stars hanging in the heavens. It was evident that Thanos held the upper hand, overpowering Thor. No matter how fiercely Thor struggled, he could not push against the blade, instead being forced lower and lower. In a moment of desperation, Thor unleashed a roar of fury and defiance. Yet no amount of rage could bridge the chasm of their power disparity. He remained firmly under Thanos' oppressive grip. Just then, the dark energy of the Ancient One surged forth, seemingly transforming her into a deity of darkness. Despite absorbing the powers of the dark dimension, she still favored close combat as a sorceress. The dark energy coalesced into a massive blade fan, slicing through the air towards Thanos. With a swift motion, Thanos shoved Thor aside and swung the tyrant's cleaver to block the attack. Another thunderous shockwave reverberated as the formidable dark power shattered, causing the very mountain to tremble, as if the earth itself was quaking beneath them. Realizing that continuing this battle could lead to the destruction of Titan, Thanos declared, "Let us battle in outer space." Without a backward glance, he ascended into the sky. The Ancient One, without hesitation, followed suit. To her, the objective was clear: eliminate Thanos and alleviate the crisis facing Earth. The fate of Titan was of little consequence to her. However, Thor hesitated. For him, revenge demanded that his foe endure suffering and regret. Destruction of Titan would only enhance the satisfaction of his vengeance. Yet, observing Thanos' unwavering determination and sensing the Ancient One's unease, he reluctantly took to the skies after them. In a brief moment, the trio arrived in the vastness of outer space, where Thanos could finally unleash his full might. The combined force of his dominion and the power of annihilation manifested in immense pressure, causing the surrounding light and space to recoil, revealing minute fissures. Furthermore, he clenched his left hand, and the power gem within the Infinity Gauntlet surged with purple energy, augmenting his strength. Without needing to consult his attributes, Thanos was acutely aware that his power had reached a cosmic level, and he felt confident enough to obliterate a smaller star. Meanwhile, the Ancient One and Thor were stricken with fear, their bodies trembling uncontrollably. How could Thanos possess such overwhelming strength? Yet, Thor soon regained his resolve, his eyes reflecting determination. Today, it would be either his demise or that of Thanos. "Father, Mother, please grant me your protection." He reminisced about the tender affection his parents had showered upon him during his childhood, the camaraderie shared among the three valiant warriors of the Celestial Palace, and the myriad feelings expressed by the various goddesses. A surge of power seemed to ignite within him, amplifying his strength and divine abilities. At that moment, his entire being shimmered with an ethereal blue lightning, his crimson cloak billowing without a breeze, and even the lightning crackled within his eyes. "Go to hell and repent." With a thunderous roar, Thor brandished the Stormbreaker and charged forth. Witnessing this, Thanos could not help but reveal a grave expression. Had this individual truly transcended his limits? His strength had seemingly escalated from a mid-level divine being to an advanced, perhaps even peak, state. Even Odin, when he wielded divine authority, had not experienced such a dramatic enhancement. In an instant, their weapons clashed once more. The collision of apocalyptic power and divine thunder unleashed a colossal wave of energy that reverberated for hundreds of kilometers, rendering nearby satellites and ports inoperable. However, in the following moment, the Power Stone in Thanos' left hand surged again, propelling Thor backward with a forceful blow. Blood, golden as the sun, erupted from Thor's mouth. Maintaining a shred of rationality, Ancient One swiftly charged at Thanos to prevent him from continuing his relentless pursuit. Yet, she soon recollected her identity as a sorceress. With her hands weaving intricate gestures, dark energy surged within her. In the next heartbeat, a massive black dragon head emerged from her back. It scaled the size of a house, displaying distinct scales, fur, and piercing black eyes, remarkably lifelike. However, it lacked a body, instead possessing an elongated neck that extended back to Ancient One. Soon, a second, third, and eventually a ninth dragon head materialized behind her, all of them glaring menacingly at Thanos. In the blink of an eye, they opened their enormous jaws, unleashing torrents of black flames. With temperatures soaring to an astonishing 50,000 degrees, Thanos, upon seeing this, swiftly spun his Titan's blade to shield himself from the onslaught of black fire. Observing that she had managed to stall Thanos, Ancient One hastily turned to Thor and said, "You must leave now. I fear I may lose control and inadvertently harm you." At that moment, Thor had steadied himself, yet the destructive force of annihilation within him was excruciating, rendering him unable to unleash more than half of his potential. Reluctantly casting one last glance at Thanos after hearing Ancient One's words, he activated the Bifrost and departed. On Titan, the tribunal had continued even after Thanos' departure. However, due to the unusual tremors, the proceedings had to be temporarily halted. Just as the jailers prepared to escort the Guardians of the Galaxy back to their cells, a golden portal suddenly manifested in midair, and Doctor Strange appeared accompanied by Wanda and the Wasp. With a swift gesture, Doctor Strange conjured several golden whips that ensnared the jailers who attempted to draw their weapons. Meanwhile, Wanda extended her hands, unleashing chaotic red magic that reduced the jailers to mere ash. At that moment, the Wasp, adorned in green attire and sporting two antennae, joyfully sprinted toward Drax upon seeing him. At long last, I have found you. Drax, who had been engulfed in despair, felt an exhilarating surge of hope with the appearance of Mantis. Mantis, you have finally returned. After their completion of the final mission, Mantis had temporarily departed from the team due to unforeseen circumstances. To his astonishment, she now arrived with allies to rescue them. Upon witnessing this, Rocket Raccoon quickly freed himself from his handcuffs and exclaimed, "Ha! Groot, it's our turn to shine." After calling out Groot's name, the latter also managed to break free and let his roots extend outward, striking at their surroundings. Star-Lord and Gamora, seeing the unfolding situation, promptly liberated themselves from their restraints, seizing the guards' weapons, ready to unleash chaos. In truth, the 5 members of the Guardians of the Galaxy had always had opportunities to escape. However, the looming presence of Thanos had instilled in them a paralyzing fear of flight. At that moment, Doctor Strange raised his gaze towards the ceiling, his eyes seemingly piercing through the walls to witness the battle beyond the cosmos. Come, my friends, we must hasten. Our time is limited. In truth, he had no desire to venture to Titan to rescue strangers. Yet, Mantis was resolute in her determination to save her comrades. Furthermore, in the visions of the future that he had glimpsed, Mantis was pivotal in defeating Thanos, compelling him to take the risk of coming. Chapter 72. The Dark Dimension in the Vast Expanse of Space. Thanos was skillfully wielding the Tyrant's blade to fend off the assaults from the Ancient One. Suddenly, he cast a glance towards Titan, where he discerned Doctor Strange and his allies, as well as the Guardians of the Galaxy, now rescued. However, this was not the moment to dwell on such matters, for a palpable sense of impending doom enveloped him, a threat emanating from the Ancient One before him. Her dark powers were swelling, becoming increasingly potent and refined, surpassing even the celestial level of power. In a fleeting moment, the Ancient One's countenance twisted into a grimace as she ceased her incantations. The runes upon her forehead shattered their confines, spreading rapidly across her entire being. Almost instantaneously, her dark energy expanded further, beginning to distort the very fabric of the surrounding space. Thanos observed as a pair of malevolent purple eyes slowly materialized within the void. These eyes exuded an aura of wickedness and strangeness that instilled fear and madness at first glance. With their emergence, the dark dimension began to encroach upon this universe. Soon after, an extraordinarily pure essence of dark energy surged forth from the dark dimension, enveloping the entire star system in an instant, its speed eclipsing even that of light. It is noteworthy that the star system housing Titan spans approximately 12 billion kilometers in diameter. Light itself would require around 11 hours to traverse from one end to the other. Yet, this force from the dark dimension enveloped the entire star system in the blink of an eye. Under the shroud of dark energy, Thanos felt an overwhelming desire for destruction and slaughter arise within his heart. This was a dire sign, the soul being corrupted by darkness. In the next moment, he clenched his left hand tightly. The Infinity Gauntlet soon radiated with an orange glow as the power of the Soul Stone activated, forcibly suppressing the dark energy's corruption of his soul. Cursed be it, how had Dormammu appeared? The Ancient One had evidently lost her mind, absorbing such a vast amount of energy from the dark dimension. At this juncture, Thanos sensed that all living beings within the star system were instantaneously affected, their eyes turning pitch black, devoid of scara, and bizarre symbols manifesting upon their foreheads. They then began to attack frantically, targeting anything that moved around them. The souls of ordinary individuals could not withstand even a second against the dark energy's corruption, swiftly transforming them into puppets of Dormammu. In an instant, slaughter and death became the prevailing themes of this realm. Meanwhile, on Titan, Doctor Strange had successfully sent everyone through the portal, but as the dark forces sought to enter, he promptly sealed the portal. This fellow moved with remarkable speed. He must have been aware of Dormammu's arrival and the necessity to thwart it. Otherwise, how could Doctor Strange be oblivious to the peril Dormammu posed to the universe? Should he descend, the entire cosmos would likely be ensnared within the dark dimension. His decisive actions indicated that he had foreseen this event and was cognizant of the impending obstruction, thus exhibiting an air of confidence. Yet, a troubling thought surfaced. Dormammu and the dark dimension had transcended this universe. How could their arrival be anticipated by the Time Stone? Unless those unknown entities intervened. Contemplating this, Thanos' eyes sparkled, and he raised his gaze towards the Ancient One before him. Now that he was aware of the existence's attention to this matter, he felt a sense of assurance. After all, a chess player requires a chessboard, does he not? If someone intends to dismantle the board, would the player remain indifferent? At that moment, the Ancient One had been designated by Dormammu as a coordinate, projecting the power of the dark dimension, which was encroaching upon this universe. After a moment of reflection, he clenched his left hand, channeling the power of the Soul Stone once more, but this time directed towards the Ancient One. The dark dimension was drawing closer, and if not timely halted, the entire universe could be consumed, with Blue Planet being no exception. Is this the outcome you desire? Knowing that those entities were watching, they surely would not allow the Ancient One to be entirely corrupted by dark forces, otherwise the game would be unbreakable. Indeed, with the influence of the Soul Stone, the Ancient One's soul, which had been fully tainted by darkness, was miraculously purified to some extent. Soon, the darkness in her eyes receded, revealing a glimmer of clarity. In the next moment, she became acutely aware of the surrounding dark forces in the approaching dark dimension. Her expression shifting dramatically. As the guardian of Kamartash, she understood the immense power of Dormammu and was well aware of the dire consequences that would arise from the dark dimension's proximity. Therefore, she urgently implored Thanos, saying, "Hurry, kill me. Only by killing me can Dormammu lose his coordinates and be unable to approach." Thanos shook his head and replied, "Now Dormammu has already locked onto your soul. Even if you were to perish, it would be futile. Although Dormammu has yet to descend, his gaze is already fixed upon this universe through your soul. The Soul Stone can alter souls, yet it cannot obliterate them. That power belongs solely to the multiverse level. Since annihilating the soul was impossible, killing the Ancient One would be of no use." Upon hearing this, the Ancient One grasped Thanos' intention and anxiously exclaimed, "What shall we do then?" Thanos suddenly smiled faintly, raised his left hand, and calmly stated, "I possess the Soul Stone. While it cannot erase a soul, it can transform it. You need only to cooperate with me to purify the dark forces upon your soul, and we can sever Dormammu's lock, transforming the soul. As for how to execute such a change, he would dictate the terms." It seemed one less piece would be on the chessboard. The Ancient One, seeing his determination, nodded without hesitation and said, "Let us begin." For her, the safety of the entire universe was evidently more significant than her own fate. As for whether Thanos would manipulate her soul during the process, such concerns were now secondary. Observing the Ancient One's resoluteness, Thanos nodded and promptly activated the Power Stone on the Infinity Gauntlet. A purple light began to flicker. The Power Stone, in addition to augmenting the user's strength and energy, could also empower the other Infinity Stones. Soon after, the orange glow of the Soul Stone on the Infinity Gauntlet began to radiate brightly. In the next moment, an enigmatic and profoundly mysterious force began to wash over the soul of the Ancient One, halting the eerie runes that had been spreading across her form. Initially, the Ancient One instinctively resisted this force, sensing that some of her memories were shifting and that certain concepts and thoughts were gradually becoming distorted. However, when she contemplated the life of the entire universe, she chose to relinquish her resistance and even embrace this transformation. With her voluntary acceptance, the strange runes adorning her began to slowly fade, while her corrupted soul underwent a process of purification. This scene instantly incited the projection of Dormammu into a furious frenzy. "How dare you!" His thunderous roar resonated, causing the very stars of the galaxy to tremble. Yet, Dormammu could only bellow in wrath, with no intention of taking action. Although he possessed the ability to escape the dark dimension and directly descend into this universe to eliminate Thanos, the Marvel Universe was an exceedingly perilous realm. The moment he dared to leave the dark dimension, it was likely that some entities would swiftly teach him the lesson of a god. After all, over the countless years, he had devoured numerous realities, leaving many beings with vested interests in him. Within his own dimension, the dimensional deity wielded immense power, capable of contending with even multiversal entities. Furthermore, as long as the dimension endured, he would remain immortal. However, once he ventured beyond his own realm, stripped of his power augmentation, multiversal beings could easily overpower him, even extinguishing his existence. This knowledge had long been imparted to Thanos by the Collector, an ancient being who had lived for 3 billion years, though lacking in strength, possessed a wealth of secrets. Thus, Thanos remained unfazed by Dormammu's threats, instead hastening the purification of the darkness enveloping the Ancient One's soul. Chapter 73. The system takes action. As the enigmatic runes on the Ancient One began to fade, her soul was gradually purified. Dormammu's fixation started to waver, instilling in him a growing sense of urgency. He exerted himself to draw the dark dimension closer to this universe. If he could arrive in this realm before the lock was lost, it would not matter if the Ancient One's soul was completely cleansed. As time progressed, the strange runes on the Ancient One diminished, and her corrupted soul began to mend. However, a smile crept across Dormammu's pixelated visage. for he sensed that this universe was tantalizingly near. With a little more effort, he could allow the dark dimension to engulf this universe, thus rendering it even more powerful. Yet, at that moment, Dormammu's smile faltered. The dark dimension could no longer approach this universe. He quickly realized that some entities had intervened. He shifted his gaze beyond the dark dimension. In the chaotic cosmos, he beheld a diminutive figure. The being's skin appeared as if forged from steel. Radiant with a metallic sheen, and 6 eyes emanated a crimson glow. This was a member of the Celestial Order, though the Celestial was not truly small. Standing over 100,000 kilometers tall, it was insignificant compared to the vastness of the dark dimension. At that moment, the Celestial extended 4 arms amidst the endless chaos, radiating a potent divine light, firmly standing in front of the dark dimension. How dare you obstruct me? Dormammu scoffed at the single universe Celestial. He unleashed the darkness within him, sending it forth with great force. If it had been a multiverse-level Celestial, he would have retreated without hesitation. But against a solitary universe-level Celestial, he felt no fear. In the next instant, the dark dimension erupted like a ruptured dam, an endless torrent of dark energy surging towards the Celestial. Should it make contact? The Celestial would not emerge unscathed. However, in the blink of an eye, the Celestial vanished mysteriously, as if it had never been there. Dormammu realized that a more powerful entity had intervened. Yet, he dared not express his frustration. He could only continue to sense the Ancient One's corrupted soul. To his dismay, he could no longer perceive it. Clearly, a mightier force had accelerated the purification of the Ancient One's soul, causing him to lose the coordinates of that universe. No, damn it. After a furious roar, Dormammu swiftly closed the rift to the dark dimension, intent on reclaiming the energy he had expelled, adhering to his principle of not wasting power. That recently unleashed energy amounted to at least the equivalent of thousands of stars. However, in that moment, he lost control over it, rendering retrieval impossible. Cursed Celestial, and those who conspire against me. Dormammu's expression darkened, for he understood that he had incurred an irrevocable loss. In the real universe, Thanos had sensed that the dark dimension was drawing ever closer. However, a fragment of Ancient One's soul remained unpurified. Suddenly, a mysterious force emerged, instantly cleansing Ancient One's soul and severing the connection to the dark dimension. This revelation confirmed for Thanos that his suspicions were indeed correct. Some entities behind Ancient One had intervened. However, his own modifications to Ancient One's soul were abruptly interrupted. This individual left no room for others to exploit. Thanos was left wondering about Ancient One's current state. Just as he prepared to inquire, darkness enveloped him. An immensely powerful and exquisitely pure dark energy surged toward his star system. Wasn't the connection to the dark dimension severed? Where did this energy originate? Had Dormammu witnessed this, he would have recognized it as the attack he had initiated, now redirected against Thanos due to the severed link. Confronted with this unprecedented peril, Thanos' mind raced, piecing together the unfolding events. A clever ploy to employ another's hand to eliminate him. That entity had thwarted Dormammu's survival while seeking to dispose of him as a pawn. Was it the god of death, or perhaps one of the other 5 primordial deities? Nevertheless, he realized that pondering such matters was futile in the face of imminent crisis. He urgently declared, "System, if you do not act now, I shall perish, and you will fare no better." He held no illusions about the god of death. Their prior agreement had been explicit. He would gain a portion of the other's power in exchange for harvesting souls. The god of death had made it clear that he would not intervene on his behalf. Thus, he had no choice but to rely on the system. As for the consequences of revealing the system, that concern was now secondary. In the blink of an eye, as the dark force penetrated space and approached Thanos, the system's voice finally resounded. Ding! The host has acquired the power of countless stars. Hearing this, a faint smile graced Thanos' lips. Indeed, he had been correct. The system could not forsake him. In an instant, a tremendous energy began to swell within him, causing his aura to ascend. Yet, at that moment, the dark energy from another dimension engulfed him and the entire star system. Thunderous roars echoed as Titan and its moons, indeed all matter within the star system, including the stars themselves, were assimilated and subsequently annihilated. Amidst this darkness, a brilliant white light sliced through the void, enveloping the entire star system. Thanos stood like an enormous light bulb in the cosmos, while Ancient One bowed his head, quietly standing beside him. Then, the immense stellar energy shattered the surrounding dark force, causing it to vanish. Ultimately, the radiance once more dispelled the darkness, restoring tranquility to the universe. Yet, at that moment, Thanos' power of countless stars also dissipated. Observing the immense power of countless stars gradually cooling, he nodded in satisfaction. The strength he had just wielded undoubtedly reached the level of the multiverse. This system was typically rather stingy, miserly even. Yet, he had managed to extract something from it. Although it was merely the power of countless stars requiring over 8 years to cool down, it would serve as a formidable trump card in the future. Frankly, had the system not intervened earlier, he would have been left to curl up and protect himself. While this dark energy was formidable, It was far too dispersed and lacked control, rendering it incapable of truly extinguishing his life, bolstered as he was by the power gem. However, it seemed that the Ancient One would likely meet her demise. No, that entity would undoubtedly whisk the Ancient One away. Moments later, he cast his gaze downward at the Titan planet, now half corroded, and at the distant stars that had already extinguished, shaking his head faintly. Fortunately, the Dark Five, Nebula, Hela, and Laufey were already en route to Blue Star. Otherwise, his losses would have been substantial. The individual behind the Ancient One was certainly calculating with precision. Yet, they could not have anticipated that he still possessed a hidden card. Moreover, with this thought, he turned to the Ancient One, who had her head bowed. How do you feel now? Chapter 74. The Gathering of Heroes. Lowering his head, the Ancient One seemed hesitant to meet Thanos' gaze. In an icy tone, he remarked, "My lord, I feel exceedingly unwell. My mind is in turmoil." Thanos, perceiving this, immediately deduced that the influence behind the Ancient One was at play. While purging the dark energy from the Ancient One's soul, he had inadvertently altered aspects of the individual's soul memory. Although the Ancient One now referred to him as my lord, there was a distinct absence of reverence in his voice. After a moment's contemplation, Thanos inquired, "Please recount your experiences." Modifying soul memories is a delicate endeavor. It is not merely about compelling one to acknowledge oneself as a subordinate. A clash of ideologies and experiences could lead to chaos within the soul and ultimately its disintegration. Previously, he had only adjusted certain insights within the Ancient One's soul memory. For instance, he had made the Ancient One perceive the predatory nature of the universe, thereby aligning him with Thanos' ideology and actions, persuading him to join his ranks. Upon hearing Thanos' request, the Ancient One furrowed his brow and spoke in fragmented sentences. "I remember, about 1,000 years ago, I seemed to have fought against Asgard, and then uncovered the essence of this universe." Although his recollections were somewhat disjointed, they bore a striking resemblance to the alterations made by Thanos. Nevertheless, the Ancient One's unwavering dedication to safeguarding the blue planet persisted, along with a fervent desire to protect it. After listening, Thanos began to contemplate the implications. The force behind the Ancient One was likely a member of the celestial race, as only they would possess such an investment in the blue planet, especially considering it was the birthplace of an impending celestial being. With this realization, Thanos decided to lead the Ancient One to other planets, orchestrating a campaign to conquer the galaxy. Given the Ancient One's profound attachment to the blue planet, it was prudent to avoid any attempts to subjugate it directly, lest unforeseen complications arise. Time swiftly passed, and 10 days later, Thanos, seated in the Sanctuary 2, donned the repaired Tyrant's blade and Tyrant armor, arriving at the edge of the solar system. Upon his arrival, he suddenly comprehended why the Celestial behind the Ancient One sought to manipulate Dormammu in this manner. 10 small interstellar fortresses, each the size of a half-moon, accompanied by thousands of large warships, tens of thousands of medium-sized vessels, and millions of smaller crafts, alongside additional supply and resource ships, formed an imposing fleet of over 100,000 ships. Such a colossal armada, numbering in the millions, was prepared to assault a planet that did not even qualify as a level 1 civilization. The Celestial's patience in remaining uninvolved was indeed remarkable. Yet, since these deities had refrained from direct action, it was evident that some governing principle constrained them. Recalling his battle with Odin, where the aftermath could annihilate several planets, Thanos suddenly grasped the underlying truth. If the player behind the chessboard were to join the fray, the opposing player would surely retaliate. In such a scenario, the chessboard itself would inevitably be shattered. To protect the board, the strategist could not afford to engage directly, thus resorting to manipulating Dormammu to ensnare him. As long as I meet my demise, Hela and Laufey are bound to engage in mutual conflict, while the Black Order will vie for power. At that juncture, the crisis on Blue Star shall naturally dissipate. When the time is ripe, a new deity will emerge, thus concluding a chapter. However, it is regrettable that the adversary did not anticipate the presence of a system within me, not to mention that even the Ancient One has fallen under my command. After a brief interval, Thanos received 8 incoming call requests. Upon answering, the figures of the Black Order, Nebula, Hela, and Laufey swiftly materialized. The Black Order and Nebula remained respectfully kneeling on one knee, while Hela and Laufey merely bowed in greeting. Thanos, opting for brevity, gestured for them to commence their assault. Having been calculated by the deity once, he wished to avoid prolonged delays and thus shorten the overall attack duration. Under Thanos' command, 10 interstellar fortresses first traversed the Kuiper belt of the solar system, entering the stellar system. Following closely were 1,000,000 cosmic warships. Meanwhile, within the upper echelons of humanity on Blue Star, the Harper telescope soon revealed this alarming situation. Consequently, an urgent assembly of the Blue Star Coalition was formed, poised to make a final stand with global resolve. In America, the sun was descending on the horizon. People were liberated from a day's toil, returning home for dinner, seizing a rare opportunity for leisure. The streets gradually fell silent. However, within the headquarters of S.H.I.E.L.D. in New York, an unusual bustle prevailed. The Illuminati, Brotherhood, X-Men, Knights of the Round Table, Shield of the Gods, Wakanda, Kamartaj, Atlantis, and even the Nova Corps had sent representatives. The numbers swelled to several hundred. It could be said that every notable faction on Blue Star, including those not native to it, had congregated at S.H.I.E.L.D.'s headquarters. The rationale for this gathering was evident. The cosmic cube was in their possession. At that moment, Doctor Strange suddenly opened his eyes, gravely stating, "Thanos has arrived." Upon hearing this, the assembled heroes stirred with anticipation. At long last, the moment had come. Let me deliver a resounding blow to the foe. Truth be told, I have never witnessed so many superheroes rallying against a single villain. Indeed, had it not been for Doctor Strange's summons, I would have been unaware of the multitude of superheroes in existence. Once this battle concludes, where shall we celebrate? Although Doctor Strange repeatedly emphasized Thanos' formidable power, the superheroes who had never ventured beyond Blue Star were oblivious to what it meant to confront a cosmic overlord. Observing the vast array of superheroes present, along with military support, many regarded this operation merely as a formality. It is not entirely their fault. After all, most of these superheroes were once ordinary individuals who, upon gaining power, believed themselves invincible, particularly the mutants. Their focus lay solely on mastering their abilities rather than augmenting them, and their limited perspective constrained their imagination regarding true power. Among this assembly of superheroes, only a few from the Guardians of the Galaxy, the Nova Corps, and some perceptive individuals displayed expressions of concern. At that moment, Magneto, adorned with his helmet, soared to the side of Professor X, gazing at his old friend, who sat in his wheelchair, a rare smile gracing his face. Our sole opportunity for survival as mutants lies before us. The Council has promised Magneto that if he can rally the Brotherhood to vanquish Thanos, they will enact legislation to legitimize mutant status. In fact, they even released him from prison for this purpose. Thus, he perceives this as the singular chance for mutant existence. However, Professor X, observing the white hair of his old friend, wore a grave expression and voiced his concerns. I fear that matters are not so simple. Having joined the Illuminati, he was privy to certain high-level information that made the situation far from the ease Magneto envisioned. At that moment, Black Bolt, clad in a black leather outfit, approached, gently patting his friend's shoulder in a gesture of consolation. Shortly thereafter, Tony, encased in a towering suit of armor, strode over. Hey, guys. What do you think of my anti-Thanos armor? I'll smash that Thanos to bits with just one punch. Nearby, Dr. Banner, filled with envy, approached and remarked, I feel this gear is more suited for me. Upon hearing this, Tony's expression turned awkward. In truth, this suit of armor was originally dubbed the Anti-Hulk armor. But due to the emergence of Thanos, it was hastily renamed the Anti-Thanos armor. Just then, a dazzling figure streaked across the sky. Chapter 75, The Power of Dual Stars. With a piercing sound echoing through the air, an individual soon descended amidst the crowd. Doctor Strange, upon recognizing the newcomer, promptly approached. Captain Marvel, I've been anticipating your arrival. Are you prepared? The person in question was indeed Captain Marvel, who had narrowly escaped death at the hands of Thanos. However, at this moment, she radiated a dazzling array of colors and exuded potent energy waves, causing the faces of the surrounding superheroes to shift in astonishment. They had never witnessed such a flamboyant entrance from a superhero before. Not far off, Tony Stark began to contemplate whether his armor should incorporate light effects in the future to amplify his presence. Captain Marvel surveyed her surroundings, her brow furrowing in dismay. Is this all? A bunch of weaklings? Are they here to offer themselves as sacrifices? As a survivor who had endured Thanos' wrath, she was acutely aware of his formidable strength. While these superheroes may have wielded power on Earth, a group that had not even reached the celestial tier dared to challenge Thanos and the cosmos? Moreover, why was there an ordinary human among them? Doctor Strange, gripping the book of Vishanti, shook his head in resignation. There's no choice. The numbers are overwhelming. With so many cosmic warships under Thanos' command, if they do not seek assistance, they may never even encounter him. Just then, a fiery skeleton clad in leather approached. Let us get started. If I linger any longer, I fear I might be compelled to pass judgment on these fellows. Doctor Strange felt a headache coming on as he regarded the Ghost Rider. This individual possessed a power known as the Eye of Judgment, capable of purifying sinful souls, intending to restrain Thanos. However, this purification often showed no distinction between friend and foe. Upon his arrival, several superheroes had already been subjected to it, necessitating that he be assigned to a separate chamber. Let us begin immediately, he declared. Captain Marvel observed the Ghost Rider with keen curiosity. Throughout the years, she had yet to encounter such a magical entity. The Ghost Rider, noticing someone making eye contact, turned his gaze towards her. His passive ability, the Eye of Judgment, activated instantly. Yet, to his dismay, when faced with Captain Marvel. The judgment was swiftly retracted. Though she exhibited traits of pride and arrogance, she had never perceived herself as flawed or guilty. Thus, the eye of judgment held no sway over her, leaving the Ghost Rider astonished. Since signing a pact with Mephisto decades ago, he had seldom encountered anyone untouched by his power. Apart from Captain America, this radiant individual was the second exception. Even Doctor Strange, were it not for the protection of the Book of Vishanti, would likely have faced purification. At that moment, summoned by Doctor Strange, the surrounding heroes began to gather. Ladies and gentlemen, we are about to open the portal. Please prepare yourselves. Suddenly, a gasp erupted from the crowd. Look, what is that in the sky? Wow, what is that? It's absolutely stunning. Is this the Aurora Borealis? How stunning it is. The sky is adorned with streaks of light resembling shooting stars, radiating in a myriad of colors, creating a breathtaking spectacle. However, Doctor Strange merely cast a fleeting glance before turning his attention to Black Panther. T'Challa. Behold the marvels of Wakanda. T'Challa, also known as Black Panther, nodded in acknowledgement and raised his hand, stating, Shuri, activate the protective shield. At that moment, Shuri, far away in Wakanda, received her brother's command and began to operate the supercomputer with urgency. Soon, a massive transparent energy shield manifested above Wakanda. Though it only spanned approximately 1,000 kilometers, covering merely a fraction of Earth. Following Doctor Strange's directive, the sorcerers of Kamartaj commenced their incantations. Yellow shields were imposed upon Wakanda's energy barrier, causing its expanse to instantly surge, exceeding a diameter of 10,000 kilometers, enveloping one side of the planet. Moments later, distant beams of light descended upon the shield, igniting a cascade of shimmering brilliance. In an instant, the dark side of Earth was illuminated as brightly as day. Individuals across the Americas, whether awake or asleep, were captivated by this sudden radiance. Doctor Strange, having witnessed countless such phenomena within the Time Stone, clapped his hands and declared, Esteemed superheroes, our time is limited. Those lights above are the harbingers of an assault initiated by Thanos' minions. They are currently positioned 800 million kilometers away, employing a device known as an interstellar fortress, armed with antiparticle ray cannons and warp lightspeed artillery. If we do not intervene promptly, in 2 hours, Wakanda and Kamartaj will be depleted, leaving Earth defenseless. Thus, we must act swiftly to thwart them. With that, Doctor Strange turned his gaze towards Nick Fury, the bald man with one eye. Nick nodded and promptly instructed his agents to bring forth the Tesseract. Doctor Strange grasped the Tesseract in one hand and began to draw circles with the other. In the next moment, a colossal golden portal materialized. On the other side of the portal lay the vacuum of space, with a massive asteroid looming nearby. Perched upon the asteroid were numerous turrets and various bases. Clearly, this was Thanos' interstellar fortress. Before Doctor Strange could utter a word, Captain Marvel, radiating light, was the first to soar into the portal. Following her were heroes such as Black Adam, Magneto, Tony Stark, Black Panther, and Falcon, all donning oxygen masks as they hastened to enter the fray. The superheroes summoned by Doctor Strange for this mission possessed powers at least on par with Superman, rendering space suits unnecessary. 800 million kilometers away from Earth lay a planet more than 1,000 times its size, Jupiter. Surrounding Jupiter were not only 79 moons, but also 10 interstellar fortresses and over 1 million warships. 1 million cosmic battleships may sound like an enormous number, however, in the vastness of the universe, it is merely a trifling fraction. Even when combined, they do not equate to the size of a single planet. The only considerable entities are the 10 interstellar fortresses. At this moment, Thanos is meditating within Sanctuary 2. However, his tranquility is soon disrupted by the emergence of a portal on a nearby interstellar fortress. A radiant, kaleidoscopic light manifests, swiftly transforming into flames of crimson, reminiscent of a burning star. Sensing a familiar essence, Thanos promptly opens his eyes. It is Captain Marvel, and notably, in her binary form. This revelation implies that it was indeed the Celestials who rescued her last time. Yet, it remains uncertain which Celestial orchestrated her dual awakening and what formidable powers the binary Captain Marvel possesses. I extend my heartfelt gratitude for the unwavering support from all esteemed readers. This book has achieved an impressive rating of 8.3 stars, which brings me immense satisfaction. Chapter 76. Listen to me. Thank you. Happy Mid-Autumn Festival. The Captain Marvel, imbued with the extraordinary power of a binary state, radiated an inexhaustible energy. Clenching her fists, a formidable crimson energy shockwave surged forth, instantly striking an interstellar fortress. The fortress promptly activated its protective shield to fend off the assault. Yet, it was evident that Captain Marvel's energy had surged to an unprecedented level. Soon enough, her onslaught breached the fortress's defenses, hitting its mark. The ensuing explosion echoed thunderously, a cacophony of destruction resonating in the air. Just as the fortress appeared on the brink of annihilation, a sleek black sword hurtled towards her. Without hesitation, Captain Marvel separated her hands, directing one towards the incoming blade. However, she had clearly underestimated the situation, for soon more black swords manifested around her. Realizing the gravity of her predicament, she abandoned her assault on the fortress, focusing her full attention on the barrage of black swords. Yet, even more blades emerged. Suddenly, a powerful sonic wave erupted, shattering all the black swords in its wake. Not far away, the Black Bat King gaped, unleashing his extraordinary ability, the sonic wave. It was a perplexing sight how this creature managed to generate sound waves in a vacuum, a clear defiance of physical laws. This anomaly darkened Hella's expression as she observed from a distance. Such power was at least godly in nature. From where had it originated? Were these individuals from the Blue Planet? She reflected on her previous encounters with formidable opponents from that world before Odin sealed her away in the underworld. Aside from one bald warrior, none had truly posed a threat to her. Yet, a millennium later, the Blue Planet seemed to have given rise to numerous strong beings. Meanwhile, superheroes continued to emerge from the portal. Iron Man, Ghost Rider, Magneto, Professor X, Black Panther, Ant-Man, Captain America, and many others. Observing this, Hela began to retreat. At that moment, Lao Fei and the 5 Obsidian generals finally made their tardy entrance. Following them, the imposing figure of Thanos materialized before all. Instantly, Hela felt a wave of relief wash over her. She could not pinpoint when it began, but the mere sight of Thanos instilled an inexplicable sense of security within her. Thanos, indifferent to Hela's unusual demeanor, cast a cold gaze towards the portal. He had not anticipated such an abundance of surprises from the Celestials. Not only Captain Marvel but nearly every notable superhero had appeared. Though they were not at their peak strength, they were certainly formidable. The superheroes from the Blue Planet, upon witnessing Thanos' arrival, shed their previous arrogance, settling into a more subdued demeanor. The overwhelming, tyrannical aura emanating from him stripped away their earlier ease. Moments later, Doctor Strange, accompanied by Scarlet Witch, Mantis, Star-Lord, Gamora, and Ghost Rider, emerged from the portal. Upon seeing Thanos, Doctor Strange immediately raised the Book of Vishani, and golden runes materialized, enveloping the heroes in a protective embrace against the vacuum's harsh environment. At this moment, Black Bolt crossed over the assembled heroes. His arms crossed and a proud expression adorning his face as he gazed down upon Thanos. However, due to the nature of his superhuman abilities, he refrained from uttering a word. Observing this, Mr. Fantastic promptly interjected, "Thanos, allow me to introduce you to Mr. Black Bolt." With but a whisper, "He possesses the power to reduce you to ashes. Should you choose to retreat now, we may grant you clemency." Given the proximity to the interstellar fortress, a tenuous atmosphere allowed for the transmission of sound. Thanos squinted in response to the words. Indeed, Black Bolt's recent assault had reached a celestial level of power. Albeit his strength seemed to lie at the lower end of the spectrum. Could he possess some hidden trump card? Observing Black Bolt's unwavering confidence, alongside the seemingly assured Doctor Strange casting spells, Thanos began to suspect that Black Bolt might be the deity's ace in the hole against him. No, he thought, I must exert my full strength. With this resolve, he clenched his left hand, causing the Power Stone to surge with energy. Its purple luminescence flickering to life as he activated his cataclysmic powers and ascended into a state of dominion. His strength escalated to a cosmic level in an instant. In the blink of an eye, he materialized before Black Bolt, brandishing his tyrant's blade. In mere moments, he unleashed a torrent of over 100 strikes. Strangely, Black Bolt appeared indifferent to evading his onslaught, allowing each blow to connect without flinching. Was it possible that Black Bolt, in addition to his ultrasonic abilities, also possessed cellular regeneration? No, to be safe, I must ensure the obliteration of his very cells. In the next heartbeat, a tempest of cataclysmic energy surged through him, enveloping Black Bolt in its grasp. In less than half a second, Black Bolt vanished from the cosmos, as if he had never existed at all. Sensing the complete absence of his opponent's presence, Thanos furrowed his brow. This was almost too easy. Was it possible that Black Bolt had some hidden trump card unknown to him? Meanwhile, Mr. Fantastic stood frozen in astonishment. What had just transpired? How had Thanos appeared before him, and where had Black Bolt gone? As Mr. Fantastic grappled with his confusion, a fiery chain suddenly shot forth from behind, wrapping around Thanos' arm. Witnessing this, Mr. Fantastic exclaimed with excitement, Thanos, this is the power of the Ghost Rider. He can purify the souls of all evil. Surrender at once. In his eyes, Thanos represented the epitome of malevolence. Once the Ghost Rider unleashed his abilities, there would be no escape. With Thanos' demise, dispatching the remaining minions would be trivial. Upon hearing this, Thanos cast a peculiar glance at Mr. Fantastic. And then the Infinity Gauntlet on his left hand radiated an orange glow. The Soul Stone activated. From a distance, the Ghost Rider remained silent, his gaze locked onto Thanos. Soon, a formidable wave of soul energy began to surge forward. At that moment, he felt a surge of pride. Once a soul was deemed guilty by Hellfire judgment, no matter the opponent's strength, their fate would be sealed. However, after a brief moment of waiting, the anticipated spectacle of the enemy igniting did not occur. Thanos merely regarded him with perplexity. How could this be? Had Thanos truly passed through the fires of hell? At that instant, Thanos forcefully yanked, bringing the Ghost Rider abruptly before him. With a resounding crack, the skull of the Ghost Rider was effortlessly snapped. Witnessing this scene, Doctor Strange finally responded. "You, deserving of 1,000 deaths," he exclaimed, clenching his fist and reaching out. Indeed, he extended, for his superpower allowed his entire body to become rubber-like, enabling his arms to stretch endlessly. Observing Doctor Strange's impending attack, Thanos swiftly sidestepped and positioned himself in front of his adversary, then raised his blade to strike. However, midway through the cut, he suddenly had a change of heart, opting instead to deliver a forceful shove, sending the opponent flying. Chapter 77. Because of you, Happy Mid-Autumn Festival. A game of chess cannot be played by a single participant. Yet, throughout the unfolding events, Thanos observed only the celestial being incessantly making moves, orchestrating everything, while he had never witnessed the hand of the goddess of death intervene. Had she truly abandoned him? That seemed implausible. If she had indeed forsaken him, why had she sought him out previously, bestowing upon him energy? Was it an excess of energy that she found distasteful? Thus, the only plausible explanation lies in the intricate schemes of the goddess of death, which he had yet to uncover. The rubbery figure before him appeared exceedingly strange, incessantly extolling the abilities of others, as if fearful of his own ignorance. If his instincts served him right, this individual was likely a contingency plan devised by the goddess of death. To his astonishment, she had even maneuvered him into the ranks of the celestial pieces, a testament to her strategic acumen. It was these contemplations that restrained him from hastily eliminating Mr. Fantastic. Meanwhile, in the rear, Doctor Strange observed Mr. Fantastic being flung away, a peculiar sensation washing over him. In the Time Stone, he had witnessed Mr. Fantastic's demise, not merely being cast aside. This recollection brought to mind the words Ancient One had instructed Thor to relay. Yet, he swiftly dismissed such thoughts. Now was not the time for reflection. Focusing entirely on confronting Thanos was of paramount importance. Soon, he meticulously gestured with his fingers, casting another collective spell. A protective shield enveloped all the superheroes. At that moment, witnessing Black Bolt and Ghost Rider being swiftly dispatched left the heroes in a state of shock, particularly Professor X and Captain America, who were acutely aware of Black Bolt's formidable prowess. It would not be an exaggeration to deem him among the elite in Blue Star. The fact that he had been annihilated without a hint of resistance was utterly astonishing. As Thanos perceived the superheroes of Blue Star seemingly subdued, he commanded the surrounding cosmic battleships to commence their assault. He was not engaging in a solitary conflict. He commanded an army of over 1 million. In the next instant, the surrounding forces ignited their laser cannons and launched their offensive. However, due to Doctor Strange's collective defensive spell, the superheroes, even when struck by lasers, suffered minimal harm. Captain Marvel, witnessing the unfolding chaos, promptly charged towards the cosmic battleships. Clearly, the psychological impact of Thanos' earlier assault had instilled a deep-seated fear within her. At that moment, Doctor Strange continued his intricate gestures, casting spell after spell, and declared, "Heroes, the time has come for us to confront Thanos in a decisive battle." Upon hearing this, the heroes surged forward, driven by passion. For Blue Star, for justice. For Wakanda, justice shall triumph, and evil shall falter. Hulk, annihilation. Thanos, observing these lesser beings charging at him, merely raised his left hand and waved it lightly. The 5 generals behind him, Corvus, Glaive, and Hela, immediately surged forth. Though their numbers paled in comparison, the quality of their prowess was on an entirely different echelon. Hyla and Ralph possessed genuine celestial-level strength, far superior to the likes of Black Bat King, who is merely a pretender. Were it not for Doctor Strange's protective shield, they could effortlessly obliterate their foes. Even the Obsidian Five are overwhelmed by their might. It must be noted that the superheroes of Blue Star exhibit a significant flaw. Their abilities are alarmingly specialized. Take, for instance, the deceased Black Bat King. When unleashing his ultrasonic waves, his attack power indeed reaches celestial levels, capable of annihilating an entire planet. However, his own physical strength, endurance, and agility are severely lacking. He was caught completely off guard by the arrival of Thanos, his defenses crumbling like tofu, rendering him as vulnerable as a mere morsel. This specialization is a common shortcoming among Blue Star's superheroes. Few possess well-rounded capabilities. Consider the Hulk, currently charging towards Thanos. While his raw strength has undeniably ascended to celestial levels, his speed and mental acuity remain woefully inadequate. In an instant, the Mind Stone on Thanos' Infinity Gauntlet glimmered, and the Hulk found himself ensnared, turning against his own allies in a moment of confusion. The reason for this is that most of these heroes have not honed their powers through rigorous training, but have instead relied on various serendipitous encounters and mutations. Take the Hulk as an example. His strength stems entirely from an experiment, though he possesses the ability to grow stronger with rage. This comes at the cost of his control, giving rise to the Hulk persona that is impossible to manage once unleashed. With immense power at his disposal, he finds himself limited to mere leaps on the planet, unable to fly. At that moment, Doctor Strange, observing the Hulk's uncontrollable rampage from a distance, swiftly cast a magical prison, ensnaring the Hulk and rendering him powerless. Amidst the chaos of battle, fireworks erupted in the distance as Captain Marvel transformed into a projectile, obliterating one cosmic warship after another, even targeting an interstellar fortress, crashing into it headlong. Witnessing this, Thanos prepared to intervene, fully aware that if left unchecked, Captain Marvel could decimate his forces single-handedly. Suddenly, a barrage of mini-missiles surged towards him. With a series of thunderous explosions, Thanos emerged unscathed. Observing this, Iron Man soared toward the scene in his anti-Thanos armor, commanding, "Stop right there." Thanos merely glanced over his shoulder, his left hand's Mind Stone flickering once more. In the blink of an eye, Iron Man's eyes shone with a blue light, and he turned away, loudly proclaiming, "Join the glorious evolution." In the next moment, he unleashed a torrent of firepower against his former comrades, causing chaos among his allies. However, Professor X acted swiftly, placing his hands at his temples to invade Iron Man's mental realm, breaking Thanos' control. He then proceeded to liberate the Hulk from his bondage. As he gazed upon Thanos, his mental prowess surged once more. Yet, it met an impenetrable barrier, akin to striking steel, rendering it incapable of breaching his opponent's mental realm. At that moment, Thanos let out a sudden chuckle, relinquishing his grip on the mental domain. Soon after, a fierce battle of minds ensued between him and Professor X. In that instant, Professor X found himself engulfed in an endless void, shrouded in darkness. Before him loomed the towering figure of Thanos, adorned with the Infinity Stones, emanating an orange glow. "Do not!" came a furious roar, as Professor X's expression shifted rapidly, oscillating between hues of blue and purple. Gradually, however, he settled into a state of calm, his gaze towards Thanos brimming with profound admiration. Thanos was wielding the power of the Soul Stone, initiating a transformation at the very essence of Professor X's being. This alteration was incomparable to mere mental control. While it required substantial energy and was not as swift in effect, it was undeniably potent. Although an eternity seemed to pass in the mental realm, merely a second elapsed in the physical world. Before long, Thanos withdrew from the mental sphere and soared towards Captain Marvel. Meanwhile, Professor X revealed a sinister smile. However, before he could make a move, Doctor Strange had already ceased casting spells for the assembled heroes and turned his attention to Professor X, forming intricate hand seals once more. Consequently, Professor X promptly succumbed to unconsciousness. Clearly, within the confines of the Time Stone, Doctor Strange had foreseen this very scenario. Chapter 78. The fish bites the hook. Thanos gazed at Doctor Strange, who was situated several kilometers away, when an instinctive feeling surged within him. Doctor Strange was indeed the most pivotal piece chosen by the celestial beings. Eliminating him could resolve everything swiftly. With this thought, his eyes narrowed. And after a brief moment of calculation, he gripped his weapon, the tyrant's cleaver, and charged forward. At that moment, a torrent of metal surged towards him. Realizing the imminent threat, he halted and swung his blade. With a thunderous roar, the metallic wave was instantly shattered. However, the scattered fragments quickly reassembled and continued their relentless advance. Although the damage was minimal, the incessant onslaught was a nuisance, obstructing his vision. Thanos recognized this as the manifestation of an enemy's superpower. Only by eliminating the wielder of this ability could the metallic flood be ceased. If memory served him correctly, there was indeed a character in Marvel capable of manipulating magnetic fields. Who was it again? Meanwhile, approximately 7 to 8 kilometers away, Magneto concealed himself among the crowd, exerting his powers to direct the nearby metallic torrent towards his adversary. Initially, he intended to control Thanos' armor and weaponry. However, the overwhelming energy emanating from Thanos proved too formidable. His attempts to influence the magnetic field were futile, forcing him to resort to controlling distant metals instead. At this juncture, Mr. Fantastic had returned to the fray. Thanos had previously held back his attack, and with Mr. Fantastic's body having transformed into rubber, he quickly recuperated. Upon witnessing Thanos ensnared by the metallic wave, he couldn't help but revel in his triumph. "Thanos, surrender willingly. This is Magneto, a master of magnetic manipulation, commanding all metals." Hearing this, Thanos turned to regard Mr. Fantastic with an appreciative glint in his eye, and in the blink of an eye, he vanished from sight. A realization dawned upon him. Magneto was that old man with a mane of white hair and a helmet. In the next instant, he materialized before Magneto, his tyrant's cleaver descending mercilessly. Magneto's aged visage reflected bewilderment as he faced Thanos' onslaught, too stunned to react. Only the protective shield conjured by Doctor Strange flickered momentarily. Yet in the following heartbeat, Thanos' weapon breached the barrier, severing Magneto's head. Instantly, the tremendous internal and external pressure caused blood to erupt from Magneto's body as if it were a mere commodity, while his head floated in the vacuum. Staring blankly at Mr. Fantastic with eyes filled with confusion, as if questioning why he had been targeted. After vanquishing Magneto, Thanos surveyed the peculiar adversaries around him, particularly one adorned with wings. With a few swift strokes, he dispatched them all. Just then, a red laser beam suddenly shot towards him. However, upon impact, it inflicted no harm, merely a warm sensation. Turning his gaze, he discerned a short-haired Caucasian man standing before him. The beam of laser emanated from the eyes of the opponent. Beside him stood a stunning young woman with flowing red hair. However, it was evident that her mental state was unstable, exhibiting signs of distress. In an instant, he darted to the side of the illuminated-eyed man and swiftly severed him into several pieces. Upon witnessing the murder of one of her boyfriends, Sheen's expression morphed into one of disbelief, followed by a piercing scream. With that scream, an overwhelming surge of Phoenix power began to swell within her. Her eyes turned a deep crimson, and the veins on her body became pronounced. For Sheen, she had never before witnessed so many lives extinguished in a single day, leading to profound psychological trauma. Ever since her confrontation with Thanos in the vacuum of space, her mental state had been precarious. Now, seeing her boyfriend slain, she completely shattered. Thus, her first persona began to assert dominance. Indeed, it was the original persona. Sheen had awakened the Phoenix power in her childhood, but due to her inability to control it, it resulted in catastrophic consequences for her parents and even her entire town. This led to immense guilt and remorse. At that time, the young Professor X discovered her and helped seal her Phoenix power, along with her primary persona and the haunting memories of her past. Consequently, for years, only her second persona had surfaced. Now, with Professor X's soul twisted by Thanos, the seal had weakened. Coupled with the deaths of her comrades and the dismemberment of her boyfriend, her first persona re-emerged. Soon, the Phoenix power coursed through her body, transforming into tendrils radiating red light, akin to angelic wings fluttering behind her. Thanos, upon witnessing the Phoenix power, recalled the information he had previously encountered. The Phoenix power harbored nearly infinite energy, capable of exponentially enhancing its host's abilities, rendering them immortal. It could even manipulate subatomic particles, effortlessly obliterating any spatial dimension or timeline, as well as resurrecting or annihilating all entities within the universe, including the universe itself. While destroying a universe may not seem particularly formidable in the Marvel realm, it underscored the immense potential of the Phoenix power. Observing that the host of this power did not immediately turn her wrath upon him, but instead directed hostility towards everyone, Thanos suddenly grasped the situation. He glanced at Doctor Strange in the distance, clenched his left fist, and felt the orange soul stone on the Infinity Gauntlet begin to shimmer. Doctor Strange, situated several kilometers away, quickly noticed Thanos' movements and eagerly exclaimed, "This is our only chance. Everyone, let's go." In the timeline he foresaw, Thanos would take 2 seconds to control Sheen. Those 2 seconds would be the crux of their victory or defeat. With that, he swiftly traced a circle in front of him, and a portal materialized instantaneously. "Mantis!" he shouted, and Mantis, understanding the cue, leapt into the portal. Immediately, a portal materialized above Thanos. At that moment, a subtle smile crept upon his lips as he turned and seized the neck of the Mantis. Without hesitation, he exerted a forceful grip. With a sickening sound, her brain burst forth like a ripe watermelon. Though 5 centuries had dulled his memory of most narratives, he distinctly recalled the pivotal scene from Avengers Endgame when Star-Lord delivered a powerful punch. The crux of that storyline revolved around Mantis and Doctor Strange, one capable of hypnotizing celestial beings and the other wielding the time stone that could reverse temporal events. Knowing the plot, it was inconceivable for him not to prepare, especially with the knowledge that Doctor Strange was intent on rescuing Star-Lord alongside Mantis. In his previous encounter with Professor X, he could have effortlessly controlled him with the Mind Stone. Yet he chose to employ the Soul Stone to grant Doctor Strange an opportunity. To his surprise, the opponent did not fall for the ruse, prompting him to continue his enticement with the host of the Phoenix Force. Astonishingly, the bait had indeed taken. Chapter 79. The Collapse of the Narrative in the Distance. Doctor Strange observed with growing trepidation as events unfolded in a manner that diverged drastically from the established timeline. A chill swept over him, and he could not suppress a tremor. He had distinctly witnessed the Wasp subduing Thanos, after which the team advanced to seize the Infinity Gauntlet, with Wanda taking the lead to collectively vanquish their foe. While many occurrences had initially strayed from his foresight, the overall trajectory had remained intact. Little did he anticipate that the plan, which had only just commenced, would swiftly reach its conclusion. Without the Wasp's control, the team was rendered incapable of disarming Thanos. How could they contend with this formidable adversary? Meanwhile, the Guardians of the Galaxy stood in disbelief, gazing at the lifeless body of the Wasp. Their companion, who had stood by them for so long, and had even saved their lives on multiple occasions, had met her untimely demise. This was especially poignant for Gamora, who watched her merciless father continue his slaughter. She felt a profound estrangement from him, despite his tyrannical nature and unyielding demeanor. She recalled a time when he relished in training rather than indulging in bloodlust. To claim she did not love her father would be false. After all, decades of nurture and emotional bonds could not be so easily severed. In a moment, she soared toward Thanos, tears streaming down her face as she vehemently rebuked him. Father, is this what you desire? Endless killing and destruction? Why can we not coexist in peace? At that moment, Thanos had just seized a small assailant attempting to ambush him. This individual, clad in sleek black armor, resembled a diminutive wildcat. Though lacking in strength, the armor was remarkable, forged from vibranium and capable of absorbing energy. Upon hearing Gamora's words, Thanos tightened his grip and extinguished the life of the attacker before turning to face his daughter. Coexistence? They will either learn to submit or perish. And only then will peace be attainable. In truth, he had never contemplated peaceful relations with Earth. Had he intended that, he would not have launched a direct assault with the interstellar fortress. Gamora, unable to accept this transformation, questioned, Father, you were not always like this. What has changed you? At that moment, several bald women clad in red uniforms, witnessing their king's demise at Thanos' hands, were consumed by fury. They brandished their long spears and charged forth, declaring, For Wakanda, for our king. Thanos swiftly dispatched them, shattering their magical shields, and proclaimed, Do you truly understand my ideals? With that, he lost interest in continuing the conversation with his daughter. After casting one of the attackers aside, he soared toward Doctor Strange. If he could eliminate this adversary, a significant portion of his troubles would be resolved. However, the heroes of Earth were numerous, and soon another figure stood in his path. This individual, clad in a crimson coat and wielding twin swords, spoke with an air of bravado. You must be Thanos, am I correct? I advise you to return whence you came. Otherwise, should I take action, your role may be rendered obsolete. You must understand that I am. Before the opponent could finish, Thanos impatiently swung his blade, severing the foe's head. He realized he may have overestimated the superheroes of the Blue Planet, as many were merely present without any real prowess. Just as he prepared to advance, the previous voice echoed once more. You've hurt me. I'm quite irate now. Astonishingly, the individual whose head had been decapitated pressed his hand against his neck and swiftly healed. From a distance, Doctor Strange breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, Deadpool had not faltered. In the future he had glimpsed, Deadpool, with his undying nature, had managed to entangle Thanos long enough for them to dismantle the enemy's interstellar fortress and cosmic battleships. However, at that moment, Mr. Fantastic spoke again. Thanos, this is Deadpool. His abilities. But before he could finish, he suddenly found himself unable to speak, turning to see Doctor Strange glaring at him with a face like thunder. His hands shimmering with magical energy, Mr. Fantastic felt a pang of discomfort. He understood his limitations and merely wished to uplift the spirits of his comrades. Yet why was he silenced? On the battlefield, upon hearing the name Deadpool, Thanos immediately recalled who stood before him. It was said in unrecognized comics that this individual had ravaged the entire Marvel Universe, even pursuing the author to his very home, possessing an almost immortal regenerative ability. He could resurrect as long as a single cell or molecule remained. However, the one before Thanos clearly lacked such power. Moreover, there was another rumor regarding his contest for the favor of the goddess of death. Yet, he was no longer a sycophant of death, rendering that aspect moot. Now that he recognized his opponent, it became straightforward. The full force of annihilation surged once more and enveloped his blade, slicing forward. Empowered by the force of annihilation, Deadpool was swiftly reduced to mere fragments, obliterated at the cellular level. Indeed, he could speak no more. Consequently, he immediately flew towards Doctor Strange, resolved to hold back no longer. Having understood that the chess player could not intervene, he felt no hesitation. In the past, when facing Captain Marvel, he could have dispatched her but refrained out of fear of the unknown. Now aware that those entities could neither act nor act freely, he had nothing to fear and would strike decisively. Meanwhile, the surrounding battlefield had gradually clarified. The Black Order, faced with the overwhelming numbers of superheroes, though reduced to mere self-preservation, would not falter just yet. They could even take down a few careless adversaries. This was primarily due to the insufferable magical shield, which allowed numerous superheroes to disregard attacks of relatively low intensity. Lao Fei wielded the Frost Box, relentlessly encasing the surrounding superheroes in ice. Even when the magical shields were activated, they struggled to withstand the formidable power of the Frost Box. Hela's combat displayed an almost graceful quality. She resembled a dancer, each twist of her body sending forth several black swords. Although the adversaries possessed magical shields, striking with more than 5 black blades simultaneously would breach their defenses and eliminate the target. In the distance, the cosmic battleships achieved little, reduced to mere targets for the superheroes of the Blue Planet to annihilate. With both sides' elite forces entangled, these cosmic vessels dared not fire indiscriminately. At that moment, a massive burst of flame erupted in the distance. Captain Marvel emerged, radiating a brilliant red light. Having just obliterated an interstellar fortress and now poised to advance to her next target. Chapter 80. The darkened Doctor Strange gazed at the approaching Thanos, despair evident in his eyes. Within the Time Stone, Deadpool was far from easily vanquished. Indeed, the Ancient One was correct. Time is utterly unpredictable. Yet, it was far too late to lament this now. Should Thanos remain unopposed, the universe would inevitably face its doom. Only one final opportunity remained. With this thought, he turned to Wanda, who clutched the Darkhold. A fleeting moment of resoluteness flickered in his gaze. In countless timelines, he had glimpsed another path to victory, one that involved seizing the Darkhold, surrendering to darkness, and becoming irretrievably lost. The reason for this irrevocability lay in his vision of harnessing the immense power of the Darkhold to slay Thanos, only to become a second Thanos himself, initiating the destruction of the world. Thus, upon acquiring the Darkhold, he had decisively entrusted it to Wanda, scarcely daring to touch it, fearful of its temptation. However, he found himself compelled to wield the Darkhold now. It was the sole means to defeat Thanos and save the universe. For the sake of cosmic peace and all life within it, he understood that he must sacrifice himself. With this resolution, Doctor Strange's eyes shone with determination as he extended his hand. In a flash of brilliance, a magical whip materialized, striking Wanda. A delicate, anguished cry escaped her lips. Clutching her wounded shoulder, tears welled in her eyes as she looked at Doctor Strange in bewilderment. She had been on edge at the sight of Thanos approaching, thus completely unprepared for Strange's assault. Were they not allies in the fight against Thanos? Why would Doctor Strange harm her? In that moment, she had entirely forgotten her own mastery of chaos magic and had not even considered retaliation. Having only recently emerged from the Hydra base and devoid of the experiences from the events of Avengers, Infinity War, her mind was as unblemished as a blank canvas. I am sorry. This is the only way to save the world, Doctor Strange thought, his intent not to kill Wanda but merely to seize the Darkhold and depart. Yet, at that instant, a surge of deep purple energy erupted, forcing him to halt his portal's activation and hastily conjure a protective shield. With a resounding boom, the power of annihilation clashed against the golden shield, emitting a dazzling brilliance. Thanos, having perceived Strange's attempt to flee, unleashed a powerful energy attack. His force of destruction was evidently mightier than Strange's own magic. Even with the Book of Vishanti at his disposal, the shield was soon shattered. However, the mages surrounding Doctor Strange swiftly erected a second shield, buying him precious moments. Just as Thanos prepared to press his advantage and eliminate his foe, a woman clad in a red and blue bodysuit, wielding a circular shield, suddenly appeared. The adversary gripped their shield tightly, astonishingly withstanding his energy onslaught, then proclaimed loudly, "Thanos, I can fight you." Yet before she could finish her sentence, she noticed Thanos had bypassed her, his blade slicing through the air. In a fleeting moment, her vision began to blur, and in her last glimpse, she seemingly beheld her lower half. Thanos did not waste words on these unfamiliar minions. After effortlessly dispatching them, he intended to continue his pursuit of Doctor Strange, but discovered that the latter had already opened a portal, preparing to escape. After all, the Darkhold was not an artifact that would instantly amplify one's power. It required the study of its dark magic to truly become formidable. Thus, he resolved to flee to a secluded location to master the dark arts and ultimately vanquish Thanos to save the world. As he observed Thanos advancing, he cast a spell, propelling Wanda aside to buy himself time. "I'm sorry, this is for the universe." With that, he plunged headlong into the portal without a backward glance. "Please, no? Help." As Wanda, the red-haired woman, cried out in terror, Thanos hesitated momentarily, his weapon poised to strike. In her eyes, he perceived not only fear but also helplessness, sorrow, and confusion, complex emotions devoid of hatred or resentment. Here stood a woman untouched by the harshness of the world, her heart still untainted. Thus, he reached out, seizing her by the neck. "Ah, please don't kill me. Woe is me." Wanda was engulfed in terror. She recalled Doctor Strange's description of Thanos as a being who required the consumption of human lives to sleep, one who delighted in annihilating planets for sport, among other heinous acts. Now, in his grasp, she wondered if he might consume her pretty little head in one bite, perhaps starting from the bottom to lessen the pain. While Wanda's mind spiraled with dread, a deep, resonant voice filled her ears. "Mortal, what is your name?" Instinctively, she replied in a faint whisper, "Wanda." "Ah?" Upon hearing her name, Thanos lifted her as one would a chick, scrutinizing her with curiosity. He recalled the narrative of Doctor Strange too, where this little one would, in the future, wield the Darkhold, traversing the multiverse to obliterate the Illuminati. Yet, no matter how he looked at it, the ruthless Scarlet Witch and the timid girl before him seemed worlds apart. This could not be the Wanda of this universe. At that moment, with tears welling in her eyes, Wanda pleaded, Mr. Thanos, if you intend to eat me, could you please allow me to clean myself first? I fear I'm dirty. Hearing this, a rare smile flickered across Thanos' fearsome purple visage. Little one, war is not suited for you. With that, he released her, abandoning any thoughts of slaughter. At that moment, a woman clad in a black, form-fitting combat suit, her long hair as dark as night, soared through the air accompanied by several subordinates. Captain Carter. Witnessing the shattered shield and the dismembered Captain Carter left them utterly astounded. Captain Daisy, what should we do now? Countless lives have been lost, and Professor X has gone mad. Have we truly failed? Even Doctor Strange has fled. Before they could exchange further words, Daisy's subordinates noticed that Thanos had turned his gaze towards them, instilling a sense of dread within their hearts. After mere minutes of slaughter, it was evident that the presence of their adversary had instilled fear in all those present. To suggest that killing superheroes was akin to slaughtering chickens would not be an exaggeration. The once mighty superheroes, who usually exuded confidence and bravado, now refrained from confronting Thanos, opting instead to linger at the outskirts, looking for opportunities to provoke the Black Order. Just as the multitude of superheroes succumbed to despair, a sudden burst of brilliant light appeared in the distance. These beams of light struck Thanos' forces, resulting in a series of explosive detonations. Thunderous roars echoed through the air. Thanos turned to see a bizarre fleet of hundreds of thousands of cosmic warships approaching. At the forefront stood Thor, wielding the Stormbreaker. Chapter 81, The Alliance of Gods. Thanos. I have returned. With a thunderous roar, Thor brandished his Stormbreaker and charged forth at a velocity akin to light. Thanos, finally confronted by a worthy adversary, summoned the apocalyptic force within him once more. After dispatching several foes previously, he had deemed them insignificant and had not exerted his full might. Subsequently, he activated his dominion and unleashed the power of the Infinity Gauntlet. With a resounding crash, Stormbreaker clashed violently with the Tyrant's blade, unleashing a formidable shockwave that sent nearby superheroes and Thanos' minions sprawling. Even the interstellar fortress beneath them cracked under the pressure. Thanos discerned that while Thor's strength had indeed escalated, it still paled in comparison to his own. With a deft maneuver, he swung the Tyrant's blade once more, delivering a vicious slash. Despite Thor's desperate retreat, a gash was carved into his side, golden blood gushing forth. He bellowed in fury as arcs of electricity crackled around him, and he swung his axe down again. Yet, his combat prowess was clearly inferior to Odin's. Thanos effortlessly dodged the attack with a swift sidestep, retaliating with a swift strike that left another wound on Thor. Any ordinary individual would have retreated by now. However, blinded by rage, Thor raised Stormbreaker once more to strike. Mere moments later, he was already battered and bloodied, golden fluid streaming from his wounds, his movements slowing. In that instant, a glint of cold malice flickered in Thanos' eyes. The Mind Stone within the Infinity Gauntlet began to emit an eerie yellow glow. In the next moment, Thor found himself momentarily stunned, drawn into the realm of the Mind Stone. But soon, his armor flickered, pulling him back from the mental abyss. Yet, at that moment, Thanos' Tyrant's blade descended mercilessly. With a sickening thud, the blade severed Thor's right hand, which clutched Stormbreaker. Echoed Thor's anguished scream throughout the cosmos. Thanos, undeterred, aimed the blade at Thor's neck, reflecting on the prolonged struggle they had endured. Since his arrival in the galaxy, years had passed, and they had battled on multiple occasions. Yet Thor always eluded capture, draining Thanos' patience. Suddenly, a fierce roar rang out from a distance. Stop! As the command reverberated, a bolt of golden lightning surged toward Thanos. This lightning, swift as thought, traversed the 20,000 kilometers in the blink of an eye, poised to strike should Thanos persist in his assault. Typically, Thanos would cease his attack to defend against the impending onslaught. However, a fleeting glimmer of ferocity flashed in Thanos' eyes, and the cataclysmic force surged through his entire being as he continued his relentless assault. A sickening sound erupted as Thor's agonizing scream abruptly ceased. The disparity in pressure, both internal and external, caused golden blood to spray forth from his severed head. In the next moment, Thanos found himself under attack from his adversary. A bolt of lightning pierced his body, accompanied by a cacophony of crackling sounds. Ordinary lightning would scarcely be sufficient to even tickle him, yet this particular strike elicited a sensation of numbness and soreness throughout his form. Strangely enough, it felt rather pleasant. Indeed, far more potent than typical lightning, for it is his resilience, akin to that of a star, that constitutes his greatest strength, not merely his raw power or combat prowess. At that moment, a frantic voice echoed from a distance. You are courting death. Soon, a deluge of lightning manifested, cascading towards Thanos in relentless succession. Yet, he stood his ground, allowing the strikes to rain upon him without flinching or evading. After a brief respite, he comfortably squinted his eyes, as if the tension that had accumulated in his muscles from rigorous training was finally easing, sweeping away his fatigue entirely. No, he mused. I cannot simply kill this fellow. I must capture him and have him deliver such sensations to me daily. Turning his gaze, he finally discerned the newcomer, a middle-aged Caucasian man with shoulder-length brown curls, clad in resplendent, form-fitting armor adorned with a white skirt, wielding a divine artifact resembling a bolt of lightning. It appeared to be Zeus, the king of the pantheon. Thanos, of course, was well aware of this deity, given that his former domain, the Panlong star system, belonged to the League of Gods. It was no wonder that Thor had not been seen amidst the fray. He had gone in search of reinforcements from the League. At this moment, Zeus, observing Thanos being struck repeatedly by his assault, felt elated. Thanos, if you lay down your weapons and surrender, relinquishing all your territories, I shall spare your life. His artifact, known as Thunder, possessed not only an infallible accuracy but also a paralyzing effect. Any foe struck, regardless of their capacity to withstand the damage, would find themselves immobilized. Utilizing this trait, he had orchestrated countless traps against enemies, securing numerous victories. Upon hearing Zeus's words, Thanos could only shake his head in resignation. The next instant, he traversed over 10,000 kilometers, appearing directly before his opponent. This sudden movement halted Zeus in his tracks, as he had presumed Thanos to be incapacitated by thunder. Completely unprepared for his proximity, the speed was astonishing. Yet, as the king of the gods, Zeus possessed considerable combat experience. He swiftly activated the teleportation ability of Thunder, vanishing from his original location. When he reappeared, he found himself amidst a fleet 10,000 kilometers away. However, in the following heartbeat, he was rendered speechless. Thanos remained directly before him, while his surrounding forces had inexplicably vanished. How could this be? To comprehend the extraordinary teleportation ability he wielded, one must ponder how his opponent could possibly match his swiftness. Zeus scarcely had time to react before he beheld his adversary brandishing a fearsome greatsword, which was then brought down upon him. In an instant, he felt his consciousness fading away. However, almost immediately, the golden armor adorning his form flickered momentarily, restoring his awareness. Upon regaining consciousness, Zeus promptly assessed his body, relieved to find himself intact, not cleaved in two. With a sigh of relief, he acknowledged his survival. Yet, at that moment, he discovered Thanos had closed the distance, the yellow radiance of the Infinity Gauntlet pulsating ominously. This illumination reminded Zeus of the Mind Stone, capable of manipulation and illusion. Was that the phantasm he had just experienced? There was no time for further contemplation, for Thanos, wielding the tyrant's blade, soared toward him once more, delivering another devastating strike. Once again, the brilliance of his armor flickered, and Zeus regained his consciousness. However, this time, he felt an overwhelming fatigue enveloping his spirit, and the golden glow of his armor had notably dimmed. In that moment, Thanos reappeared at his side, his weapon poised to strike again. Chapter 82. In the name of love, the League of Gods, being one of the 10 great alliances in the universe, undoubtedly possesses remarkable qualities. They wield unique divine technology and civilization, exemplified by Asgard's planet-destroying cannon and the Rainbow Bridge, which are manifestations of their divine power. At this moment, Thanos' forces found themselves in retreat, overwhelmed by the formidable fleet of the League of Gods. This was partly due to the element of surprise. Yet it also underscored that the technological prowess of the League was not inferior to that of other civilizations. Currently, Zeus had taken refuge within his fleet, and Thanos, of course, was not reckless enough to charge him blindly. After all, hundreds of thousands of interstellar warships were not mere decorations. Thus, he resorted to the power of the Mind Stone, attempting to eliminate Zeus on a mental plane. To his astonishment, Zeus's armor, in addition to its physical defenses, exhibited considerable resistance to psychic attacks, allowing him to withstand repeated mental assaults. It appeared that Thanos would not be able to vanquish his opponent in the short term. As Thanos pondered how to confront the fleet of the League of Gods, a brilliant light flared up behind him. Turning to look, he discovered that Captain Marvel had already destroyed the second war fortress and was now advancing towards the third. Including this interstellar stronghold, 3 had been lost in this conflict. This could not continue. He could not allow further destruction. With this thought, Thanos abandoned his pursuit of Zeus and began to move towards Captain Marvel. Captain Marvel, upon seeing Thanos charging towards her, felt a surge of conflicting emotions. The shadow of their last encounter loomed large. A single punch had nearly been her demise. However, recalling the extraordinary adventures she had experienced over the years, along with her significantly enhanced powers, instilled in her a great deal of confidence. She had transformed into her binary form, possessing the might of the universe. Quickly, she mustered her courage and propelled herself towards the unknown expanse of the universe at near light speed. Only a fool would confront Thanos head-on. Did she not observe how numerous superheroes had been effortlessly felled, like vegetables? Even Thor had been reduced to mere pulp after a few strikes. Though she was arrogant, proud, and self-assured, she still retained the reasoning of a rational person. Was it not wiser to engage in guerrilla warfare throughout the galaxy rather than court unnecessary danger? Surely, living was preferable. Thanos, witnessing Captain Marvel's swift escape at near-light speed, merely shook his head in disdain. Soon, his gaze shifted to the remaining superheroes. After relentless skirmishes, the once numerous assembly of over 100 superheroes had dwindled to just over 40. Among them were the Guardians of the Galaxy, consisting of 5 members, along with Mr. Fantastic, Wanda, Iron Man, the Hulk, and a rampaging Jean Grey, who was unleashing indiscriminate attacks. Additionally, there were approximately 30 more unknown mutants, sorcerers from Kamartaj, knights from the Round Table, warriors from Atlantis, S.H.I.E.L.D., agents, and members of the Nova Corps. This battle had nearly captured the entirety of Blue Star's main superhero forces. At this juncture, with his hands free, Thanos swiftly advanced towards these superheroes. Star-Lord, perceiving the grim situation, immediately spoke up. Everyone, we should retreat for now. Rocket Raccoon gazed intently at the machine gun in his hands, nodding in agreement as he exclaimed, "Indeed, let us flee." Even the typically obstinate Drax and the taciturn Groot nodded in unison. Consequently, the members of the Guardians of the Galaxy and the Nova Corps swiftly vacated the battlefield, resolutely preparing to escape the solar system. Observing this, Thanos immediately soared towards Star-Lord and his companions. After all, this individual had abducted his daughter and sought to eliminate his son-in-law. It was impossible for him to quell his rage without exacting revenge. However, at that moment, Gamora stepped in front of him, arms outstretched, and with a pleading expression implored, "Father, I beseech you, cease this madness. You have already taken enough lives." At that juncture, despair had thoroughly engulfed her, and she recognized the futility of persuading her obstinate father. Thus, she resolved to stay behind, intending to sacrifice herself to afford her comrades a chance to escape. If they could find safety, perhaps it could alleviate her father's burdens, even if just slightly. She believed that every action she took was for the sake of the universe and to lessen her father's bloodshed. Even in death, there would be a semblance of honor. Yet, what awaited her was her father's frigid gaze and the sharp edge of his blade. Resigned, she closed her eyes, tears cascading down her cheeks. Suspended in the vacuum of space, she hoped fervently that Star-Lord and the others would escape and that her father might comprehend her intentions. No. At that moment, a heart-wrenching cry erupted from behind her, the voice of Star-Lord. However, in the vast emptiness of space, his words seemed almost surreal. Although the nearby war fortifications provided a modicum of air, they failed to carry sound effectively. Upon hearing Star-Lord's voice, Gamora trembled. She knew he must be in agony. Yet if she did not remain, none would survive. Thanos gazed at his daughter, his heart as cold as ancient ice, yet a flicker of paternal love stirred within him. He had extended every possible mercy to her. He understood that Gamora had been influenced by the manipulator, causing her thoughts and beliefs to shift. He had even attempted to use the Soul Stone to restore her to her former self, but the manipulator's power surpassed that of the Soul Stone, leading to his failure. "Gamora, I hope that in death you may reclaim your true self, free from control." In the next instant, a glimmer of cold light flashed. Gamora's body began to disintegrate into dust, vanishing into the cosmos. In her final moments, she revealed a look of liberation. Thanos, unable to bear the sight, turned away from his daughter, then directed his fury towards the retreating Star-Lord, striking once more. The next moment, a deep purple blade of annihilation surged forth. After delivering his blow, Thanos no longer concerned himself with the outcome of the battle. Instead, he proclaimed loudly, "Obsidian 5, heed my command." Upon hearing this, the Obsidian 5 promptly flew before Thanos, kneeling in the void. "What are your orders, my lord?" Thanos pivoted his blade, gesturing towards the approaching army of the Alliance of Gods, and declared, "You shall command the troops to repel the Alliance of Gods." The 5 Dark Generals nodded affirmatively and declared, "We shall resolutely fulfill our mission." Satisfied, Thanos acknowledged their commitment with a nod before soaring towards the blue planet without a glance back. The Time Stone, currently in the possession of Doctor Strange, was unlikely to be acquired anytime soon. However, the Space Stone was not to be allowed to escape. The Infinity Stones represented his primary objective in this assault on the blue planet. Characters such as Star-Lord and Captain Marvel were merely obstacles in his path. Since these impediments had chosen to flee, his immediate focus would naturally be on locating the Space Stone rather than pursuing them. To do otherwise would be a misallocation of priorities. Just as he was about to depart, he suddenly witnessed the rampaging air of the Phoenix Force, whose explosive power was escalating to the point of threatening his fleet. He raised his left hand once more, and a flicker of yellow light emanated from it. Fueled by the Mind Stone, his foe quickly succumbed to unconsciousness. Such was the vulnerability of the superheroes of the blue planet. Their surging power often outpaced their other attributes, rendering them deeply flawed. Though the heir of the Phoenix Force possessed formidable mental strength, her consciousness was in disarray, leaving her unable to control either herself or this overwhelming power. Consequently, he was able to subdue her with ease. In the next moment, he grasped her at the waist, intending to take her to the blue planet. The reason for sparing her life was his intent to explore methods of harnessing the Phoenix Force for his own cultivation. Chapter 83. I have arrived in the vicinity of Jupiter within the solar system. A realm that was once shrouded in the profound silence of the void has transformed into an unprecedented spectacle of chaos. Over 1 million cosmic warships engage in relentless exchange of fire, illuminating the surrounding darkness with flashes of light. Each radiant burst signifies the destruction of yet another warship. Among the coalition of gods, Zeus, drenched in perspiration, closes his eyes, his body trembling slightly. After a moment, he suddenly opens his bloodshot eyes, gasping for breath. He realizes that Thanos has not materialized before him, and his trepidation begins to wane. At this juncture, his subordinates, witnessing their sovereign regain composure, gather around him. Your Majesty, what are our next steps? Thanos' fleet has begun its counterattack, and we have suffered considerable losses. Moreover, Hela is a veritable harbinger of destruction, having obliterated hundreds of our ships. Thor is deceased. Please, Your Majesty, issue your next command. Previously, Zeus's demeanor had been exceedingly alarming, rendering them hesitant to approach him. As the clamor of his subordinates escalated, he bellowed, "Silence." The gods promptly fell silent. Although Zeus was notorious for his indulgent ways and often unreliable, they dared not defy him, given his formidable offspring. After a brief interlude, Zeus finally emerged from his state of fear and inquired, "What is the status of the battlefield?" Your Majesty, for reasons unknown, Thanos has abruptly vacated the battlefield. The enemy forces are now commanded by the Black Obsidian Five, with Hela and Laufey spearheading the assault. Our losses are substantial. Our ranks were already inferior to those of the enemy, and we lack capable opponents to confront Hela and Laufey. Indeed, Your Majesty. Our losses are considerable, echoed another. Hearing this, Zeus sighed. It is regrettable that my son, Hercules, is absent. Otherwise, these scoundrels would not have dared to run amok. While he lamented his son's absence as the reason for their inability to contend with the enemy, the underlying implication was a desire to retreat. After all, he had no significant interest in the Milky Way. His assistance to Thor had been motivated by a desire to consolidate the remnants of the Asgardian pantheon and to assess Thanos' strength. Now that Thor lay slain and Thanos proved unexpectedly formidable, the notion of engaging in a protracted conflict seemed unwarranted. Yet, as the king of the pantheon, retreating in disgrace was hardly palatable, thus he sought a graceful exit. The gods quickly grasped the situation and began to counsel him. Your Majesty, with the absence of the mighty Hercules, perhaps we should consider a temporary withdrawal. When Hercules arrives, we can then address Thanos at our convenience. Indeed, Thanos is nothing but a brash brute. He is not worth our relentless struggle. Yes, the planets under Thanos' dominion are in utter disarray. We could easily incite rebellion among the indigenous populations, causing Thanos to falter and then gradually reclaim our strength. This notion is rather clever. There is no need to engage in a futile confrontation with a brute. Instead, we can gradually undermine the foundation of our adversary. Zeus, upon hearing the words of his divine followers, nodded in satisfaction, though he remarked, "You speak wisely." However, to simply withdraw might lead Thanos to believe we fear him. Therefore, let us first eradicate the enemy's vanguard and impart a lesson to Thanos. With that, he raised his head with a smile, akin to a proud rooster basking in victory. His subordinates immediately began to flatter him profusely. In his delight, Zeus seized the hand of the goddess beside him, embodying the spirit of the Olympian deities to perfection. Meanwhile, in the blue planet, Thanos, accompanied by the inheritor of the Phoenix Force, arrived above the land of America during the deep of night, when the temperature was mild, suggesting it was summer. The lights of civilization illuminated the dark earth below. Yet, no matter how brilliant the illumination, it could not penetrate the darkness within the hearts of its inhabitants. Thanos' formidable mental prowess allowed him to acutely perceive the shadows lurking beneath the radiance: armed robberies, racial discrimination, gang violence, and human trafficking, among other evils, transpiring incessantly across this land. However, this state of affairs was soon to be rectified, as a peaceful world was on the horizon, because he had arrived. Sensing a surge of spatial energy, he soared down to the territory of S-H-I-E-L-D, where he beheld the Tesseract in a dormant state. This indicated that Doctor Strange had not retreated back to the blue planet, for he would never abandon the Space Stone. This revelation left Thanos somewhat perturbed, for Doctor Strange's Time Stone allowed glimpses into the future. Unless the opponent willingly revealed themselves, capture was nearly impossible. At that moment, Hawkeye and Black Widow, along with 12 S-H-I-E-L-D soldiers, stood guard beside the Tesseract. Their inadequate strength rendered them incapable of surviving even briefly in the vastness of space, thus they remained grounded, awaiting Doctor Strange's signal to open the portal for the returning heroes. However, it appeared they would not receive such a signal. As Thanos' towering purple form descended, Hawkeye was the first to sense something amiss. "Who are you?" "This is S-H-I-E-L-D territory, and outsiders are forbidden entry." With that, he swiftly drew his bowstring, taking aim at the intruder. Black Widow promptly activated the alarm system, unsheathing 2 pistols from her thighs, directing them towards the foe. The remaining 12 S-H-I-E-L-D soldiers raised their machine guns, disengaging the safety mechanisms. Thanos remained silent, extending his left hand, which emitted a fleeting yellow light. In the next instant, the 12 S-H-I-E-L-D soldiers found blue light flickering in their eyes, causing their weapons to pivot towards Hawkeye and Black Widow. The sound of gunfire erupted incessantly, as Hawkeye and Black Widow were clearly unprepared for such decisive action from the enemy, who launched their assault without so much as a greeting. Soon, they were riddled with bullets, lifeless beyond recovery. At the level of Thanos, there is evidently no intention for communication with beings that could be crushed with a mere finger. Without the slightest pause, he soared directly to the front of the Tesseract. At that moment, the controlled S-H-I-E-L-D soldiers around him knelt on one knee. Suddenly, a shoulder-mounted missile was launched towards Thanos. With a thunderous roar, a massive cloud of dust was instantly raised. The assailant was none other than Nick, the one-eyed, bald director of S-H-I-E-L-D. After discarding the single-man missile launcher from his shoulder, he quickly drew a machine gun from within his coat. However, before he could fire a shot, the S-H-I-E-L-D soldiers under control immediately turned their weapons upon him. The sound of gunfire erupted, rapidly followed by a cacophony of chaos. More S-H-I-E-L-D soldiers emerged, directing their fire at the 12 controlled comrades. After dispatching their allies, they gazed gravely towards the source of the explosion. Moments later, the dust began to settle, revealing Thanos' purple figure, unscathed. Nick, upon witnessing the enemy's invulnerability, narrowed his remaining eye. With a wave of his hand, his soldiers resumed their assault on the adversary. The sound of gunfire resumed. Chapter 84. I beheld the weapons wielded by the agents of S-H-I-E-L-D, classic American assault rifles, the M4 carbines. The M4 carbine, with a caliber of 5.56 millimeters, accommodates 30 rounds, boasting an effective range of 600 meters. I mention this because the soldiers utilizing these firearms are acutely aware of the formidable power they possess. Even the most ordinary of superheroes would struggle to withstand such a barrage of bullets. Yet, the towering figure before me, with skin of vibrant purple, completely disregarded their gunfire, casually grasping the Tesseract in his palm before crushing it effortlessly. This scene stirred a deep sense of unease within Nick. Although he had never encountered Thanos, the name had been recurrently whispered in recent times, whether it was Doctor Strange, Captain Marvel, or the Guardians of the Galaxy. Anyone who had crossed paths with Thanos described him as a demon of unparalleled malevolence. They also spoke of his overwhelming might, an invincible force, a cosmic overlord. The characteristics were unmistakable: the purple skin, the towering physique, and the chin reminiscent of a coconut. This individual was undoubtedly Thanos. Upon realizing the identity of this formidable being, Nick's fear intensified. With Thanos now present, the fate of the superheroes who had ventured forth was all too evident. It would either be annihilation or retreat. Neither outcome was acceptable to him, for it signified a total defeat for Earth, an utter capitulation. Contemplating this, Nick's mind raced with thoughts and calculations. As the director of S-H-I-E-L-D, he would not abandon the pursuit of hope, even in the direst of circumstances. At that moment, Thanos released the woman he had held in his right hand and placed the glowing blue space stone onto the Infinity Gauntlet. Instantly, a vast and pure surge of spatial energy coursed through his being, manifesting as tiny blue energy tendrils that danced around him. With a roar, he gradually acclimated to the power of the Infinity Stone. Observing the 4 stones embedded in the gauntlet, Thanos nodded in satisfaction. Soon, only 2 remained. Meanwhile, the surrounding S-H-I-E-L-D agents had ceased firing, their eyes wide with disbelief as they stared at the colossal purple figure. They were shaken by the leaked energy, their hearts brimming with terror and despair, even trembling in fear. Had they not been well trained, they might have collapsed to the ground. How could such a powerful being exist in this world? Even deities seemed meek in comparison. In that moment, Thanos seized the inheritor of the Phoenix Force and surveyed the humans around him, merely waving his hand. In an instant, the devastating force of annihilation surged forth, sweeping everything in its path. No. With a cry of defiance, Nick and all that surrounded him were reduced to nothingness. He had envisioned a strategy of feigned submission to the enemy, plotting to find an opportunity to strike back or to overthrow the alien dominion. However, He had never anticipated that the foe would dismiss his considerations entirely, opting instead to eliminate him outright, regardless of the calculations within his mind. They dissipated like smoke in the face of absolute power. After vanquishing the minor adversaries surrounding him, Thanos raised his left hand, where a blue light flickered. In the next moment, a circle of black vortexes appeared behind him, drawing him in. When his vision cleared, he found himself aboard the Sanctuary 2. Thanos was known for eradicating his enemies thoroughly, unless, of course, an unknown entity intervened. Gazing at the space stone embedded in his Infinity Gauntlet, he acknowledged its remarkable utility. As long as he was aware of a location in the universe, he could teleport there instantaneously. Transcending the barriers of space and saving precious time on his journey, he chose not to continue searching for the Reality Stone on Earth, but instead decided to support his forces in space, as the pursuit of the Reality Stone required advanced technology from his subordinates. After all, the Reality Stone resided in a dimension separate from Earth, and unless he mastered the spatial abilities of the Space Stone, he would be unable to locate it. At that moment, the intelligence system, with a voice as deep as the ocean, announced, "Master, all surviving prisoners have been detained. How shall we proceed?" Prisoners? Thanos quickly deduced that these must be the superheroes who had attempted to thwart him. He inquired about their identities. As his words fell, a projection transformed, revealing 5 captured superheroes. Initially, there had been over 40 superheroes alive, but with Doctor Strange's departure, the spells he had cast had ceased to function. This resulted in the demise of all those with weaker abilities, suffocated by the vacuum of their surroundings. For instance, the mentally potent Professor X could not adapt to the vacuum, and without the protection of magic, swiftly followed his old friend into oblivion. This illustrated the fragility of the superheroes from Earth. The remaining 5 were Mr. Fantastic, Iron Man, Wanda, the Hulk, and a fiery skull, none other than the Ghost Rider. Although Thanos had severed Ghost Rider's head, his formidable life force had prevented his death. In fact, should he find a suitable body and reattach his head, he would be able to resurrect almost immediately. Observing this, Thanos gained a renewed understanding of the powers wielded by the dimensional sorcerer. "Bring me that rubber man and the skull," he commanded. "Yes, master." Following his orders, his subordinates soon arrived, escorting Mr. Fantastic while carrying the skull of the Ghost Rider. Upon seeing Mr. Fantastic bound tightly with electromagnetic restraints, Thanos frowned. "Who instructed you to bind him? Release him at once." The warriors of the Dark Order promptly complied, unlocking all of Mr. Fantastic's restraints. The reason for his binding was due to his malleable physique, which made it easy for him to escape. Hence the multiple layers of restraints to prevent his flight. This left Mr. Fantastic feeling perplexed. In truth, he had mentally prepared himself for sacrifice. If Thanos intended to kill him, he would not utter a word, striving to exemplify that the denizens of Earth were not devoid of courage. However, he never anticipated that Thanos would unbind him, nor did he exhibit any desire to inflict punishment. At that moment, Thanos continued, "Rubber Man, what is your name?" Mr. Fantastic, although perplexed by the inquiry, responded without hesitation, "I am Reed Richards, also known as Mr. Fantastic, a member of the Illuminati and one of the Fantastic Four." "I absolutely." Just as he was about to declare his unwavering resolve, he was abruptly interrupted by Thanos. "There's no need to elaborate on your abilities and identity. I have no interest in that. Since you have chosen us, let us discuss your talents." Having witnessed the war, Thanos had grown utterly disdainful of the superpowered beings from Earth. Thus he showed no inclination to hear further introductions. Mr. Fantastic felt even more bewildered by the query. "Discuss my talents? For what purpose? Do extraterrestrials inquire about one's abilities before executing their enemies, only to inscribe on their tombstones, so-and-so, deceased on such and such date, possessed these talents?" Such peculiarities of these aliens are truly strange. After contemplating for a moment, he decisively stated, "I am exceptionally intelligent, regarded as one of the 4 smartest individuals on Earth." Upon finishing his statement, he felt a flush of embarrassment. He had initially considered mentioning his expertise in physics and his knack for stealing friends' partners, but upon reflection, he realized that his knowledge of physics would likely pale in comparison to the interstellar knowledge of the aliens. And confessing to having taken advantage of a friend's romantic interests while usurping his company would be rather ignoble. Thus, he settled on the description of being the smartest person on Earth, hoping that when his adversaries erected a tombstone for him, they would inscribe some commendable words, making his demise feel worthwhile. 8. 7 points? Oh, how moving. Dear readers, you are simply marvelous. I adore you all. An absolute increase in updates. More and more updates. This is how I shall repay your love. Chapter 85. I have done my best. Second update. Upon hearing that he was one of the 4 most intelligent individuals, Thanos' eyes sparkled with intrigue. While his subordinates were undeniably powerful, their intellectual prowess was, well, debatable. Among the Black Obsidian 5, General Deathblade and Ebony Maw were the most astute. Yet they still fell short of his expectations. Though they were not outright foolish and each had their own agendas, their grasp of the broader situation was lacking. If this mysterious gentleman truly possessed such intelligence, he could serve as a remarkable strategist. With this thought in mind, he promptly commanded, Deep Blue, project the battlefield simulation of our confrontation with the Alliance of Gods. His return was solely to address the war with the Alliance, not to experiment with the capabilities of the space gem. In the next instant, a three-dimensional representation of the solar system materialized in the command room. As the projection expanded, it became evident that Thanos and the Alliance of Gods occupied opposite ends of Jupiter. The two factions were engaged in a relentless struggle for advantageous positions and resources surrounding the gas giant. Despite the considerable energy reserves aboard their warships, the intense consumption during battle had led to some deficiencies. For instance, a frigate, after enduring hundreds of attacks while its shields were active, found its energy reserves nearly depleted. Consequently, it had to retreat behind a moon to gradually restore power or venture to a satellite to extract water resources for a swift energy replenishment. This pattern was consistent across other vessels, which required downtime to recover energy following sustained offensive maneuvers. Thus, Jupiter's 79 moons became the battleground for both sides. Initially, the Alliance of Gods had successfully ambushed his forces by leveraging Jupiter's cover, seizing a strategic advantage. However, upon realizing their misstep, the Black Obsidian 5 led a counteroffensive, resulting in a fierce exchange where neither side could claim a decisive victory. This stalemate also underscored the limitations of the Black Obsidian 5. Despite having superior numbers and enhanced combat capabilities, the conflict remained evenly matched. Turning to the mysterious gentleman, Thanos inquired, What are your thoughts on how this war should proceed? Upon hearing the question, the gentleman was momentarily taken aback. What did Thanos mean by asking how to fight? Did he believe he had surrendered and was now seeking his counsel? Absolutely not. He would never offer advice that could lead to Thanos' victory over their enemies. After all, the enemy of my enemy is my ally. He could never betray his allies. Moreover, what did he know of cosmic warfare? Gazing at the simulation, he felt utterly lost, as if 9 out of 10 of his faculties had failed him. He considered himself intelligent, but that was in the realm of research and other unseen strategies. As for cosmic warfare, he had never even witnessed it. How could he possibly provide insight? However, just as the words of refusal formed on his lips, he halted abruptly. While he may lack knowledge of cosmic warfare, Thanos was unaware of his ignorance. If he could offer some advice that led to Thanos' defeat in this war, perhaps he could save Blue Star. Upon contemplating this, Mr. Incredible promptly commenced his perambulation around the virtual war table. After a brief moment, he pointed to a specific point where both sides were engaged in combat and remarked, I believe we should retreat from here, luring the enemy out for an ambush. Little did he comprehend the intricacies of retreat and the active endeavor to entice the adversary. After merely observing the war table for a while, he discerned that both factions were embroiled in a struggle for satellite dominance, and that location indicated the imminent occupation of the satellite by Thanos' forces. Thus, he merely wished for Thanos' subordinates to relinquish their territorial claims. Upon hearing this, Thanos began to scrutinize the situation more closely. After a short period, he quickly discerned the underlying strategy concerning the satellite. Although the Alliance of Gods fleet appeared to be in a state of retreat, overwhelmed by his forces, several satellites were already orbiting nearby. Should enemy troops be concealed behind these satellites, a reckless assault could lead to encirclement and potential annihilation. Contemplating this, he cast a penetrating gaze at Mr. Incredible, astonished by the latter's acumen. Truly, he was deserving of the title of the most astute individual on Blue Star. Deep Blue, instruct our subordinates in that sector to withdraw. Yes, my master. Meanwhile, aboard Zeus's flagship, the God King was also observing the war table's projection. The surrounding subordinates, captivated by the aerial display, were filled with excitement. The God King truly possesses foresight. With just a slight provocation, the enemy has indeed fallen for our ruse. Now, as long as the two surrounding satellites draw near, our orchestrated fleet will swiftly encircle the adversary, and our 30,000-strong fleet shall secure victory. Haha. Although Thanos' strength is commendable, when it comes to strategy, we must rely on our God King's wisdom. Amidst the flattery, a smile illuminated Zeus's face, as if he were on the verge of vanquishing the enemy. Should they indeed obliterate this contingent of adversaries, their initial plan to merely inflict pain on Thanos and then retreat might require re-evaluation. No matter how formidable Thanos might be, could he truly contend against hundreds of thousands of warships? After a while, as the satellites gradually approached, the concealed forces behind them were poised for action. However, unexpectedly, Thanos' fleet retreated without warning, leaving their well-awaited opportunity in vain. How could this be? With Zeus's inquiry, his subordinates fell silent, closing their mouths. At that moment, a striking goddess could no longer contain herself and spoke. It seems there are indeed formidable individuals among our enemies. Upon hearing her words, Zeus was immediately engulfed in irritation. Those wretched beings order our troops to pursue relentlessly. We must obliterate the enemy. Even if annihilation is unattainable, we must seize control of the satellites. Upon hearing this, the surrounding individuals instinctively attempted to dissuade Zeus from issuing such commands. The enemy's fleet had just retreated unscathed. If their forces were to recklessly pursue, they could very well fall victim to a counterattack, resulting in significant losses. However, witnessing Zeus's fury, none of the gods dared to voice a warning. After all, the enemy might not necessarily turn back. Moreover, as long as the satellite is seized and resources are secured, even if the previous encirclement fails, the losses can be minimized. Meanwhile, within the confines of Temple 2, Thanos observed the projection of the tactical map, and upon the sudden emergence of an enemy fleet, a smile crept upon his face. Indeed, he had not anticipated that you would discern the enemy's ambush. Hearing this commendation, Mr. Fantastic felt an overwhelming urge to slap himself. Damn it. The fact was that Thanos' fleet was on the verge of capturing the satellite. How had it transformed into the enemy's cunning ploy? If only he had refrained from his earlier boastfulness, that fleet could have been sent to its demise, significantly reducing Thanos' forces. At that moment, Thanos continued to inquire. Mr. Fantastic, what shall we do now? Shall we retreat? Although he acknowledged the opponent's vision and intellect were commendable, he still wished to further test the waters. Upon hearing this, Mr. Fantastic instantly grasped the situation, quickly shaking his head and asserting, No, we must strike back. It is imperative that we ensure the destruction of that fleet. Thanos, upon hearing this, began to scrutinize the tactical map intently. After a moment, his eyes lit up. Yes, a counteroffensive was in order. Hela had just arrived nearby with her forces, and if reinforcements were dispatched, they could orchestrate a counter-encirclement. Chapter 86. I am wronged. Third update. Today, the solar system is undoubtedly experiencing one of the most eventful days in its history. Over 1 million cosmic warships have commenced a fierce battle for satellite resources surrounding Jupiter. Near Jupiter's largest moon, Ganymede, an intense space conflict is unfolding. This moon, approximately one-third the diameter of Earth, possesses vast quantities of water, making it an exceedingly precious resource for the cosmic warships, regardless of the type of warship. When energy is depleted, it can swiftly replenish its power by siphoning water. At this moment, more than 50,000 warships from the Alliance of Gods have occupied a significant portion of this moon's surface, relentlessly attacking enemy vessels. Shortly thereafter, the two sides drifted away from Ganymede. In a surprising turn of events, the 30,000 pursued warships abruptly reversed course and charged back. A new fleet soon emerged in the vicinity, led by the formidable Hela, who was soaring through the skies on her sword. Dressed in a skin-tight, dark green combat suit that accentuated her curvaceous figure, Hela donned a helmet reminiscent of spider claws, exuding an air of authority and elegance. Upon receiving the latest command from Thanos, she swiftly rallied her fleet and advanced into the fray. A barrage of black swords materialized from her grasp, launching towards the enemy fleet. In no time, explosions erupted in dazzling displays of fire. The might of a god, particularly one of Hela's caliber, proved to be a cataclysmic force against such warships, whose shields were utterly incapable of withstanding the assault. With Hela's forces joining the battle, the coalition of the Alliance of Gods found themselves in retreat, suffering significant losses and ultimately fleeing in disarray. Meanwhile, aboard Zeus's flagship, the deity's expression grew increasingly grim. Damn Hela, have you forgotten how Asgard was destroyed? To consort with that purple fiend, Thanos, is unforgivable. Is no mortal sufficient for your desires? The surrounding gods, witnessing Zeus's fury, dared not utter a word. Among the Olympian deities, everyone knew of Zeus's tempestuous nature. No one wished to provoke his wrath. After a moment of silence, seeing no one willing to speak, Zeus growled, Retreat. We must withdraw at once. Although they had not yet faced defeat, excessive losses would severely diminish his authority within the Alliance of Gods, something he could not allow. Upon hearing this, the gods collectively sighed in relief. They could finally return home, as this battle had proven exceedingly arduous. However, Zeus continued, Before we withdraw, I shall prepare a grand gift for Thanos. At this proclamation, a sinister smile crept across his face. The longevity of the Alliance of Gods and the cosmos for millennia is a testament to their exceptional prowess. Beyond their formidable individual strength, they possess various divine arts and artifacts. Among these is a one-time use artifact known as the Skull of Typhon, conceived for cosmic warfare. Typhon, known as the Storm Titan, is the offspring of Gaia, the mother of Earth. Possessing the head of 100 dragons, a tongue as dark as the abyss, eyes that spew fire, a body towering above the heavens, and adorned with feathers along with a pair of wings. Due to the possession of the 100 dragon heads, after Zeus vanquished the ancient Titans, he crafted a self-destructive artifact from the Skull of Typhon. Each explosion of these heads could unleash the supreme power of the Father of the Sky. Arriving to support Thor, he brought along 10 Typhon skulls, preparing to astonish Thanos. Should these skulls inflict substantial casualties upon Thanos' forces, there might yet be an opportunity for a counterattack. After a brief interval, 10 objects, each a kilometer in diameter and resembling meteorites, were released from the main ship. Meanwhile, aboard the Temple 2, as the forces of the Alliance of Gods began their slow retreat, Thanos' minions regained control of all of Jupiter's moons. At this moment, Mr. Fantastic felt utterly despondent. Initially, he had intended to lead Thanos' forces into a trap, but unexpectedly, another unit had come to their aid. This turned the enemy's pursuit into a genuine entrapment. Mr. Fantastic began to doubt whether his words had perhaps invited this misfortune. Thus, he resolved to remain silent, vowing never to offer another suggestion again. As Thanos observed Zeus's fleet retreating, he inquired once more, "What now? Shall we continue the pursuit?" Mr. Fantastic, watching the beleaguered coalition of gods fleeing, felt a pang of disappointment yet still hoped for their escape. After all, the blue planet would rely on the Alliance of Gods for salvation in the future. However, he recalled his recent lesson and chose to remain silent, fearing that his words might manifest into reality. Thanos, noticing Mr. Fantastic's silence, assumed that the choice was too simple for his adversary to comment on. He remarked, "Indeed, it is straightforward. Unless we inflict pain upon this coalition, they will return. If Doctor Strange aligns with the Alliance, acquiring the remaining Time Stone will be a formidable challenge." Just as he was about to issue a command, Mr. Fantastic interjected, "No, we cannot pursue now. Who knows what backup the Alliance of Gods may have? We must not allow Thanos' forces to chase them down. Otherwise, the last hope for the blue planet could be extinguished. To the Alliance of Gods, I can offer only this much. I hope that after you vanquish Thanos, you will treat the people of the blue planet well and not forget their contributions." With this thought, Mr. Fantastic displayed a resolute gaze. He could not allow Thanos to perceive any hint of his insecurity, for that would spell disaster. Thanos, upon hearing this, stroked his chin thoughtfully and then gazed at the virtual sand table suspended in midair. After a moment, he nodded, stating, "Indeed, we have one. There is no need for relentless pursuit. Let us first locate the Reality Stone." With that, he commanded his subordinates to cease their pursuit and remain on standby. In his heart, the Infinity Stones remained paramount. Meanwhile, on the side of the Alliance of Gods, after fleeing through the cosmos for a while, Zeus was dismayed to discover that the enemy had not followed. It is essential to recognize that the disguise of Typhon's cranium is limited. If it remains unignited for too long, the camouflaged stones will inevitably fall away. At that point, it would be tantamount to unwittingly presenting 10 divine artifacts to Thanos. As a sacred relic of the Alliance of Gods, all information pertaining to Typhon's cranium is meticulously guarded. Should the enemy become privy to such a powerful artifact, they would be deprived of one of their strategic advantages in future confrontations. It could even enable them to wield these 10 Typhon's craniums against us. At this juncture, a goddess nearby, unwilling to concede, interjected, "Who could it be? Such meticulous caution when we have evaded detection so convincingly. How could they remain untrapped? To my knowledge, the Obsidian Five are known for their belligerence. They would hardly exhibit such restraint. Has Thanos acquired a new strategist?" Zeus shook his head, equally perplexed, and replied, "It remains unclear. It seems we must enhance our intelligence efforts for the next encounter. I did not anticipate the failure of 2 consecutive plans." Although filled with frustration, he could not help but admire the individual who had discerned his schemes on 2 occasions. After a moment of contemplation, Zeus resolved to dispatch a small detachment to retrieve the 10 Typhon's craniums. Such treasures are far too valuable to abandon. Even though he was uncertain about Thanos' newfound caution, it was likely that their small team would not attract unwarranted attention. With this thought in mind, a squadron of 100 cosmic warships swiftly separated from the main fleet and set course for the rear. Chapter 87. The power of the Phoenix within the confines of Temple Number 2. Thanos, having confirmed that Mr. Fantastic was indeed an agent of the Goddess of Death, allowed the latter to roam freely. However, he was acutely aware that the man harbored ulterior motives and was not genuinely inclined to surrender. The nature of such beings is profoundly terrifying. Their ability to manipulate the human psyche is unparalleled, surpassing even the most cunning of demons in the depths of hell. The brilliance of the strategist lies in their ability to ensure that the pieces on the board remain oblivious to the fact that these thoughts are not their own, and they skillfully avoid revealing their presence. Instead, they magnify or diminish certain emotions within the pieces to achieve their own objectives. Take Gamora, for instance. Though her heart is fundamentally good, it does not extend to the point of contemplating patricide. Yet, the strategist orchestrated a series of experiences, interlaced with the complexities of love, gradually amplifying her inherent goodness until the notion of committing such an act emerged naturally. This very manipulation leaves no room for salvation, compelling Thanos to resort to painful measures. Mr. Fantastic, too, is ensnared in this web of self-deception, prideful and arrogant. The goddess of death exploits this mindset. subtly guiding him until he unwittingly becomes a pawn in her game. Even if these pawns sense something amiss and attempt to break free from the control, they quickly succumb to confusion. They become unsure whether their thoughts in the next moment are truly their own or the machinations of the strategist. With every action they take, they grapple with the question of whether it is their desire or the strategist's will that drives them. Ultimately, they descend into a self-perpetuating cycle of doubt. Am I truly myself? Does the world genuinely exist? Where does the universe originate? And where does it lead? This trio of inquiries leads these pawns to inadvertently conquer themselves. Only those with unwavering resolve can remain unperturbed and make choices that genuinely reflect their desires. Even if the strategist attempts to guide them, they will ultimately falter in the face of such steadfast will. It is for this reason that the goddess of death approached Thanos to negotiate a transaction. At this moment, the tides of war have temporarily receded. Thanos gazed at the decapitated head of the Ghost Rider, lifting it before his eyes to scrutinize. He sought to explore the powers of the dimensional demon, intrigued by its peculiarities, and thus refrained from employing the Soul Stone for protection. Before long, the head of the Ghost Rider erupted in hellfire, activating its passive skill, Judgment. However, after observing for a time, Thanos found that nothing transpired. He shook his head in bemusement, realizing that he was an exceedingly rare paragon of virtue, impervious to the judgment of the other. It appeared he was indeed the most magnificent and benevolent tyrant in the universe. Casually tossing the skull to his subordinates, he instructed the Dark Brotherhood to safeguard it, so he could later use it to affirm his own goodness. After all, this was a dimensional demon, an official good person verifier certified by Mephisto. Who would dare contest that? To those who disagree with this perspective, they must first undergo Mephisto's good person certification before engaging in debate. Just as Thanos prepared to depart, a deep blue voice suddenly resonated. Master, I have detected that Zeus has dispatched 100 cosmic warships back. Hearing that there are only 100, Thanos, with a hint of boredom, remarked, just 100? Let Hela handle it. With that, he lifted the inheritor of the Phoenix Force beside him. He harbored an immature notion of utilizing this entity for cultivation. However, the power of the Phoenix Force inheritor was still too feeble. It required absorption from a star to grow stronger. After all, the Phoenix Force is renowned throughout the cosmos as a stellar extinguisher, specifically designed to absorb stellar energy for augmentation. As long as there are stars to draw from, her strength would increase rapidly. At which point he could test his idea of letting the dark star Proxima Centauri dominate Blue Star. With a flicker of blue light emanating from the Infinity Gauntlet, he vanished from his location, appearing at an altitude of 1,000 kilometers from the Sun. The Sun, a relatively young star, is approximately 4.5 billion years old, with a diameter of about 1.39 million kilometers and a surface temperature around 500 degrees Celsius, exhibiting a surface gravity approximately 27 times that of Earth. Upon nearing the Sun, the Phoenix Force inheritor immediately opened her eyes, slightly dazed. Subsequently, her passive ability activated, and she began to absorb the Sun's energy. Streams of solar fire erupted from the surface of the Sun, only to be absorbed by her. Observing her swift adaptation to the solar flames, Thanos quickly approached the Sun, drawing nearer. In fact, he had long desired to absorb stellar energy. The skill bestowed by the system, known as stellar absorption, did not provide detailed explanations. Aside from planets, could it also absorb stars? After all, they are both celestial bodies, and there was no explicit prohibition against absorbing stars. Yet, he was uncertain if his body could withstand such power and was reluctant to recklessly experiment on himself. Thus, he had refrained from taking action. Now, with the emergence of the Phoenix Force inheritor, utilizing her as a subject for experimentation seemed the optimal solution. Before long, the aura of the Phoenix Force inheritor began to ascend steadily, soon reaching the level of a demigod, yet it did not cease there, continuing to rise. After several minutes, she attained the presence of a celestial being. At this sight, Thanos felt a twinge of envy. The inheritors of these ancient powers could be deemed chosen ones. They required no arduous training, no unwavering will, nor any fortuitous encounters. Once the time arrived, their power would increase ceaselessly, surpassing the diligent efforts of others who labored for centuries. However, despite his envy, he did not wish to become one of those individuals. Over the past 500 years in the Marvel Universe, he had gained a profound understanding of one truth. There is no such thing as a free lunch. The Phoenix Force inheritor appeared to possess enviable power effortlessly, yet the cost was the loss of self, ultimately becoming a vessel for the ancient Phoenix. This was something that the players in the grand scheme could not tolerate, for these individuals were disruptors of the established order. Such as the Phoenix Force inheritor in his grasp, an heir to the powers of a multiverse was unexpectedly sealed by a mere human, one whose strength barely approached that of a celestial father. If there were no enigmatic forces intervening behind the scenes, it would be utterly unbelievable. After more than an hour, the aura of the Phoenix Force heir reached the mid-level of celestial father strength. At this moment, Thanos sensed that the situation was becoming precarious. Should the Phoenix Force Heir's power continue to ascend, he might soon find it difficult to maintain control. Contemplating this, a flash of blue light emanated from Thanos' left hand as the Space Stone activated. In an instant, he was transported to a remote area at the edge of the solar system, a place shrouded in shadows, untouched by sunlight. He then extended his hand towards the heir of the Phoenix Force and invoked the stellar absorption technique. In that moment, a colossal surge of stellar energy erupted from the heir's being, merging with his own. The sheer magnitude and purity of this power strained every muscle in his body, causing the force of annihilation to surge forth as he struggled to resist the corrosive effects of the stellar energy. Is the power of a star truly this formidable? In comparison to the core of a planet, it felt like two entirely different realms. If the planetary core could be likened to water heated to 60 degrees, then the power of a star was akin to 1,000-degree magma. Fortunately, he had refrained from recklessly absorbing stellar energy before. Otherwise, he would have likely been scorched to a crisp, reduced to mere dried purple sweet potato. Alas, upon witnessing an impressive score of 8 this morning, I was profoundly moved. There is little else to say. The author is now filled with renewed vigor, beginning to write fervently at the crack of dawn. It is evident from such an early posting that the commitment to increased updates is resolute. The author pledges to produce daily chapters to express gratitude for the generous support of esteemed readers. Chapter 88. The Reunion as Thanos activated his energy-absorbing technique. The aura of the Phoenix Force's successor began to wane gradually. It swiftly diminished from mid to early Heavenly Father, and then to the status of a sub-Heavenly Father. At this juncture, Thanos discerned an important truth. The heir to the Phoenix Force could not instantaneously absorb the power of stars. Otherwise, such energy would not be so effortlessly assimilated. It was likely that the stellar energy absorbed by the Phoenix Force was merely stored temporarily within the heir's body, gradually returning to the host to enhance their overall strength while simultaneously being available for use in combat. This dual functionality allowed for both explosive power and the gradual augmentation of the host's capabilities. However, unfortunate for the heir, they had encountered him. After a while, upon sensing the Phoenix Force's successor descending to the level of a sub-Heavenly Father, Thanos promptly employed the Space Stone to teleport to the sun. Thus, the cycle of absorption and being absorbed continued relentlessly, and soon a week had passed. Realizing that his body had nearly reached its limit, Thanos understood the necessity of allowing time for gradual absorption. Thus he returned to Sanctuary 2. He carelessly discarded the now lifeless Phoenix Force heir onto the ground and declared, "Keep a close watch on her. Ensure she neither escapes nor perishes." "Yes, Master," came the reply, with Deep Blue's words. Dark Cult warriors swiftly approached to remove the woman from the floor, just as Thanos intended to check on the progress back on Earth. A melodious voice rang out from the doorway. "Mr. Thanos, thank you for saving me." Turning to behold the speaker, he found it was Wanda, the one he had spared. Clad in a form-fitting combat suit that accentuated her curvaceous figure, she exuded an alluring presence. Her beautiful visage and vulnerable eyes elicited an instinctive desire to protect her. Yet, it was evident that Wanda had misunderstood the situation, believing herself to be the one saved. "Why are you still here? Shouldn't you have returned to Earth with Mr. Fantastic and the others?" Thanos inquired, perplexed by her presence in Sanctuary 2. Wanda shook her head despondently, saying, "I cannot go back. Earth is terrifying, filled with war and experiments, and there are villains everywhere." Upon hearing her words, Thanos recalled the tragic narrative of her childhood. In the films, her early years were marked by chaos and experimentation. Without Quicksilver's companionship, Wanda would likely have succumbed to mental collapse long ago. In this universe, her fate was even more tragic than he had imagined, especially with the presence of Doctor Strange. After being rescued by him, Wanda had obediently followed his guidance, believing she had encountered a benevolent soul who would restore her to a normal life. Yet, the eventual reality proved her naivety. Doctor Strange betrayed her, even casting her into Thanos' path merely to buy time for his own escape. Such a dismal existence had led her to contemplate evasion from everything. Thus, when Mr. Fantastic had invited her to return to Earth a week prior, she had opted to decline. At that moment, an idea suddenly blossomed within Thanos' mind. If the future Scarlet Witch were to be properly nurtured, she could potentially become a formidable ally. Therefore, he spoke, "Become my daughter, with my protection. No one will dare to bully you again." The thought of the future Scarlet Witch tearing Doctor Strange apart was rather enticing. Upon hearing this, Wanda immediately nodded excitedly. But soon, doubt crept in as she asked, "Really? Can I?" Her childhood experiences had led her to grow up in a state of insecurity and solitude, causing her to struggle to believe that someone would genuinely want to be her father and protect her. Even her brother, Quicksilver, only offered her companionship in the lab, merely encouraging each other to survive without any certainty of what tomorrow might bring, let alone the promise of protection. Thanos nodded and promptly declared, "Deep Blue, henceforth, Wanda shall be my daughter, receiving the same privileges as Nebula." He was not one to dither. Having made a decision, he acted swiftly. "Yes, Master." Upon hearing this, Wanda's eyes brimmed with tears, and soon, she could no longer contain her emotions. "Father," she cried, overwhelmed with joy and excitement, rushing into Thanos' embrace. Burying her head in his chest as tears streamed down her face, Thanos gently stroked Wanda's head in silence, recognizing the plight of this unfortunate child. After a considerable time, Wanda gradually composed herself and assumed her new role. "Father, what shall we do now?" Seeing Wanda regain her confidence, Thanos offered a slight smile and replied, "Now, we shall visit Blue Star and see if they have been slacking." With that, he activated the space stone once more, opening a portal. On Blue Star, the past 7 days had been undeniably the most arduous for its inhabitants. The brief yet intense war between the Alliance of Gods and Thanos had caught the attention of some astronomy enthusiasts on Blue Star, who discovered the cosmic battle occurring 800 million kilometers away. The exploding starships resembled brilliant fireworks, making them difficult to overlook. However, before the situation could escalate, the Dark Knight Proxima arrived with its fleet of warships, descending upon Blue Star with great force. Naturally, the people of Blue Star would not submit quietly to domination, and various rebellions and resistances had been constant. If Thanos' usual methods were to be followed, he would have annihilated the population and subsequently governed the planet. However, Mr. Fantastic intervened to prevent Proxima from proceeding with such an attack. The rationale was simple. He too was a Blue Star inhabitant and could not allow Proxima to destroy his own people. Thus, aboard a warship stationed in low Earth orbit, both sides engaged in heated debates over the governance of Blue Star. To the left stood Mr. Fantastic alongside the other 3 members of the Fantastic Four, along with other Blue Star capitulators. The Thing, Human Torch, and Invisible Woman had survived as the few remaining superheroes from Blue Star, as Mr. Fantastic had not permitted them to partake in the cosmic conflict. On the right, there stood the Nightstar, General of the Abyss, alongside Nebula and Loki. "I am opposed to the annihilation of the inhabitants of Blue Star. Slaughter will never yield enduring dominion, but rather engender deeper animosity. It is none other than the extraordinary gentleman who proclaims this rallying cry. Though he yearns to demonstrate his resilience and refuses to yield, he recognizes that, for the future of Blue Star, such sentiments must be set aside. If he can secure a space for his compatriots to thrive, what does it matter if he bends a little? Furthermore, he is, after all, a man of rubber. His bones cannot harden even if he wishes them to." Chapter 89, Life and Death, Third Update. Upon hearing the words of Doctor Strange, General Deathblade merely chuckled coldly and remarked, "If my memory serves me correctly, it seems that you two have engaged in the slaughter of other races, subsequently propagating upon this land." At this, those on the left fell silent. They were acutely aware of the deeds committed by their ancestors in bygone days. Now, faced with an accusation that struck at their very core, they found themselves at a loss for words. Yet, the specter of genocide loomed over them, compelling them to feebly defend their position despite the absence of any valid counterargument. The Invisible Woman pondered for a moment, her countenance transforming into one of righteous indignation as she declared, "That occurred in a time of barbarism. We are civilized beings now, aware that such actions are erroneous, and thus we cannot continue the cycle of slaughter." Loki, who had been idly toying with his ice staff, could not help but interject. "If you recognize your past transgressions, why do you not return the land to its rightful owners? If I am not mistaken, there are still a few survivors, and their numbers dwindle with each passing year." After the conclusion of the war, Loki was meant to return with Lao Fei. However, on a planet dominated by frost giants, where the landscape was perpetually shrouded in ice and devoid of any form of entertainment, life had become exceedingly monotonous. Thus, upon hearing that Thanos intended to conquer Earth, he eagerly requested to accompany him. After all, having spent the majority of his life in Asgard, he could hardly endure the ascetic existence of the frost giants. Following a heartfelt lecture on paternal care, Lao Fei recognized that keeping his son confined was not a viable solution, hence allowing his departure. In the face of Loki's remarks, an air of awkwardness enveloped the assembly. Indeed, while they professed their commitment to humanity and freedom, they had secretly perpetuated a policy of genocide against the rightful inhabitants of this land. Such actions had been conducted discreetly, all the while proclaiming that they were invited by the locals. To this end, they even established Thanksgiving, expressing gratitude for the self-sacrifice of the indigenous people, who had cleared vast tracts of land for them. Whether others believed it or not, the Americans certainly did. Seeing the tide of conversation turn against him, Doctor Strange sought to redirect the discourse. The people of Earth do not inherently reject the governance of the Great Ones. Rather, a small faction has grown accustomed to a life of freedom. A gentle persuasion should suffice. The mantra of freedom and America, where gunfights occur daily, echoed in the minds of the Americans. If such sentiments were directed towards their own rulers, one can only imagine how they would react to extraterrestrial authority. Thus, America stood as a bastion of rebellion. Darkstar, overhearing this, promptly expressed his displeasure, stating, "There is no need for persuasion. The Great One has entrusted this task to me. I shall not keep him waiting for long." Should there be any who resist by tomorrow, I will ensure their complete annihilation. General Deathlade nodded in agreement, exclaiming, "Indeed, we cannot afford to keep the Great One waiting. Should there be any dissenters by tomorrow, I will personally lead the Dark Order to execute the extermination plan." The inhabitants of the Blue Star were eager to voice their thoughts, yet upon witnessing General Deathlade brandishing his weapon, his pallid visage radiating an aura of malevolence, they fell into a fearful silence. At that moment, Nebula, who had remained silent until then, suddenly rose to her feet. "General Deathblade," she asserted, "I believe that since my father has permitted Mr. Strange to remain, there must be a deeper intention at play. There is no need to hastily impose dominion over the Blue Star." Clad in a fitted combat suit that accentuated her figure, her face bore an expression of profound compassion. Since the demise of her sister, an inexplicable sorrow had enveloped her heart, igniting within her a resolve to thwart her father's relentless path of slaughter. She deemed his actions misguided. Endless carnage only begets boundless hatred, which is detrimental to enduring governance. Thus, upon hearing General Deathblade's intent to annihilate the people of Blue Star, she promptly voiced her opposition. General Deathblade, taken aback by Nebula's words, found himself at a loss for a response. After all, she was the daughter of a prominent figure. Despite her lack of prowess, merely a bystander in the theater of war, her status rendered him hesitant to retort. If he dared not counter her, then surely Knight Proxima and Loki would refrain from doing so as well. Just as the people of Blue Star gazed at Nebula with gratitude, believing salvation was at hand, a resounding voice echoed through the air. "The affairs of Blue Star shall be entrusted to Knight Proxima." Upon hearing this proclamation, Loki, General Deathlade, and Knight Proxima immediately stood and knelt on one knee, exclaiming, "We greet you, my lord." While it was customary for subordinates to kneel, Thanos was surprised to see Loki do so, as well so readily. It appeared that during his time under the tutelage of Ravager, Loki had matured significantly. Grasping the essence of respect, the people of Blue Star, upon witnessing this display, swiftly deduced the identity of the newcomer and followed suit, kneeling on one knee. The only exception was Nebula, who remained standing. Upon spotting Wanda, a pang of jealousy surged within her, prompting her to approach Thanos and, with a playful demeanor, inquire, "Father, what brings you here?" Following her query, she cast a challenging glance at Wanda. Regrettably, Wanda could not comprehend Nebula's intentions and merely returned a polite smile. Observing Nebula's demeanor, Thanos affectionately ruffled her hair and remarked, "I have come with tasks to assign to you. Why has Blue Star not yet been subdued?" He still harbored feelings for his daughter. After all, decades of paternal affection would evoke sentiment even in the most stoic of hearts. Upon hearing this, Knight Proxima and General Deathblade bowed their heads in contrition, saying, "We sincerely apologize, my lord. We shall commence the slaughter at once." At that moment, a bespectacled American official, his hair white as snow, could no longer contain himself and interjected, "My lord, some among us have yet to grasp the gravity of the situation. We..." Before he could finish, Thanos furrowed his brow and waved his hand dismissively. An overwhelming force of annihilation surged forth, swiftly engulfing the official. Thanos then voiced his discontent. "Did I grant you permission to speak? Do you not understand basic decorum?" He detested interruptions while he was addressing matters of importance. Moreover, he was a mere mortal, inferior even to the most insignificant of insects. In the next moment, this American official transformed into dust, gradually vanishing from the scene. The other inhabitants of Blue Star, witnessing this spectacle, were instantly struck with fear, their foreheads beaded with sweat as they lowered their heads in silence. They had initially believed that their adversary might be a representative of a higher civilization, perhaps open to dialogue. However, the current circumstances made it abundantly clear to them the brutal reality of the cosmos. Much like their own historical massacre of the indigenous peoples, the vanquished had no rights to converse. A few among them furtively glanced at the enigmatic Mr. Marvel, hoping he might utter a few words. After all, in their eyes, the downfall of many heroes was undoubtedly a consequence of Mr. Marvel's betrayal. Surely, in the presence of Thanos, he must possess some degree of influence. Yet, to their dismay, Mr. Marvel remained with his head bowed, too fearful to raise it, let alone take a stand. Chapter 90. The weakness of human nature. Just when the inhabitants of Blue Star felt engulfed by despair, Nebula unexpectedly intervened. She grasped Thanos' hand, her azure visage filled with desolation, pleading, "Father, there is no need for such brutality. We should grant the Blue Star people a moment to gradually submit to us. This way, our reign may endure longer." Upon hearing Nebula's words, Thanos narrowed his eyes, intensely scrutinizing her. In response, Nebula met her father's gaze defiantly, believing that all her actions were for his benefit and that she had no reason to feel guilty. After a moment, Thanos spoke, "Is this your own opinion? Or has someone influenced you?" At this, Nebula looked at her father with confusion and asked, "What do you mean by someone else's words?" "This is my own thought. After all, the universe is vast. If we continue with our slaughter, eventually the entire cosmos will unite against us. What then shall we do? Only through gentle means can we ensure their gradual submission and thereby secure a lasting dominion. Thanos shook his head and declared, I shall take you to a place. Without waiting for Nebula's inquiry, he seized her arm and, alongside Wanda, vanished from the spot. He aimed to see if he could realign his daughter's worldview. In the next moment, Thanos transported Nebula and Wanda to a vicinity near a jungle. It was nighttime and devoid of light pollution. The moon and stars shone brightly in the sky, alongside the vast cosmic warships visible above, confirming their location on Blue Star. However, Thanos did not bring them here merely to gaze at the celestial bodies, but to observe a nearby village engulfed in flames. Just watch, do not speak, he instructed. As his words sank in, a group of individuals with darker skin began to douse the flames with buckets of water. Although they occasionally glanced up at the ominous warships in the sky with worried expressions, through their collective effort, the fire was gradually extinguished. Soon, a few ventured inside to rescue those trapped within the burning structure. Cheers erupted among the crowd, clearly relieved that the rescued individuals were still alive. Witnessing this, Nebula's conviction strengthened. Father, the power of the people is boundless. We must unite all forces to secure a lasting rule over the universe. Wanda, observing the inferno and the rescues, flickered her gaze but remained silent. Thanos smiled faintly and urged, continue to watch. Soon, the air was filled with the sounds of urgency. Yura. As fire trucks and ambulances arrived, the gathered crowd grew tense. A group of individuals clad in red firefighting gear disembarked and began to berate the crowd. The reason for their ire was clear. Ordinary citizens had engaged in illegal firefighting without a permit and had called for emergency services without a genuine fire, thus warranting fines and reprimands. Upon the arrival of the paramedics, their initial concern was not for the safety of the people, but rather the demand for a fee for their services. Faced with this situation, the crowd erupted in indignation, yet fell silent as the police vehicle appeared. Ultimately, a few contributed a sum of money, allowing them to avert disaster. After receiving the payment, both the fire truck and the ambulance departed with grumbling discontent, neglecting the victims of the fire and the injured, who remained sprawled on the ground. The fervor and unity that once characterized the rescuers dissipated, leading them to disperse. Witnessing this, Nebula expressed her disbelief, questioning, why has it come to this? Wanda maintained her contemplative demeanor. Thanos, with a heavy heart, replied, humankind is prone to change. Even the most flawless systems become meaningless if those who execute them succumb to corruption, causing the very foundations to rot and deteriorate at an alarming rate. With that, he raised his left hand, and the space stone shimmered once more. In the blink of an eye, he transported himself and his two daughters to another location. Here, it was daytime, surrounded by low and dilapidated buildings, with filthy streets that spoke of poverty. Not far ahead, a group of pallid, emaciated individuals lay on the ground, their vacant eyes betraying a haunting despair. Their limbs twitched uncontrollably, alternating between manic laughter and anguished cries, resembling the tormented souls possessed by demons. Suddenly, a vehicle approached, prompting the sprawled figures to weakly rise, clutching whatever money they had, and stagger toward the car. Moments later, several individuals emerged from the vehicle, each wielding glass vials. Following a swift exchange of currency, the recipients of the vials broke into smiles of joy, while those without money could only gaze longingly at their fortunate counterparts with eyes filled with desperation and madness. Once the vehicle departed, the remaining individuals could no longer endure their physical torment and surged forward, attempting to seize the vials, resulting in a violent outbreak of bloodshed. Nebula, witnessing this scene, felt an urge to intervene but was restrained by Thanos. This is a systemic issue. Such occurrences transpire daily in this nation. How many can you truly prevent? He stated. In disbelief, Nebula retorted, impossible. Why do they allow themselves to fall so low? The future is in their hands. Why not choose a better life? Having observed a society under Thanos' reign where individuals labored diligently, devoid of crime, moral decay, or corruption, she had only seen a facade of humanity. Even in her quest for the Infinity Stones, she had traversed highly advanced civilizations, oblivious to the darker facets of human nature. She remained unaware of the depths to which sentient beings could sink in the absence of regulatory constraints. Noting his daughter's failure to grasp his intentions, Thanos shook his head and activated the Space Stone once more, transporting them to yet another realm. This place was shrouded in night, yet illuminated by bright lights, teeming with bustling crowds and vivacity. As Nebula gazed upon the scene before her, her previously troubled heart began to find solace. The air was imbued with the essence of civilization, and the affluence of the inhabitants suggested a stark contrast to the impoverished locales she had encountered earlier. After observing for a while, she noted that despite the crowd, the people maintained a certain decorum and civility, which eased her mind. The earlier places had undoubtedly suffered from destitution, leading to corruption and chaos. This place, however, was distinctly different. Here, life thrived in harmonious stability, with smiles adorning the faces of the populace. Yet, Before she could finish her thoughts, a colossal elephant surged into the crowd, trampling those in its path. Help! Run! It's coming again! Oh no! My leg! At this sight, Nebula felt an overwhelming urge to intervene, but once more, she was restrained by Thanos. In no time, the elephant had left behind a scene of devastation, with injured individuals scattered across the ground, while the beast itself retreated into the distance. The onlookers, however, dared not voice their anger, for the owner of the elephant was a figure they could never confront. Observing the anguished cries of those on the ground, Nebula could not help but exclaim, "Father, why do we not intervene to stop that elephant? We could have easily prevented all of this." The morning had already brought her a trio of unfavorable reviews, leaving her feeling despondent and disheartened. Chapter 91. The Conservation of Energy. Thanos gazed upon the wailing masses below, alongside the arrogant elephant owner, and simply shook his head. The population of this nation was excessively large, while the land was scarce, leading to an inevitable clash over the insufficient resources. He reminisced about his birthplace, Titan, a planet of unparalleled beauty, once resembling a utopia. It was a realm where resources flourished, and life was harmonious and stable. The advancements in technology eradicated diseases, and robots replaced human labor, alleviating any burdens. Each day, the inhabitants pondered merely how to indulge in food and leisure. As the saying goes, one is born from adversity and perishes in comfort. The blissful existence on Titan dulled the populace's ambition for technological advancement and their foresight into the future. Only he recognized that beneath this idyllic surface, destruction was brewing. He understood profoundly that the energy of the universe is conserved. It neither vanishes into thin air nor materializes from nothing. With an ever-growing population on Titan, the available resources dwindled. As resources diminished, all semblance of beauty vanished. The people revealed their savage nature, beginning to fight over food, water, clothing, shelter, and vehicles. Some, deprived even of a morsel of bread, resorted to slaughtering entire families. In this time of dire scarcity, he proposed the elimination of half the population, a wholly random and equitable eradication. By having the populace, Titan's resource dilemma could be alleviated, allowing the remaining citizens to continue their pursuit of happiness. However, the outcome was all too evident. His suggestion was unequivocally rejected. Consequently, he was charged with crimes against quality control and humanity, ultimately leading to his exile. In the end, Titan was obliterated by war, a casualty of its insufficient resources. The present condition of Blue Planet mirrors that of early Titan. In certain regions, overpopulation has led to a phenomenon where human life is valued less than that of animals. This explains why the elephant can trample upon people without fear of reproach. Human life is as fragile as paper. If reproduction and resource distribution are not managed judiciously, the escalating population will only incite further conflict, inevitably leading to war and self-destruction. In the next moment, the blue glow of the Infinity Gauntlet flickered once again as Thanos, accompanied by Nebula and Wanda, ascended into the vastness of space. Gazing down upon the azure planet, he voiced his concerns. Look at how exquisite this planet is. It tirelessly withstands the cosmic radiation, the sun's scorching heat and magnetic fields, and countless meteors, nurturing life and providing protection for all beings. Yet, this planet is finite, with severely limited resources and protection. Should the day arrive when the population surpasses what this planet can sustain, annihilation will ensue. In truth, he was aware that there was no need to wait for that day. If the population of Blue Planet increased even slightly, the day of the god Tiamat's birth would dawn, and then this planet would cease to exist. However, regarding the celestial deity Tiamat, aside from him, only a few eternal beings guarding the blue star are privy to such matters, which is why he withheld his thoughts. After all, at the level of a celestial being, ordinary individuals cannot possibly comprehend, and voicing such ideas would only serve to exacerbate one's troubles. Nebula, upon hearing her father's words, gazed longingly at the blue star. Yet, do we not possess technology and resources? We could entirely provide them with boundless resources, thereby eliminating any conflicts. Upon hearing this, Wanda, a native of the blue star, furrowed her brow. Why should we grant them technology and resources? Did our advancements and resources materialize out of thin air? They seek to enjoy everything without any contribution? At this moment, she had wholly immersed herself in the role of Thanos' daughter, rising to defend her father. Simultaneously, memories of her biological parents flooded her mind. They perished in war, dying in a manner less dignified than a dog, with no place to be buried, their bodies left to rot in the wilderness. Furthermore, she and her brother had been confined in a laboratory for over a decade. The relentless torment of those years had instilled in her a deep-seated resentment towards America and humanity as a whole. Thus, her reaction to Nebula's words was one of profound aversion. Why should they be allowed to enjoy everything without cost while she bears such immense suffering? Is this fair? It is precisely Wanda's tragic childhood experiences that ultimately transformed her into the Scarlet Witch, instilling in her a fervent yearning for familial bonds. Thanos, observing Nebula's demeanor, immediately understood that the influence of the celestial beings on her had run too deep. He realized he had discovered this too late. It would be exceedingly difficult to reshape her worldview. Moreover, he comprehended the intentions of the celestial beings. They merely sought to accelerate the population growth of the blue star to reach the level required for Tiamat's incubation. In this grand scheme, the celestial beings had managed to gain an advantage. However, now that he was aware of Tiamat's existence, how could he still fall into their trap? Contemplating this, he revealed a resolute gaze and coldly declared, "This universe, much like a planet, is gradually heading towards annihilation. My mission is to maintain the balance of the universe, preventing its demise. For this, I would willingly sacrifice everything. Nebula, from this moment forth, you shall return to Talos Star and remain in confinement until you come to your senses." With that, he extended his left hand. A flash of blue light illuminating the space. In the next moment, the space stone activated, creating a wormhole behind Nebula, pulling her back to Titan. Immediately afterward, Thanos commanded Deep Blue to imprison Nebula within the temple, forbidding her from going outside or contacting anyone. He did not wish for her to follow in Gamera's footsteps. Only by confining her could he hope that she might gradually awaken to the truth, or perhaps, once he ruled the universe, the celestial beings would be powerless to intervene. At which point he could release her. Once all was accomplished, he regarded Wanda with admiration. In comparison to Gamora and Nebula, the understanding Wanda seemed to epitomize the daughter he desired. With this thought, he reached out to caress her crimson locks and said, "Let us return." Wanda nodded obediently. Soon, Thanos returned to the spacecraft with Wanda. General Corvus Glaive and Mr. Fantastic, along with others, remained in the ship, hesitant to depart, as the decision regarding Blue Star had yet to be made. Upon Thanos' reappearance, everyone immediately knelt before him, uttering, "My lord." The unease among Mr. Fantastic and the officials of Blue Star grew palpable as they realized Nebula had not returned. Thanos nodded and took his seat at the head of the table. Observing the varied expressions of those before him, he finally spoke, "I grant you 24 hours. If, after this period, any dare to resist my rule, they shall face annihilation without mercy." He still sought the reality stone and had no time to engage in the tedious game of dominion. Were it not for the fear of provoking the Celestials, which might lead to another confrontation involving the dimensional demon, he would have considered a mass relocation of the population. The officials of Blue Star shuddered at his words, yet none dared to voice dissent. The consequences faced by the previous rebel were vividly etched in their memories. Moreover, they had come to terms with the reality. As the sovereign of the universe, Thanos' decision not to obliterate them outright was already an act of great mercy. They could hardly expect more. After a brief moment, noticing the absence of opposition, Thanos nodded and declared, "Wanda, you shall oversee the assimilation of the Blue Star inhabitants. Any signs of resistance must be dealt with swiftly and decisively." As a native of Blue Star, Wanda was best suited to comprehend the situation there. This assignment would not only allow her to repay favors, but also settle scores. Upon hearing her father's words, Wanda turned to the American officials with a gleam of excitement in her eyes. "Yes, my lord." Chapter 92, The Smiling Wanda, Part 3. Upon hearing Thanos' words, the Fantastic Four and the officials from Blue Star felt a surge of joy. In their view, Wanda was, after all, a citizen of Blue Star. Since Thanos had entrusted her with the arrangements, they believed she would extend a degree of favor, considering their shared heritage. However, the American officials present noticed Wanda casting an excited glance in their direction, which struck them as somewhat peculiar, yet they chose not to dwell on it. Some even fancied that Wanda might be American and would thus be inclined to show them a bit more kindness. Unbeknownst to Wanda, who was oblivious to the officials' thoughts, she suddenly recalled something and inquired, "Father, what should be done with those who have surrendered after the eradication of the rebels?" In response to Wanda's question, Thanos merely replied with a hint of indifference, "You need not worry about that. Deep Blue will handle it." As the ruler of countless planets, he had a well-established and scientifically sound governance process in place. Deep Blue, the highest form of artificial intelligence, would assist in these matters, ensuring no mistakes would occur. Having observed that the gathering had no further questions, Thanos clenched his left hand. In the blink of an eye, he vanished from the spot. When he next opened his eyes, he found himself before a star. Without hesitation, he plunged into the stellar mass, resuming his training. The energy he had absorbed from the Phoenix Force's air was somewhat overwhelming, necessitating swift assimilation. Maintaining the balance of the universe was his destiny. Yet enhancing his own power was his greatest delight. Meanwhile, on Blue Star, Loki, having witnessed Thanos' departure, could not help but smile slightly before he too made his exit. Eager to indulge in leisure after years of restraint, Wanda, indifferent to Loki's departure, turned her attention to the officials of Blue Star, sweetly asking, "Do you have any questions regarding Father's words?" She then glanced at the American officials, seemingly anticipating inquiries from them. The American officials, upon seeing Wanda's demeanor, felt a wave of delight, believing her to be siding with them as an American. One particularly self-assured young official, clad in a black suit, stood up, displaying a grin he deemed charming, and inquired, "Miss Wanda, may I ask if you are American?" Wanda, in response, offered a shy smile and said, "What does it matter if one is American or not? We are all subjects of father now." The young official, captivated by Wanda's smile, felt a surge of pride. Observing her demeanor, it seemed as if she had yet to experience the affections of love, if he could capture her heart. Ruling Blue Star would surely be within his grasp. With this thought, he found himself unexpectedly grateful for the alien invasion, for it had afforded him this opportunity. Yes, indeed. We are all subjects of Lord Thanos now. Forgive my boldness, but may I ask, Miss Wanda, do you have a boyfriend? Upon hearing the question, Wanda's cheeks flushed crimson, and she lowered her gaze, shyly responding, "How vexatious. What a question. Let us speak of matters of substance. Do any of you harbor doubts regarding my father's words?" Nearby, General Deathblade and the Star of the Night observed Wanda's demeanor, their brows furrowing in concern. They were acutely aware of the Master's temperament, despite Wanda being the Master's daughter. Once a decision was rendered, it was immutable. Wanda's implication that she required Blue Star's consent added to their unease. Although the Master had entrusted her with full authority, they, as aides, bore a certain responsibility. At that moment, a young official, convinced that he had captivated Wanda's attention, spoke up, "I beg your pardon, Miss Wanda. Might it be possible to extend the deadline by a few days? 24 hours is indeed quite limited." Upon hearing this, Wanda nodded in agreement, saying, "Yes. 24 hours feels rather urgent. Does anyone else share this sentiment?" She then turned her gaze toward the other officials, appearing to endorse the young man's perspective. Seeing her response, the other officials felt a surge of hope and quickly voiced their grievances. "Indeed, Miss Wanda, with only 24 hours, we scarcely have enough time for a global announcement, let alone persuading others to surrender. If you could grant us a bit more time, we would be immensely grateful. We implore you to consider our plight. We shall expedite all preparations." As the officials continued to express their concerns, Wanda maintained a smile, nodding occasionally as if in accord with their words. This demeanor led the other officials to perceive her as accommodating, prompting even more individuals to plead their case. Even the Human Torch from the Fantastic Four felt compelled to interject, but was restrained by Mr. Fantastic, who cautioned, "Do not approach, something feels amiss." Though he had only met Wanda a few times and recognized her as a shy, insecure young lady, she appeared drastically different now, stirring a sense of unease within him. Upon hearing his warning, the Human Torch pondered for a moment before halting his advance. Meanwhile, Wanda, resembling an obedient child, continued to nod eagerly and cheerfully stated, "What you all say makes perfect sense. Does anyone else have objections?" With that, she cast an expectant glance toward the other officials from Blue Star. This display evoked a sense of endearment in others, as she resembled a young girl yearning for adult praise. Surrounding her were over 20 officials, all relatively youthful. The older, gray-haired officials remained steadfast, refraining from voicing their opinions, having lived long enough to exhibit a more measured demeanor, unwilling to be swayed by Wanda's innocent and charming appearance. After a brief moment, seeing that no other officials opposed her, Wanda's expression suddenly turned resolute, and she darkly proclaimed, "Since you dissent from my father's views, your existence is rendered unnecessary." With that, her hands shimmered with crimson chaotic energy, her garments rustled as if stirred by an unseen wind, and her body gradually levitated. By the time the officials sensed the ominous shift and sought to flee, it was already too late. A torrent of dark red chaotic energy surged forth, engulfing the assembly. "Ah, help? No, please. I beg you, spare me." At that moment, the young official felt an overwhelming sense of regret. How had he been so deceived by this demon clad in human guise? He attempted to escape, but after merely 2 steps, he was drawn into the chaotic magic. As he witnessed his own form dissipating, his heart brimmed with remorse. Should he be granted another life, he vowed to remember never to provoke an innocent woman, for they might very well be demons in disguise. In no time, those surrounding Wanda turned to dust, vanishing from existence. Once her grim task was complete, she returned to her serene demeanor, donning an innocent smile as she regarded the remaining individuals. Pray tell, does anyone else harbor dissent? Chapter 93. Absorbing the demonic beasts, the Zeus Galaxy, a celestial realm named after the supreme deity of the pantheon, Zeus himself, is rather modest in diameter, encompassing roughly 4 billion stars. However, despite its size, this galaxy possesses a distinctive feature. The planets within it are generally of considerable magnitude. The substantial size of these planets naturally results in heightened gravity and atmospheric pressure. Consequently, the creatures inhabiting the planets of the Zeus Galaxy are either of considerable bulk or possess formidable strength. This is the origin of the divine race. According to the official statistics from the Pantheon, the average height of the divine beings exceeds 3 meters, surpassing even that of the Titans. It is important to note that this figure pertains solely to the divine race, excluding the ordinary mortals under their dominion. Although the Olympian deities are individually powerful and enjoy long lifespans, their reproductive capabilities are rather limited, with certain exceptions among the divine. The transition from childhood to adulthood is also prolonged. Statistically, the total population of the divine race is approximately 230 billion. While this number appears immense, it implies that on each life-sustaining planet, merely a few tens of thousands of divine beings are allocated, barely reaching the threshold necessary for planetary governance. This scarcity has fostered an environment of rampant promiscuity among the Olympians, aimed at increasing their numbers and solidifying their rule. As time swiftly elapsed over the course of several days, Zeus, having lost 10 skulls of Typhon, returned to his galaxy in a state of disarray. On the periphery of the Zeus galaxy, he encountered his son, the mighty Hercules, who had come to offer support. "Father, how fares the battle against Thor?" Hercules, a towering figure exceeding 2 meters in height, with a fierce countenance and a physique brimming with muscle, inquired. Although he lacked the towering stature of the divine, he possessed the most formidable strength among them, being a half-blood. Years ago, Zeus, recognizing the improbability of divine pregnancies, began to experiment with unions between gods and mortals, resulting in the birth of Hercules. Unfortunately, this interspecies endeavor yielded numerous malformed offspring, many of whom did not survive beyond a day, leading to the project's eventual cessation. Alas, Thor has been slain. That Thanos is more despicable and malevolent than we had imagined, Zeus lamented, shaking his head in resignation. Upon hearing his father's words, Hercules exclaimed, "What? Thor has been killed? I shall immediately set forth to behead this Thanos and avenge my brother." Zeus, upon hearing his son's fervent declaration, promptly shook his head and urged, "There is no need for haste. Let us first return and deliberate over our strategy." A brief skirmish with Thanos in the Milky Way had revealed the latter's formidable strength, dissuading Zeus from further conflict. At the very least, they would need to enlist the assistance of other chief deities to unite their efforts. Just as Hercules was about to voice another thought, a sudden voice interrupted, "My lord, several planets have inexplicably lost contact." Upon hearing this, Zeus regarded his subordinate with appreciation and said, "Let us investigate the matter at hand." On an unnamed life-sustaining planet within the Zeus galaxy, at this moment, darkness enveloped the land, as if shrouded by ominous clouds that cloaked the entire sky. From the perspective of the cosmos, the planet appeared to be devoured by shadows. Such a phenomenon had never been witnessed before. Upon entering the planet, one would observe a stark transformation. Vitality had vanished entirely. Corpses lay scattered, trees stood withered, oceans had receded, volcanoes erupted, and electromagnetic fields were in disarray. It was truly a tableau of apocalyptic desolation. The sole survivor amidst this chaos was the peculiar Doctor Strange, suspended in midair, his visage adorned with a smoky countenance. Draped in a crimson cloak, he held the dark grimoire in his left hand and the Book of Vishani in his right, from which torrents of formidable dark energy surged forth. Moments later, the already ravaged earth fractured anew, revealing a colossal rune measuring 10 kilometers in diameter. This rune emanated a dazzling crimson light, reminiscent of a foreboding omen from the depths of hell, evoking a sense of foreboding in all who beheld it. Soon, this scarlet rune levitated into the air, heralded by an earth-shattering roar. With the rune's disappearance, a 3-kilometer-tall dragon with 9 heads emerged from the ground. A monstrous entity whose mere movement resonated with thunderous reverberations across the terrain. It was the 9-headed dragon chronicled within the pages of the Dark Grimoire. Before the dragon could inquire about its summoning, Dr. Strange opened his arms wide and unhinged his jaw. The dragon, sensing an imminent threat, emitted a terrified roar. However, before it could react, its form dissipated into tendrils of black mist, which began to be absorbed by Dr. Strange. Energy was drawn from every aperture of the beast, its mouth, nostrils, eyes, and ears, until not a single strand of hair remained, as if the creature had never existed. In its place lay a vast, gaping pit. Clearly, even dark sorcery could not contravene the fundamental laws of the universe, particularly the principle of conservation of energy. To summon such a colossal creature necessitated an equivalent consumption of matter. After exhaling softly, Dr. Strange felt the immense energy surging within him and allowed a slight smile to grace his lips. However, he quickly recalled the visage of Thanos and shook his head. Not enough. He was still far from matching Thanos' power. I must continue to absorb more. With that, he opened the Dark Grimoire, intent on seeking out new creatures to consume. Within its pages lay the quickest methods to augment one's strength through the absorption of dark beings. However, the downside was that one's consciousness could be influenced by these entities. If one could not withstand such effects, they risked being assimilated, transforming into a creature driven solely by the instinct to kill. Yet, Dr. Strange discovered that he possessed immense willpower, rendering him impervious to the influence of these beings, thus facilitating his rapid ascension in strength. To date, he had lost count of the number of creatures he had absorbed. Surely, it must have reached into the thousands. This further solidified his belief that he was destined to be the savior of the universe. After a while, he encountered a more formidable creature. Just as he was about to summon another beast, he suddenly realized that this planet had been entirely drained of its resources, rendering further summoning impossible. It appeared he would have to seek out another planet. Thanos, it was your malevolence that had transformed these worlds into such desolation. With a heart heavy with sorrow, he gazed upon the shattered planet before him and then opened a portal to journey to the next location, where he would continue his summoning and absorption endeavors. The score had reached an impressive 8-9. My friends, your support is truly invigorating, and I am profoundly moved. However, it is evident that the 3 individuals from yesterday were indeed intent on leaving malicious reviews, likely due to insufficient reading time, which hindered their ability to lower the rating. Chapter 94. Enhancement of Power Within an Unnamed Star in the Galaxy. There exists a colossal celestial body with a diameter of approximately 30 million kilometers and a surface temperature reaching around 38,000 degrees. Although it is not the largest in the universe, when excluding the expanding elder stars, its size is indeed commendable. At this moment, approximately 30 kilometers beneath the star's surface, Thanos was persistently resisting the surrounding pressure and temperature, striving to assimilate the energy within him. At this depth, although still beneath the star's surface, both the temperature and pressure had escalated to a terrifying degree. It is estimated that even the Sanctuary 2 spacecraft would not withstand a single second here. However, the training proved to be remarkably effective. In just 14 days, he had nearly depleted the energy absorbed from the Phoenix Force air. Consequently, he ascended from the star, purged himself of the nuclear materials, and activated his attribute panel to review his status. Constitution, 101293. 2 Strength, 83518. 9 Agility, 73541. 8 Mental Power, 69247. 6 Active Skills, Obliteration Power Passive Skills, Titan Bloodline, Super Regeneration, Super Constitution, Super Strength, Super Agility, Potent Mental Power, Resilient Skin Active Skills, Ruler, Stellar Absorption Technique. Power of a Million Stars on Cooldown, Equipment, Tyrant's Greatsword, Tyrant's Armor, Infinity Gauntlet, Power Stone, Mind Stone, Soul Stone. Space Stone. Upon observing his attributes surpassing 100,000 points, he nodded in satisfaction. According to his calculations, he should be considered a singular universe-level entity. Yet, he sensed something amiss. After all, a being of that caliber could obliterate a galaxy with a mere punch, and his current strength certainly did not reach that echelon. It seemed his level system was flawed, missing some crucial data. Shaking his head, he swiftly activated the Space Stone. In the next instant, he found himself back on Blue Star. With a surge of mental energy, he quickly located Wanda's whereabouts and raised his left hand once more. In the vast expanse of Africa, while there exists human society and cities, much of the region remains in a remarkably primitive state. Skyscrapers are absent. Highways are nowhere to be seen, and there are no factories belching black smoke or thriving urban centers. Instead, the landscape is predominantly adorned with verdant primordial forests and grasslands, teeming with wild animals roaming freely. However, one place stands apart: Wakanda. The Wakandans, having harnessed vibranium that fell from the skies millennia ago, embarked on a path of advanced technology. Their technological prowess surpasses that of the most developed nations on Blue Star by approximately a century. Doctor Strange managed to withstand Thanos' forces thanks to Wakanda's vibranium technology, which countered the attacks of the anti-particle ray cannons and warp-speed light projectiles. Yet, despite its high-tech advancements, this nation has been embroiled in internal discord for millennia, choosing to enforce a policy of isolation to conceal the existence of vibranium. In an effort to conceal the vibranium from prying eyes, they constructed vast camouflage positions. To the untrained eye, Wakanda appeared to be nothing more than an unspoiled jungle. Regrettably, such a sophisticated nation has now succumbed to the ravages of time. The once thriving land of Wakanda has been laid waste, as the camouflage positions have vanished, revealing a desolate expanse. The remnants of smoking buildings, shattered corpses, and destroyed aircraft litter the landscape. The architects of this devastation are the colossal cosmic warships that loom ominously in the sky. These gargantuan vessels, numerous and imposing, dominate the heavens. They shimmer with radiant light, unleashing relentless energy assaults that rain destruction upon the land. Amidst the chaos, Wanda, clad in a crimson battlesuit, emanates a chaotic red energy from her hands as she hovers in midair, coldly observing the last bastion of resistance below. This stronghold is Wakanda's final refuge and its central city. Observing that the cosmic warships were unable to breach this last stronghold, she resolved to intervene personally. Moments later, she descended before the city, her chaotic magic swirling around her. With determination, she thrust her hands into the transparent protective shield, exerting her strength to pry it open. With a surge of magical energy, she swiftly tore a gaping hole in the shield. The inhabitants of Wakanda's central city were struck with disbelief. This was a protective barrier that connected to the entire vibranium vein, its energy unfathomable. The fact that it had withstood the onslaught of interstellar fortresses was testament to its formidable strength. Yet, regardless of their thoughts, it mattered not. As the shield was rent asunder, Wanda unleashed a torrent of chaotic magic attacks. The cosmic warships above followed suit, commencing a merciless slaughter. Soon after, Wakanda was eradicated from the blue planet. Wanda gazed upon the ruins below with a satisfied smile. After the fall of Kamatoch, the last opposing force on the blue planet had vanished. Although considerable time had been expended, she had fulfilled her father's directive. At that moment, the towering figure of Thanos materialized beside her. "How have you fared?" he inquired. Upon hearing his voice, Wanda's face lit up with an innocent smile, reminiscent of a young girl, as she dashed into her father's embrace. "Father, you have returned. I have completed the task you entrusted to me." Thanos, observing her eager expression, smiled faintly and reached out to caress her cheek. "Well done, my daughter. It seems a reward is in order. Speak, what would you desire?" Having scanned the globe with his mental prowess, he was well aware of her success. Thus, he inquired about her enjoyment rather than the task's outcome. To his surprise, Wanda seemed deeply invested in the task, confirming that his notion of bonding with his daughter was indeed feasible. Upon hearing his words, Wanda blushed, lowering her gaze. "Father, I wonder if my brother could also become your son?" Upon uttering these words, she revealed a gaze brimming with anticipation. Her profound affection for her only brother lingered, and she yearned for him to share the bond of sonship with her father. Thanos, upon hearing her words, was immediately reminded of the swift Quicksilver, who had met his untimely demise at the hands of a bullet. He pondered if, with proper guidance, Quicksilver could perhaps attain speeds surpassing light, rivaling the Flash and even bending the fabric of time itself. "No problem. Where is he?" Wanda exclaimed with joy. "My brother is aboard the mothership. Come, let us go see." As these words left her lips, Thanos clenched his left fist tightly. Chapter 95. The Eternal Race in the Near-Earth Orbit of Blue Star. A colossal mothership, measuring 10 kilometers in length and 5 kilometers in width and height, resembled an elongated coffin. This vessel was a gift prepared by Thanos for Wanda. Half an hour later, within the control room of the mothership, Wanda swiftly brought her brother, Quicksilver, before Thanos. Thanos regarded them with a calm demeanor. He appeared to be in his 20s, standing approximately 1.70 meters tall, with a head of silver hair, clad in a tight-fitting blue suit. Despite his tranquil expression, Quicksilver felt an overwhelming pressure emanating from Thanos, a weight born from the disparity of their life forms. Even without any deliberate display of power, mere mortals would sense this pressure upon encountering him. Noticing her brother's stillness, Wanda promptly nudged him, urging, "Aren't you going to greet father?" Quicksilver immediately snapped to attention, though his nerves rendered him rigid as he nodded awkwardly. Father, greetings." In contrast to the youthful Wanda, Quicksilver appeared somewhat out of his depth. After all, how many could maintain their composure in the presence of a cosmic overlord? Thanos merely smiled slightly and remarked, "From now on, you shall be my son. Remember, maintaining the balance of the universe is our mission." Following this statement, his curiosity piqued. He wondered if Quicksilver's speed could indeed surpass the speed of light and whether it would allow him to reverse the flow of time. Would the Time Variance Authority make an appearance? Yet, he suspected they would hesitate to do so, considering his presence. Hadn't they witnessed the Avengers traversing alternate universes in search of the Infinity Stones during the events of Avengers Endgame, recklessly disrupting the timelines of other realms without a sign of the TVA? Surely, they were being suppressed by some unknown force. Furthermore, in the Marvel Universe, it was established that Infinity Stones from other universes could not function within this one. Yet the Avengers Endgame narrative had upended this rule. There must be some enigmatic entities at play, or perhaps the Celestials intervening. Thus, it could be surmised that the Time Variance Authority was an organization that preyed on the weak while fearing the strong. Upon hearing Thanos' words, Quicksilver grew tense and somewhat flustered, but after another nudge from Wanda, he quickly nodded enthusiastically. "Yes, I will not disappoint, father." Noticing Quicksilver's apparent discomfort, Thanos simply waved his hand, allowing the siblings to depart. Then, addressing the void, he commanded, "Deep Blue, assess the state of governance on Blue Star." As he spoke, a massive three-dimensional projection materialized in the air. Within this projection, a detailed, data-driven model of Blue Star was visible, highlighting the governance status of each region. It indicated where fierce resistance was brewing, where armed confrontations had erupted, and where tranquility prevailed, with some regions even welcoming the new order with cheers. The data suggested that most areas were remarkably peaceful, even joyfully accepting of Thanos' rule. While Thanos maintained strict control, the inhabitants experienced little to no pressure in their daily lives. From birth to adulthood, children are provided for by the state, with all expenses covered. Upon reaching maturity, they may seek employment independently, and if unsuccessful, the government will allocate jobs. Housing is arranged in close proximity, and spouses may be sought at will, with state assistance available if necessary. This meticulous arrangement continues until death, presenting a veritable boon to the majority of individuals on Blue Star who struggle to meet basic needs. There are even those who report any dissenters. In a situation where the state is intimidated by cosmic warships, any form of rebellion remains negligible. The most fervent resistance arises from a select few affluent regions, where the welfare benefits are already substantial. And the populace finds it intolerable to endure a regime that denies them even the simple pleasure of a game of real-life battle royale. However, should significant unrest occur, Wanda would not hesitate to dispatch a cosmic warship, obliterating entire cities with a single strike, rendering rebellion utterly futile. After observing for a while, he felt no issues arose, prompting him to investigate any unusual spatial fluctuations. Deep Blue, initiate the scans for interdimensional anomalies during this period. Prior to his departure, he had instructed Deep Blue to scan all anomalous spaces on Blue Star. With the passage of over 10 days, complete data should now be available. According to Marvel's narrative, the Reality Stone remains in the form of ethereal particles, concealed within a certain interdimensional space on Blue Star. This anomaly manifests fluctuations only once every millennium, opening a portal at that time. This represents the sole opportunity for ordinary individuals to acquire the Reality Stone. However, he is no ordinary person possessing the Space Stone. He requires no portal to appear. He merely needs to ascertain the location of the anomaly to teleport there. As his words concluded, Deep Blue commenced a new projection. Upon its emergence, he frowned, for he beheld the startling sight of over 30 interdimensional spaces densely clustered on Blue Star. Such a revelation was almost beyond belief. These interdimensional realms primarily arise from powerful beings who, for various reasons, have severed ties with the material world. Some seek refuge from enemies, others aspire to establish dominions, while some aim to seal away certain entities. The reasons are manifold. Although these interdimensional spaces cannot be compared to dimensional realms, an increase in spatial separations within the material world inevitably amplifies its impact. Typically, a living planet hosts only 2 or 3 interdimensional anomalies, perhaps 4 or 5 at most. Blue Star, truly deserving its status as a protagonist planet, astonishingly harbors over 30 anomalies, indicative of the myriad strong beings that have emerged from it. Just as Thanos prepared to investigate these interdimensional spaces, Deep Blue's voice suddenly resonated. "Master, Miss Wanda is in trouble." Hearing this, he furrowed his brow. Hadn't Wanda just been aboard the ship? Where could she have gone? Moreover, most of the superheroes on Blue Star had been vanquished by him. How could she possibly encounter difficulties? Deep Blue, display the projection. Soon, Deep Blue began to project Wanda's current situation. It turned out that while he was communicating with Deep Blue, several superheroes had emerged on Blue Star, destroying a cosmic battleship. Consequently, Wanda took Quicksilver to assess the situation. However, their circumstances were far from favorable, as they were being overwhelmed by the enemy without any means of resistance. Upon witnessing this newly appeared group of superheroes, Thanos merely offered a cold smile. He had not anticipated the arrival of the Eternals, the loyal subordinates of the Celestials. In truth, he shared a significant connection with the Eternals. If one were to trace his lineage, it would be revealed that his race is formally known as the Eternal Titans. The Celestials, in their quest to ensure the safe propagation of life on planets, initially selected the Titan race for experimentation and enhancement, bestowing upon them the duty of planetary guardianship. At that time, they were referred to as the Eternal Titans. However, upon uncovering the Celestials' true nature, the Eternal Titans chose to rebel, and in a bid to sever ties with their former past, they reverted to their original name, the Titans. Chapter 96. One Strike. One fall in North America, the daylight bathed a land that has transformed into ruins, one of the regions with the highest resistance sentiments globally. Flames and ashes dominated the landscape, interspersed with the remnants of crumbling structures. The debris of aircraft and tanks lay scattered, testifying to the fierce struggles that had taken place. Yet, the presence of the hovering cosmic warships overhead revealed the inevitable outcome. The technological prowess of Blue Star against these interstellar foes was akin to the disparity between an ant and an elephant, leaving no room for genuine resistance. However, today marked the resurgence of battle. A man clad in a blue form-fitting combat suit, draped in a crimson cape, extended his arms forward and charged toward a cosmic warship. Despite the immediate activation of the protective shield, he breached it and plunged inside. A thunderous explosion ensued, illuminating the sky with a flash of red as the warship erupted into flames. The man's eyes glowed crimson as he propelled himself toward the next cosmic vessel. Amidst this chaos, Wanda yearned to intervene but found herself powerless, besieged by a group of assailants, her own safety in jeopardy. Had she foreseen this, she would have alerted her father. Mere moments ago, she had received word of a cosmic warship's destruction. Reluctant to disturb her father, she had ventured forth with her brother to assess the situation, only to confront 10 formidable adversaries. The most potent among them was undoubtedly the one wreaking havoc on the cosmic ships above, destroying them at an alarming rate of nearly 1 per minute. The remaining 9 adversaries were equally formidable, each possessing unique abilities. One woman, adorned in a red and blue combat suit, wielded speed-related superpowers and was currently vying with Quicksilver in a race of swiftness. Although the outcome remained undecided, she sensed Quicksilver was at a disadvantage. Another, a brawny man clad in a bronze combat suit, possessed immense strength, able to send multiple dark cult warriors flying with a single punch, serving as the team's tank. Then there was a man in a blue and purple suit, capable of emitting lasers from his hands, relentlessly launching ranged attacks against the dark cult warriors, while occasionally uniting his hands to unleash powerful strikes against Wanda, fitting the role of a ranged mage. A woman in a silver-white suit, with flowing golden hair, could morph energy into any weapon or shield, effortlessly dispatching dark cult warriors with precision while hurling weapons at Wanda, epitomizing the agile fighter. Lastly, a black man in a teal and purple suit wielded telekinesis, assembling nearby objects into various forms, equipped with a hammer that could discharge energy, serving as both a ranged and close combat warrior. Wanda found herself directly engaged by this individual, who held her at bay. A young man clad in a black combat suit possesses the ability to conjure illusions, belonging to a supportive class. At that moment, he incessantly manipulated Wanda's vision, preventing her from engaging in battle with peace of mind. A young boy dressed in a green tight-fitting combat suit wields formidable mental control abilities. He is capable of inciting the dark cult warriors to slay one another, also classified as a supportive role. Simultaneously, he intermittently disrupted Wanda's spellcasting. A woman adorned in a golden blue combat suit, with long brown hair, possesses potent healing powers, capable of instantly mending her allies' wounds. Occasionally, injured teammates are swiftly treated by her, reaffirming her supportive classification. Another woman, garbed in a green tight-fitting combat suit with black hair, possesses the ability to alter the properties of matter. Although her combat prowess is not particularly strong, she can create various weapons and equipment to assist her teammates, firmly establishing her as a supportive class. These 10 individuals, unified in their tight-fitting combat attire, would leave Wanda incredulous if she were to believe they were not part of a single organization. Just as anxiety surged within her, suddenly, an enemy attacking the cosmic battleship descended from the sky. With a resounding crash, it created a significant crater upon impact with the ground. The other 9, sensing the urgency, instinctively wished to investigate the situation. However, the overwhelming presence of dark cult warriors surrounding them rendered escape impossible. After some contemplation, the speed-oriented superpowered woman abandoned Quicksilver and sprinted toward the pit. She aimed to ascertain the condition of her companion. If the injuries were severe, she intended to bring him back for the captain's healing. Yet, as she approached the edge of the crater, a colossal purple figure materialized before her, and she promptly lost consciousness. Thanos regarded the woman he had cleaved in two with an unyielding gaze, devoid of emotion. He merely wiped the blood from his blade before coldly directing his attention toward the crater. Sensing that his previous strike had gravely wounded her, but not delivered a fatal blow, he awaited the dispersal of dust. As visibility returned, he observed the adversary within the pit, nursing a deep gash across her chest, yet not life-threatening. After a few coughs, she clutched her chest and wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth, her expression somber as she regarded him. Thanos, witnessing her condition, refrained from immediate action and remarked nonchalantly, "Do you truly dare to interfere in my affairs?" He recalled that indeed, 10 Celestials had dispatched eternal beings to Blue Star, primarily to counter the mutants. He was taken aback that they would dare to involve themselves in his matters. Ignoring Thanos' words, the adversary's attention fixated on the lifeless body on the ground. "Makari, you shall pay for this." With that, his eyes emitted crimson beams, aimed directly at Thanos. He and Makari had arrived on Blue Star together, having spent millennia on this planet, forging a profound bond. Witnessing his friend murdered for his sake ignited an inferno of rage within him. However, Thanos faced the onslaught of the opponent's thermal beam with an air of indifference, lacking even the desire to evade, allowing the rays to strike him. The intensity of this heat paled in comparison to the trials he had endured while honing his skills amidst the stars. How could it possibly inflict harm upon him? After a brief moment, witnessing the futility of their attack, the adversary, disheartened, ceased their assault and propelled themselves forward with clenched fists. In response, Thanos merely raised his imposing blade, the tyrant's reaper, and struck downwards. With a resounding thud, a fresh wound appeared upon the opponent's chest, sending them hurtling back to their original position. The ground trembled, yielding yet another deep crater upon impact. Coughing, the adversary rose, pallid and gasping, and inquired, "Who are you?" This marked the encounter with the most formidable opponent he had ever faced, a presence so powerful it inspired despair. Thanos, upon hearing the question, exhibited a look of bewilderment. "Has the Celestial divulged nothing to you?" Yet, recalling the Celestial's temperament, he shook his head and continued, "Regardless of your knowledge, now that you have chosen to intervene, prepare to embrace your demise." Chapter 97. Eris him just as Thanos prepared to strike down his adversary. A sudden burst of energy surged towards him, diverting his attention. However, upon contact, he merely felt a gentle warmth. Its potency was significantly less than that of the previous heat vision. The being resembling Superman likely possessed the strength of a lesser god, while this current foe appeared to be merely planet-level in power. Nevertheless, he turned to investigate. To his immediate surprise, he observed Wanda cradling Quicksilver as they soared away. It turned out that Quicksilver had intended to support his sister upon realizing their opponent had vanished. But he had fallen prey to the enemy's illusion, resulting in his being struck. With the 8 members no longer under Wanda's restraint, they hastily launched an attack on Thanos, striving to buy time for their fallen comrade. However, Thanos was not one to exhibit the reluctance often depicted in television dramas, where a villain could easily eliminate an adversary yet refrains from doing so. Recognizing that no further threats loomed, he leapt, vanishing from his original location. When he reappeared, he was already behind the Superman-like foe, plunging his blade deep into him. A sickening sound echoed as crimson blood spewed forth from the being's chest and mouth. Even with the might of a lesser god, the realization of the blade's pierce extinguished his life force swiftly. The remaining 8 members of the Eternals, witnessing the demise of their strongest ally, were instantly engulfed in despair, particularly their leader, Ajak, a woman endowed with healing abilities. Her lips trembled as she finally uttered, "I am so sorry for bringing you all into this." Tears began to flow uncontrollably. As the captain of the Eternals, she had long been informed by the Celestials of Thanos' impending invasion and had been warned of his formidable strength. Yet, it was merely a caution, devoid of any intention for them to engage. Their mission was to prevent the deviants from slaughtering humanity, which did not encompass thwarting extraterrestrial invasions. Having lived on Earth for over a millennium, she had developed profound feelings for the planet. Thus, upon witnessing the bombardment of America by an alien warship, she could not resist rallying her fellow Eternals to repel the invaders. This current endeavor was entirely her own volition, not a directive from the Celestials. The other Eternals gathered closely around their captain. "Ajak, what shall we do now?" "Captain, the enemy is too powerful. Can we request assistance from the Celestials? Perhaps we could feign surrender and seek an opportunity to escape in our spacecraft." A millennium ago, they had traversed the cosmos in such a vessel. Although over 1,000 years had passed, the spacecraft remained operable, and if not, they could repair it. Listening to her companions, Ajak gazed at them apologetically. "I am sorry. This is all my fault." Just as the others were about to offer words of comfort, Thanos, growing increasingly impatient, materialized beside them, brandishing his formidable blade. Soon, the remaining 7 met their untimely demise. Only Ajax, the captain, remained alive. It was not out of Thanos' benevolence that he spared Ajax, but rather because he harbored several unanswered questions that he wished to pose. Which deity had sent them to Blue Star? He sought to uncover which divine entity was engaged in a game of chess with the god of death. However, he did not intend to confront this deity. He had not yet grown so arrogant as to believe he could challenge a god, but rather he yearned to discern who was orchestrating events from the shadows. In due course, he would settle the score. Yet Ajax paid him no heed, instead gazing sorrowfully at her dismembered comrades. "I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry." The devastation was overwhelming, rendering her momentarily incapable of processing the tragedy. Thanos shook his head and clenched his left hand. Soon, a yellow light began to shimmer, the power of the Mind Stone surged forth. In the next moment, the heartbroken Ajax displayed a look of utter confusion, her gaze becoming vacant. Thanos reiterated his earlier question. Ajax, in a daze, replied, "Alethrum." Alethrum? Upon hearing this name, a vivid red figure materialized in Thanos' mind. The being was immensely tall, towering even above Blue Star, with a metallic visage and 3 pairs of eyes radiating yellow light, coldly regarding him. The pressure emanating from this entity was so formidable that Thanos felt akin to an ant facing an elephant, as if a mere finger could crush him. In the blink of an eye, an unseen force seemed to draw him away from the illusion. Gasping for breath, he clutched his chest, realizing his heart was racing like never before. Thump, thump, thump. It was as if a high-powered engine was revving, beating dozens of times per second. If he lingered in that vision any longer, he feared his heart might burst from sheer terror. Was it possible that such elevated beings could sense their names merely upon utterance? What was the name again? Alethrum, something? Just as this thought crossed his mind, he realized a segment of his memory had vanished. This was troubling. Someone was tampering with his recollections. In the next instant, he clenched his left hand tightly, and an orange light began to flicker. Empowered by the Soul Stone, he managed to retain most of the god's name, yet the final syllable eluded him no matter what. He then turned to the eternal woman before him, prepared to inquire once more about the name. However, disappointment washed over him as he shook his head. Although the woman still breathed and her cells remained active, her soul had departed. A body devoid of a soul was nothing more than a corpse. That Alethrum character was indeed swift in his actions. Shaking his head, Thanos lost interest in further investigation. It was evident that someone had aided him just in time. Had he remained ensnared in the illusion, he might have met his demise. Behind him, either the system or the god of death was at play. He would seize the opportunity to inquire with the system. After resolving the incident with the Eternals, the Dominion over Blue Star faced no further obstacles. Wanda, having secured her severely injured brother, resumed her father's governance of Blue Star. Thanos relinquished authority to Wanda while he delved into the study of 37 alternate dimensions. Within the first dimension, he unearthed the mutants. It became evident why, in the cinematic narrative, the mutants seemed inexhaustible, yet their stronghold remained elusive. They were concealed within the alternate realm. Following a substantial massacre of the mutants, Thanos imprisoned the survivors in dungeons, intending for his scientists to meticulously examine their genes in hopes of developing a more formidable breed of dark cult biowarriors. Subsequently, in the second dimension, he encountered the lair of the vampire ancestor. Upon his arrival in this realm, the vampire ancestor appeared utterly bewildered, clearly unprepared for an intrusion without the unsealing of the confines. Thus, he opened his arms wide, warmly welcoming Thanos. In return, Thanos met this gesture with his tyrannical blade. Through his research, he discerned that the progenitor of this bloodline was not truly immortal but possessed a remarkable ability to resurrect. As long as a trace of blood remained, revival was possible. He also noted that the ancient bat's flesh had grown rather tough, likely due to its prolonged existence. However, an idea soon struck him. If a large-scale breeding operation could be established, an inexhaustible supply of meat might be within reach.